Hello everybody and welcome into the One Win Fall series, and we are going to get started with some amazing Dota coming up over the next 4 days. We've got 8 teams going to be competing here in 2 groups to start off with to find out who is going to be going home with that first place prize of $50,000, who's going to be going home with 30,000, 15,500, and then who is going to be going home with nothing. I say going home, everybody is at home already, but you know, it's the competing that counts. I've got 2 amazing gentlemen on the panel next to me and 2 more ready to cast. So let's start off with the people on the panel. Aries, how are you doing this morning?
Good, my friend. Good. We just had some qualifiers going on. We saw some teams, of course, there's teams that are playing in this tournament. They already qualified to Bangkok, so we didn't get to see them, and now we get to see them battle out in an online tournament. So very excited to see how they're able to perform.
Yeah, and Bowie, it looks like middle of the street there for you, but you know, not going to affect your ability to cast. So looking at these teams coming through here through the 8 that we've got, who are you looking forward to seeing the most?
I mean, for me specifically, I really want to see how Spirit's going to look like. This new Spirit, I think a lot of people didn't expect them to click this fast. And after seeing them play a couple of tournaments, that's to me the team that I really want to see grow. I feel like they could be the next TI winners this year if they can actually keep it up.
Okay, so some high praise coming out there. Overall, like I say, it is going to be, we've got 8 fantastic teams coming through here. Some that have had a little bit more, like I say, a little bit more practice than others. And then some that are fresh teams, maybe trying to get the groove together. They've only played a couple events. So we'll see how they are going to be doing. Like I say, it is going to be 2 groups of 4. I think we're going to be able to take a look at the teams overall. There they are on the screen. So OG, Team Spirit, Gaming Gladiators, 1 win, Enigma Galaxy, Team Liquid, Team Secret, and Parivision. And I can't wait to get into this. Like I say, there's some teams that I've only seen a little bit of, like Parivision, the new Team Spirit coming through. They've looked immense when I've seen them play, but I've not seen enough. Like I said, I need to see them more. And then on the other side, you've got teams like OG, Team Secret, NGX. The used to be, well, I don't want to say used to be, but the staple teams. You see them in every qualifiers coming up to every event, and you do get to see more of them. So it's just nice to be able to see them play. You'll see how they are going to be able to do. And again, it is going to be coming through into the 2 groups, so we're not going to be seeing everyone today, but we should be able to take a look at the team rosters as well, just to see who is playing on what, getting ourselves through and just getting ourselves refamiliarize ourselves with the teams as well, because there has been some changes. If you've not been paying attention since TI, there has been some changes coming through, so we'll be able to take a look at the rosters as well. Overall, I think, Team Spirit are the ones that I'm looking forward to seeing the most. But again, seeing how Gaming Gladiators are going to play, because it's not been as easy for them. They've not been as dominant that we've seen it in the past. And it's going to be interesting to see how all these teams play. So, Aries, looking at the first group, we do have Gaming Gladiators, NGX, Team Liquid, and Team Secret going on there. Is there any clear favorites there for you?
You would probably have to say it's Liquid, just considering they also did just go 6-0 in map count for the Bangkok qualifiers, and they did actually verse Gaming Gladiator as well and find a 2-0. This has been a couple of days though for gaming. It's not like it's overly long, but hopefully they're able to learn a little bit from that. It's exciting to see how Enigma is going to be able to perform versus some Western European teams compared to their qualifier. I have a massive question mark around Secret. I am a bit... I'm ready to be proved wrong, but I am unsure about the roster. Of course, they have some ex-Southeast Asian boys, which is really exciting to see. But to go back to answer your question, yes, I do think Liquid should be a very clear first position here in this group.
Okay, and it is, we do get to go through, it's not just winner takes all in this group, so it's the top 2 go through, the bottom 2 will unfortunately crash out. And Bowie, looking at the other side here, just speaking about Team Secret, because I do believe you backed them in your predictions coming through, so before we get onto that, before we, get spoil it anymore, so what are you thinking here behind Team Secret?
I think to me is two things. First of all, BO1s, right? So I feel like BO1s just give a little bit of uncertainty, and I'm kind of I like to go big or go home sometimes. I don't think Team Secret, I could see this Team Secret roster working. And it's hard really to talk that much about them because they did end up dropping relatively early through the Eastern European qualifiers, which, let's be frank, they're actually ruthless. They're really hard. Sure, you look at the names on the Western European ones and you're like, yeah, maybe that one's harder. But I feel like Eastern Europe has performed so well the last couple of months. So even the teams that are having to go through those qualifiers are very high caliber.
Yeah, and we're going to be able to take a look at just how it is going to break down over these next 4 days as we take a look who is going to be taking home what. So if you place fourth, you walk, there's some walking around money there. Third place, again, it steps up even more. You double up if you get second from third, and then first place, that's what everyone's after, the $50,000 prize pool right at the very tippy top. And of course, you want to be winning everything. You want to be taking it all home, and you just want the bragging rights there as well. So everybody's going to be aiming for that first place. Unfortunately, 7 of the teams here aren't going to be able to secure that, but one team going to be walking away happy at the end of the 4 days that we've got coming up for you over the next few games as well. We will be able to establish who is looking strong, who's maybe having to go back to the drawing board, and who might just be having to take that one step a little bit further, because again, it is going to be for the first couple of matches in each group. It is best of ones, so it is who has the nerves, who can hold their own and maybe come up with a couple of cheese strats there. Because going back to them, Team Secret, I was watching them. I followed them through the open qualifiers there, and I was watching Aincrad. There was some mid lane Phoenixes coming out. There was some Ogre Magi's being picked. A couple of Huskars in there as well. So it's not the clean Dota that everybody's expecting coming through from Team Secret. There is, like I say, a couple of surprises. And then on the other side, to look at it, Group B, 1-win OG Paravision Team Spirit. Bowie, to start with you. Again, any favorites coming through from Group B? Is there anyone that you're looking forward to and thinking, yeah, they're going to be able to walk away, they're going to be able to breeze through this group?
I mean, Group B looks so stacked, man. Yep. I gotta be honest. You have Spirit, Paravision, but I think they were, third and fourth place for the last Dream League. And then you have 1-win, which sure they dropped to Puck Champ. I actually was very surprised about that in the Eastern European qualifiers, but a solid team. And OG that also got second place in their own qualifiers. So to me, it is really hard to really predict Group B, but I guess a safe bet would probably be Paravision or Spirit.
Okay, so gonna be, I don't want to say fence sitting, but you've got yourself a couple there. You're gonna be going for your top 2 and say your top 1. Aries, is there anyone you think is gonna outright win Group B?
I don't know about it outright like I was confident with Group A. I would agree, safe bet is Paravision and Spirit. 1-win, I'm just unsure because, like Bowie just said, they of course got 3-0 in the grand finals, but they did just actually drop Cheerio Jr. So they picked up Squad X, which is just got announced today. So I don't know what's going on there. Maybe that the grand finals loss took them really hard, so we'll see. I mean, Squad X is an incredible mid laner. Of course, we saw him have some really good games on Virtus Pro, but I do think Paravision and probably Spirit are the favorites. But OG, this is they're building something here. I mean, this team definitely, you would say there were a lot of upsets, I think, in their qualifiers in Western Europe. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get it done all the way, and I could definitely see them making it into playoff stage as well. But I don't think it's as clear as Group A.
You know what? I think I actually have my call now. I thought about it a little bit, and I think I'm going Spirit because I've cast a lot of Paravision the last 2 months, and this team, they in long tournaments, I feel like they actually benefit a lot from their coach, from the fact that they are good, but they aren't as stable. I think a term of this many BO1s, I actually would go with Spirit just because Paravision, they do tilt sometimes, and when they have BO3s, BO5s, they can recover. But yeah, I feel like if they lose the first series, they could just lose the second one out of just some miscommunication or something. So to me, I think Spirit might be the more stable choice.
Okay. Well, we'll see if that's going to be the case. And yeah, just to clarify, from what I've seen, again, no full confirmation, but from what I saw on the tweet from OneWin, Squadix is standing in. It's not a full replace. So, yeah, it is going to be just a temporary standing coming through. It looks like Chirujun is going to be going inactive. So we'll see if that is going to be the full squad going forwards, if Squadix is going to go back to VP, if this is just like a lone thing, if they're going to be looking for another mid laner, because there is a couple of mid laners out there at the minute, that I'm surprised haven't formed. I know Ramses and GPK were talking about forming a team there as well. I know there's a couple of the Eastern European mid laners that I'm surprised haven't been picked up. So maybe we'll see one of those come in as well to fit into the squad if this is just a temporary thing for Squadix. But going back through to the groups in general, yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing OG. I think that we saw them at RES, and there was the first day, obviously, Nova had only joined the week before. I think it is. They spent 7 days in a boot camp together. But that wasn't with the full roster because 23 Savage wasn't there as well. He had visa issues coming through. So we'll see in the full roster if, again, they've kind of ironed out the issues, because I think the biggest issue for me is with Seb stepping back from the active player role. You're relying on maybe Ari to be the initial voice, to be that captain in the early game, coming through, and then letting Savage take over on 9, shot call a little bit later on. So I think there's been a bit of an adjustment period there. I'm not saying Ari can't do it. I'm just saying he's maybe having to adjust to that responsibility coming through, as well as maybe, being on that draft and kind of like being the one that bridges the gap between the players. So it's going to be interesting to me after they've had this now. You can't really call it a honeymoon period, but they've had some time together. They've got together, they've known each other. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to me in Group B how OG play this one. And looking through the rest of the teams, like I say, again, for Group B, yeah, my favorite. I can't go against my boys here. Team Spirit, I think I'm going to back them in every single time, every single group they come up. So yeah, we'll see how that one's going to play. And like I say, if we take a look at how this one's actually going to work, the first game for each team is going to be a best of one. We move through into the winners matches there, which are also best of ones, and then after that, the 2 games after will be best of 3s. So if you drop the first game, you do have a second, potentially third chance to lock yourselves in. But after that, if you lose a best of 3, you are out, you are gone. That is it, day 1, and you are done. So we'll see how the teams are going to be able to adapt to that. And Aries, do you think, like Bowie was talking about Group B, is there any teams you think that adapt better to the best of ones, being able to spring those surprises, adapt to their own meta? Is there any team throughout the entire 8 that you think perform better on a best of 1 here?
I think just the sheer factor of being able to take someone by surprise would probably be Secret, because I believe we brought up Ankrad and his like weird mid lane hero pool that they played in the open qualifiers is what you said. And I think 423, he is a carry who's been known back in his Lilgun days when they would just first pick Broodmother, Lycan, like all of these very unconventional carries. We did see them play it a little bit on Secret through their qualifier run. Of course, unfortunately not to success, but I believe there was a Lycan there. I think he played the Nature's Prophet, which we are seeing pretty much, at least what I've seen, only like Liquid are playing at the moment. I think a couple of Razors like Bristle. So I think his hero pool is a bit more unconventional than what we're getting. The strongest at the moment is like your Dragonite, your Alchemist, and maybe go down the list like Luna, Morph, etc. But his hero pool, you may be able to get a cheese victory out, which of course is it's much more likely to happen in a best of 1 than like a best of 3.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see if that is going to be, any of those picks do come through. As I think we're going to be able to take a look at the rosters coming through. So Team Liquid on the screen: Boxy, Saberlight, Insania, Mickey, and Nisha. I think these boys, they're always coming through. They're always confident whenever they play our event. Apart from Dream League, there's a bit of a curse going on with Liquid and Dream League, for the past Dream Leagues. Maybe they've got over it. But overall, Team Liquid, it's one of those, I think anybody would put them in the top 2 coming through into this event. So, Bowie, any thoughts on Team Liquid or any of these rosters as we start to go through them?
I mean, Team Liquid, they've been looking really good. As you said, they're not like, they're very consistent, I would say, especially for a European team that's always facing, the fiercest competition. But, when it mattered, they did get their TI win. I would expect them to go far this tournament. I think that there's not that much pressure on them. They don't really have anything to prove. They could be maybe upset by the VO1s though, and that's why I have this maybe curveball predictions. Just because I was almost gonna go for Enigma X for my prediction in this one, but then I was like, it's freaking Liquid. Enigma, I want to believe in them, but there's a chance. I wouldn't be surprised if Nigma takes this BO1 just because they have very solid players. I feel like for Nigma, it's really a question of consistency. I feel like they always win their lanes, even against the best teams in the world, but their mid game has been iffy for a while, and I think that's kind of on them to figure out what exactly is happening.
Okay. So Bowie is breathing deep in the copium here, thinking that Nigma might be in with a chance of winning this one. I just look at this, you look at the recent qualifiers coming through. It feels like Liquid, again, they haven't missed a beat, they haven't missed a step. And I know they've, Saberlight's coming onto this team now, but it feels like he's fit right in. Maybe 1 or 2 blips, but like you say, maybe that's going to, if one of the blips comes up. But overall, they do feel fairly strong to me. So I think for the first game, I would be backing Liquid on this. But Aries, again, overall here, Team Liquid, any thoughts before we do get into this first series for them?
I think just the big thing about Liquid is going to be the fact that Mickey is drafting now, and you have like a different captain, a different voice, and that is going to take. It's going to take a while. I think they've even spoken a little bit about it on how some difficulties that they've had. So I mean, let's see. They've previously in the past have gone from one drafter to another. They finally worked it out. Unfortunately, of course, 33 wanted to start his own team, and they're still going to be able to. They will get there, but it's just a question. It takes a while. There is a growing period, and let's see how long it's going to be. I think it's already showing that they're doing much better than I expected at the early stage. I think their Dream League results, I'm sure they probably would have wanted to make playoffs, but again, they broke the curse. They made it into the second group. They were very competitive. The big one is the fact that they just, again, went through the qualifiers for Bangkok undefeated, which was massive for them. That's going to be a big confidence booster as well. So just, I don't think there's any difference. Maybe some hero pool differences might be there a little bit with Saberlight and 33, but it's mainly just specifically 33 being the drafter, and now he's not there anymore. So that's really just the only thing.
Yeah, it's no simple qualifiers, right? They're playing against OG and Tundra. Those qualifiers were one of the more stacked ones. It felt like a TI qualifier almost, if you look at it.
Yeah, looking at their run there, it was Mouse, Gaming Gladiators, and Avalis. And Avalis, I think maybe the big surprise there that actually got through in the second slot. But you look at those teams that you're playing, like you say, not an easy run. And they 2-0'd everybody. It was just 6 clean games right through into the qualifier slot there for them. So they impressed. They looked amazing. On the other side here, looking at Nigma Galaxy, it was a little bit of a different story for them because the qualifier wise, they did drop a game in the end to Winterbird, but apart from that, clean there as well for them. But there have been question marks around the team. They're changing out players and swapping and looking for their core lineup. So we see GH, Miracle, Sumail, Omar, and Noob going to be playing in this one. And if you look at that actual lineup, on paper, this is an amazing lineup. This is one of those lineups that you think, there is no reason why they shouldn't be winning games and, being able to take and challenge everybody. But it's just really not worked for them overall here. But I suppose post-TI, having that time to be able to kind of flesh things out, have a good go. Do you think the long break suited them a bit more, Aries? Being able to just be able to sort things out, come up with better game plans, and then come in fresh to this new season?
I suppose I think the one person maybe would have favored the most is potentially Noob, just to give him a little bit more time to adjust to the offlane pool. So that's maybe the one person that I would say is being able to practice and get his hero pool up. At least what I was able to see in their drafts as well is that they really like giving him last picks. They want to make sure he has a good game. We see other teams really have a different mentality where they're happy with drafting the offlaner early. So we'll see if that will continue, if that was just specific in some of the games in the qualifiers. But I do think probably Noob is just the happiest so he could get a little bit more practice in the offlane.
Okay, and do you think specifically touching on that, Bowie, is that where teams might look to target ban? Just take all the comfort heroes away from Noob here, make him a little bit uncomfortable in the start of the game, and really try and push him. Take advantage of that once you get into it again, especially a best of one.
I feel like that's really hard these days. It feels to me that the support pool is really where most of the, let's say, broken heroes are. And if you're going to target offlane like that, I think you're probably going to have a bad time. Like, when you look at the first phase of bans these days, you have your Shadow Demons and your Tusks and your Clocks and your... I don't think you can really do that. He also has a fair amount of, like, curveballs. He places Dazzle. Even Mars, I wouldn't say is that popular of a hero anymore. So I don't think that's actually going to happen. I feel like he has a solid hero pool right now.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll see how that one's going to break down for him. And don't forget, everybody, if you want to follow along, we have our social media in the bottom right there, just underneath Bowie. You scan that QR code. It's going to bring up the One Win Series social media, so you can follow along whenever there's going to be any events going on. It's not just going to be Dota. There's going to be many more Dota events coming up, but it's not just Dota. There's going to be other One Win events too. So if you want to get yourself in the following mood, you'll get yourself on tippy top information. Use that QR code in the bottom there of the screen there. Get yourself followed on all those channels so you can see whenever any esports for One Win goes live. And anything like this, I mean, these are amazing events over 4 days. We get them in and we get on with it, and it's just an amazing event to watch. So yeah, definitely follow along there. We're not too far away from starting this series as well. So just any final thoughts, Aries, coming into this first one between Liquid and NGX? Is there anything that you think draft wise we might have to look out for? Is there any surprises you think either team might try and pop up on the other?
I think I'm intrigued to see if Nigma continue to first phase the sniper. They did it 3 games in a row in their grand finals versus Winterbear. Every single game it was Sumail playing at mid. So that's what I want to see. I want to see if they really feel like, okay, this is just maybe a strategy we wanted to implement versus Winterbear, or if this is something they feel like something that they feel like can work against any team. So that's probably the one I'm honestly looking at the moment. Besides that, probably it's just your standard other heroes that are going to get prioritized. I imagine there may be some differences, but excited to see how Nigma are able to compete versus Liquid.
Okay, and we're going to be able to see what everybody thinks across not just the panel here, but our 2 casters as well, because we do have a prediction contest going on. I famously finished bottom in the predictions both in the spring and the summer, but again, I'm just the host, so it doesn't really matter what I think. But across the board, we are seeing a pattern here. So Hurry Freak Milan also going for Team Liquid. It's maybe not confidence inspiring here for NGX, but maybe, that's specifically what they need to drive them on, to prove us wrong. They're watching the broadcast, they're warming themselves up, sitting in the lobby going, these guys don't believe in us. Well, we'll show them. But yeah, it looks like prediction contest, everybody leaning towards Liquid for this one. And
yeah, I think it's not that surprising, right? I was almost gonna go Nigma, I said it, but I feel like at the end of the day, Nigma, they don't really have a lot to prove, and I think the last couple of months have been pretty humbling to them. Like, when I look at, and I know MMR is not the be-all end-all, but when you look at MMR, both Miracle and Sumail, they really grinded the leaderboard. Miracle, has it. He wasn't playing for a while until he returned. He's now ranked 50 something. I think Sumail went from like rank 400 to 100 as well. So they're really grinding it out. And I feel like that's kind of the way a lot of the pro players that were popular at some point, were successful at some point, and had a break, struggle to come back. But I do see a bright future for Nigma. Hopefully this tournament could be maybe the beginning for that to them.
Do you think that's where they benefit then from these, like, the specifically trying to get up to speed, these players benefit from the longer patches? Because, it's not, the meta isn't changing every couple of months. It's not like they're trying to catch up on something as soon as they caught up, it slips out of their fingers. Do you think these, and overall for pro players, do you like the, do you think they like the longer patches?
Actually, for this actual older players, I feel like they like the change. I feel like they, especially the ones that were successful, they just kind of have this understanding of what a change will actually mean in terms of meta, in terms of competitive gameplay. And if all you need to do is just copy someone in a pub and, you know, get the right build and the movements are all the same, the map is all the same, I feel like it actually allows everyone to catch up and you're playing in this even playing field. Whereas in the past, where the patches were maybe a bit more constant, you were testing, pro players were being tested with a different kind of skills, and the way it works now, you're kind of selecting a different set of skills, let's say.
Okay. Well, we'll see how that one's going to go down. And again, we shouldn't be too far away from the fall draft here, getting into it. So, looking at between them, we've already seen the predictions. You know, everybody's leaning towards Team Liquid, hoping though NGX has a couple of surprises up his sleeve, or at least I am, you know, to make this one interesting. Aries, overall, if you're looking at this series, again, we talked about what we see in terms of heroes, but how do you think this is actually going to play out for the teams in a best of one? Do you think that the teams, do you look a little bit more aggressive? Are you looking to try and put the pressure, or do teams like to sit back, you know, try and work each other out in this best of one? How do you think they're going to approach this?
That's a great question. It's probably very specific for the team as well, though, right? Like Liquid are a team that don't particularly mind about being on a timer, but some teams, when you're in a best of one, you want to have at least the ability to scale into the late game, like have everything covered, where you're fine in the lanes early, like mid game as well. But if it gets to the late game, it's not a guaranteed loss. So it definitely is a bit more team dependent. I know that Liquid are not a team that cares about being on a timer. Gaming are not as well, for another example. And we'll see if Nigma want to secure their late game, or if they want to try and play for an early game. I imagine the thing is, you need to have a draft that is going to be able to compete with Liquid throughout the early to mid game, because they will be running at you.
Okay. Well, let's see, as we get ourselves into the draft, how this one is actually going to go. And we see already the Tusk as well as the Dragonite being banned out. On the other side, NGX take away the Monkey King, the Terrorblade, and the Razor being taken away here. So, okay, a couple of the carry heroes. I say carry. I mean, the Terrorblade, I'm seeing being played in an off lane in the high-level pub, so I don't know if that's going to translate to the pro games. I know a couple of teams have tried it to varying results, but in a best of one, maybe not something you're going to spring on the other team. Well, it won't be coming out in this best of one with it being banned. So, Bowie, looking through, anything specifically you're looking for here in the draft?
Yeah, I mean, the Terrorblade was something that Liquid was first facing literally every game, so that's not surprising. Just like the Sniper, I think Harris mentioned, for Nigma, and that hero is not banned, so very curious to see what Nigma is going to do if Liquid doesn't address that hero, because some teams, I mean, even in the Meswell region, tried to go Sniper against it, didn't work out, but maybe there is a little bit of a skill difference there, and yeah, they're gonna get the Invoker here.
Very interesting with the Puck getting banned. I mean, this is definitely a hero that people are liking to pick into the Invoker, probably one of the better heroes to play into it without a doubt, but very intrigued on the decision to actually just overall first phase ban it. I mean, again, it's going to let a couple of heroes through the pool. We'll see if Nigma really want the Sniper. Again, if Sumail, they first phased it in 3 games versus Winterbear, obviously he doesn't care about the matchup. And there it is. There are a lot of other heroes though, right? Like Alchemist goes uncontested. Eastern European, that was getting first phase banned. I think a lot of other regions still have a lot of priority on it. You know, whereas heroes like the Nyx Assassin gonna go as well. There's the Elk ban. So there's a lot of heroes, but just already we have our mid laners by the looks of it.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see anything funky. You know, I think the that position 4 Sniper, it's been and gone. It got, I don't want to say, yeah, no, I am going to say it got figured out with TI. You know, I think it ended up with something like a 30% win rate, compared to the 60 or something % win rate of mid Sniper. So yeah, teams, that experiment is over. And the same thing for the supports Invoker. Not really seeing that though. The build that I am seeing for the Invokers, that I don't know if it's changed recently, is the double Wraith Band into like a Witchblade or an Orchid, you know, going for that more right-click build. Aries, how much do you like this here for the Invoker? Are you a fan of that, or do you think he has to go back to being the Grand Wizard?
No, I think that's pretty much the only build, at least that I've seen from the Invoker at the moment. It's just the right-click build, whether it be like the Hurricane Pike Rush or Witchblade, whatever items you want in between. That's probably a little bit game dependent and also player preference as well, but at least the games I've seen from Invoker, it's been solely just like the right-click stat build.
It's a bit of Mage Layer as well, but yeah, in general, that's all there is to it. And I think Sniper, it's kind of surprising that Liquid went for the Invoker, because I think Sniper loves that matchup. He doesn't care about his mana being drained. He has really good animation, really good damage. knowing that Nigma has been favoring the sniper, sure, Invoker by itself is probably one of the most contested new heroes right now. But I expected a different approach. I feel like they're actually giving Nigma a pretty good leeway in this matchup. I'm expecting Sumeyu to even win it.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I would imagine that'd be the case as well. It's probably just the Invoker. I mean, definitely one of Nisha's better heroes, and I think this is someone who can control the tempo with a solid early game and definitely having lanes to gank. So we'll see. I wonder where the offlaners, how we're going to prioritize them again. We were saying that like Noob pretty much is always getting his hero in the last phase, and what they're going to get for Sableye. Like other heroes at the moment, we're getting a lot of Dawnbreaker, a lot of Magnus. I don't know how you feel, Bowie. I'm like less about the Magnus. I don't like this hero as much. I really like the Dawnbreaker though. I think this hero is quite strong at the moment.
Yeah, I really like the Dawnbreaker. Liquid played some carry Magnus, which I'm a bit more fond of. I feel like that hero, universal, farms well, has different play styles. You can go like Blink BKB, but you can also go some Echo Saber Harpoon situation. But I think the hero is not only flexible in item build, but also roles. Wouldn't hate Mickey having the Magnus, but so far they're gonna go for the Willow, and I'm surprised. I expected Batrider. I feel like when you see Sniper, the counter to this hero when he has a good matchup is just to gank him a couple of times. And I wouldn't say Willow is necessarily the hero I imagine. She has some reach, but Sniper can just hold his own. He can just shrapnel around himself. I thought that Batrider was gonna be a more contested hero here in this draft.
So I guess have to look at Sableye's hero to potentially do that. I mean, there's not going to be many as position 5 for Insania. We will get the Ogre, which is another hero that's kind of starting to rise in popularity as well.
Yeah, a lot of buffs here. Alacrity and Bloodlust for whoever Liquid picks as a carry. I mean, that Magnus is looking juicy for them.
Just kind of everybody you're putting the power into to one hero then, I guess, and you're like, say, being able to buff those up. Who do you want about? Because the Morphinos is already banned, the Terrorblade, the Monkey King are being banned out. Is there a hero specifically you're looking here? Maybe, do you think the Luna is still like on the top spot here, especially when you are going to be getting like the Bloodlust, the Alacrity coming through, Ares? Or are you looking for somebody else for Team Liquid to be able to kind of put the game on their shoulders?
I think the issue is like range heroes versus Sniper never really fare quite well. So I would like think of like a Deucer or Luna with at least the heroes that Liquid have, but then you look at the Sniper, like it's a bit more awkward. So maybe that would have been one of the better ranged heroes with the Gyrocopter. Nigma are going to take that though. So you've got a incredible lane, Clockwork, Gyro, lot of damage potential early on. We can see the Gyrocopter get involved as well with kind of some of the 404 build that we're getting, and at least the cooldown facet as well that we're getting from him currently. So that's probably if like you were going a range hero, I would maybe say I would have liked that a bit more for Liquid, but now it's not available.
I think the one in range here they can play is NP, right? You can actually gap close on Sniper through your teleportation, and that is maybe the one they could go. Besides that, they've played some Monkey King, they've played some Magnus, so I think those are the two kind of likely ones that they could go for. But it does depend on this hero here. We'll see. I don't think you want to pick offlaner for Enigma. Yeah, there we go. Because it makes it hard for Liquid to get their carry on 18 now.
Which also maybe is a deterrent for the Nature's Prophet. I mean, Batrider, Clockwork, both supports that are going to be able to find you. I think maybe the Batrider is a bit more difficult if it's played in a core role. Not that we've seen it for a long time, and I'm not asking for that, but we have seen just the way to punt the Nature's Prophet down can be a bit frustrating. So maybe it makes it a little less appetizing for Liquid.
That's a hard carry pick. I don't think there's anything that's too obvious that they can play. I mean, they have their TA, right? But against Sniper, I wouldn't say that's good either.
Yeah, just looking through the recent games, they did pick up the Muerta a couple of times there as well. They've got, like I say, the Monkey King coming out, but there wasn't a lot of the big one was the Terrorblade, like you were talking about, and the Terrorblade came out more often than not, and that one not being available here as well might hurt them. The Mars, I really like this pick. You're being able to get the backline dive, separates out both the Gyrocopter and the Sniper. If you get them on the inside, or if they're on the other side of the wall, their damage isn't going to be effective into the fight. So I really like this one for Team Liquid though.
I 100% agree. I think it's a great Mars pick. The reason why I'm a bit confused though is that we are both, we're all making it sound like they don't have a lot of heroes to pick in the carry. And if that was the case, you probably would have gone for your carry here because you don't want them to get banned out. So they must feel like they have 3 options. And I'm very intrigued on what they are. I mean, we brought up Mag, Nature's Prophet. I'm trying to think of some others.
They're gonna have to go for something out of the meta, right? Because like in the past, Void used to be something decent against Sniper because you have the gap close, but that hero has been pretty dead. I think Weaver is another one that's range but relatively mobile, but another sort of that hero. Liquid, though, they're not afraid to go for those unorthodox heroes. I think Mickey is very versatile when he can play. And I think it's going to be hard to really guess what they're going to go for because it's definitely going to be off the beaten path. Unless Nigma bans the unobvious heroes and then Nature's Prophet is somehow available.
I mean, from what I saw from the OQs, and just talking like Western Europe, Eastern European in general, I was seeing a lot more Faceless Void popping up. I was seeing a couple of Slarks pop up there as well. So like you're saying, something that isn't quite meta, but is being maybe considered by the teams. And maybe that was just a case of they thought the weaker teams, they could kind of get away with it, but here, it's a lot more even. Maybe they don't consider it, but yeah, from what I saw in the OQs, like I say, that there is a couple starting to sneak back through now. Shadow Fiend again is, but maybe not with the Clockwork. Actually, that's the Clockwork as well as the Batrider, not the best hero if you can get the jump on him. So we'll see. We'll see what it's going to be. Ban-wise, they do take out the Luna here, NGX. So. Yeah, taking away those the quote-unquote obvious heroes, the stronger meta heroes here as well. And you take a look at what has been banned out: the Dragon Knight, the Alchemist being banned out here from the side of Team Liquid, the Luna, the Morphlin, the Monkey King, Razor to a point, Terrorblade. It does feel like both teams focusing on taking down those carries. But if we look at this with the Batrider already being on the board, it looks like the Gyrocopter might shift into that carry role for NGX, right? Or do you think this is going to be, are they going to do something funky like the off-lane Batrider here, Aries, do you think?
Yeah, it'll be gyro carry. I think you're looking for your offlane hero for noob. So Beast is gone, Mars is gone. Some of the heroes that he's been playing currently. Primal Beast is another one that he's been playing a lot. We'll see if this is something that they feel comfortable to go back on.
Willow is a bit hard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe Bristle is open, right? I think I've seen a lot of Bristle when I was casting South America. I wonder. Oh, they actually do take it anyways. And there you go, NP.
Okay, so how are we feeling about that last pick then? But I know you brought it up. Are you confident? Because Aries was saying, like I said, the Clockwork coming through, the Batrider coming through, can get the jump onto the Nature's Prophet. Do you think this is like the best of a bad situation? Are you really feeling this Nature's Prophet pick here for Team Liquid?
I think it's decent. To me, it's all about how good, like in the mid game, the fights are going to be decided by the Mars jump. Because basically what you want is a good arena that either locks the sniper in or zones the fight from the sniper so he can attack in the NP, teleports through that. I expect Liquid to be able to execute this type of play. So I do think they have a fairly good draft.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're looking for a gap close now for noob on the offlane. I'm trying to think of what is left available, especially with the time they have.
Oh.
They're going to go the Dawnbreaker still. Okay, so it's very strong laner, which is definitely the big advantage that the Dawnbreaker is going to have. That could be a bit of a difficult lane, potentially. I mean, Ogre is also an incredible hero to protect the Nature's Prophet, but I am a bit concerned, like this hero does play away from the team, and I think Liquid, their 5-man, should be very easy for them to play the early game and the mid game. Like I'm a bit concerned on how Nigma are actually going to be able to contest like the Nature's Prophet +1 TP with the Invoker running around with Ghost Walk as well. You've got the Mars to set up too. So I like Liquid's draft. I'm intrigued to see if Nigma are going to be able to withstand against the tempo.
Okay.
Yeah, one question that I have, I feel like if this was a Stormstormer Invoker, we would always see Exhort. This looks like a really good Exhort game because Dawnbreaker is good when the initiation of the enemy team doesn't have a burst, so that her heal actually...
Hello?
Test 1, 2, 3.
Oh, hello, Milan. Are we
Hello.
on air? No,
Are
we
we
seem
on
to be
air?
on air. Yeah, but
Nice to hear you, man.
Yeah, nice to hear you as well. I don't see us on air though, but I'm very glad that is the case. How have you been doing, my friend? You betrayed us on the last one-win series, and now you're back. How does it feel to be back here?
I had some business to attend, man. It didn't go so well. Thanks for asking, but now I'm happy to be back. This is exciting. We're already gonna have some smoke action going on. Gonna see Sumail on the sniper, you know. Always nice to see him on the lane dominating hero and be like, what's gonna happen? Is he gonna dominate the Nisha, the GOAT of Dota, or Nisha's gonna hold his own? You know, it's very, very exciting.
How do you feel about this? Everybody went for Liquid, and I mean, reasonably so. They've been crushing it through pretty much everything. But Nigma Galaxy, I mean, sure, their recent qualifier was easy, but if I look at this draft, I like what they have. I think this can work. Do you think they can actually surprise us and take a game off of Liquid?
Every time you see those players, there's a chance for a surprise. Definitely Liquid coming as a favorite. We're gonna see the fight on the top room first. But he's gonna die for this. Who's gonna get the first blood? Will it be Sumail? Sumail? No, it's gonna be Amar. And they get a D word. That's as good as of a start you can hope for, you know? You get a first blood, you get a D word. Nigma Galaxy already on the good trajectory this game.
Yeah, for sure. So mid lane, we have a lane dominator sniper versus the invoker. Of course, the new invoker. I don't even know if we can call him new any longer, but he has so much damage. Do you think the sniper completely stomps him, or does this invoker have a chance?
I don't think it's a stomp matchup, and I think it's like a player performance based, of course, and there's like a chance of sniper stomping him, but it'll be okay.
Okay, that makes sense. So then let's focus on the side lanes, right? That's where the action is going to be happening. GH going forward, him and Miracle have been playing in team for a long time. Of course, GH was mostly the position 4, but now in this new iteration of Nigma, we are seeing him in on position 5. Where do you think the action is going to be happening as we say that Omar is taking a beating?
Both side lanes have a lot of aggression back, like the gyrocopter with the flag handler one. He kind of has to hit, kind of has to fight. And Boxy, he might be the most aggressive player of like all time. Like this guy likes to fight 24/7. So both side lanes, but I would think top will see more kills than bottom.
Yeah, I'm looking at bottom and I'm thinking if Noob tries to go forward every single time, you are saving the Fire Blast for a Starbreaker, and then that spell is never gonna come out. The Fire Blast is always gonna be held by the Ogre, and that kind of seems like what it's gonna be. If the production could show us the last hits denies on the screen, and Sumail is actually doing really well in the mid lane. He has 6 denies already.
I mean, as kind of expected. We'll see if he can progress it to more domination. Sniper he's just here and top lane Boxy. He's gonna be alive for a moment. Will he be able to live? Solving up, getting extra region, turning on the Miracle, fighting till the end. Ooh.
No, he's fighting until the end of Boxy and maybe even Saberlight as well, who's in a lot of trouble. A couple of more hits, he's going to be fine. Had the stick charges, Ring of Protection, surviving through the damage. While that was happening, Mickey went down as well. So you mentioned that the side lanes are going to be a bloodbath. Saberlight now is in trouble, and GH is going to be diving this one until he gets a double. Nigma Galaxy start off with a 4-0. And
Boxy fighting more. Oh, will he get anyone?
Do you want to do that,
level 3?
Boxy?
That's so much damage. Oh my god.
Not again. Not again. No TP now. The creeps are dying underneath the tower. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, the action is continuing. Enigma Galaxy have yet to lose a hero in this game. What a start.
Perfect start for Nigma. I mean, this top lane, Miracle and GH showing this synergy they have built up over the years. Like, it feels like eternity they're playing together. And Boxy, his aggression bites back to him. A great start for Nigma Galaxy.
I'm liking this, what I'm seeing, because You know, this is one of the series that you maybe, especially in a best of one, can expect an upset, and this is a start which could make it happen. But despite all of those skills, of course, they're still farming well.
Mika.
Mika, however, he cannot farm a lot if he's dead, and one more attack from Omar will take him down. Insania, no mana, no chance to help his teammate all that much. And are they thinking of diving this? They have a glyph, a little bit low.
They have so many creeps. They're definitely going for it slowly. Is there any TPs? Boxy not. Mika might have one of his ready, but they're just gonna accept to not commit for now. Omar.
Oh my god. Freaking Ogre, man. He's not taking all that much damage now. He's gonna be going for Omar, who seems to be fine. Has boots, and will be juking through the trees quite nicely.
Definitely
Oh, actually,
Ooh.
there it is.
He's dead.
Nothing to eat the trees.
That's a big streak giving it back to Mika, as he had killing spree at minute 4, considering he also got the first blood. He wanted to deny to the Raj, but a little bit too greedy. Gives back a lot.
Yeah, so if we look at it right now, I mean, kills are in favor of Nigma. They got the first blood. They don't even have a 1k gold lead. The CS on Liquid, despite all of the deaths, it's hella impressive.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you see from like tier 1 teams. The stability is just kind of always there. Like, even though they're dying here and there, they're still keeping up in terms of fundamentals. And you slip up a bit, like Omar, it's gonna give like 50% of lead back. And top lane, you see more aggressive on GH, but there's gonna be a spear. That's what I like with Mars against Clock. Can always get him away.
But especially, you know, ever since they added the expanded armature, it used to be if you're inside of the cogs, it doesn't matter. But now, even if the cogs get popped, you actually move him quite a decent amount away from yourself, or you can even make sure that you miss the cogs with the spear and spear him out of it. As GH, very solid positioning, but Miracle doesn't seem too eager to continue chasing.
Boxy in the base. He's thinking for quite a while where he's gonna go, and he's gonna go TP mid. I mean, on the outpost, stack and control the top rune. Like, 3-man mid coming from Nigma 2. You don't usually see this when it's like a no bottle matchup mid, right? But Nigma wants to make sure. Oh, DD top. So Mail's gonna get a lot of commitment for this, but it might be war because it's a amplification damage. Oh, Nisha's gonna get the ult.
If they can kill him, he does purge off the AD rune, so it's not gonna be that big of a deal. Insania comes over. Omar takes a lot of the damage from the tower, so needs to be careful not to die. Where's the vision? There it is. Boxy will get the hit in, and he will be able to take him down. That ward, granting the kill even during nighttime assassinate. Sumail sees that it's not going to be enough for a kill.
Omar again, a little bit too much of a commitment. Like, they forced a lot of rotation, secure the AD room, but at the end of the day, steps a little bit too far and dies again. Like, Liquid just punishing every little mistake Nigma makes.
Look at Omar already ready. He knows they have a Nature's Prophet. Probably that scan will be coming out for the Wisdom Rune on the bottom lane. No, not even attempting for it. Mickey just wants to play it safe. He won't be using the scan right now.
Yeah, kind of makes a read. It's too risky to do. Maybe he wants to save it. He's still ready to make a move on top lane if Liquid brings a lot of heroes, but probably will just wait for the level 6. Oh, bottom.
Oh, Mickey in trouble. The fireball was used, or the fire blast.
coming in.
Well, that's gonna be a dead noob most likely with a cold snap. They're trying to kill him. Mickey going for a TP out. He needs to be careful. He's taking a lot of damage. Ooh, almost dies, but in the end lives through it all. Miracle does come over as well. His presence is gonna be enough for Noob to live, and Nisha has to.
He's under sentry. He's just dead.
Yep, gone. 5 heroes of Enigma Galaxy. They bring them in, and Liquid, they started it all, and they just couldn't finish it. The damage is lacking.
Oh, it was just a great response from Nigma. They were just so ready to bring everybody now. Dawnbreaker, noob, TPs to a base, but has the Solar Guardian ready, sorry, the ultimate ability. And he's gonna be looking to make another play. Like, Liquid trying to play fast, but Nigma also responding really, really quickly.
A TI coach doesn't know the names of the spells. Oh, okay, I guess Dawnbreaker
doesn't matter, man. It's just the ultimate ability. It's just the R spell.
Okay, makes sense.
It has a 2-minute cooldown. That's all that matters.
Exactly.
top lane.
Insania, though, gotta get pushed down and then brought back closer to them again. It doesn't matter, even though he's not in the cogs, will still be going down. Omar, again, allowed to get the kill. He's been getting quite a lot of these kills and then giving the gold back as well. The Enigma Galaxy 2k gold ahead. Looking pretty good for them at the moment.
Yeah, now significant lead for them. Like 2,000 gold and Saberlight might get caught. Remember, the Dawnbreaker ulti is ready.
Yep, inside of the cogs, you would be in a lot of trouble, but he'll be fine. Enigma Galaxy opening up the map with the bottom tower, also a huge deal. I mean, I like the Nature's Prophet when I saw it. In a sense, it's gonna control waves, but man, did the pressure on the lane get to them? And throughout the game, it's gonna be easy for Enigma Galaxy to deal with the split push because they have this Dawnbreaker.
And the Clockwork, right? They have a lot of catch on their supports too. GH? I'll be far ahead. Nisha's gonna catch him. I think he's just gonna die.
Yeah, they're just gonna let him go. That's gonna be enough. Uses the
Big
sticks. GH is
stick.
arriving. There's the Solar Guardian. He baited an assassinate from the side. The Bramble Maze gonna be holding Noob in place. Very nice tornado as well to keep them at bay. GH now is too deep, isolated from his team, and he will die.
Saberlight is just dead.
Miracle is coming in, doing so much damage. That Rocket Barrage has been bringing death to Liquid ever since the start.
He just melted it. I mean, this Dawnbreaker Gyrocopter combo is just very nice because it allows the Gyro. I mean, ulti is not used on him, but it just allows him to be so aggressive that he really likes. And they're gonna go back in. Level 8 on this Gyro is gonna go in. Rocket Barrage. Oh my god, he's just bursting them down.
Let's see. TP out. Is it gonna be enough? Rocket Barrage is not gonna be going through the Shadow Realm, so he'll be getting himself out. But again, it's Enigma Galaxy, the ones that are applying pressure, and Liquid, the ones that have to take the backseat for now.
Very nice pressure from Enigma. The speed they're putting, but they still need to be careful. You know, Liquid is a very, very good team. It's gonna punish you if you overextend. Now we don't have some abilities. They're on cooldown. Liquid is looking to respond, but Mars just TP top. I don't think they can do this. Omar again. Boxy will get assassinated. Goes into the Shadow Realm just in the nick of time to dodge it. Still a very nice. You get a Batrider kill. You delay this tower. Maybe even save it. You know, your Nature's Prophet and Mars are farming like a perfect execution from Liquid. Not only you defend tower with 3 heroes, the other 2 are just scaling it up. So 30% lead back to the Liquid from 3k to 2.
They got away with it so far. There was no level 6 on the Clockwork, but the Dawnbreaker ulti is going to be back in 15 seconds, and the Clockwork now, he has his hook shot. So split pushing, I don't think it's going to be that easy. And Dawnbreaker going for a first item Aghanim Scepter. How do you feel about that?
It's very committal, I would say, in a sense. It's not really a scaling item. It's more like a real support item. So it's go big or go home, and ooh, nice hook shot.
Oh my god. Well, he's going big, gonna be getting on top of them, but inside of the arena, it doesn't look all that great, especially with the spear and its damage. Boxy will live a little bit longer, but dies in the end as well. Those 2 supports on whom everything starts to
Rocket Barrage.
Call down perfect from Miracle. There's gonna be so many rockets coming towards them. Nisha gonna be putting down an ice wall, but there is a lasso, and they're definitely gonna be melting that one down with all the fire raining down from the sky. Enigma Galaxy again coming out slightly ahead.
3 for 2 trade. Maybe if they coordinate a little bit better, could have gotten away with 1 less death, or maybe even 2. So, but still, using their ability to kill 3 heroes is still a pretty good trade for Enigma.
Yep, looks solid. Mickey will have his Maelstrom, increasing the farm even more. So we haven't talked about it. Nature's Prophet late game with Alacrity and Bloodlust. Is he gonna be able to stand his ground versus a Gyro and the Sniper?
I mean, for sure, it's always like this buff thing that OG basically won 2 TIs with. You know, they had the buff strategy. Every time they would pick something like the Gyro or whatever, there would be many buffs to help him out, and it doesn't get much better than Alacrity and Bloodlust. If he gets to this build, you know, the one where he like Revenant's Brooch, whatnot, I don't know, the new green item from Witchblade, he's gonna be killing everybody, man.
Yep, it is going to be a lot of damage coming out from him. And then you have the arena to protect him. That's also one thing. Sniper and the gyro. Sure, flat cannon goes through, but oh, it doesn't. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Pushes him back.
Again.
Pushes him back again. Boxy goes forward. He is not afraid of a little clockwork onto the high ground. Sunstrike is there. Misses it, but
Omar
Boxy
with
now
the blink.
get assassinated. Blink forward, Omar again. He will be getting out of the Sprout. Terra is being threatened, and still, everybody still lives. GH has to TP back to the base to make sure it stays that way.
Hesitates with the lasso, so at least he lives. Again, maybe he's second thinking. Throughout this game, he had few questionable jumps in terms of commitment, so now a little bit more hesitant.
There's the scan. They thought maybe the Nature's Prophet was coming for their Wisdom Rune, but nope. Mickey is going to be playing it safe still, going for a second item, BKB. And what's the shard very early on? That's quite cool. That's the, yeah, Sniper has the ghillie suit, so he will be able to find him if he's hiding in the trees.
But just the DPS buff straight from Shard is just insane. I think people will underestimate it, especially on core position when you play Prophet. Like, you underestimate how much damage does this bring. And with the lineup he has, with the Mars, Dark Willow, he will be able to join early fights, and the Shard might just make a difference. Nisha scouting bottom.
Okay, Noob is fine. When the map was increased in size, there's now so many trees, man, and I see a timber saw from time to time, the whirling death just killing someone. And even the Nature's Prophet, I like that you brought it up, because that curse of the old growth can really hurt inside of the fight. If you're hiding in the trees, if your whole team is hiding in the trees, you're gonna be in trouble.
Have you ever seen the Nature's Prophet Timber combo? It was like he sprouts a guy in the trees and then he gets whirling death. He just gets melted.
Yep.
It's very funny.
Very sad. Very sad. Okay, there seems to be some problems here. We're gonna be looking at the facets here. Nothing too out of the ordinary.
Not really. I think some snipers or gyros might opt for the other one, but I personally really like the secondary strike on the gyro. I feel like it's a little bit better than the rocket barrel speed, and we're gonna have a go again. Everybody's ready. Enigma is ready with a 3-man smoke. They want to find this wraparound.
They seem to be gunning for a tower. Solar Guardian ready, so...
He has a ward on the Mar. If he plays it well, he is... does he spot
He
him?
knows.
He's ready.
But he doesn't, but he knows where he
It's a
is.
dead
We'll be
Mika.
going for him. Where's the Solar Guardian? Just going to be pulling him in. Assassinate from afar. No Solar Guardian coming through, so it doesn't really matter. They calculated the risks and knew that they don't really need it. We'll be stealing the Ancients as well. Big, big win for them.
Very big win. A heads-up play from Noob. You know, I think 9 out of 10 players ulti there, and Noob is gonna get caught, but he sees the Ghost Walk and he's just gonna go away.
How do you like his transition to the offlane? Okay, you're gonna have to hold that.
GH
thought,
under
this
vision.
GH.
He has 4-stick Pavas. He's not so easy to bring down. And the Solar Guardian.
Okay, are we out of the problems right now? It seems we are. So how do you like Noob's transition to the offlane? Okay, again, you're gonna have to hold it, because Nisha now is gonna make his presence known. He's inside of the cause, gonna get bounced around. Solar Guardian this time around, he will be using it, and Nisha is taking a lot of damage. Cookshot Folder as well will be taken down. GH also lives through it all. Plants the seeds of Serenity, and Miracle comes over to pick up the kill for himself.
I told you, man, this clock is damn tanky. Even if he gets him, I don't think it's the greatest trade of all, so... Liquid 6k down, getting a bit of ahead of themselves there. But still, you know, there's Solar Guardian, there's this and that. You still need to make some kind of plays. You cannot just AFK farm, so you cannot really blame them for trying.
They're trying, but the only hero that is having a decent time, not great, is Mickey. Everybody else falling behind. I mean, look at Omar. He's very close to at some point overtaking these scores.
Yeah, when you're so ahead, there's so much freedom to play. Clock is gonna get Sunstrike. I don't think he lives through this one. He's tanky, but not that much. At least gonna expose the ward on the cliff.
Yep, we'll see if maybe Liquid can use that ward and Nigma having that info to get another kill. It's not gonna be easy. Miracle approaching his BKB. Mickey, he did buy a shard before finishing his BKB, so understands his team really lacks damage at the moment. Let's see. 18 minutes in, 16-7, Nigma Galaxy. Well, and Boxy protecting that ward that you mentioned. What's the next move for Liquid? Well, he's going to be trying to kill him again. Bedlam, is it going to be enough damage? GH hookshot away, and he's going to be fine. The TP out from the Dark Willow. Boxy should be fine. Very nicely played by Liquid, going in, almost getting a kill, and then getting out for what seems to be now scot-free.
Very nicely playing on the edge by Liquid, understanding the limits. Trying to burst the clock. As long as it doesn't work, they get out. Very disciplined play.
Yep, nicely done. Trying to use that ward. In the end, they lose it, right? But some of these spells have been forced out. The thing is, you use some of the spells as well. On the other side, Nigma Galaxy, they still have the Solar Guardian. I'd say that's their main one.
Alongside with Lasso, but Lasso and Hookshot are very low cooldown spells. So with the BKB online for the Gyrocopter, we might be looking at the big move for Nigma Galaxy. At Noob, will he get caught? That's the best target to see for Boxy.
Nice movement. They still want him dead. Curse of the Old Growth is there. Sniper in a good position. Noob will get taken out. He does have a buyback if he wants to rejoin this fight. From the other side, Miracle is coming. Hookshot forward. The buyback is still available. Saberlight dying, but he's not dead just yet. Omar gonna be going in. Miracle, he has his BKB. Mickey is getting destroyed. Everybody is getting destroyed by Miracle, who came from the side. Nisha, they want him next. Ghostwalk is gonna be available. He's still dusted. Doesn't want to use it because the lower movement speed, and there it is. Now he's gonna be going into this. That's a 9-second BKB from Miracle and a 2-for-2 trade. Not the best for Nigma Galaxy, but still quite decent.
Not great, not terrible, as they would say, but let's see how Liquid can use this BKB on cooldown. They have a lot of abilities coming off the cooldown. Mars Arena, Terrorize. They're looking at Miracle. Who can join here? They need more.
They need a lot more, especially with Solar Guardian being available. Maybe that was the idea, to try and force something so that the Solar Guardian was used, but Noob has been very conservative on the usage of that spell.
I think Noob needs to be more careful. I think that's the only way Liquid kind of gets a good fight, is by going on him. I think this was quite a cheap learning experience, and Omar is gonna jump Mika.
The break of dawn, man.
Mika's gonna fight back.
Solar Guardian. Omar just taken out. I mean, it's a good trade still. Noob will be getting a kill on Mickey. Insania didn't even want him. Assassinate from afar will be the only thing they commit.
I actually think Liquid doesn't mind the trade. You know, it's position 4 for position 1, but a lot of other heroes are on the map farming, and you use like 2 big abilities for Mickey. He still gets a kill, so not too bad. Nisha's
Found.
gonna get scouted.
Will go forward. He's positioning quite well, but Nisha did manage to kill the homing missile through it all. It's still insane, man, how much damage he takes from this gyro.
Just a random invisibility rune gyro, and Boxy, he's also gonna get caught. Or is he gonna catch Omar? Mars is coming.
Caught who? God's Rebuke gets the kill. Clockwork coming in. Beautiful spear. Saberlight holding it, knowing that the Clockwork was coming. There's no hookshot at the moment. Nice movement from GH through the brambles. There is going to be an arena. Yules with the Cursed Crown. And here comes Mickey. His right clicks should be enough to get the kill. Now, looking at Noob, the ulti is going to be coming. Definitely not enough to get the kill, even if it does get a good connection.
I mean, great map control from Liquid. Even though you lose kind of Invoca for free on top, you're having presence to still be on the map and understand and use the Nisha feed to your advantage to get 2 kills and a Wisdom rune. That's a big, big victory for Liquid.
Is it just me, or I really don't like this Aghanim Scepter and the Dawnbreaker in this game, right? Right clicks only coming in from Mickey, and you can get it later on. I really wanted to see like a Shard, BKB before we got into the Ags.
Is he committed to it? He kind of bought Echo Saber, then disassembled, you know? I think it's still fine. Maybe not the perfect choice, but still just fine.
Yep, makes sense, makes sense. Every spell is ready. AD rune on Miracle. You have Lasso, you have Solar Guardian, Smoked Up. We really haven't seen much from the Sniper. I mean, Sumail has been mostly farming in this game.
I mean, it's just hard to make a lot of plays with Sniper. He's the least mobile hero in the whole game, after like Viper. So when you're leading, people kind of tend to dodge you. And AD rune, just go Evoke into the rush. It's a simple choice. Liquid's gonna choose to give up the first rush, which we tend to see a lot, and just push out the map. So basically they're gonna gain network by letting the rush go.
Good positioning of the lanes for Nigma Galaxy though, right? Mid lane, right at the middle, bottom lane being shoved in, and top lane, the Dawnbreaker is already there to protect. So yeah, they reduced the lead a bit, but nothing by too much. Noob stand up, annoyed, hook shot to run away, and Liquid have again forced some rotations from Nigma Galaxy. They're playing really well. This is the way to come back if you're Liquid.
Hey, just a cat and mouse. I think they're executing almost flawlessly. Just forcing a lot of movement on the map. They are putting out their tempo, although Nigma has the Aegis, and they're gonna smoke up. Batrider, Lasso, Blink Dagger, Force of ready. They're tired of Liquid playing with them.
Good positioning from Insania to break that smoke, if it comes to it. So
I think they smoke
Liquid seem to
on the
know.
board. Probably one next to the Sniper. So
yep.
shouldn't be getting much.
How about Liquid now going for a counter smoke? This is the type of smoke that usually works out. They don't really have vision on what's going on. Enigma Galaxy are gonna make a smart move, go towards the bottom lane. But there, Mickey. Oh man, that bottom lane is dangerous. They don't know. They don't know. They won't even guess.
So lucky or unlucky, but still.
Oh, they found him.
The ward, he's gonna get him. Dawnbreaker
Yeah, they
is
have Solar
ready.
Guardian as well. BKB TP out. He cannot do it. He's just standing his ground, and in the end will still go down. But at least he gets somebody down with him.
There's so much damage from the shard. I mean, I like how every time he gets caught, he's like, okay, I'm dead. I just turn around, get one kill, and okay, that's it.
That's a real Chad. You know, you don't run like a coward. You stand your ground. You fight. And even in a 1 versus 3, but it's still your carry dying, your highest net worth hero. The other two still struggling in the net worth department. Not as much as it was like 10 minutes ago.
They want to wait out this Aegis, so at least gotta trade. Dawnbreaker is gonna TP top setup.
Tower
Not
still gonna
much
go
he
down.
can do.
Nice trade.
He gets
Arena
caught.
gonna be used. He has a shard to leave the arena just enough. Noob, he's out, doesn't want to fight. There's the Force Staff. Will be okay. Sumail comes over. It's now nighttime, so the vision of the Sniper will be kicking in.
Clock gets caught, but should be dying here. The Tornado is gonna catch him. Was left behind. Probably like a 6-second TP towards the top lane.
Not something that he wanted to see. Very good vision from both teams. Liquid, they have some in the enemy triangle, whilst Nigma Galaxy, they only have vision on the bottom side of the map. But at the moment, looking to return to that position where Liquid know that there's a ward. They should be dewarding that one. Mickey is pinging it out.
It's gonna be a bit late of a D-ward, so Miracle should be at least able to get Augerme.
No, Insania. Do they know where he's going? Miracle doesn't see him just yet. The fog of war. Okay, now they know you are not surrounded by friends. My boy Insania will get taken out, demolished by a Daedalus Gyro.
Just the life of a support to D where you get killed, but on the top lane, Mika finds Noob. And that's so
Solar
much
Guardian.
damage.
That's out.
That's
Okay,
one.
gold lead.
That's one tricky thing with Solar Guardian and Axe. You can just get out very fast.
Yep, you jump into the air immediately. That's kind of the case. The cold snap can be annoying to you. That can stop you. Yeah, sure. Maybe that's why he went for it. Going for the AC next. Right now, I think you just itemize for the Nature's Prophet, right? And you should be
Nope,
fine.
gonna get caught again. He's just
This
dead.
time
That's too
around.
much damage.
Yep, 3 cores
He
surround him. They
has
will be going
buyback,
in.
so they're gonna fight back.
Yeah, but no Solar Guardians. I don't know if he can rejoin this fight that fast. He does have the outpost. Mickey going for a TP out. Assassinate. Not there in time. He's out. just in the nick of time. Sumail didn't press that spell that fast. Nisha, if they get close and they feel the cold around them, is going to be in trouble, but nope. They don't try it, and now that vision is still working quite well for them. James is going to be coming forward. He has the Force Staff trying to escape, but there's so many more heroes of Liquid here that are going to be taking it out, and Mickey is back in action as well.
Liquid annoyingly good in this sequence, just coming in and out, playing with their food, basically, on Enigma Galaxy. They're just outmaneuvering them.
Yep, this is just beautiful team play. Enigma Galaxy outmatched in the past couple of minutes. They're still holding the lead. They still have really good heroes, but being outmaneuvered is a big deal. However, Omar wants to make a stop at that. Miracle will help him to delete Boxy in just a second.
A nice cliff ward is going to help it out. Will they try to kill this S2? I'm still not that good at killing the Tormentors, but since it's level 1 Tormentor, should be fine. Yep.
Nobody's good at killing Tormentors.
I mean, like, I'm always like, do we need another guy? Maybe not. Screw it, let's go S2.
And then you die.
Work out. Yeah.
Well, it is funny still. One of the best things added to Dota, at least from a viewer's perspective, have been Tormentors, because they make it so funny when in the late game you lose a game.
GH, TP on Outpost? He's gonna find 3 heroes, or they're gonna find him. Depends.
Yeah, he put down a ward.
They're gonna find him.
Well, he's fine. The problem is that he's gonna lose his ward now to the creeps that are coming in, so that little expedition of his didn't really bring much.
Still, I think lucky to get alive there out of because Saberlight could have reacted a bit faster. But so surprised to see him. 4K lead for Nigma. This lead is... I feel like it should be more towards the 10, considering how this game went so far. I think Liquid's stabilized a lot. So right now, Nigma needs to make a really good team move, because they're stuck together for such a long time.
Okay, Nigma is buying a gem. Is that the best way to take a lead here? Plus, in 15 seconds, they're going to be seeing the entirety of the map.
I mean, definitely the gem helps out, because you have only so many smokes, so the gem, like around the 30 minutes mark, is definitely a standard for like good teams. So you don't have to use a smoke for every single play, and as you say,
Ooh, they see the Mars.
The Dawn will be broken, and Omar is gonna get the Ogre. Oh!
Missed the flame break. He's out.
I'm sure even the pro players sometimes forget about this.
They forget all the time.
They're like, I guess they see us all, guys.
Lincoln Sphere on the Invoker. Okay, Lincoln Spheres are probably going to start coming out now in the later portions of the game versus this Lasso. It is most definitely a necessity. Mickey doesn't want it though. He does have a MKB, so doesn't really care about the Aghanim Scepter all that much. Scan was used. Liquid in a very deep move. They know who they want to kill, but they do not see the Dawnbreaker.
Saberlight leading the charge. Will it work? They saw some couriers coming in. This link and timing with the Crimson Guard.
Okay, nobody found. We are back to square one. 3k gold lead, really not that big of a deal 30 minutes in, but Enigma Galaxy are applying pressure, and this mid lane tower is not going to hold out too much.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
The next
are we going to see a fight before Roche?
Maybe. There's going to be a TP bottom from Betra. He has a ward to help him out, but...
They're not going to be finding anything. Needs to deal with the waves. Right now, that's going to be their way to go. There is an ulti on the Nature's Prophet, but at this point, I don't know if you can use it to shove out the waves. Oh, what a Hurricane Pike from the Invoker. Not going to be caught. Boxy blinks in. GH, very nice footwork, so that the Brambles don't annoy him at all.
He just feels like the next fight is going to decide it all. The Gem online, the Rosh online. It's so much up to grab. And they're gonna look for the Dawnbreaker by the scan. It's gonna work perfectly.
They won't have it for the Roche though, Enigma Galaxy, but they still have this gem. It will be a Radiant side Roche for sure. See, this time around, Liquid are not going to be letting it go.
Where's the smoke? Smoke comes out from Insania. They're gonna make a wraparound. They basically know where the Enigma is, because he's just a standard position when it comes to rush fights. And who gets the jump first? It's very, very crucial. Buybacks only on Dawn and Batrider.
Solar Guardian, the Dawnbreaker is ready to use it.
This might be
Scared from the top
disastrous.
lane. Let's see, Saberlight, there's the Sunstrike. They don't see anybody, but the smoke was broken. Liquid are not going back, and GH will be separating the fight, but maybe he's separating himself from his team. The Solar Guardian is coming, doesn't matter. Mickey is inside of the arena. The supports already in a lot of trouble. Miracle walks in, thinking he can do enough damage, but he's not doing all that much. Noob now going for Mickey, who's standing his ground, buffed up by everything, and the Terrorize Miracle is dead. The flame break there from the boss.
Still Sumail.
Will finally get the kill, but Sumail is standing his ground. The cold snap not allowing him to attack all that much. The lasso way too late, and now that's going to be a dieback landing inside of the Brambles, and Liquid, they win a fight. Killing Grosh, not going to be easy with 2 heroes, but they have destroyed Enigma Galaxy and took the lead for the first time in this game.
What a move by Liquid. Just a perfect wraparound. Gets the jump on the Batrider. As good as you can hope, you know. There's a Dawnbreaker ulti that we're gonna see, but it's only on the supports. Doesn't help out Miracle or Sniper later down the line. And the Mika, we said with the Alacrity, I mean, he used himself with the Crimson Guard. There's just too many buffs to deal with.
Yep. And 6-second BKB on the Gyro is a problem, right? He got disarmed by the Invoker, then controlled quite nicely. Cold Snap now on the Sniper at the end. I don't know, man. Should this Sniper have went for like a more right-click oriented build? We're seeing the Gyro is having issues, and the Sniper, he went for this Aghanim Scepter. He's not really packing that big of a punch.
He definitely had the most space in the fight to deal the damage on Enigma, because all abilities were used on support and the Miracle. So there's a reasoning to it. I'm not the biggest expert on the Sniper build.
Yeah. I mean, makes sense. Maybe they ignored him for that reason, right? If he went more for the right click into this glass cannon, maybe he would have been the first target. So you never know.
Definitely, there's like a communication in teams about it. Like if some guy is building too tanky or he's building too defensively, like with Lincoln Spheres or whatnot, like usually you see a comment, this guy does 0 damage, guys. We don't care about him. And like there's gonna be a Mars Arena. He doesn't have a BKB. Like definitely intentional thing coming from Liquid to focus the Batrider and Clock first with the Dawnbreaker.
Yep. JH also separating that fight. Maybe next time he's gonna try to be a little bit more defensive with his team rather than him to be the first point of connection. We'll see. We'll see how Enigma Galaxy adjust.
They just got caught off guard.
Yep.
And it was a nice play from Liquid, and a lot of this game will be about who gets the jump first. Just imagine Batrider started a fight on the Nature's Prophet with a down, ulti coming down, so much BKB control. The Enigma might just win a game of that, but Liquid, that's why they're TA winners. Like understanding the team fight composition, they're just playing perfectly. Now the Invoker has hacks on top of it, more initiation coming out.
The Ogre went for the 80 damage talent. Pretty interesting. We're gonna be seeing a lasso that does absolutely nothing. The damage output of Mickey at this point is insane. I mean, you called it with the bloodlust, with the alacrity. It's gonna be so much in terms of right clicks.
We'll see.
Invoker.
Enigma Galaxy gets to strike back, but with the Batrider, that it just like their composition kind of falls down. The initiation is gone. AC on Noob. I really like this. You know, my AC is my favorite item. I feel like every time I buy it, I just win the game. Just
Really?
Just so nice. Yeah, I mean, it buffs everybody.
You know what? When you're a support player and you buy an AC, it is a winning game most of the time.
Probably,
so,
probably. They're gonna wait for this Batrider stuck inside their base, so not gonna be surprised if they make like a Hail Mary play on Enigma Galaxy. Just try to get out of base and find initiation, because they definitely feel the same. They're like, guys, we need to start the fight. They're gonna smoke us 4, and they're gonna try to do just that.
Mickey has an 8-second BKB, man. He bought that 15 minutes ago.
Omar,
That is insane. Omar, do they see him? No. but he's going to be losing his vision of them as well. There was one tweet that you made a couple of years ago that said you can understand how good a player is by the way that he uses his BKB. With Mickey's BKB still being 8 seconds, like how good is he?
I appreciate you following my Twitter account. Thank you. The first of that, and yeah, it showed that every time he got caught, like by 3 heroes, he never pressed the BKB because he understood he's dead anyway and got 1 kill in return. So I think it just only confirms what everybody thinks, that Mika is a hell of a player. And Amar gonna caught, leashed, just dead. Poor
That
Amar.
level 20 talent. What did he get? Did he get? Oh, he got the Treant HP and damage. Man, I really want to see this greater Treant with an alacrity 3-shotting the tower. I don't care about anything else. It always is so satisfying for it to just kill the tower instantly.
And it is something to look for. Definitely a little Treant smashing the tower now, and he's gonna get
Look at him.
bloodlusted. Whoa, crest, bam, bam. Oh, but we're not seeing it.
Yeah, we're not seeing it. The production is keeping it family friendly. The tower is gone. It wasn't even alacrity. It was only bloodlust and the fire shield to make sure that it doesn't die from 2 hits from the tower.
Miracle, BKB
Miracle
force.
has to BKB. They
He
have
has
the
to
arena.
TP out.
Ooh, he didn't. Boxy might find him. He is pretty speedy on the
unlucky.
gyrocopter. Sunstrike off the mark.
Still chasing. Nature's Prophet TP off cooldown. Blink ready for Miracle. He's gonna be fine.
Okay.
Almost gets caught.
Oh, there's a Tormentor.
Amar
Warlord
needs to be
is going to be
careful.
placing a Warden. Now going on to Mickey. They have to kill him. The assassinate from afar. Solar Guardian as well. Mickey needs to
Yes,
He's going to be
Titanic.
popping his BKB and standing his ground. There's the Hurricane Pike just to get out of the Solar Guardians. Are now standing his ground and destroying poor Noob, who's going to try to get himself away. Not going to be happening. The backlines, Nisha is controlling the other ones. They cannot leave their base. They cannot help their teammates. Boxy gets a double, and Liquid will only be losing their newest edition, Saberlight, but definitely worth it for a fight to go like this.
They thought they had the moment. The ward on Batrider put down, but jumping in half HP, not having any of the damage dealers ready to connect, no BKB on Miracle. It just looked a little bit desperate for Nigma. And Boxy is gonna do Boxy things.
Yeah, there it is. He's just soloing your mid laner. Samael is gone. They're
Oh my
gonna try
God,
to kill him.
please.
Even TP's out. Okay, they kill
Almost.
him. It's still not fine. It's still not fine, my friend. Especially with the Greater Treant coming over and smacking down these racks. His backdoor protection doing absolutely nothing.
He's just Boxy doing Boxy things. You know, solo killing the enemy mid laner. It's just so many times we saw something like that. The guy's just he's just a player, and this Treant is murdering everything.
4 shots for the Raxes, and that's
Bing bong.
that's fair. Oh, there's the last
Lasso?
one. Okay, this time around, no
BKB.
no TP out. He does have a Satanic. Okay, let's see how strong you really are.
Oh,
The Satanic gonna be popped. The hookshot is there to stop him from attacking, and he cannot heal himself up. Getting ahead of himself. Sunstrike GH lives through it. He'll be fine. It's okay. It's okay.
Can't help but think that one friend for Mika there, and he kills all of them.
Yep.
So close to get the BKB off with the Satanic. Maybe a Mars around or Invoca to help with the Hex alacrity.
He was holding his Satanic too long, hoping that he's gonna get the BKB off cooldown, but it still had 10 seconds when they started going on him, so that created a problem. What can you do? You have to make something happen while he's dead. I mean, when he's alive, he's just gonna even go through the backdoor with his treants if he wants to.
At this point of the game, it's all into Gyro and Rapier. When game passes 40 minutes, you always look back to Gyro and look, where is the Rapier? He's gonna try to finish it during the Nature's Prophet dead, but Liquid, it's been kind of a name of the game for them. Every time they lose a hero, they go on the aggression on the other side of the map. They're just very aware of their strength, and they spot a noob on this ward. Will they be fast enough? Nisha,
they're gonna see him on the ward again.
Oh no.
Spear misses. They have a Yules. He has a
There's a Hex.
Starbreaker. No BKB. Is fine. He's fine.
And one more thing they did perfectly this game, they just don't overcommit. The play doesn't work, they go back, GH gets double D-ward. Still another ward on the cliff.
Boxy sees Omar, gonna be turning him into a piggy. There it is. And he just gets
Whoa.
4-step into all of them. They all got stunned by the Curse Crown. The worst 4-step of the game. That is gonna be destruction for Nigma Galaxy. They're trying to build. There will be a Terrorize. You bought back. And you are trying to bring in those heroes. Finally, Miracle will be turning around. Terrorize will
Here
be
comes
ready as soon
Mike.
as his BKB ends. And now you're going to be running into the Brambles. Will Mike stopping your retreat and annihilating everybody in his wake. The buybacks from Nigma Galaxy coming, but all in vain. Liquid at the moment are too strong. And it looks like they might be taking this game.
Oh, perfect synergy from Liquid, just playing on the edge all of the time, like going back as soon as they need to, turning back as soon as they need to. They're just almost playing perfectly this game. The team fights part.
They got smacked in the laning phase a bit. But now Tier 4 is gonna get destroyed. Kello, Greater Treant, and goodbye towers. They're gonna be taking it down. The thing is, Mickey, it's not only his treants that do a lot. He does a lot as well. GH gonna be coming forward. He takes a flight, but very soon he'll be ending up into the ground. Same is true for Miracle, who's doing his best to fight. But in the end, will be taken down as well. Tornado, just to allow Noob to enjoy the skies a little bit longer. He will be getting himself up, but the GG has been called. And Liquid will be getting their victory. That was a hell of a performance.
That was a really nicely played by Liquid, but still something for Nigma fans and Nigma to look forward to. Like, they beat the Liquid in the laning stage. They had a decent shot at winning this game. Like, they had a good opportunity, but they need to play more disciplined, and they need to, like, I don't know, they need to kind of use their timing better. Still not too bad of a showing from them.
Yeah, I'm liking how Nigma Galaxy played this game. It looked pretty decent for them. I mean, looking into it, do you think after this performance they've got a chance to go to the playoffs?
I mean, definitely more than I thought, but still, it's not only to them. Like, the Liquid is really, really strong team. So there's some really hard competition in this tournament, especially in the Group A, I would say. So I think their chances are not as high, but there's a hope.
Okay, and I mean, there's also a really nice panel ready to break down this game for us.
Yeah, thank you, Harry and Milan, and we are going to get straight into it. And I just want to say, like usual in all Nature's Prophet games, the MVP goes to the Treant for me, because that thing, or when they get spawned, is just absolutely disgusting to watch. And when you got a Bloodlust right-clicking it, when you got the Alacrity coming out there as well, it just rips through buildings. But to actually get onto the game here, Aries, what were your thoughts overall from watching Liquid Nigma come through in that best of one?
Definitely not how I thought the game was going to go, at least how I thought Liquid were going to win the game. Very impressed by Nigma's laning phase and what they're able to do kind of in the early game. I think we mentioned about it in the draft with the Bat Rider being able to hunt down the Nature's Prophet. Like, we saw Mickey have a lot of deaths, and how active, I think, honestly, I think Miracle played a exceptional Gyrocop the game. That must be quite frustrating to unfortunately not get the victory. I think him getting involved in the early game as well was really great, but I'm honestly very impressed with Nigma's laning phase in early game. It was just, I think Liquid outclassed them with the type of fights they're able to take towards the later stages.
Okay, and Bowie, on the other side, what do you think what went right for Liquid for them to be able to kind of pull it back? Specifically, what were you looking at for them to be able to, after the lane stage, get themselves back in the game?
I think just very good understanding of their timings, right? They didn't really force that first Roshan. They were completely okay with giving it up, making sure they hit all the items they needed. They became better, I think, at positioning the Nature's Prophet around that Clockwork and Bat, tried to resolve a lot of ganks from Nigma, really trying to shut down Mickey. And I think that's why they went for Invoker, right? It did lose the lane. I think Sumeo still had a pretty decent performance with the Sniper, but at the end of the day, the Invoker is an actual semi-core that can also scale whilst enabling the Prophet. So sure, maybe they actually lose the laning stage, maybe the Invoker doesn't get to assist the side lanes as much, but buying enough time, they were able to win this. And I think Nigma had the tools to maybe end this game earlier, but they got sidetracked with kills, I think, a little bit too much, and they were not able to get enough objectives to fully control the map.
Okay, and taking a look at the highlights, I mean, we see the fights coming out here as well early on. 19 minutes in, and like you say, they are up by 17 kills, 6k net worth there as well. But Liquid just playing the patient game. If I like you say, they gave up that first Roshan, they were able to prioritize the second one coming through. And just specifically looking at the Dawnbreaker, because we weren't sure about that with the Mars pickup, Aries. Do you think this Dawnbreaker paid off? I know they lost the game overall, but were you impressed with it in the fights?
I don't know if this game has much. Okay, a little bit, because they weren't able to. A big issue for them was like actually being able to hunt Liquid across the map. Like you only had the Batrider to do that. Your Gyro's not going to. Your Sniper's not going to. So and your other core is playing on the opposite side of the map. Like you are either reactionary, waiting for the enemy team to initiate, or you also follow up with like a clockwork hookshot in or whatever. But Noob going the Scepter, like you want to be a little bit more reactionary. So look, I think like. Maybe we could be saying a different story if they won this game and it wouldn't matter, but we did actually see some issues where you had 3 cores that were not able to dictate the tempo at all.
Okay, so maybe a little bit of a, I don't want to say communicate, but they need to maybe kind of drill down that game a little bit more. And looking through, again, Liquid, great recovery from them, bringing it through 42 minutes in, 33 kills up, 23k net worth here as well. And this is kind of the thing that we saw with, that I was talking about with the Gyrocopter and the Nature's Prophet. They were fairly even on net worth later on in the game, but fairly even doesn't help out the Gyrocopter when you have that Bloodlust coming through, you have that Alacrity coming through, you get to separate your teammates out with the arena. So on the side of, Bowie, you called that Nature's Prophet pick, super impressive. Do you think that's something that Nigma Galaxy or any team going forward when they play Liquid have to consider just taking away from Team Liquid?
Only in specific situations. I feel like it was just really good this game because there's a sniper. I would say there are better carries. Even the Shadow Fiend, I would say, is objectively better than Nature's Prophet on average. But for this game, it was very good. So you obviously need to understand it is something in Mika's arsenal, which, he has a really wide hero pool. The guy has been playing carry for a while now. So, very impressive. I think it was an easy game to tilt considering how it was killed and hunted the whole. But, he was so farmed that even when he was actually getting counter kills by just having that early shard and the right clicks.
Yeah, and I think we saw it kind of at the very end. We're going to be able to take a look at the predictions. I think everybody's going to be happy with this one. But yeah, the Nature's Prophet there at the very end, it took 3 heroes to take him down when he had that Satanic. And just looking through, everybody gets it right. Woo! Everybody golf clap, round of applause. We're going to be able to, as the event goes further in, I think that's where we see the opinions separate, but for now everybody is going to be pretty happy on those predictions. And yeah, looking at this one overall, it does mean Liquid, they move through into the winners match. It's going to be NGX dropping down, but again, I don't think it's all doom and gloom for Nigma. I think Aries, like you're saying, that laning stage was great for them. They've had some great plays. Maybe just kind of like you're saying, it is a best of one, so they need to kind of draft for every scenario, like say every stage of the game. They can't just think, okay, we can close it out early, because if it doesn't go their way, there are no second chances. So we'll see how they are going to adapt. And just looking back at it, just briefly again, was there anything that you think they could have done to improve the later portion of that game? Was it maybe like focused on the objectives, or was it just a case of Liquid outclassing them coming into that late game? I
think potentially a big reason is one item that I think got underlooked pretty heavily is the Crimson Guard from Sableye. I think mitigated a lot of the damage from the Sniper and the Gyrocopter through some of the mid to late game fights. And I think it's a very interesting item build from Sableye. We don't particularly get this on a Mars at all. So I think very creative. Sableye is definitely one of the better Mars heroes out there. Mars players, I should say. But so I think that was just a big advantage that Liquid had, and for Nigma, it's a bit difficult to go into when your supports aren't particularly providing damage inside team fights, and the Dawnbreaker isn't really going to as well with the build that she went for. So I'm intrigued to see if they stick with the Sniper though heading into the upcoming games. I have no issue with how they played. I think they played, again, the laning phase and early game incredible. It's just maybe you need one more hero to be able to make some plays across the map to convert on your lead in the early game.
I think to touch on Save just a little bit, I really like the point of Crimson Guard. And I think we didn't mention how Mars was really strong when you have 2 range cores, right? If your plan is to first phase a sniper that you know is going to be Sumeo's hero, and in this range meta carry that you're also going to be playing this carry, this range carry, I think it's kind of problematic, especially when you add to the fact that Noob's hero pool isn't super big, and one of his curveball heroes is Dazzle, which is kind of useless against Arena, and Dawnbreaker has sort of a similar situation, as you pointed out, Rob. So I feel like moving forward, that is one hero you need to account for.
Yeah, watching that match, it did feel like Saberlight was holding the arenas for as soon as he saw the Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian coming in, then he popped the arena to separate the Dawnbreaker out from the rest of the team from Nick McGallis. I think Team Liquid overall played that one really well. The position, like say, we're taking those fights, the positioning, the target focusing, everything that was just on point. But that is it for this best of one. We've got ourselves another best of one coming up. Going to be Gaming Gladiators versus Team Secret, and again, I think most people on the prediction, most of us are leaning towards Gaming Gladiators, but at least one of us, Bowie, is leaning towards Team Secret. And we did go into it a little bit on the pre-show talk, but I can see the smile there. I can see you want to get yourself separated right off the board. Whether it's going to be a bad separation, good separation, we'll find out. But overall, looking at this one again, Team Secret, we've talked about the surprises they have, but on the side of Gaming Gladiators, Aries, are you expecting, because it feels like they've had a bit of a time adjusting to having Watson, who's a little bit more farm focused. He's not as aggressive as Dyrachio coming in. So Gaming Gladiators, what are you expecting for the play? Do they just need to, I don't want to say play defensively, but do they need to try and buy time and space for Watson? Play that maybe for Roman getting the kills by, or are you looking to them for Watson to adapt to Gaming Gladiators' gaming plan?
Honestly, I have no idea. I don't know what you do, because it's not only just that, it's also like Ace can often be, I think when Gaming were winning a lot of their tournaments, like Ace was also like a secondary carry. He, in some of those games, was actually completely taking over because of the amount of farm. And so we have seen he hasn't been like on as many like tempo heroes, not that we kind of get them from the off lane. So it's going to take some time. I mean, this is an incredible team. We're waiting for Watson to be able to showcase like what he can really do on a TT1 team. It's going to take some time. I think they will get there in the end. Potentially, you're going to need some supports to pick up the slack. Maybe you need to draft a little bit differently as well. We will see though. But there are really big shoes that they need to fill, because Dyrachio was perfect for their team and his chemistry and the characteristics that he had on the heroes. So I think they can do it. I'm just honestly not quite sure how. They obviously feel like they can with bringing him in.
Yeah, I mean, I always go back to the Team Spirit situation when they brought Larlin, and it was everybody's he's trash, he's always the worst player I've ever seen, he's like dump him off straight away. They didn't give, like, a lot of viewers didn't give him that adjustment period where he was coming through. God, I think it was the old Bet Boom with Dahak, Hellraisers into Bet Boom, where he was playing effectively that position 1, because you had Dahak playing heroes like the Visage, like the Nature's Prophet. He was playing more less like a carry, more like a the making the roams happen, and Lyle had that adjustment period coming through. So I think they just need to give Watson a bit of time. I think he's an amazing player. He proves it all the time. He's up there in the top 5 of the leaderboards constantly. He spent something like 2 years in the top spot. So yeah, he's just give him a bit of time there. And Bowie, I see the look on your face there. I don't know if actually he's frozen. He's not blinking. I don't know if we've lost Bowie. Bowie, you good? Oh, it looks like Discord might have gone down, so I'll just keep talking for a little bit. So yeah, making the points, and Bowie might need to reconnect there, unless he's got like the best stirring contest in the world going on for Bowie. He just needs to go for a reconnect. We're gonna be able to take a look at the next roster coming through here as well. It is gonna be Team Secret. So Sami, Aincrad, Purpy, Kizco, and 423. Again, I was watching them in the opens, and they looked. I mean, the first opens, they actually went down in the second round up against Bushido in the Eastern European qualifiers. The second qualifiers, they looked a lot more clean, and I don't know, again, that was the first. I know they play scrims, it's a lot more practiced, but it looks like, Secret, they've got a little bit of work to do just to get themselves up. And yeah, Bowie, he has crashed out. It's not a stirring contest coming through. He has disconnected. So Aries, can you hear me once again? Looks like no. Okay, I'll carry on talking. I'll carry on filling while we sort out these technical issues.
I can hear you.
And hopefully,
we're good.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah. All right, we're good. We're good.
Okay.
I know what's going
on. Yeah, Team Secret. Like I said, I was just talking about it. They went down in the OQs in OQ1 for Eastern European, but they looked a lot more comfortable in OQs 2. Like I say, playing different heroes. The Phoenix is coming out. The Ogre Magi's for Puppey. The Enchantress, the Chen's there as well. So again, best of ones, there is these threats, and I would like to see the Puppey Chen. Because I think that's something in a best of one you can pull out and really make work of it. And Game Gladiators, whether they're going to be ready for this.
Let's see. We will get our draft up shortly, so we're going to be able to get some answers to our questions. Also intrigued to see on kind of what the hero pool is going to be in regards to the carry. Again, for 4-2-3, what specifically they are looking to draft for him or not. We'll go through the predictions first on all the panel and see what everyone has to say. I think it was I think we were all together with this one, if I remember correctly. So I think we're probably all put in Bowie. Okay, so we did actually stick with Secret. Sorry, let's see if that's going to be the case or not. But I don't know. GG 4 versus 1. It's not good odds for Bowie.
No, and I think that's why he's having quote unquote internet issues right now, because he doesn't want me to ask him about this. I mean, I've asked him a couple of times, but yeah, 4-2-3 from what I saw. In the OQs coming through, he was playing, if he could get it, he was playing Morphlin every single match. After that, the Terrorblades were coming through there as well. There was a few matches where he did, it was clean on the execution. So whether he's going to be able to go for that again, or if it's something that teams are going to pick up around, Game Gladiators here, maybe pick up on the Morphlin pick. As we're into the draft. Okay, Team Secret. Kisco played an amazing Nyx Assassin, an absolutely fantastic Nyx. So, not surprised to see this coming up for Team Secret straight away.
Yeah, okay. So, definitely one of the more frustrating heroes that we have going on at the moment. I know, like, Ari in particular, well, at least what I've seen from him, there's maybe some other people really like the 4-staff in a lot of games. Over in Eastern Europe, Sweden Strong in particular, on One Win was going for Dagon pretty much every single game and just offering like a lot of pickup potential across the map. So there are some different playstyles to the Nyx Assassin, but they're all relatively similar, just scouting out, being a nuisance, looking for picks, trying to give your team information. And gaming, they're going to go down the Tusk route. So, of course, the flex potential between the 5 or the 4. We're getting a lot of like range carries at the moment, so it can make drafting just a little bit easier for gaming to enable Watson's hero pool. Yeah,
and Bowie, welcome back. We're just getting into this draft, as you rejoin us. So, looking at this one, the Dragon Knight, like say, the Enchantress, Terrorblade, Nargis being banned out. And Nargis, I'm surprised. The Shadow Demon was another one I was surprised not to see in the draft in the last game, even in the bans. But on the other side here, Team Secret taking away the Broodmother, Gyrocopter, Pugna, Chen. So, Secret banning out the Chen themselves, and the Shadow Fiend goes here as well. That morph, like I was talking about, is still left in the pool if 4-2-3 is feeling comfortable on this one. But, Bowie, what are you looking at here to lane with the Nyx Assassin in the offlane? What's comfortable here to sit in with this and be comfortable when the Nyx Assassin starts to roam?
I'm not sure it's comfortable, but what Secret has been playing pretty much every game when it's available is Doom, which is why I'm surprised that the Terrorblade got banned by Gaming Gladiators. In general, Terrorblade is that one of the Doom counters that are available at the moment. So yeah, apparently Gladiators not afraid of letting that one through. They're gonna get the Invoker here. Yeah, I think I would be surprised if they don't go Doom. That's pretty much what they've picked every single game.
Okay. In seeing in Eastern Europe, there was a lot of Dawnbreaker with the Nyx Assassin as well. The potential for Nyx to set up for Solar Guardian if you want to use it aggressively could be something we're looking at. Again, with the Invoker though, of course we saw it last game, then instant puck ban. So obviously people are really feeling like this is the hero that needs to be removed to enable the Invoker. We'll get probably one of the other heroes that can fare pretty well against it in the Pengli, so a little bit of flex if you want to. I don't know, Bowie, how you actually feel about the Pengo. At least the games I was covering, the Eastern European qualifiers, the hero looked a little bit lackluster, but maybe that was just the games, and maybe I shouldn't take that much away from it.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I love the hero. I've been a bit impressed with the new facet though, with the faster Rolling Thunder one. To me, that might be the future of this hero. Just way more about team fighting than the scaling of the hero itself. It's a fine matchup, right? This hero doesn't really lose a lot of lanes, but I wouldn't say it's as good of a hero as Invoker. Invoker just at the higher echelon of mid heroes right now.
Okay. Looking through as well, Team Secret, they have been locking in through the OQs. I think out of the 4 games he played in like the top 16, 3 of them were the Underlord picks coming through. So it does seem like, again, that kind of aura builder, the big tanky boy that can take a lot of punishment. That is something that Team Secret are liking to pick up. So I wonder if that's something we're going to be seeing today. Again, the Lich, Bounty Hunter, Pugna, all heroes that they seem to be liking to play. So again, Team Secret bringing something outside of the meta into this one. And Aries, how are you feeling about the new Lich? The soaks mana from the deaths on the lane Lich kind of play.
Definitely an interesting concept. I think I got one game of it in Eastern Europe. It looks quite cool. I'm definitely a fan of it. I haven't seen it enough though to know actually truly how strong it is. Of course, Frost Shield is going to be really nice, but you already have a way to dispel it. I think that has been in the past one of Lich's advantage with being able to mitigate a lot of damage. So in regards about the hero, I don't know. I'm not quite sure on where it sits in the meta, but very excited to see how it's going to perform. Tinker though is another one that kind of fell out a little bit. We are still seeing some teams have priority on it, so excited to see how this one is able to go.
Yeah, it took all I had there to hold in my rant while you were talking through this Tinker pick, because there's definitely some pub match PTSD going on there for me. So we'll hold it in. We'll move swiftly past that Tinker. We'll acknowledge it is there, but going straight on to the Magnus here for Gaming Gladiator. So it does feel like, again, the buffs coming out with the Invoker, with the Magnus coming through here as well. Obviously, that's the only thing that the heroes do, but it feels like if they can get a good right-clicker in, and that is going to be the Morphling for 4-2-3. This is a hero that he did like to play in the OQs. But Bowie, if you're looking at Gaming Gladiators, they have one pick left. First of all, what do you think Team Secret take away here? Is there any heroes they definitely don't want to be playing up against?
Yeah, so the interesting part is whether they think this Magnus is going to be Watson's hero or not, right? We saw there's a fairly good split between carry and offlane Magnus right now. From Watson's pubs, he is playing it, and they do actually take away Doom, but that's because they have Morphling. I feel like I wouldn't be surprised to see them ban a carry hero just to kind of take your chances. I'm not really sure. I feel like both drafts are really weird. Secret is going towards this burst, lineup sort of situation. I'm not a Lich believer that much. I am not, I don't know. Secrets, they're very squishy as well. Whereas for Gaming Gladiators, they're going for this sustained high lineup with the Tinker support, which I wouldn't say is necessarily the best way to go around these bursty lineups. I feel like if you already have the shields applied before the fight, it can be life-changing. But at the same time, if you get jumped, even Invoker and Tinker could easily be taken away. So I'm kind of confused. It doesn't feel like Gaming Gladiators has been playing these heroes that much either. Watson has not played the carry Magnus in an official for now. And I mean, Tinker 5 has been... I saw actually a Tinker mid in the qualifiers, but not Tinker 5.
Okay. And yeah, that is kind of the issue, I guess, with the shift. Aries, any thoughts on this draft so far?
I'm just intrigued on, like Bo was saying, where they're going to put the Magnus. I'm very uncertain about the hero. I know it's rising popularity at the moment. I have not seen it have that much success, but we'll see. Again, there's potential if it's going to be the 1 or a 3, so I also agree. I think Secret would probably look to potentially ban out a carry as well, just to cover both their tracks. I think for Secret though, you're probably looking for an offlaner for Seimei, so it's just a question of what do you want? Often we naturally see some ranged heroes with the Nyx Assassin, but I don't know if you can actually fit a ranged hero in your lineup, because like Bo was saying, they're incredibly squishy and you do lack ways. I would like some way to get on the Tinker, on the Invoker, play with the Nyx Assassin across the map and really hunt. I think that is the big advantage that Team Secret can have with their lineup, is just being very aggressive on the map.
Okay, well, we'll see. I mean, they have a decent amount overall with the reserve time as well, about a minute to think about this final pick. So we'll see how quickly they want to go for it. Looking through other heroes they have played, like I say, the Monkey King has been something that they've been playing where they want to, kind of risk that in the off lane. Underlord has been the pick. Centaur here as well, I do believe it's still available. So there is heroes that can, close that gap, get on top of the Gaming Gladiators lineup. So Team Secret, we'll see what it is going to be. They ban out the Beastmaster themselves. Another hero again could have made that jump, but don't want to see that one.
I think they want something with mobility. Yeah, that was gonna say. I think they want something with mobility on the off lane because it's a Nexus carry. The skewer back is annoying. But this might be that mid Phoenix from Secret, yeah.
So
interesting.
You said they played in open qualifiers, right, Rob?
Yeah. Aincrad has been playing this one specifically up against the melee heroes, coming out and going for the Dying Light facet, just being able to get the dive in. I think the build was second item Shivas. You go boots, you get yourself in there, and then you just get the dives, you get the Shivas off, and you kind of look for your team to help you with the Supernova.
Well, they really don't have ways to protect the Supernova. So, I mean, maybe if Morphling is incredibly farmed, then he can kill people, but you're going to have BKBs, Alacrity, plus a core. So I think you're playing off the back of like other things this game from the Phoenix. So I don't know. I'm very intrigued on it. Let's see, but
can you Ursa here? Like, can you give Ace the Magnus and just play an Ursa? Oh, that's even crazier.
And right-click hero deals with the Supernova, gets buffed up by the Magnus.
Okay.
I'm not sure I like this. I feel like
is like...
Yeah, you're going into Morph, you're going to an early Shivas. Phoenix Core is one of those heroes that get Shivas really fast, so a lot of the healing here from gaming is going to be nullified. You're also going a squishy hero into a Nyx Assassin Morphling type situation. Not gonna lie, I think Secret's cooking here. Sure, this Phoenix, is a bit out of the box, but I feel like this hero low-key, like, I've faced against some very specialist type Phoenix players in the mid lane. This hero is way stronger in the mid lane than people give it credit for.
Yeah, and just to quickly get what the build was for what I was seeing, there was the double braces into the Spirit Vessel, into the Shivas. You get the Shard online there as well, and you just kind of look to create chaos in the fight. So you like is dive in, get as many debuffs off as possible, and then work your way out of the fight and get that Supernova off there as well if you need to. And it's very easy for him to get the rotations, the Icarus dive into lanes from the laning stage rotation. So Aincrad, it was more than once. I think I saw it about 4 or 5 times throughout the OQs.
Okay. Interesting. Let's see. Honestly, I don't know what to say. There's a lot of heroes we just have not seen in quite some time, and also in specific roles as well. I feel like maybe I would favor like if I have to say draft, maybe Secret slightly. I just feel like the Nyx Assassin could really be a big issue for gaming across the map, like depending on what Watson goes for. I don't know if this is going to be a Battle Fury build, but you have great ways to set up with Spike Carapace and getting the pick on him. So I might just favor Secret slightly, but I'm really not convinced. I don't know who would win this.
Okay. Well, there's only one way to find out how this one is going to go. It is a best of one. We've got 2 casters standing by, super excited to get into it. So hurry, Milan, take it away.
A Juggernaut and a mid Phoenix. Milan, both you and me are Phoenix players, but not really mid Phoenix players. How do you feel about this this pickup in general?
I think it's very exciting. In general, I think it's very underrated as a core pick, but maybe in this particular game it doesn't shine because it takes a lot of practice and a lot of insights into a hero to play it to full potential. And Aincrad doesn't really strike me as a Phoenix spammer, so.
What do you mean he doesn't shine, man? He literally turns into the sun and makes it be daytime.
Yeah, but he also has like a magic stick in the mid lane versus Quinn, and Quinn is gonna get spotted placing the ward. So it's a very exciting game. Phoenix mid, Juggernaut carry. There's a lot of things to look forward to, and I can't wait to jump in. We're gonna have
we got some lag and pause, right? That's why we're still on our faces, so we're attracting the female audience here. That's why they're keeping us in for sure. Hello, mom.
I mean, that's why they keep you here. I don't know I'm kind of counterproductive in that sense.
You're selling yourself short. Okay, talk to me about the Juggernaut. I haven't seen this hero for a long time. I didn't even know what his facets were. Did you?
Of course. I did not. I mean, something blade form. I don't know. I don't really care. All I know, the Jugger and Magnus goes like a OG combination. Like I saw a Reddit thread the other day, why the OG combinations are not popular in Dota anymore, blah, blah, blah. I didn't enter it, but the Magnus and Juggernaut are definitely one. And it's a hero that if he gets through a laning stage that he struggles with and gets online, can do a lot of work. We'll see how good of a lane he can have. And one thing I remember about Jug, like a few months ago, I played with Ame, Juggernaut, and he never talks. I mean, mostly doesn't talk. And he talked to me about stacking the medium camp behind the tower. He said, he emphasized on it every minute. So it's like a mechanic that he can use to come back to the lane.
Okay. I mean, how do you think his lane is going to go? I assume Tinker, he is good because he heals you, but level 1 March, it takes a long time. It's really not that great. How is his lane gonna go, not counting the stacks?
I mean, it just a little bit of a weird lane in the combination. They're just like, what the hell? It's a Jugger Tinker lane. You would think it's a single draft, low priority game when you see these two, but if they keep the healing up, and because the Nyx Pango is not like super aggressive lane, they should be able to go with 50-50. That's their goal.
So are we gonna call Aincrad or Darknia? Since you can see it's pretty cool that his name can work both ways.
I know. I like the Aincrad. I feel like it's just he's just trying to be cool. It's kind of cool. And we already see the Kisko on the Nyx. He's gonna do some shenanigans. He has a boots, he has a sentry pulled, and that's what I think this player is all about. He's all about exploiting like little mechanics in the game. He's very annoying in every single possible positive sense. So I want to pay attention to him throughout this game. Definitely throughout the first 10 minutes.
Okay. So people who annoy you, Kisko, right? So we.
Yeah, in a positive way. He just exploits. He's just like searching for loopholes that like they're there to be exploited in the game. And I think it's when the player is innovative like he is, it's a breath of fresh air.
Yep, and you need to be innovative when you're playing a Nyx Pango lane. I mean, even though Juggernaut isn't considered a strong laner, 2 melee heroes in the off lane, especially Nyx being one of them, it's not gonna be that easy. Are they? They're sending Tofu with the Juggernaut. So what do you think about this? It's gonna be 4 melee heroes on the bottom lane. That's gonna be people just smacking each other in the face.
I was so surprised when I saw Celery play the Tinker. I thought Tinker is definitely going to go post 4 because they picked Tusk as a response to Nyx. Because it's a very good lane for Tuskar and like can stop the shenanigans Nyx does. But they're just going to switch the players up. So I'm happy about it.
We don't see it too often though. People have just gotten so...
Not anymore, right?
Yep. It used to be a staple, man. Now nobody's doing it, and already Celery is applying pressure here on the top lane. So how is 4-2-3 gonna fare in this one? Morphling Lich, it doesn't sound like the strongest of lanes.
Hey, just fine. I mean, both carries should be just fine free farming, and the Lich is definitely one of the strongest post fives, especially on the level 1. And Morphling like needs the help low on.
So how have you played a lot of Lich? How is the mana management now? Panel touched upon it a little bit, but he's only now coming more in the competitive scene, maybe in the last 2 weeks, I'd say. So how have you tried it? Do you like it? Have you been able to do well in terms of mana on the lane?
No, I don't play boring heroes. The Lich is just like I hate playing it, but I think it's a strong hero, and the win rate speaks for itself. It's one of the highest win rate heroes in the public matchmaking, and we already see Kisko doing the lane shenanigans as a boost, has the clarity, going around doing the Nyx things is just like the perfect hero for him, I felt.
Yeah, but look at it. In terms of CS, the Gaming Gladiators are crushing it. I mean, Secret, they didn't win a single series in the recent qualifier that happened. Do you think there is a big mismatch at the moment between the two teams?
I mean, a little bit, definitely. More than a little bit, but it's no secret that gaming is like a laning dominant team, and that's how they dominated the scene for the last 2 years, just making advantage first 10 minutes, just snowballing through it. And the Watson is not much worse laner than Duracho, if any, and the Quinn is just Quinn, you know, and he is showing it now. Like 13-7 on a Invoker with Elites, with this facet is just ooh.
Yep, it hurts. It hurts. Phoenix is not really keeping up all that much. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we see a spin from Watson. Blade Fury not really going to be able to kill anybody. Same-A. He was struggling a bit in CS, but now the wave is in a good position, so he's really not going to have any issues here versus Watson.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary already 3 minutes in. And it's so early, but still the Juggernaut getting a free lane. We spoke about it. The hardest thing for this hero is just surviving through a lane, and he's basically having a free farm. Later down the line, he's gonna get empowered and alacrity. Man, that thing excites me.
You said you played with Ame recently when he was on a Juggernaut. What's the build, right? Sure, you have a Magnus, so maybe you skip the Battle Fury, but is Battle Fury something that we can expect, maybe?
I don't really click on other heroes during the game, but jokes. I think it's a casual phase boots Mjolnir. He needs the Maelstrom to accelerate the fight, and then he gets Aghanims after, so he can fight. But it's just like if he had like a free lane, so it just the timings he hits is just very hard to deal with. It's like he comes online really fast. I'm looking at Watson. It's gonna pull out something similar. Quinn?
Oh, Quinn? He's dying. Aincrad going forward. Who's gonna be winning this fight? And in the end, it's gonna be Quinn. The lifesteal from the Invoker coming in handy, even when super low HP. The Phoenix facet doesn't burn that much.
Depending if you're gaming or Secret fan, you either like or not this. The Quinn getting the first blood. This man is his signature move in his career to snowball through domination, and that doesn't get better than this.
Yep, a solo kill in the mid lane. Phoenix. I'm sad. I wanted to see this hero work out. Of course, it's only the laning stage, but solo killed in the mid lane is a problem. It's definitely a problem, and he was already losing quite a lot.
Yeah, he got solo killed. Plus, like the Phoenix kind of excels in the laning stage, right? Like the Fire Spirits on level 3 and 5, they're really strong and hard to deal with. The lights hit him, but Quinn just showing the consistency he has and like the quality to play this matchup. They're gonna find Tofu here. Or build a...
Yeah, you have so many creeps there. You're not going to be fighting the Tusk. I really like how Papi plays the ward next to the Twin Gates. He understands he's versus a position 5 Tusk, so any kind of rotations through the Twin Gates are going to be dangerous. So he placed it there during nighttime, and it is going to be making the Morphling a little bit more safe. That's quite nice. It's a very slow start, man. We had such a bloodbath in the previous game. Now it's just a farm fest that Gaming Gladiators are very happy for it to continue.
It might change on the rune, but it also is just very different composition of the heroes. And on the top rune, we see 4 heroes. But Morphling and Magnus looking towards the rune, and Seller is gonna get caught. This should be a quick kill for Morphling.
Use the laser there. 4-3 not gonna be missing any longer. There's the waveform, and in the end the kill. Almost dying there to the Frost Shield. Would have been quite annoying. Tofu gonna be rotating. You talked about it, that Kisco on his Nyx isn't really gonna be liking playing versus a Tusk, and there the Tornado takes him down. Aincrad standing his ground, doing a solid amount of damage there with his facet, the Dying Light. But in the end, there's an aggressive egg. They're gonna be focusing on the egg. They're even using the March. Quinn standing his ground, and the egg will actually not go down. Now going forward, Quinn will go into the invis, and even with the egg popping, Aincrad is still in trouble. Celery attack, another one. He needs the spell as well. Maybe a tornado from afar. Quinn cannot get close, cannot get a connection, and in the end, nobody dies.
Nobody dies. It was very close for both sides. I wonder if they get the egg actually if he doesn't pop the March of Machines.
I think so.
They needed one extra hit. But still, happy with the exchange. First big ultimate from this Phoenix goes to basically no whale. You know, you would like to get a kill, maybe on a tower with this ultimate.
Let's see. Celery came over. He thought maybe with the laser he's going to be able to finish off 4-3. No such luck. Now they use the glyph coming over. Tusk is in the vicinity, but same is true for Puppey, who is very lowish on mana. Nothing is dying close to him. Very nice shards. He cannot go through it. Now using the sticks.
Phoenix is
Nice
coming.
little usage of the first spell. Aincrad in the vicinity, he's low, but that just means that he does a lot of damage. Also means he can very easily die. Tofu coming forward, has the snowball, and here comes Quinn from afar with a good tornado. He might be able to kill both of them. Yeah, he got greedy, and they're both just gonna be separating. Now 4-3 coming forward. Tofu will be getting the kill, and Puppey didn't really have all that much mana for DMP to finish him off. Quinn going for an invis. Do they have any vision on him? They know his close entry will be placed, but he's already out.
That was so close from Pango getting that. If he gets a hit, the sentry is gonna actually catch the Quinn, and that's another kill. Quinn getting a little bit greedy, as you said there, and Aincrad is not done with the haste and the earn charge. He's gonna go on Tinker. That's so much damage, but no egg. He needs to be careful.
What the hell is he doing? I mean, you're versus Invoker.
You need to be more careful. That's what I said about this Phoenix. I think it's very strong on a core position, but you kind of have to be a little bit more experienced on it, so you don't end up bashing your head against the wall like he did already like twice.
Yep, maybe even 3 times, but that one time he survived barely. So this time around, it's just not going to be happening. Ace going forward, sees Puppey, starts smacking him. The damage output of the Ace is quite high. Has the 16-1 charges in the Healing Lotus. Probably not going to be going down.
Phoenix taping in.
Kisco in the vicinity, and that's beautiful shards from Tofu, making sure that his buddy is fine, and Phoenix TP'd in for nothing.
The Tofu and Ace synergy. Tofu always bails the Ace out, and they're gonna quickly smoke towards the mid lane. Can Quinn find this Phoenix here? He has the egg, but that's gonna be 4 heroes.
What are you gonna
Egg will not save you.
Yeah, there's gonna be a nice impale. Look cool. Rolling Thunder in a position where Celery cannot get out, so that is a position you don't want to be in. Kisco gets the kill for himself, and Seimei, that's the only thing that will be coming out from this Rolling Thunder.
At least using the Rolling Thunder to get a kill here and there is their strongest ability in this early game. Secret struggling, although the network lead doesn't show it as much. It's only 1k lead. But I felt like they expected a faster start for themselves.
Yeah, Kisco has a lot on his Nyx Assassin, right? It's just with the Mind Flayer you get so much farm. It's even easier to do so with the Nyx Assassin and with something like a Mirana. But Watson is free farming overall, man. We touched upon it multiple times and how the laning stage of this hero sucks. Well, he's having the best time.
Yeah, and that's before he meets the Magnus. And another smoke from Gaiman. They really want to be striking first. A lot of wards to place. Celery is going to opt for probably 2 heal wards. Classic ones. Sometimes just going the classic
4-3
doesn't hurt.
He seems to know. How beautiful.
He's aware. But still...
Oh, he's still going to be in trouble. Quinn has an AD rune. There's the cold snap. He's going to try to waveform away. Shard's not going to be allowing him to leave. Will be losing all of his mana to DMP, and then HP will follow. Did have the wand charges. Not nearly enough to survive through the AD rune damage from the Invoker. While that is happening, the tower falls, and Gaming Gladiators get everything they ever wanted.
A lot of people usually don't make this play on the Morphin because he's like too tanky and you just like decide to not go for it. But with AD rune and Quinn understanding of the game, he just calls for it and they kill him. And Aincrad here on top of the ward, he's gonna make a silly dive, to say at least. Kisco?
Maybe he wanted to bait him a bit, but Tofu's still playing around his own division. I can't believe that they're allowing that ward to still survive.
They're gonna make a go for this mid tower with the March plus the siege creep. Quinn is just feeling the pressure. This is how he won so many tournaments the last 2 years, just understanding when he can and cannot pressure, but will it bite him this time? No. Perfect read.
Be fine. Be okay. Ace still not skilling up the RP. I'm glad we finally see the RP, man. So many position 4 Magnuses with the RRP, and well, finally we're gonna be seeing heroes getting brought together again.
Arcane for Quinn. I'm a boomer. I hate the RRP. I just pretend it doesn't exist.
It's cool, man. You said you don't play the boring heroes. Maybe you can try to play a Magnus 5/4. It's definitely fun. I didn't convince my co-caster here. He's still staying silent. Doesn't want to.
I'm thinking about it. I'll tell you later. Maelstrom ready for the Juggernaut, going into Mjolnir like the standard. He googled the Ame build.
Yep, makes sense. Maybe he was in the same game as you on the other side, though. I would expect Watson wanting to play the carry as well, as they are rotating. Blink in, Ace. And then be securing Puppey closer to Quinn, who is now going to be in a ton of trouble. They have the egg if they want to go for it, but no reason to do so. And also with the Chain Frost, going to be doing a decent amount of damage. Ace trying to get himself away. 4-3 turning into Magnus himself. There's the RP that does absolutely nothing apart from saving them for the time being. Aincrad, he doesn't have his ulti, and Impale will be perfect. And even Watson getting himself close. He needs to get inside of that snowball, being protected a little bit. He is being healed up by his own healing ward, keeping himself alive. But Gaming Gladiators have lost 3. Secret still going forward. Celery using the Marshal Machines, and finally a spell that dissuades Secret from any kind of extra chase.
Gaming getting a bit ahead of themselves, to say at least. Losing 3 heroes there, going on the ledge, but so much turnaround. Like, this Morphling is ready to fight. Phoenix and Pango are ready to fight, especially on this side of the map. They're just ready to answer Secret. Like, Gaming kind of playing into the Secret's hand here. I think they're lucky to only lose 3 there.
I expected them to play the same thing that Liquid did in the previous game. They're poke, TPs from the enemies, you get out. But they really did force the issue. Watson now is going to be coming together with the Magnus. There's the OG combo that Reddit was asking for. Now we know that some of these good players and big coaches watch Reddit as well. It would be nice if from time to time you would write something to explain things to the general population. That would be nice for me, because I haven't seen you answering to any of those posts.
I mean, I might write something like bring the Magnus and Jugger back, and then Gaming picks it, and I look like a clown. You want me to do that?
No. Why would I ever
3-man smoke. All the ultis are back besides the morph, and they want to make a play of their own. Still the tower standing there. They're gonna find Celery. Low on mana.
He's gone.
That's gonna be a freebie.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Tower now gonna be pressured, and the rest of Gaming Gladiators is just move away. Definitely not looking that clean. I mean, this is Secret that got demolished in the Eastern European qualifiers just a couple of days ago. Kisco, a little bit of trouble, already popped the Spy Carapace, so very soon he's gonna be punched into oblivion.
Has fallen.
Just a hard thing for Nyx to deal with once he gets caught by this Invoker without Vendetta skewering out. It's gonna be dead every time.
Blink on the same Pango already. He has a Diffu and a Blink being delivered as well. That looks solid. We're gonna be taking a look at the facets. Again, nothing out of the ordinary.
Dire's top tower.
Tofu gonna be found. Slow down. There's the Veil. Not a pipe just yet. He's taking a lot of damage from that magic, and Secret, they get themselves another one.
Oh, Papi gets found. Watson, does he want to commit the ultimate? No, not for now.
Glimmer,
Nice
no
Glimmer.
vision, turns around with the ulti, gonna be bouncing around. Some creeps are there as well, so Watson, of course, during his Laystorm, not gonna get slowed down. Kisco, he knows where he is, and now he's gonna get cut down, tries to get to the low ground, not gonna be happening. The sentry did have range for it, as Ace is coming forward and do finish off Aincrad. He could have egged there, decides not to, and that will cost him his life. 2 heroes down.
Getting outplayed on Team Secret. Didn't look bad for a moment after that Glimmer Cape, and looked like they might turn around, but just
Dire's
Pango here
has fallen.
kind of missing out on that exchange, and the Watson with the, you can say lucky, you can say skilled sentry placement there from before. This is a free kill.
Yep, I mean, he used it well, right? Be it lucky or not, the way that he used it without hesitation going for the ulti, knowing that he's gonna get the kill. I mean, the damage output of this Juggernaut is insane. He has a Mjolnir and then buffed up by the Empower. He is hella strong.
Dire are scanning.
And going for an SNY, I like it. SNY is like the item nowadays in Dota. The only thing that gives you status resistance.
Yeah, people turn back to it, but it just helps you scale so much. And Hoppy's gonna get found. No ultimate ability to throw back this time around, and Phoenix actually commits the TP.
Oh, going for the egg, Ace. Maybe taking some damage. I don't think he dies. And the Juggernaut going in. They have the attack speed this time around. That was half a second before Aincrad Eggs pops, but I don't know why he goes for it. Ace wouldn't have died anyways, and you mentioned it. You need more experience for a mid lane Phoenix to work out, and Aincrad at the moment, he doesn't seem to possess it.
Aincrad game is just spiraling out of control, man. I don't know. I feel like he's in the rabbit hole. Like, he keeps making worse and worse plays because just like he feels the pressure of this Phoenix. He feels like he needs to do something early game, but doing things on your own is usually not the thing in competitive Dota. And it's gonna bite him back. And Tofu.
Oh, beautiful
It's
shards.
puppy.
Use this ulti roll.
Secret.
Thunder is
Ooh, they're
there.
fighting
This is
back.
gonna be bouncing around quite nicely. Maybe they can get the skills.
Beautifully.
Morphling turning into the Magnus. There will be a disarm. And there's the Omnis Dash a little bit onto the crease, but in the end, Kisco does get taken out by the spell again. Quinn taking some damage from 4 to 3. He has overestimated his ability to fight this one. Watson has the spin if he wants to go for it, being healed up. Turning into Magnus again. 4 to 3. Going forward. He's quite mobile. Celery thinking he's gonna get healed up. Not gonna be happening now. Nice Manta from 4 to 3. The cold snap. Not gonna be doing that much. Watson needs to be careful. Nice tornado to cover for him. Same is still coming forward.
Watson?
Misses on the swashbuckler. Now Same needs to TP away. Very nicely done. Just in the nick of time. Seeing that he cannot do anything more there. Secret, in terms of spell usage, that was perfect.
Yeah, Secret turns that around. I didn't believe so. Without a Phoenix Egg, they just get a perfect chain, plus the rolling thunder. And still, some signs of hope for Secret in this game. If they can combine their ultimate abilities, they can fight back.
Still, Juggernaut dying, Invoker not dying. The main hero is still alive, and to me, this Jugger looks hella scary with the Magnus. Now looking at the
Oh
Phoenix,
no,
he does
not
have the
again.
egg, but no mana. Which Blade will take him out?
Is under attack.
Just can't catch a break, man. They're just on his tail all the time. And as you said, Juggernaut finishes up SNY, has Mjolnir. He's just spiraling out of control.
It's looking pretty
He's
solid
got
for
and
him.
Same, Can they get a pick off? Are they spotted?
Invoker is coming. Well,
Dust? No dust.
tornado forward. They're looking towards the Invoker. Chain Frost is available, but nothing close to him in the backlines. The RP was used, and Puppy will be next on the menu. His Chain Frost this time around does absolutely nothing, and you lose 2 heroes without gaining anything in return.
I mean, you already see the game. Understanding the Tinker pick. The Invoker is putting himself in a harm's way because he understands that Tinker will bait him out with the shield, with the heals. He's just putting himself in front of the Secret, kind of baiting them in, just getting away with it. And they're gonna quickly turn to the rush. The Aegis for the Watson will mean he's basically gonna go take everything he wants on the map.
Oh, I really like him going for the Skadi. You're versus the Morphling, plus you have a Magnus, so going full in on stats is awesome. I feel like if there was no Morphling on the other side, maybe Butterfly or an Aghanim Scepter would have been his choice, but because there's a Morphling, we're gonna see this old school Juggernaut build.
Roshan has fallen.
Tofu gets a D where blinks out. I really maybe would like steal the Aghanis more because it just adds another dimension to the hero that you can always like have this tool to fight. But Skadi is definitely a classic.
Well, Magnus has a Kayasha. I haven't seen much of this, but it's actually quite cool, right? Because your RP is not always the easiest to use, but with this you use it a lot faster.
Yeah, and this like caster point of the Kayasha is very nice. It just makes your life so much easier.
Yeah, for sure. But will he, if you go in for the RP and you turn around so that you can position them in a, so that you can instantly skewer, can it be done with the Kayasha, or is it just too
probably.
fast?
I think probably so, because it's just you're already turning faster than RP, and
Let's see.
he's gonna get
Bad.
Darkness.
Yeah, punched during the Icarus dive and taken out. No reason to act there. So many heroes, you would get demolished. Beautiful.
He just continues on the same trend for Ankra, just getting picked off all over the map. It's just so hard for him to find a space this point of the game.
He's trying to get a Shivas, man, but that's like the most expensive recipe in the game.
Dire's structures.
Yeah, it's so annoying. The Shiva change is just annoying. They should have let Shivas be what it used to be.
So Mystic Staff plus Plate Mail.
Yeah, exactly. That was my favorite item. Now the AC is my favorite item because they ruined the Shivas. He's gonna get away with his facet, one of the most annoying facets in the game. So it's the Nyx.
Makes sense. But Tofu will be
Tofu?
finding them.
They are
These
finding this
sentries
back.
first. The stun is there. They finish him off.
Has fallen.
And let's see at what cost. In the backlines, the Pango might get found. They saw it with illusions, decide not to fight. It will be a 4 versus 5. No reason to risk it at the moment.
They need to find a way to bring Tinker into this fight. There is a wave there, but that's gonna be a very out of position for Tinker. So we might be seeing 3 versus 5 fight. Still, this Juggernaut is really strong. Both teams considering it. But then Watson draws a circle on the map. He's like, guys, look at all these camps at the bottom side of the map that I can blast through. Please empower me. I'm going to farm. They're gonna do exactly that.
Exactly, and you're trying to take out the last outer tower here with your Aegis. Of course, they're gonna need some time for the bottom wave to connect, but with the wave cutting there coming out from Quinn, it should be happening in no time. And Tinker making sure it comes there unharmed.
Just no need for gaming to take that risk of fighting outnumbered. They can just play the map and look for these pickoffs in mid lane.
Not
There's gonna
again,
be RP.
There's the RP. He did manage to turn around, so there my question was answered. He actually goes for the egg. What?
I mean, it's just a little bit desperate. We're gonna pretend it didn't happen. You just
Okay.
you do what you can do, man.
Maybe he pressed the R when the RP came out and then he didn't press stop. Maybe that was the idea. Let's try to defend him a bit.
Probably. But the Watson's gonna take the last tier 2 tower. And maybe even try to threaten the high ground a bit. Still the Aegis and a little bit of a healing ward left. With the Tinker, should be forcing them back at least.
Yep. There's no glyph for 2.5 minutes. Yeah, your tier 3 is going to be in trouble. Frost Shield,
There's a
however,
mini
is
glyph.
very annoying.
Mini glyph, but Alacrity is there. Ooh, nice try by Ace. Doesn't get him, but still.
It would be very sad if they killed the Phoenix again. That's going to be tier 3 down. Maybe they decide to continue with the next creep wave. It still needs time to get to here. It's only at the Twin Gate, so it's much better to take it easy. Okay, Watson is not taking it easy.
Watson's probably like bluffing for them to catch the Morphing Top. Do they actually catch him? They do. He doesn't have a BKB. He's just gonna die.
Beautiful.
I mean, you can say this is part of Watson's fault. He's just hitting the tracks like a crazy man. And I'm sure Morphling is thinking like, oh, they're still pressuring. I can still split push, but perfectly coordinated by Gaming. They get a big kill.
And he can't die. I mean, not counting the Aegis, you spin, you TP, and there's nothing that the enemies can do about it until the Pango gets like a Basher, which he's not even looking to get. Watson wants to go for the Omni Slash, Rolling Thunder, Sebe, trying to get himself away, maybe to the high ground, maybe to get into the Fog of War. Not gonna be happening. That ball gets sliced in half. The 2 of your cores are dead. What can they make happen? They need somebody to die. Kisco won't even see Ace. He is out. Gaming Gladiators get everything they ever wanted.
Yeah, I mean, very cute play by Watson. Just on the ward, you love to see it. That kind of oddly satisfying seeing Juggernaut slash the people out like solo, Omni slash. You always love to see it. And will they find a bit more with Quinn? He has a gam. Nyx needs to be very careful.
Dire's bottom
Yep,
barracks
now
are
it's
under attack.
it has come to a point where it's very hard for Secret to play this game. They're gonna be pulling in the Juggernaut.
They
Stun
gotta try
is
the
there,
burst.
but the RP, he just baited him in. They're all gonna be getting caught. There's the egg to at least separate the fight a bit. Celery a bit too deep, maybe. Yeah, can't get taken out. There's the Chain Frost gonna be bouncing around. The creeps are here to make it bounce even more, but really no significant damage comes out of it.
Nice try by Secret to burst this Juggernaut. They thought the game will not be ready, but Ace bails him out with the RP, so a lot of big ability expended. It's gonna be interesting to see if Watson keeps the push up. He's definitely the shot caller here.
Well, Ace is gonna be the catcher, however, as they're trying to go for 4-3. Waveform away. No more eggs. Still coming forward. Tofu is gonna be getting burned down. That's Sunray, not enough. Meanwhile, in the back line, Swashbuckle Seimei gets the kill. Now, what is it gonna cost you? Will it be his life? Maybe even more. Frost Shield gonna be used. No tornado at
He's
the moment.
caught.
Stun onto the Juggernaut. There's the Sunstrike. Nothing much gonna be happening at this point. Watson, he doesn't have his ulti just yet, but we'll have it in 2 seconds. They caught
Omni
it.
Slash ready.
Yeah, 4-3.
Oh,
It's in so much
oh.
trouble. Beautiful shards as well, but they have a 4-staff. Also, Phoenix there getting to the slow, then finally having his Shiva's guard.
Very tense there. If they get another lockdown on the Morphling with the Omni Slash, they might get him, but still Secret trading 1-for-1 when they're so far behind. Not the worst that could happen to them. But Gaming is not gonna stop the aggression. With just Healing Ward and Tinker, they just have like infinite sustainability. They're gonna try to use it.
And Magnus is gonna come back, TP to the outpost 10 seconds before he has his RP. You don't really need to go back.
Magnus is ready, as you said. RP is off cooldown in 2 seconds. If one of the core heroes on the Dire shows up with Pango dead, he's just gonna go.
Watson trying to take it down. There it is. Puppy, he showed himself and he will be taken out. That is a very nice Chain Frost. Does a decent amount of damage, but infinite sustain beats it every time.
Yeah, exactly. It just like looks good in a normal game, but with Tinker and Jugger, it just gets healed through so easily. Aghanim is now ready on Watson. He's ready to end this game right here and now. What can Secret do? Can they have some wombo combo with the roll and the egg? They're gonna try.
Going in. They want Watson.
Watson
He's
is dead.
dropping low. You didn't want to go for the Roche, and now you're going to be in trouble because no buyback on Watson. Quinn has his 9-second BKB. Don't put him in a snowball. Okay, that is a good choice. Tofu gets the blink away. Swashbuckle still going to be finding with the lucky shots. The slows are there, and the damage will immediately follow. 2 heroes without buyback are dead. And Gaming Gladiators have created a possibility for Secret to come back into it.
Definitely giving a bit of a throw from the gaming, but you know, as they say, you can throw as much, but the other team has to be there to catch. And Secret does catch there, executes perfectly. Gaming decided for the execution over like the disciplined play where you, or more like safe play where you just go for the next rush and get it and like whatnot. They try to do this where Ace RP is kind of protection for the Watson burst, but probably Ace Blink Dagger got cancelled somehow. We might see here. He probably with the roll, with the Aghanims of the roll, and they just failed to save this Juggernaut and lose the fight.
Yeah, both him and Tofu. Both him and Tofu. You could have maybe went for a snowball and then Juggernaut uses his ulti and suddenly he's back to full HP with the level 20 talent, but no such luck. Still, they didn't get the Roche. He's gonna be not found. The 4-staff just in time. Rolling Thunder, however, now he doesn't have it. There's the Snowball Kiss going so much trouble, pulled in by DMP. Glimmer Cape protecting him not for long. Chain Frost gonna be bouncing around, but in the end, Puppy is gonna be the only one that freezes to death there in that engagement. And, well, that should be Roche for Gaming Gladiator. Secret, they needed to be,
It's just a different story. Fight out the side of the base, and Secret like showing inconsistency throughout this game. Like you see at some fights you see a perfect coordination with the abilities, and in this fight it just felt like they were all over the place. Like there were 4 or 5 heroes there, but they're just not ready to help each other. And Gaming is a team that's gonna punish it every single time. And now with the Aegis, Watson definitely aiming for the end of this game.
Well, let's see if they're going to be able to do it every single time. Secret were good at defending their high ground, but it is versus a Juggernaut that didn't have the Aegis at that point. Now, it is going to be a whole different story.
They also
Ace
wanna.
also has a BKB.
They also might wanna get a jump first. With the Magnus, that's the other part that worked well for them. Ace, the smoke gets broken. Also Watson, they see them with this ward. Should be a free D ward.
Oh, now they saw the Morphling with that ward. As soon as his vision gets taken away, they decide to stop.
Secret still has the combination of spells to fight back, but still another smoke will probably come out from Gaming to at least stop one of these abilities from coming out, either the Rolling Thunder or the Egg.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, Secrets are gonna do it before. They use the scan to get themselves into the triangle. And now we'll find some of the heroes there in the base. It's the Lich and the Phoenix. They're inside, and now finding the Magnus. He does have the BKB, gets it off RP onto the Morphling, trying to get himself away. He'll be fine in the backlines. Quinn has been found. He still has the BKB and the Hurricane Pike. Stands his ground, has the lifesteal if need be, but for now needs to run away. Watson standing his ground. There's in the backline. Going to be using the Omni Sash, not killing the Phoenix in the end. He will die there to the procs of the Mjolnir. Sign Strike onto the high ground. Seimei does dodge it. Watson loses his first life. Still has another one. Ace will be getting involved. There's the Disarm, but still so much damage to the Morphling before, and the Swift Slash will be enough from the Morphling, cutting through water. As Einkrad is trying to salvage this fight with 3 buybacks. Secret are trying to keep themselves in it. Dive away, Phoenix will live, but Gaming Gladiator is still the victors. Gisco gets the kill onto Quinn and steals the gem. If he can get himself out, it's gonna be perfect.
1 second.
But he doesn't want to go through the Ghost Scepter. Gonna be going on to Puppey. Sinister Gaze. Puppey gets himself away, not taking all that much damage through the Blade Fury. The Glimmer Cape helps him. And the lone survivor will be the Juggernaut. Those buybacks keeping Secret in the game.
I mean, for a moment looked like a lore there that the Blade Master is gonna try to fight them all on his own. But at the end of the day, the buybacks keep the Secret alive. It's a very expensive defense, but still better than losing the game. And they showed there is a potential that if they strike the right targets and save Juggernaut for last, they can kill everybody. But don't forget, next fight, buybacks are going to be gone. One big thing they got for themselves is the double Gem of True Sight. So this Nyx Assassin might become a bigger pain for the Gaming.
So when are they gonna be able to buy the gem again? Gaming Gladiators can't buy a gem though. It has been 12 minutes ever since they bought it. So if they want to, they can invest into another one.
We'll probably look for it. They're gonna first try to take this Tormentor. Shard for Puppey, most likely. No, it's gonna be for Morphling.
Okay. How many stuns
Not
are
a bad
there?
shard.
I mean, there's decent stuns. Yeah, for sure. He's going for a Kanda now. I feel like with going for the Butterfly, that maybe Daedalus would be better. I don't know how you feel about it. Maybe Kanda gives you a little bit more burst.
Kanda is just like a Morphling, and Luna is just like overall better items. Sometimes you can get both, but definitely Kanda first and Secret. I'll try to do the same thing again, where they smoke up and strike first, but Gaming is gonna respond. Cliff Ward versus Cliff Ward.
That was dangerous there, especially for Gaming Gladiators being on the low ground. Very tense situation between the two teams. The creeps in the bottom lane, however, are going in.
Wrap around Watson.
Yeah, but he has left some of his teammates behind. Magnus, the first one. There's the Basher on Seimei as well. RP only to defend, and now with the Swift Slash, he didn't go for the other
he's dead.
He's gonna die. Watson, he made a mistake, and Seimei is gonna be following forward. Quinn getting slowed down there by the Frost Shield. He does take it away, but now gonna be bashed up again. They even used the Chain Frost just for good measure. 2 cores down the drain. Secret still in the game.
Oh, what a turnaround from Gaming, but a little bit of a
I don't know how to call it. It's a little bit of a hasty play from Watson. They're going for a Sweet Slash instead of Omni Slash. It looked beautifully combined, but it's gonna cost him his life, and this is the big throw, I would say. Luckily for gaming, there's no rush to top it off, but let's look at it again. Like, nice RP into the Omni Slash is probably a kill, but with the Swift Slash it means he's just gonna die. Lovely play by Kisco there.
What happens if a Pango is in a Rolling Thunder, has a Lotus Orb, but gets Omni Slashed? Is he gonna be Omni Slashing while the Rolling Thunder is active?
Yeah, I mean, he's just gonna reflect the Omni Slash. It's gonna be like...
Yeah, but also gonna be stunning everybody while he's jumping around, right?
I would assume so.
Yeah,
I cannot guarantee this. That would be very nice. I mean, Lotus Orb is one of the best items against the Juggernaut for that exact reason. And Kisco, we already said, did they lose this another game? I don't know. You said they bought it. I don't know who carried it, but
I think it was Quinn, and he lost it. Yeah, they have 3 gems on the other side, 2 of them carrying and 1 in the base.
it just gets more and more annoying for gaming. Like, they miss-execute last 2-3 fights, and now the game is kind of back to 60-40 from being like 80-20 for gaming, even more. A nice comeback for Secret.
For sure. But I think that Game Gladiators are playing this wrong, right? Usually with Juggernaut and Jugger lineups, you want to have this good positioning around the Jugger. You have the save for the Snowball. You have the RP around him. I'm still not sure why they're going for wraparounds.
Sorry to interrupt you. He's baiting on this region. Can he make a collapse play? That's what I say. When you jump into fog and fish someone, we all remember the TI-10 with collapse. It was just magic to watch. Or
he doesn't have the Aghanim Scepter though.
They're gonna see them on this board if they're ready. Ace.
Go. There's the RP, and no, not gonna be doing anything because Kisco was ready. He didn't want to pop the BKB, but he should have. Now Morphin gonna be going forward to get cut down into a billion little pieces. Juggernaut this time around not playing around, uses the Omni Slash instantly. Very good positioning from there, gonna be stunning him. And the rest of Secret, they need to bail. It is a 2-for-2, but they've most definitely lost this fight. Watson coming forward, just needs a couple of hits onto Puppey. They don't see him, they cannot stop the TP, and he'll be fine.
Holy moly, that looked so dangerous, but they're gonna continue. No time to talk about Immortal, no buyback. Watson, with the Healing War, is gonna start threatening the second racks. Do they have any damage left? Pango has the buyback without the Rolling Thunder. Ooh, Puppey.
That's right. He's fine. Atos is there. He's okay. Your base is not okay, though. Oh, Phoenix going forward. Has that hammer to get them all together.
The chip damage is not gonna work, but a little bit of a learning curve this game for the Watson and Gaming. They're gonna decide not to pressure more, afraid that Morphin might have buyback and turn it back around. So that's what happens in the game. I think not so much the tier 1 teams, that you get punished once or twice and then you stop doing the same thing, although maybe it was a good idea with the bad execution. You just kind of decide to go with the easier things, and I think waiting for the next rush in this exact scenario is just much safer. Maybe not the best play.
Is looking solid for Gaming once again. But of course, Secret's still in the game. Phoenix is now level 21, level 3 egg. He's looking to buy a Hex. Gonna take some time before he does. Any big items coming for Secret? Countdown the Morphling, I guess, is the biggest one that he bought.
I mean, the biggest thing for the Secret is that they somehow need to find initiation on the Juggernaut. They need to find the combination of Rolling Thunder, Phoenix, Egg, and Morph hitting the target together and trying to burst down. Because if this Juggernaut gets to Omni Slash with any sort of 2-man RP, he's just gonna kill everybody.
But how do you stop him from doing that when he has a defense matrix? There's just so much status resistance on him.
I think it's just the Seeker. I mean, Gaming has to troll somewhat, but they're gonna be fine and smoking. They're gonna get broken by Kisco. Do they know?
They have vision now. This time around, the gem was ready with Hex as well. Kisco taken out. dead for 100. This is a problem. He's such a big hero, such an important one. So Slash, again, not wanting to go for the Omni Slash, would have definitely been able to get the kill. There's the extra vision with the Sunstrike Tornado off the mark. Seimei, very nice disengage.
Watson just keeps prioritizing the Omni Slash for the Morphling. They're gonna chase up the high ground, still ability dangerous, but no Rolling Thunder.
Pretty deep. There's the kickback, and this time around he did go for the full Omni Slash.
Oh, the Omni Slash.
In the process, he does only have the Swift Slash, Egg in the back, just to make sure they don't chase forward with Morphling running in. Nyx just got it. Oh, jumping into the X-Stun! What a mistake coming up for Ace, and instant waveform to get away, no RP. Gonna be connecting onto this Morphling, even though he did use it, so it is on cooldown if he wants to buy back and TP back in. Career giving vision of Quinn. Lucky for him that he had his BKB active, or that would have been another kill.
That is so unfortunate from Ace. Gets really unlucky there, blinks into the Supernova stun and instantly gets bursted by the Morph. We see the damage the Morph can dish out, but still another sort of say troll for gaming, and no Secret. What's stopping them from just running into Roche and getting this refresher shard and the Aegis?
Last time when Gaming Gladiators did this, Secret didn't manage to secure themselves a Roche. This time around, they should be able to. Invoker is coming over Quinn. He wants to delay this. The question is, can he do it?
I mean, Watson is using the gate, so they are considering it. This is gonna be very exciting. Watson?
Buyback from the Tinker.
He's going in. Oh my god.
He
got it.
No way. He got it. 4-3. Also using the waveform. They're going to be turning him into a piggy, but nobody cares. 4-3 going to get kicked away. Maybe even saving his life there in the process. Spinning. Going to be putting down the healing ward. Instantly taken down by Watson. And now it's time for a cut down. 4-3. Doing his best to survive. Not going to be happening with 0 mana. The Morphling is just useless. There's going to be 95 seconds on the sidelines. And while that was happening, both of his supports did get taken out. Gaming Gladiators, it seems they have finally won this game.
Heads up play from gaming, especially for Watson, making a call to go 2v5. Yes, they have some buybacks, but being like balls enough to go for that play, and it works out. So they believed in their execution, and Watson believed in himself. I'm gonna click it out. I'm gonna be the better at picking up the Aegis. And as soon as he gets it, feels like this game is over for Secret. Still, they have buyback on Morph. They'll have 3 heroes to defend, but RP ready. Ace is smoked. All eyes on this Magnus. If he gets RP on the Morphling with the Omni Slash, he's just gonna melt.
They're going to be putting down the banner, the healing ward as well. The banner isn't really protecting anybody. Watson is just making a statement.
Ace?
Aincrad turned into a piggy. No way that he dies without buyback. RP gonna be used. That's an Ascetics cap, so Seimei will be fine. Morphling did get himself away, but the EMP is still gonna be pulling him in. They didn't pull him in with the RP. They're gonna be pulling him in with an EMP, with that taking his life and pushing Secret into the losers match that's going to be played later in the day versus Nigma Galaxy. But Liquid and Gaming Gladiators are going to be facing off in a best of 1 to go through the groups without a single loss.
As we kind of all expected and predicted, it's just Liquid and Gaming coming from a little bit of a stronger position, stronger region, to say so, with a better shape. And I mean, Gaming did lose the recent qualifier and are far from the form they want to be in, but still it's Gaming Gladiators. It's the team led by Queen and Ace, and they're always going to be like a very, very, very strong team and a force to reckon with.
Oh, my camera seems to not be working, but Milan, I have one question for you. Liquid did look much better than Gaming Gladiators. What are the chances of GG in the next game?
I think there's always chance for GG. As I said, everything about them just recently, they're a strong team, and any day, anytime they can take down any team, including Liquid. So yeah, Liquid will come into a series as a favorite, but definitely Gaming will have their shot there.
Okay, we're going to be sending it over to our panel to break this down and also talk about the next series that's coming up, and that's going to be Gaming Gladiators versus Liquid.
Yeah, thank you, Harry and Milan. And looking at this one, it was fears being put to rest over the Juggernaut potentially, and questions being raised over the Phoenix. That it was an okay pick. Like I say, I've seen him perform much better, but I think Curry and Milan touched on it. It was about 20 minutes into the game, and Aincrad, he was still struggling to get himself that the Shiva's recipe because of the massive cost of that one. Aries, do you think looking at that, should he have diverted away? You know, because he wasn't doing the best in the game overall. Should he be looked to something else, or is it just a case of struggling till you get the Shiva's guard up?
That's a very tough call to make. I mean, hopefully you're in a different position next time where you don't have to make that call. Honestly, I'm like, maybe this hero, for it to work, you need the Shivas. So maybe it's just you have to go for it. Honestly, I'm not sure. I don't even know if we're going to see the mid Phoenix again as well with how it performed, unfortunately.
Yeah, it wasn't, I mean, even the challenge for the first blood, it felt like the Invoker was always winning that one. So we are going to be able to take a look at the highlights, see how this is going to, well, how it broke down, how the match went. I mean, it was fairly close between both teams. The fight's going either way, you know, but overall it is Gaming Gladiators. And I mean, that snatch at the very end of the Aegis there, Bowie, seemed to have confirmed it for Gaming Gladiators. But what did you see from Secret that you were impressed with that maybe, you know, helped you back them in the predictions?
I really feel like once their backs were against the wall, they're very good at team fighting around each other. To me, you were talking about Invoker beating the Phoenix, and I really don't want to, you know, kind of talk about it that much, but I think it's worth noting. I feel like nerves definitely got to Aincrad in that game because there is no, I think at some point Invoker was 12-8 against the Phoenix level 2-3. Like that should never happen. Like a level 1 Phoenix should get all CS and potentially like deny half of the wave against Invoker. He doesn't have a spell to secure the range creep. I really feel like he maybe messed up a little bit in the first waves. And, you know, goes back to Quinn being a seasoned player, having a lot of experience. I really feel like that ended up shining through this game. Because there were moments he really looked good, but GG just clutched it out.
Yeah, and you can see, again, the fight going on here. They are just trying to clean up some fight back from Secret, but overall, like I say, Gaming Gladiators, it felt like when they were the ones to initiate, with all the spells up, they were able to hit these timings. You know, the targets coming through, they've got some great focus down as well. So, you know, you look at how they fight this one, maybe a little bit of, I want to call it a little bit of rust, you know, a little bit of just... Because we're still early on. You know, we've only just hit afternoon. At least for me, we've only just hit afternoon. So, you know, gamers still waking up. It's not like the 3 p.m. wake up you get in, you play games all night. But Gaming Gladiators here, execution-wise, Aries, coming up against Liquid next, you think they need to just kind of lock it in a little bit more? Are you happy with the way they play this game?
Pretty happy overall. I mean, yeah, okay, there were some mistakes, but I think overall you have to be quite happy with how you're able to perform. I mean, you pull a crazy Juggernaut out of the hat. I feel like some team fights, you like the mag blinking on the Supernova was a little unfortunate, or maybe could have just waited not even half a second longer. I think there was another with like the Rolling Thunder where he swift slashed instead of omni slashing. Honestly, that's also because of the Pango Ag, or the innate, sorry, where it's stopping the Maelstrom procs and the crits as well. So a big reason why he didn't die through the Swift Slash and why he got stunned afterwards and brought down. So I think Gamers should be very happy. I mean, this is a good victory. This is a lineup where, you know, they played the lanes incredibly well. You know, we saw Watson free farmed. Quinn did a great job. I think, you know, Ace as well. Really liked the build from the Magnus. I haven't been that much of a fan of like the Blink BKB Scepter. I feel like it's just incredibly slow. And I like the build for him this game. I'm intrigued to see if we get more Magnuses like that. So no, I think Gamers should be happy with this victory. It's a good start.
And hopefully they're going to be able to carry it on. It is going to be another best of one for them coming up in the winners match. That should be coming up. Yeah, dude, it is coming up next. And then we've got the losers match, which is going to be a best of 3. So Nigma as well as Secret, it isn't just one and done for them in that losers. You know, they do have second, potentially third chances to lock themselves in. On the other side, like I say, Liquid versus GG, it's going to be a best of one. A winner will go through. So, you know, you've got to put your cards on the table here. We'll see if GG can pull something out, maybe pull an ace out of their sleeve here. But Liquid on the other side, they feel like they are the most comfortable coming into this match. So, looking at this matchup, Bowie, what are your thoughts going in? Best of one, GG versus Liquid. Which way are you leaning here?
I think I'm leaning Liquid. Sure, GG won this game, and I think a little bit of the sloppiness that we witnessed maybe has to do with the unorthodox type lineup they chose. Now in hindsight, I really feel like they knew about the mid Phoenix. They didn't ban it out, and they felt like this AoE heal from the Jug and the Tinker was a good solution, which proved to be right. I still not sure how much I trust those heroes in a normal match, but I feel like, in general, gaming played well, but they're going to have to step it up to win against Liquid. After all, they did get beat, just a couple of days ago, 2-0.
Yeah. So are you saying you're not entirely confident on Watson going 18-2-5 on the Juggernaut? Are you saying this isn't the peak of what the hero can do?
I mean, bro, he has alacrity and power. Like, that's literally the most babysat Jug in the whole world, and I feel like Secret, they had their hiccups in the beginning. If that Phoenix actually wins the lane, which I think they should, to me, this game could have been completely different. Like, you get that Shivas instead of the Vessel, the healing gets nullified. Now you have this tanky hero just initiating, creating chaos. And, just to go back to Secret a little bit, I was very impressed by Seimei. I feel like considering how hard of a game it was for him, even in the laning stage,
Yeah, I honestly, just really quick, that was the person I wanted to highlight as well. I think for Secret, he was very impressive with his Pengler. I think there was one instance where they were trying to jump inside the base, and he already predicted the Rolling Thunder, counter-initiated with the mag jump, and I think he played a very good Pengler. So hopefully he can transition that later today and have another good performance.
Yeah, we might see it coming up. We do see the predictions coming through for the next game, and it is going to, for this game, excuse me, so it's going to be everybody but Bowie going to be a little bit happy with that one. I mean, again, this is just the first day. There's going to be plenty more chances for you to log back in, Bowie. You'll get the points on the board, and once we get further in as well, I'm sure opinions are going to be splitting as these games are going to be a little bit closer, but for now, it is going to be everybody but Bowie 2-1 up. Not going to gloat too much about it, because again, there is still more chances to come back, but overall, I think it's going the way most people would have thought so far. This is where it gets a little bit tricky coming into the winners match. Best of one, Liquid versus GG. Liquid having a little bit of a longer break between the match as well. Do you think that affects teams too much? When you do have a little bit of downtime, you play your match, you take that break. Are you happy for that, or do you think the teams just want to carry on rolling through the series and the games?
It's sure. It's a best of one. They're ready to go. They're probably happy with the victory, going in with some confidence. Liquid, I'm sure they're happy as well. They've been hanging out, I imagine, at boot camp. I don't think there's really, in this particular scenario, anyone has a bigger advantage.
Okay, well, we'll find out how it's going to go. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with the winners match right after this. Welcome back in, everybody. We're going to start here with a winners match, and it's going to be Team Liquid coming up against Gaming Gladiators. I'm looking forward to this one again. Two big teams coming up, and maybe a little bit of revenge here for Gaming Gladiators as they look to get one back up against Team Liquid, and it will only be the one, with it being a best of one. The loser will drop down into a decider match up against the winner of NGX versus Team Secret. The winner moves on into the playoffs. They won't have to worry about any more matches for the day. And looking at this one, again, I think coming into it, I favor Liquid, but Gaming Gladiators can give them a game. But Team Liquid looking the stronger team. So Aries, if you're trying to play up against Liquid, who are a little bit more secure, Gaming Gladiators, we talked a little bit about it at the end of that game, need to look a little bit sharper, a little bit more in tune with each other. In terms of draft, are you looking for comfort heroes? Are you looking for the strongest of the meta heroes? How do you want to play this if you're Gaming Gladiators?
Definitely comfort, of course. Don't shy away from comfort, but a lot of it is just going to come down to adapting from your previous series loss versus Team Liquid. I think in the Bangkok qualifiers, we saw Liquid fell back on like a Terrorblade Magnus carry in the first game, and then we saw them go for the Nature's Prophet in the second game, which of course we saw earlier today. So I think go for that comfort, which we've seen Gaming Gladiators, previously with a different roster. Of course, they were able to match Liquid's tempo. They could be the team that was able to demolish them in the lane, and then from the lanes look to really control the early game. And we'll see if that's going to be the case. I mean, still with the previous game, their lanes looked really good. They looked really solid. We'll just see how they can now compete with a new carry in regards to Liquid's tempo, because again, usually they used to be able to do that. So I'd like a draft, which they usually do, to be able to assist in that area, and we'll just see if they can execute.
Yeah, and Bowie, on the other side for Team Liquid, are you looking for more of the same? Because looking what they were picking here a couple of days ago up against Gaming Gladiators, we saw the Bounty Hunter coming out, Queen of Pains, the Earth Spirit coming through here as well. So there was a little bit of a change to what is considered meta. Do you think that's something that Team Liquid, do you think they target the similar kind of draft now coming up against Gaming Gladiators?
Yeah, I think that's the hard part for Gaming Gladiators. More of the same when it comes to Liquid is a lot of variety, at least in the qualifiers for ESL. When you look at, for instance, their mid picks, they actually played a different mid laner every single game. Sure, it was only 6 matches because they cruised through the whole thing, but I feel like they are very inventive right now. You know, they have this Terror Blade, which I think GG is also able to play, but in general, I feel like Liquid is not going to be an easy puzzle to crack for GG.
Okay, well, we're going to see how the entire cast feels about it here. All the talent, seeing who is going to be predicting who. And is there going to be another uniform? Okay, only Milan going for Gaming Gladiators here. Everybody else on the side of Team Liquid. And I think that's, you know, fair considering the 2 matches that we've seen already. Team Liquid, they did feel like the more confident team. So, Bao, yeah, going back to the point, play-wise, is it Team Liquid going to be putting the pressure on Gaming Gladiators through this best of 1, do you think?
I think probably. I think their mid laners have been very aggressive, but you know, both of these 2 teams have one thing in common. They play that Invoker in the mid lane, and well, I'm pretty sure you can only play 1 Invoker per game, which means there's going to be a lot of contests for this hero. We can also, you know, think about the Huskar that they are not shy to play early and pick early for Quinn. So very curious to see how the drafts are going to unfold.
Okay.
So already interesting, right? Where we see the DK let through the first time today. I mean, we've only had 2 games, I suppose, but Liquid will snag that straight away. In Eastern Europe, I believe it was PuckChamp, they have been drafting Ancient Apparition as a response to the Dragon Knight and the Alchemist, kind of very strong carries at the moment. I'm not saying this is something that this is one team. It's a strategy. We've seen Phoenix as well look very good with percent damage. So that this is something that maybe Gaming, hopefully they have something else up their sleeve. I wonder what else they feel like is strong to draft instead. Like, are you picking
Doom is
Maggie?
open, right?
Okay, Doom, sure.
GG, they didn't play that much Doom, but I think Timber is also another one that we used to see. The hero seems to be kind of weak right now, but I think some teams would be eager to just pick Timber in this position.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm just looking at, I mean, from a different angle. I know Watson, he's a big Terrorblade player, but it looks like, you know, Game Gladiators take it out already. You know, something that Scotty builder, like the Medusa, you know, you get your Spirit Vessels, your Shivas builders in there to try and deal with the Dragon Knight, but it is going to be the Doom. So yeah, Bowie right off the bat going to be coming into this one. And fan-wise as well, looking at it, Broodmother, Ench, Alk being taken away on the other side, the Nagastar and Terrorblade, Magnus, that Invoker that you were talking about that can be contested between both teams being removed there as well. So Ares, looking at this, the Doom comes out up against the Dragon Knight. Is that just the, you know, the kind of like tunnel vision, get the Doom out onto the Dragon Knight every single fight, do you think?
I suppose, well, I think a lot of it would mainly be the Infernal Blade. I mean, Ace has got a very good Doom as well, but I think Bowie, is that right? Like the Infernal Blade? Maybe because late game Satanic, DK probably just doesn't die, so that's also something to look at, but is he really your main Doom target?
I think if you can find him pre-OT, maybe, right? But in general, I think it depends. It's too early in the draft to really say.
Yeah.
But DK is kind of a weak laner in the sense that he doesn't pressure Doom, right? A lot of carries can sometimes, especially the range ones, can pressure. There's a chance Liquid can flex this to mid and still kind of surprise Ace with this Doom pick. But most of the teams actually prefer playing carry DK unless there's like a Puck or Storm that justify playing with DK.
Yeah, I think even GG, I believe, in the qualifiers were even flexing this to offlane. So I don't know if that's how people are currently feeling about that at the moment. I would say it's probably a little bit greedy, but you could maybe go like Blink first. I don't know if this is something Liquid are going to do, but again, there is, again, you said flex it to mid. You can even flex it to the offlane if they feel like they need to, but we'll see. I think now we're going to get some supports again to Gaming, like, how much further are you going to counter the DK? Because I think this is the strongest carry at the moment. I don't know. I continue to see this hero just do a ridiculous amount inside games. So I wonder, like, do you need to go for more supports to be able to dress him? And they're going to go the Ogre route. So, of course, this is strong laner. We saw, like, it seems like at the moment we're really lacking some heroes to be able to enable the carries. You got Alacrity and Power and now Bloodlust that we've seen so far today.
Yeah, I really like this Dusa ban because we were talking about flexing the DK. Dusa is the counter to Doom, right? And it could kind of easily give them a counter to Doom while still having the second core for DK in the mid lane. But going back to the supports of GG, I'm not sure you need the AA necessarily, but I agree that DK is like alongside Dusa, one of the strongest carries. So maybe you're gonna need to be a little bit outside of the box. Think of the carries that we don't see that much. Maybe Drow, I don't know, has that healing reduction with the eggs. You're gonna have to find a different way, probably.
Yeah, I do like this pick from Liquid coming out. The Shadow Demon in response to the Doom, because you get the disruption out, use defensively on anyone that gets Doom. Kind of the same theory behind the Tusk Snowball, right? That it wastes time on that Doom, so it doesn't tick your heroes down. So Team Liquid, again, a hero that we've not seen so far today, but does come out for this specific purpose. And Team Liquid also going for the Jakiro. So looking at this series, you've got your two range supports coming through. It might be that Dragon Knight carry, so you've got that protected. But if you're looking at this, are you happy with the pick so far for Team Liquid in that, the supports roles that they picked up already?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, they have a lot of success with the Jakiro through the qualifiers. I think they played it 3 games. So we'll see what the response is going to be from gaming, though, because I do think the two supports from Liquid are a little bit slow in the sense where they don't particularly make plays. Like, they are reliant on cores to do that. And the DK kind of can. Now, we have seen like even carry DKs going for, instead of like the Mask of Madness armlet, they go like maybe Blink Mage Slayer. Again, this could be a different role DK as well, but you are now really needing Nisha or Saberlight to be able to make some plays across the map.
Okay. And Bowie, one of the most important questions I think I'll ask today: Liquid Frost or Liquid Fire?
I sure hope it's Liquid Frost. I am not a Liquid Fire believer, but I honestly don't know. I don't see Jakiro that much, so I think I'm just kind of saying this out of my gut. I feel like Jakiro is usually seen against Beastmaster. Like when you have some sort of zoo hero in the off lane. I'm honestly not sure. I'm not sure I understand. It's just a strong laner, I guess, that will maybe prevent the DK from being dove by the Hoodwink Doom that they picked up. And there we go. Primal closing this one out.
I was thinking maybe they might look at the Beastmaster from Liquid. Maybe they feel like that lane could be a little bit difficult to the Shadow Fiend Ogre. The reason why is I think I just want some like BKB piercing control versus Shadow Fiend. I feel like this hero really struggles inside team fights, being able to man fight if you get controlled through BKB. And I guess this is where the Primal can also have some value with Pulverize. Maybe there's also flex potential, but I really am not expecting Nisha to play it. So I don't mind the Primal. And again, the main thing is like you needed a hero to be able to get active and go first and play in front of the Jakiro and the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, I think it gives the setup for the Jakiro spells as well. You can disruption into Onslaught. There's some cool little combos they have. You still have the flex of the DK. So now for GG, these bans might not be straightforward. I guess you do take away the mid heroes. The other one that I think I would be thinking of is maybe Monkey King. I know it's not that good against the Doom, but I think it gives tempo for Liquid, which they need with this DK playing for Protect 1.
I wonder, the Phoenix ban is also very interesting. I don't know if they're like where would we fit the Phoenix? Are we going to get another Phoenix mid? I mean, is Quinn playing this? It doesn't particularly seem like a Quinn hero.
Yeah, that's right. Huh. I didn't thought about it. Is this like... Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. I don't know. So anyway, the Phoenix ban is very interesting. I think both the style of heroes that we want out of Quinn and Nisha are going to be very similar. I mean, the puck ban is fine. My only concern with the Monkey for Liquid is that you will have a response from gaming, so you can go for maybe some Viper or something, some Husker, some like lane dominator without seeing your matchup could be a bit of a concern.
Yeah. All right, I checked Quinn's Dota 2 Pro Tracker. He has 5 Phoenix games, so maybe he is getting...
Okay.
Is becoming Aincrad coded here. He's trying to learn
with a 40% win rate, yeah, just to throw that in there as well. So he maybe not the most confident on that one. I did the exact same thing, went straight up to look it up. But yeah, he is learning that hero.
They took away the Monkey King here.
Which, let's see what they... Alright, so they're going to go Storm Spirit. So no Park is definitely the big one we're looking at. Probably any extra little bit of control is going to be a big thing for gaming for the Storm.
I mean, Ember doesn't feel amazing, especially against Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
Void Spirit might be fine, actually. And it's a Queen Hero. I think he really likes it. Void looks okay.
Okay.
Don't mind a Void.
Are you happy
just-
with the ability Game Gladiator to get to to get onto the Shadow Demon, to get onto this Jakiro? Or are you completely thinking that Game Gladiators, they don't need to focus down, jump onto those supports, take down the cores first, and then clean up the supports after?
No, you definitely need to. Yeah, I want that style of hero with the Void Spirit. Because it also sets up for the Hoodwink as well, which you currently don't have at the moment. Like, it's really nice to have a mid laner who can gank the map and potentially get kills with, like, Sharpshooter. So the Void Spirit definitely fits that role. Tiny does as well, but I really don't think they'll go for it, but just that style of hero.
Yeah, I guess there's the classic Pango, right, for Quinn, but it's not necessarily a hero that's looking that good. Dawnbreaker, it's an interesting idea, but it's more defensive, right? You can protect the Shadow Fiend when Liquid is the ones being aggressive, and I think it actually lanes well into this. Yeah, we're gonna go for Pango.
Okay, so it is into a Storm. Like, you like picking Storm into Pango. I mean, you can always catch him before the Rolling Thunder with a little bit of control is definitely the big thing. I mean, it can go back and forth though, because Pango can chain control the Storm Spirit. But it's comfort, it's gaming. We all know this. You like the Pango, you're going to go back for it. Is able to get on top of the supports, which is really the big thing. We can see, with that being said, with a really farmed DK, it can be quite similar to other carries where the Pango can't actually roll near the DK because he might just like 3-4 hit him, especially with the Daedalus. So that is something to look at the late game. But at least they needed this style of hero for gaming.
Yeah. And have they done enough here, do you think, to make you flip-flop areas, or are you sticking with Liquid coming through into this best of one?
I am honestly not quite sure, because I've heard about the Shadow Fiend into the DK being pretty nice for the Shadow Fiend. I haven't had the opportunity to actually see this matchup. So we saw Watson absolutely pop off last game. You got the Sharpshooter as well for the Dragonite for the break to blow him up. It's going to be up to Boxy on his positioning. I think Liquid are a slightly better team at the moment, so maybe I'd fade them a little bit, but I like the lineup from GG a lot.
Okay. So don't forget, everybody, if you want to keep up with everything that's happening in the One Win universe, not only the Dota side of it, but all the esports coming through, don't forget you can subscribe to the Twitch channel. Use that QR code that's on the screen there. Keep yourself up with all the matches going on, all the results, all the events that's going to be coming up from the One Win production. And yeah, everything that's going to be happening here in the near future. Not only Dota, but other esports as well. Use that QR code to make sure you are up to date and keep yourself just in the know with what's going to be coming up in the future. And Bowie, looking for this draft, final thoughts before we actually throw it over to the game?
Yeah, I think I'm going Liquid. I'm not that big of a fan of the Storm here. I feel like it's a bit dangerous against the Doom, but I feel like Liquid, just even against really hard odds, Enigma and that strong laning stage, they were able to clutch it out. So going Liquid.
Okay. Well, we'll see how this one is going to go. And again, we've got two excited casters ready to get ourselves into this. Hurry Freak and Milan. First of all, what are your thoughts on this series? How do you think this best of one's going to go? And how do you think this one's going to play, Milan? Especially back in Game of Gladiators here. Let's find out as we jump over to our casters.
Yeah, Milan, you did favor Gaming Gladiators. Why? I mean, before we see the draft, we saw how well Liquid played, but is it just because Liquid should have PTSD when playing versus them?
I don't know, man. I closed my eyes. I thought for a moment. I was like, I'm gonna go with Quinn. Before the draft, it's always hard to say, but I felt like maybe it was a good warm-up game for Gaming and Quinn, and that they can take this BO1. It's, after all, it's just only one game, and maybe this is the game they take.
Okay, makes sense. Well, we can get ourselves into the game. It has started. We'll see if the production will allow us to do so in the near future. But of course, you went for them. Now you've seen the draft, so now it's a little bit easier for you to call it. Any favorites draft-wise?
I think Liquid slightly won the draft. Like I feel like the Storm last week kind of the draft one part. And the execution is the other, and we see Stabilize gonna do something that many players do versus Ogre with Primal. You're just gonna go and Wee,
taking
Celery and Watson. Very like heads up about this play. Like if I expected it, I'm sure they did too, and they punish him.
Yep, he did get smacked quite a lot, only killing the range creep, not too bad. And Liquid are bringing in 3 heroes.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I assume the top lane is just like a good position and they want to punish this SF level 1, and Ogre obviously doesn't have a single ability, but it's very, very odd, and Jakira is just going to leave.
Yeah, I'm glad he did, because that looked very, very bad for them, him just staying there, not doing anything. So we are going to have the 3 dragon heads on the top lane. How do you think Liquid does in this lane?
Hey, Doom Hoodwink, it's always like a lane to and a force to reckon with. I think there is a possibility for gaming to do very well in this lane, but again, DK, it's not so easy to pressure. Obviously, that's why he's one of the strongest carries in the meta. So I'll still give a slight edge to Ace and Tofu.
Okay, makes sense.
Maybe like 60-40. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that sounds reasonable. Mid lane, you already touched upon it, and Storm Spirit versus any melee hero really does well. You and me talked about a potential of there being a Huskar pick. Do you think that maybe would have been better for Gaming Gladiators?
I mean, yes and no, right? There's different heroes brings different problems and solutions. He would have a stronger laning phase, would probably like dominate the mid, but then in the game, maybe with SF, Doom, and Huskar, they felt too greedy with their lineup. So I personally would like it more, but I see why they would opt for something like Pango.
Okay, makes sense. And they did get eliminated from the qualifiers a couple of days ago when they played the Huskars. So maybe they just don't have that much faith in the hero any longer. 0-0, no kills as of yet. Any particular lane we should keep our eyes on when where things are gonna get spicy?
I think we should keep an eye to this bottom lane, because Saberlight his chair is empty and he's doing okay in this lane, so that's very impressive.
Yeah, I saw that as well, right? I don't know how he's doing it. Quinn, in a little bit of trouble here. Nisha applying pressure. Nisha not very well known for dominating the mid lane, but definitely dominating the games. But right now, he's dominating the mid lane as well. That to me is scary.
I mean, this is the El Clasico, Nisha versus Quinn. You love to see it every single time, and it does bring excitement, always.
It might be different in this year, because this season, the first LAN, or actually the second LAN of the season, is going to be without Gaming Gladiators. So who knows? Maybe this El Clasico will fade, just as the Navi and the Alliance one did.
We'll see. Still pretty early in the season, but definitely Nisha versus Quinn. 4 stick charges for Quinn. The 4-minute rune coming in 20 seconds, and this is what's all gonna be about on mid lane. Like the supports, who rotates, who helps this secure this rune. And if Nisha gets like a free start, he's gonna dominate this game. But same goes for Quinn. Like if he gets a good rune, and now Tofu is making this annoying rotation, but it's only going to secure like a 50-50.
Nisha seems to know. It was called from the top lane. The wave shoving in, and there is no Hoodwink on the top lane, so a very clear idea of what's going on there. So he'll be fine. 4 minutes in, no kills as of yet. Everybody being very defensive at the moment. Blood Grenade being used. There's the stun as well. Boxy in a lot of trouble. Will get the disruption off. Saberlight going forward as well. Really not going to be doing that much. The usage of spells from Liquid, not the best. They definitely lose that trade.
And they kind of panicked there. They thought the Boxy might die, so they both use the abilities at the same time. So a little bit of a missed energy bottom, and SF is currently doing very well in this lane, which SF tends to do. And the top lane, there's going to be a go on Doom, but they might try to turn around. They have almost level 4 on Doom. He's holding the ability points, depending on what happens with his creep camps and the lane.
Interesting, because he did get the gluttony, so you would expect him to be eating creeps from the start. But for now, gonna be waiting for it. Meanwhile, we look at it. Nisha is winning the mid lane, but he's not crushing it by any means. So Queen definitely showing why his Pango is feared for so long.
I can't believe someone would pick Penguin 2024. I just had to say it.
Yeah, it's very weird. Very soon you're gonna be saying 2025 when we
can't
go over
wait.
the threshold.
Anyhow, 5:30. Quinn is going to have a level 6 before after this range creep, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong, but Nisha not far away. Support's coming very early.
Nisha just got it. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Celery, he did have the TP. They knew that he was coming. Now Watson is going to be in trouble underneath the tower. Boxy gets the kill. Clenching is their Saberlight. He does have the extra armor. Not enough. Even with the uproar, he will be a return kill, but still a victory for Liquid.
Oh, the roll comes. Oh, who gets it? Nobody gets it. Shield is bottom.
Gaben playing with us like always. Quinn will be getting it, should be getting it. Nisha TPing in. Let's
No
see.
way.
Lightning, he gets the shield rune now. Quinn has to use the shield crash to get it. Oh, he actually gets pulled down. Okay, it's good that Pango has 2 spells to do it, but with the onslaught coming forward, Bushwhack a little bit too early, and now Quinn is going to be taken out. Nisha getting his mana back. Tofu isn't going to be chased down, just not enough resources on Liquid, but that was just perfectly played.
What a pull. He also gives the bottle to Saberlight teeping out after the kill and death on the SF bottom, so he gets refill there. The Liquid is on fire today, man. With these little plays they do, they're just feeling themselves. I can feel the atmosphere in this team is like very, very good, and they're just enjoying playing the game right now.
Yep, and that's important. I mean, you won TI, then you changed your offlaner, and everybody was not sure how well they're gonna be doing because Saberlight and 33 completely different players, but they're doing really well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's the biggest improvement from Liquid, that they're finding a good spot for the Saberlight in terms of both gameplay and heroes. And there's gonna be any TPs?
They're going. I don't know if you're saving this SF. Maybe with the Bushwhack, it's gonna be enough. Watson standing his ground will die. Mickey also getting in on the fray. Tofu just running through all of the creeps here. Just a little squirrel and the creeps taking him out. Boxy just getting those kills.
Saberlight is fine.
Who got it, and Celery will be next on the menu. Mickey just tanking the tower. They have so many illusions because of the Shadow Demon. That's gonna allow them to just pressure all 3 of them and take him out. Liquid completely overtaking the early game.
Just a disaster. I mean, Liquid with these moves on the Quinn mid, like killing him once, making him use the TP back to the lane, just you remove this Pango from an early equation, and what's left to protect this SF? You know, the Doom is still at level 6, you TP in the Hoodwink, but with the double gate rotation, like Liquid just has too much, and now he's gonna even farm the stacks that were made for SF. Mika is, you know, when you see DK have this good of a start, it's just scary. He must be one of the fastest farming heroes in the game right now.
He has been for quite some time. Onto the high ground, Nisha goes. Not
Quinn is chasing.
Anything. They do have a Doom ready and gets pushed to the low ground. Nicely done. Ice Path to cover for him. Nisha tries to get away. They plant the tree, but they see him. So the Doom will get used. No longer available to deny. The hero that has it, this Pulverize of Saberlight, will at least get ace. So it is a 1-for-1 with Mickey running forward. Wants to get the stun with the TP out just in time. Celery, however, poor guy, will be left all alone. Quinn is there. Well, you're not really going to be trying to help your Ogre because he's gone as Quinn. Thinking about re-engaging, there will be an ice path. Maybe that was a bad decision, Quinn. It was definitely a bad decision as they're going to be coming in the shield crash, keeping him alive. Maybe for a fraction of a second longer as Liquid, again, are the ones that come out on top.
You're just outnumbering the Liquid showing synergy. You might have changed your offlaner, but the other players on the team are playing together for such a long time. You're going to keep the aggression at Mika stance, but the Bushwhack comes out with the Acorn shot, and Insania is gonna definitely die. Do they have anything for Mika? No, they're just gonna run away. So nice quick exchange there. Quick kill on the Jakiro. But what I was saying is, like, the other four, like people say, oh, it's a change of laner, TI captain gone, blah blah blah. But the other four players are playing like together for years, and the synergy is definitely there, and they keep proving it every single game. They're just team play and team synergy is just one of the best I ever saw. They're just playing so well together.
When they were back in Alliance, Koikwa was with them, right? It was Boxy, Insania, Mickey, and to Koikwa. I don't remember
And
the
Taiga.
offlaner back then. Yeah,
The Boxy was
the
offlaner.
You're right,
Yeah.
you're right. Mickey,
But
however,
Mika,
is in a lot of trouble. That's an arcane
TP
room
come in?
Thunder, so he's gonna have it very early on. The disruption is just buying some time. Jakiro coming out from the side. Mickey, no armlet. He has a Mask of Madness. It's Boxy. Maybe next on the menu. 7-1 charges. They are chasing down on him. This is a little bit dangerous, especially with the rest of Liquid coming in close. There's the Storm getting in. Boxy still alive. The Infernal Blade not gonna be enough, but the Ignite will. So some fire will take him out.
Nisha.
Has the 1 charges in the very far. Ace is somehow still alive, but here comes El Saber Lighto to trample Quinn into the ground, and it will be a 2-for-2, a big fight. In the end, it is an even trade.
just as you thought that gaming is gonna get ahead, like 2 kills, but Liquid just brings 3 other heroes back and gets the 2-for-2 trade. They're just bringing the numbers in this early skirmishes. Just feels like they're always ready to fight, and that's very impressive.
Yep, everybody seems to be always ready. While this was happening, the SF was farming, so he does get to the top spot of the network chart, which is impressive. I mean, you mentioned the Dragonite being one of the, if not the fastest farmer currently in the meta, but the SF keeping up.
I'm not the biggest expert, but the DK went for the Mass of Madness before the Armlet. I felt like people went for the other way around, but not gonna question Mika. As we see a 3-man smoke for the 12-man rune, very standard play. So let's see if the Queen expects it. Saberlight is also gonna come in. Quinn
doesn't really expect all that much. He has his Rolling Thunder as he used it earlier with an Arcane Rune, but will get taken out. Celery slows down Saberlight. That doesn't mean that he will be able to live, though.
Doom is ready.
Seems that he will be enough. Doom will be used. Disruption going to be used onto the Doom himself, so that's going to be doing a ton of damage to El Saberlight, though. He's trying to get himself away. The support's covering for him, especially with the Ice Path, but here comes Watson. Finally, DSF will be making his presence known. The presence of the Dark Lord takes you down. The 2 supports, they follow El Saberlight, though, and they go down as well.
Oh, that's a big commitment from the Primal. Kind of baits 2 supports in, and it's going to be 3 dead people. They thought they're getting the Queen down, like they thought, and getting the Power Rune, but unfortunately it was only Invis, and Storm couldn't contribute much without resources left, so this is something we didn't see in the series against Nigma. Maybe Nigma is a little bit of a lower opponent that was not so good at punishing the Liquid, but that's what they were good last game with, not overcommitting. This time around, basically feeding 3 kills to Gamer.
Yes, the Mickey is going for a completely different build. He's going for a Mask of Madness Crystalis, no armlet at all. Does he think that he's not going to be able to toggle in this game?
Makes a lot of sense. Like when you play against like Ancient Apparition or Doom, like you tend to just keep the armlet and choose another build, and he's just adapting.
That makes sense. Mickey was always innovative with his item choices, anyways. So it's not that surprising. Let's see. Liquid with a smoke towards the top lane. There's no Doom for 47. Every other spell in the game is available. Mickey showing himself, and that's a red flag. GG are out.
They still can make it in time for the Wisdom Rune. This could be very dangerous for Liquid too, but they're just gonna bring 5 heroes. Response is coming.
It's gonna be good enough. That is a tanky hero. Very nice Ice Path. And the Macro Pyre are gonna be going through so much damage if you want to do it. They have stolen the Wisdom Rune. Maybe that's enough. Ace still somehow alive. He has 1 stack on him. It's not gonna be enough damage. Rolling Thunder in the back lines. And they will be getting the Jakiro. Very nice Macro Pyre earlier, but he'll still be going down. Dodge onto the Sharpshooter. Not enough to survive. Anyways, Watson coming over and getting a double kill. Wisdom Rune for 2 kills. I'd still say Gaming Gladiators are happy with that.
Definitely favors the Gaming Gladiators, and that Seeds of Serenity is basically saving the Doom life. Like every little thing matters in these engagements, and Watson just kind of cleaning house 2 times in a row. Level 12 already at minute 15. BKB next on the menu. He's getting out of control in this game.
He's so strong. I mean, ahead of the Dragonite. We don't see it too often. And this is not an Armlet Dragonite. This is an Mask of Madness Dragonite. So he should be farming even faster. And he just cannot keep up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Insania? Cannot tell if it's Dire Radiant Ward. I would assume it's a Dire Ward that
his.
he's standing on.
Yeah. It would be very weird if he didn't have a ward there and was standing like that. Ice Path, Onslaught, Pulverize is ready. They have a Doom as well. Will be used after the...
Watson? Oh my god. What the hell?
Blade Mail was gone. Yeah, he's too strong.
Oh, but Quinn?
He is gonna get Demonic Purge, so no longer has the haste, no Rolling Thunder, and very soon no life. He cannot even use the Shield Crash. The Demonic Purge is really a problem for Pango.
And this is weird. Like, okay, they took this fight where they just lost 2 heroes straight up, but they still have this ward. So, like, after the fight ends, Quinn is like, this heal is definitely no warded. There's no way they feed like this with the ward here, but he actually he's wrong and he pays with his life. But Watson definitely gonna walk into Roche with 4 stacks on the help me out on the lasting presence. This is one of the most annoying facets in the game definitely right now.
If you're asking for help, then let me sound smart. Like, what the hell are you doing?
I just remembered. I can remember.
Okay, if you can. Okay, if you can.
Thank you.
Pango does have a Diffusal Blade, the problem for the Storm. McKay, aggressive positioning. He's going for an SNY now. Already the Yasha is being delivered. But things looking solid for GG now. Having the Aegis on the SF. Is it time to pressure the mid lane a bit? Oh, Quinn again. Macro Pyre, Ice Path, damage output. More than enough.
I guess that's why they picked the Chikiro. It's just so much damage coming through it. Like, you don't usually see, like, when you have a Storm, like a follow-up damage from position 5, but with this build on Jakiro, like with the Ice Path, he just brings everything you need. Like, the additional disable plus the damage just look perfect synergy between these 2 heroes. Backing your question, I think still not time to go for towers. After he gets BKB, probably can look for the tier 1 mid, but it will definitely depend on the small skirmishes. They're gonna continue happening here.
I mean, he's a House of Gold away from his BKB, so he's gonna be doing it.
Bottom Shadow Demon.
100%.
This is gonna be a freebie. SF deeping him for the lasting presence. Nice, easy, thank you.
Oh, that's very nice, very nice. And Storm with the regen rune around the mid lane. You did TP your SF to the bottom lane, so now your mid lane tower is going to be taking a decent amount of damage.
And box it perfectly. It circles around every single hero on the side of gaming. They were spotted on the board and mid lane, Tofu.
Radiant's top tower is under
Nisha is fine. He's gonna be finding an AD rune, so next fight gonna be a problem. We have nothing to purge it off.
From region to AD. The life just keeps giving. He's gonna finish the Sanj and Kaya. Does he have a shard? Yeah, of course. He has shard, Sanj and Kaya, and the AD rune. This could be a very good time for Liquid to smoke.
Let's see if they're going to be doing it even into an Aegis. If you have a good position, it really won't matter that much. But for another 2.5 minutes, Watson will have his double life. For now, both of the teams are dodging each other. Very close game. 13-13 in kills. 1k goal lead for Gaming Gladiators at the moment. But double BKB on GG. That's a huge deal.
Definitely a very good timing. And the level 15 on the SF. Maybe my favorite talent of all game, like this lasting presence working on the buildings. It just makes the buildings melt in a second, and he's gonna take the tier 2 tower.
Really? Like
Liquid.
Double Wukong's command or
Nah,
backtrack?
man. I just you can have your own favorite talent. That's mine. Just leave me be.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry.
SNY finished on DK2. Very nice item against the Doom and the chain disables that Gaming has. So first, we'll see the gaming smoke. So they want to use these Aegis. They want to cross the map.
Radiant are scanning.
Daytime coming in 10 seconds, so a very, very good time to smoke. Liquid's gonna be aware of it and probably dodge it with every single hero.
And even with an 80 rune, they don't want to fight. I mean, understanding there's still an Aegis for another minute. You have this buff SF with a Doom who has a BKB as well. It's not a good time to fight. But when is a good time to fight for Liquid? Is there a certain item? Is there a certain timing, a certain positioning that they're waiting for maybe?
It's mostly about position, definitely about items too. But the position is what matters. They want to fight on their conditions where they have like a protection of a ward or a tower, so their supports can chill. Because if they just run into open field,
Let's see, Sharpshooter, Bushwhack. These two heroes are not the greatest in terms of damage. And Nisha just goes forward, TP out, will be fine.
nice try, but even nicer escape from Nisha. So as I was saying, they just open field fights against this SF with Aegis is just very hard to deal with. Like, you have two options: focus him down or ignore him. If you focus him, Box is gonna get found. This should be a freebie, but Box is gonna fight back.
He's turning around
4.
and fighting all of them. Yeah, just let it
1
go.
versus 5. It's not gonna work.
They didn't call his bluff. They didn't call his bluff immediately. They got scared there for a second.
I mean, the Fox is a crazy player in every positive meaning of the word, and like he can do crazy stuff. So you always
keep
take
insulting. You keep insulting these position 4s and then saying that those insults are actually positive. So I'm not sure I'm gonna.
Yeah, I
continue trusting you on that.
mean, that's how sometimes the best compliment is like coming from like from that position. So. I think as long as you mean no harm, it's fine to do that. And Insania is getting caught. Can get sharpshooter
there.
Should be enough, but
Biggie.
they want more. Saberlight has
BKB
ulti.
gonna be using the pulverize. Ace should be fine here, and that's a 9-second BKB just down the drain, rolling Thunder Quinn. He knows that it's gonna be expiring, and he's going for it. Saberlight is trying to whip himself faster, and he's not gonna be allowed to leave at all. There's a blink from Quinn, just continuing to stun.
But Mike?
Anyways, Mana Storm getting in, and they're gonna be dooming him immediately this time around. The damage output for the Storm, it might be enough. The disruption is there. It is not enough just yet, and Mike standing his ground, getting Quinn down as well. The Doom is gonna be expiring soon, and Liquid, they feel like this is their moment. You talked about positioning. Onto the high ground though, GG go. That is where they're gonna be safe.
Oh, gaming needs to be more careful. Yes, they get 1 kill and no BKB on Primal, but choosing their targets, the priority needs to be better. This Primal is a big tanky boy, but he doesn't bring the damage. It's the Storm and the DK with the saves from Boxy. If they ignore this DK with the Massive Madness Shard, SNY, Crystallis, he's gonna be demolishing them.
He's a monster on McKay. But the SF is still ahead of him, and SF is buffed up by the Bloodlust. That's something that we really have to keep in mind when it comes to the later portions of the game. Watson will be killing everybody, and his Daedalus is coming in just 200 gold.
It's all about position. Which damage dealer gets to hit like a truck? Will it be SF? Will it be DK? Rosh potentially coming in 40 seconds. Both teams are probably gonna assume it's gonna be on the top side, so we'll see who switches map first.
The moment Liquid are going for
with a smoke.
Established dominant, smoke breaks in the worst possible moment. Tofu, I don't know if that was intentional, but either way, just saves his own life and the rest of his teams as well.
They're gonna TP in. The ward dies, and they're on top of the dire ward. This is scary for gaming.
They're just going in like madmen. Tofu has the force staff to get to the low ground. Celery a bit too deep, gonna get pulled back. Rolling Thunder Quinn, he bounces off a cliff. So Mickey now pops the BKB. Watson getting gone on the low ground, does absolutely nothing. SF versus Dragonite, that didn't look like it was that nice for the SF.
Wow, very weird choose of a fight for the gaming, like bringing all TPs into this vision of the Liquid. Liquid will happily take it, and BKB or not, if this DK gets to shoot on top, there's gonna be a Doom. Do they get this Nisha? He has BKB. He's gonna have Disruption. But
There it is.
will it be
He's
enough?
still dead. Oh, let's see. Pavis on him. That's not gonna help. You need something to stop you from the pure damage. Will get
Last
taken
pick.
out in the end. Ace still alive. Will get force stabbed by Tofu as Onslaught forward. Saberlight will not be stopped, but either way, they didn't have to. Gaming Gladiators, they get themselves enough distance, but in the end, they lose the tower.
Very nice pick by Gaming. Right after, they take a page out of Liquid book. Even though that you lost the team fight, you still can use your abilities to get the quick pick. Storm dead. And now they can position for the rush. It's coming up in 1 minute, but
Probability.
yeah, I mean, that was a big throw.
For sure, for sure. Still, win probability close to 50%. There's going to be a pause. Hopefully, everything is going to be fine. It is an online tournament, so we can assume that everybody's internet should be working properly. Hoping it does. No info as of yet on what's going on. So, Milan, you were a pro player. Did you have 2 internet providers to always have the extra internet if something goes bad?
No, back in the day, I just had my brother house provider, so he lived close by. So if I ever had a trouble, I would just go to him. As we see on replay, the Mike was just clean house, man. This DK, if he doesn't get doomed, he's gonna be unstoppable. That's about it.
And even if you doom him, I mean, his damage output is still gonna be sick.
At least he's not gonna be healing from like random stuff like Mask of Madness and this Shared Demon Shard, Demonic Cleanse. Yep.
Yep. Demonic Cleanse is a big deal for sure. You have an Atos on the other side. It really helps versus that. The Infernal Blade as well. Lucky Shot.
Yeah, even something like Lucky Shot, Dispel is just very nice because like the minus armor, it adds up, whatnot. It's just one of the better shards in the game, man. A very sneaky board by Insania.
Talk to me about this Doom item. SNY Doom. You don't see that too often.
It's just a more classic, right? It's just SNY is the most popular item in the patch, and like he buys that or Kaya Yasha, but anyhow, you just buy this item. You don't think about it too much, and they're gonna wait on the ward. We'll see if Gaming gets surprised by it. See Ogre come in, D ward. It's very surprised Insania was able to get it there, and
let's see.
DK TP is in.
Look
at the Hoodwink. He's gonna get really good vision up here. And Watson, we talked about this minus armor from the lucky shot, and this is gonna be a fast rush.
He did roar, Liquid knows, but them knowing and being able to do something about it, that's a completely different thing. Watson has shown that it is definitely the fastest one to click. Let's see, there's the ulti, but Saberlight, he clicks faster. He's gonna be dying immediately after Nisha. Finding the Doom, the Glimmer Cape is there, but they found the SF. That is the main one, and without the egg, it's gonna be taken out. They doomed the Shadow Demon, nobody cares, even if he dies. And he's just getting so many of those illusions before he does. 2, 3 heroes of Gaming Gladiators are gone. It might be even more. Tofu and Quinn, they'll be getting themselves out, but a huge victory for Liquid.
I mean, what a quick fingers by Saberlight. Like, it's just about a pure skill there. Who gets the Sages, and him getting it over SF is just a whole deal breaker. Yes, you doom the Shadow Demon, maybe you can doom this DK, but then he'll get saved by Shadow Demon. It just seems like Liquid has too many solutions for whatever Gaming can offer in this game.
Oh, they found Quinn. No. The Storm is there on top of him. We're not even going to be looking. That's going to be the 4th casualty right after the Roche did die. Tier 2 on the top lane, gone as well. Liquid getting everything.
They're just... the game is spiraling out of control. Like, just Liquid winning the most important fight in Dota for the last few years, I would say. It's the second Rush fight. I feel like whoever gets on top of this exchange like wins like 9 out of 10 games at least.
Yeah, I think it's like that as well. Maybe we're overestimating it, but it's definitely over like 60, 70. Who knows? Maybe somebody gives us the exact stats in competitive gameplay, but definitely the most important objective in Dota is that second ocean. Now, Liquid are looking to take the last outer tower. Maybe won't be going for it just yet.
No reason to rush things. They gotta just choose their fights. They don't have the Aegis advantage, but they have the map control. They have the gem on Insania. It's gonna be dewarding all of the gaming vision. Mid lane, they're gonna use the roll.
But they blink forward. Oh, what a play. Mickey wants to go forward there. Pops the BKB. This is a little bit dangerous, but maybe with the storm coming in. That fire shield protecting the duel for now, but not for long. Nisha, the damage output with the shard is insane. Quinn trying to get himself away with the swashbuckler, and they found the SF as well. The follow-up stun from the Dragonade. They're just overwhelming GG right now, and there will be a nice path perfectly placed on the high ground, showing them the last survivor of GG, but not any longer. Liquid. They destroyed that team fight, and now they're destroying the enemy base as well.
There's this odd synergy from gaming. Like they tried to take this fight, but they were coming one by one, and Doom doesn't come out, and Mika, every second he gets to hit, your hopes of winning this game are just melting. And like he was uncontested this fight, get crested, get demonic class, get drums. Like he just this DK, get it out of my screen. He's just too strong.
It was so dumb. They wanted to go for it. Like, he used the disruption. Now we're gonna catch him off guard. And then he blinks forward and just kills them all. Beautiful play.
He's just a first pick hero. That's 4-1 in 13. Highest net worth of all by far. He's just doing whatever he wants.
And it doesn't look like he's gonna stop. Gaming Gladiators, they are looking kind of lost at the moment. Of course, even if they lose the series, there's still a best of 3 that they're gonna be playing versus the winner of Nigma versus Secret. So, but of course, you would like to go into the playoffs immediately here. It doesn't look like it's happening for Gaming Gladiators.
Our dear one-win series tournament is not very forgiving. Like, you lose that next series, you're just straight up out. No hopes for playoff for you, so... But it's still not 100% over. It is 96% over, as Gaben will say. So still a chance for gaming.
Sure, yeah, but still Liquid would also have to be making some mistakes. And right now, they're looking to put the nail in the coffin. Hello, Tofu. Goodbye, Tofu. He does have a buyback if need be. Finding the Doom as well. There will be a demonic purge, and they want him dead with the pulverize. Your SNY will not help you. Buyback a bit too late. Not saving his buddy is a huge deal. Dragonite going forward. He just doesn't care. Tier 4s are going for him. Will pop the BKB to stop the Requiem. Sharpshooter in the backlines. Shadow Demon taking some damage from it. Not enough for his life to be threatened, and immediately onto the tier 4s. Liquid, maybe that's too deep. The top lane is just a safer choice.
Now the Lincoln is already online. There's so many new problems came for gaming from Liquid, and not like the previous problems were not big enough, so they're just gonna continue to push. Satanic ready, Blink Dagger on DK ready, Boxy, that's a little bit too far, my friend. He's gonna die.
I mean, look at the SF. Watson without the BKB, just literally gonna get demolished by Nisha, easily taken out. Quinn, on the other hand, does not have a buyback, and that's gonna be Mega Creeps. GG, still not calling it, but it does look kind of over. Okay,
even a buyback on SF, and they're just gonna call it. I mean, they're still a lower bracket, but overall, I think a little bit of a disappointing game from gaming. I feel like they had a real shot, and they failed too. So they're gonna need to go back and analyze quickly what they can improve on to reach the playoffs of the one-win series.
Dude, Liquid is looking very scary, not gonna lie. With the way that they performed here, I don't really see any of these teams in Group A beating them in the best of 3. I don't know if in the other group somebody can do it.
I mean, definitely they're gonna be challenged more in the playoffs, but I agree with you. The synergy is really good. The team play and the hero packs, like, they understand meta very well. They draft very well.
I mean, the Mika and the coaches draft very well, and they're just playing very fast, and I like to see it. It's a very entertaining Dota.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you went for Gaming Gladiators, but it was obvious here that Liquid are looking like the strongest team of Group A, of course. If there is something to break down in this game, something that we missed, our panel didn't, so we're going to be throwing it back to them.
Gaming Gladiators shown the thumbs down there by Team Liquid, and it feels like they are looking fairly unstoppable. They've just breezed through a close qualifier, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 here. Again, sweeping aside both NGX as well as Gaming Gladiators. Aries, is there anyone here in this event you think can stop Team Liquid?
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. We still have your second group, right? Who knows what the other boys are able to do? You know, both Spirit and Paravision placed a little bit higher in Dream League. So I don't know actually what the head-to-head was for these teams against Liquid in Dream League. But yeah, there's still Group B. But yes, Liquid are looking very good.
Yeah, and Bowie, on the other side, Gaming Gladiators again, they need to kind of quickly shake off. I don't know what this issue is, because it feels like they are, maybe it was just Liquid looking so far ahead, but Gaming Gladiators, it feels like they're maybe making small mistakes, you know, when it comes to the rotations, looking for the targets on the kills here, and, you know, just really not being able to apply that patented Gaming Gladiators pressure that we're so used to seeing.
Yeah, you know, I think the biggest, draft-wise at least, the biggest thing I can say is that the Doom response into Dragon Knight definitely feel that good, because, like, at the end of the day, you're not really denying that HP region, right? Because you don't want to Doom the DK, you want to Doom the Storm or the Primal. They even saw Shadow Demon Doom at the end there. And when you 24 pick up Pangolier into that draft, like, it didn't feel like a great Pango game, right? It's an alright game, it's comfort for Quinn, there's reasons for you to pick it, but it felt like GG, they had first pick and 24th pick being kind of, I don't know, there was a meta hero, but I didn't really feel the impact that sometimes we see when you have like Doom into Morphling, Doom into those really strong heroes. So overall, I think GG needs to reconsider the drafting. Gameplay wise, you know, they played well. The early game was pretty even, but once this Dragon Knight gets too big, there's no real response, and you have this Shadow Demon creating Shadow Fiend illusions. You know, good luck. It's so much minus armor that the Dragon Knight just goes ham. Look at that. Look at this fight.
Yeah, and it feels like, again, that Team Liquid rotations were just on point. Being able to respond to any ganks come out. That first blood there as well, because it feels like the initial lane wasn't going great in the off lane for Liquid. They were able to get the first blood, turn it around, and then made the Shadow Fiend feel really uncomfortable. And again, all the way through this game here, Team Liquid's responses to the pressure, the fights coming out, it just felt like they were right place, right time every single time. So I think we're going to be able to get an interview here coming out from one of the players from Team Liquid. And yeah, I think it's going to be Saberlight joining us for them. So we're going to be able to see just how it's going. Saberlight, how are you doing? Okay. And coming off, again, another big event here, how are you fitting in yourself with Team Liquid? You know, was there any growing pains getting into the team, or did you kind of slot right in and just hit the ground running? Mm-hmm. Okay. And it's going to be, you know, again, you've got yourself through now, so you can take a break. Two best of ones, you know, how are you feeling coming into best of ones? Because they are fairly tricky. If you lose, you are kind of done then. What was the team mentality coming into a best of one? Okay. Aries, any questions here for Saberlight?
Yeah, firstly, congratulations on Bangkok as well qualifying and making the playoffs here. I want to know who's the biggest degen out of everyone? Who's staying up the latest between the team? Okay. And lastly, as well, real quick, how's gym been? I know some of the Liquor boys are gymming. I know Niche is gymming. I've seen some stories of you walking down the stairs of the gym facility. How's that been? Very good. Thank you.
Okay, well, Saberlight, I think that's all we actually have time for because we do have another series to jump into. Thank you very much for joining us. And again, good luck going forward. Maybe we're going to be speaking to you again in just a couple of days. But for now, that is going to be it. And again, thank you for joining us. But we are going to take a quick break because we now get into the best of threes. And it's going to be the losers match coming up here. NGX versus Team Secret. We'll find out how it's going to go after this break. Cheers, Saberlight. Welcome back in, everybody. And as you can see, we changed it up just a little bit here for the panel. Harry Freak Milan going to be joining me for these best of threes, and it's going to be Bowie as well as Aries taking over for the main cast. So, Harry, you've just done, was it 3 games? Now you get to chill with me on the panel. How are you feeling after, such a busy morning already?
Doing good. Waking up for a cast and then focusing on the panel. So now the brain needs to be activated. So I think it's quite good.
Okay. And Milan, again, I'm going to be relying on you, like last time, just tell me absolutely everything that's going to be happening, all the drafts, all the picks, the orders as well. So we'll see if you can get those 9 out of 10 predictions coming out again. But overall, how are you feeling today? Are you feeling good? You warmed up? You ready for the panel?
I feel good. I just like watching Dota, and I like actually watching like teams like Secret, Enigma. I think this is the most exciting series for me of the whole tournament. It is our first elimination series, and we get to get Poppy versus Kuroki. Kura is not playing, but he's coaching. He's probably drafting for Enigma, so he's still there. And like this is something that I've been following through the whole scene. Like my whole life, I've been watching Papi and Kuroki battle it out, so it just excites me. I think many people feel like this.
Okay, well, we are going to be able to see what is going to be happening here, because it is going to be a best of 3 coming up now. Enigma Galaxy versus Team Secret. So it is going to be a winners takes all situation, or a winner stays on situation here. And the loser, unfortunately, we're going to be saying a quick goodbye to them. So looking at these 2 lineups, Hurry, who are you leaning towards here? Who do you favor coming into this one? Because it isn't just your one game and done. You do have a kind of mini meta that can be established here. Who do you think takes it over the not the sprint but the marathon in this best of 3?
I'd say I favor Nigma after what I've seen from them in the first game to go through the groups, actually, right? To beat Secret and then to beat GG later on as well. I think, sure, Liquid, as Saberlight said in the interview, that probably they weren't super woken up, right, and ready for the laning phase, but the way that they moved and the speed at which Nigma played, I think they're back, right? Maybe not to their form with which they won TI, but I'd say these players are looking pretty decent.
Okay. And Milan, you say you like to watch this actual matchup between the older players, the more established players. Do you have a favorite coming into this best of 3, or are you just looking for a close series here, going to all 3 games?
I think I'll highlight one player from each team. From Enigma Galaxy, the new off-lane guy, the noob. He is most interesting guy to watch. He's transitioned to the offlane. He's a very skilled player. I respect him a lot, but he has his inconsistency, especially in the new role. So I'll highlight him, and it will be interesting to see if he has one of these pop-out games that he had on mid lane. He had games where he goes 20-0 or not. So maybe that happens in this series. And for the Secret, I think for this series, I'll keep an eye for Aincrad. I think there's a lot on his shoulders, especially coming from the game 1 versus Liquid, where he against Gaming, where he really played some Phoenix mid, maybe out of his comfort zone, and then he got stunned by Quinn. It's gonna be interesting to see how he bounces back in a matchup where maybe he has more chances to shine.
Okay, and we're going to be able to see overall what everybody thinks in this one, because we are going to be able to take a look at the predictions coming through from everybody here, as well as the desk, but on the cast as well. So, okay, Bowie's doubled down on Secret. I've gone for Secret here too. Everybody else going for NGX in this full best of 3. So we'll see how this one is going to break down. And I suppose because everybody else has gone NGX, I'll defend Secret just a little bit. I saw them again. I followed them through the OQs. On the first OQs, they were a little bit uncomfortable, but moving through into the seconds, they just looked like they hit their form. Maybe it's just a little bit of warming up they need to do. They kind of hit their stride. They looked incredibly good. Didn't work out for them as good in the CQs, but looking at the team overall, they did have some really good plays, and it feels like when they can hit the comfort heroes, which we might just be seeing now as we get ourselves into the draft, they do feel really good. The Nyx Assassin was one of them. Again, that the Champ of the Puppy, the Morphling coming out for 4-3 as well. There is heroes that if they do come through, Alqua's another one. I think they might just be able to take control of this game. So we'll see how it's going to break down. But Harry, on the other side for Enigma Galaxy, is there anything specific we should be looking out for in this draft?
I mean, Aries kind of highlighted it in the previous panel when there was Enigma Galaxy playing. They've been first picking that sniper quite a lot, and I mean, I'd like to see it now, but whenever I see an Alchemist and I think sniper, I still remember, you know, Sumail versus No One, and Sumail was the Alchemist back then, and No One just killing himself on the Blade Mail in the ultra late game. So I don't know, maybe Sumail because of that reason is afraid to pick it now.
Yeah, that's an old and great story. Like I think it was Boston Major semifinals. For sure it was that.
Maybe, but either way, it was those two players. That's what I know, and definitely fond memories of the viewers and some of the players in that game. But yeah, I'd like to see the sniper either way. It is fun.
Okay. Well, they're going to go for the Primal Beast right off the bat here for NGX. So on the other side, Team Secret, banning out the Doom, the Clockwork's gone as well, doing them a favor a little bit here, banning out the Clockwork and the Tusk, Naga Siren, as well as the Dragon Knight, Terrorblade, and the Nyx for NGX. So yeah, they feel comfortable with that Clockwork being banned out to just pick up the Primal Beast here. Do you think this is where Team Secret maybe go back for something like the Shadow Demon, or is that not as effective as dealing with the Primal Beast as something like the Clockwork?
Both heroes are very good against the Primal, so I wouldn't be surprised if Nigma either picks up the Shadow Demon itself or ban it out. Where I want to go back to this Primal pick where they just like see the Alchemist, they assume it's carry because the 4-2-3 is spamming it in his pubs, and then they're like, okay, let's pick an offlane. What do you want to play? Doom is out, is a straight up counter. You go for a hero that's not as big of a counter, like 1-to-1, but in the lane can pressure a lot with Primal. That's what you want to do. You want to pressure Alchemist in the lane, and it's a very comfort hero for noob. So I like the both teams' approach so far this early in the draft.
Yeah, but I think Secret should ban out that Shadow Demon that you mentioned. No, they get rid of the Batrider. Okay, now Enigma Galaxy, I guess, have to ban it or pick it. But I think generally it's a good pick for them, right? You're playing versus a Radiance hero, save from the Unstable Concoction, and there it is. Yeah, it just made sense that they're gonna go that route.
Yeah, and you ban out the Pango, a Aincrad, probably signature hero, and a hero that you really like against the Shadow Demon. Like it's like a Centaur, Pangolier. Like these are one of the top heroes that you want to pick against the Shadow Demon to deal with him. And they're gonna have to find some other solutions to him. But for now, they're probably just gonna pick up the two supports. Maybe we'll see the Poppy Crystal Maiden.
Yeah.
Okay. Poppy has been playing something interesting, like an AA, right? Obviously, you are the one with the Alchemist this time around. But I'm thinking, do you go to supports? If you do, then I guess Lich would be something that he wants to get. I was thinking maybe they leave this Alchemist as a flex. I'm not sure if Poppy can play it as a 5.
They're gonna go for the Muerta. Okay.
I don't think right in this draft they'll do. I'm sure Poppy can play anything. He's been playing this game for like 30 years, or I don't know. So he's like one of the guys that can pull out anything out of the bag. So I still expect them to pick up another Poppy hero here. And Muerta is just a classic position 4, right? It's just like bread and butter of this meta. You just pick it. Muerta is just a hero. You pick it and lost. And the Kisco, he didn't play much in competitive, like only 2 games in last month, but still a hero that everybody spams in pubs right now.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I've seen a couple of carry Muertas, but I don't think that Secret would be pulling that off. I mean, it's definitely not a 4-2-3 hero. 4-2-3 has been playing a lot of Meepo, man. I'm kind of hoping that in this best of 3 they pull it out, especially if they're gonna get pushed out of the tournament, because I haven't seen a Meepo in competitive in forever.
Hey, I want to.
Is that hero even good?
I don't know if he's winning,
think it's good. It's definitely good. I mean, the Meepo just takes a team synergy and a player understanding of it, but I want to flame 4-2-3, man. I want to flame this guy. He has 29 CAS games in the last 8 days. A hero he cannot pick up in this tournament. I mean, he has a 62% win rate, which is owning, but that's a lot of CAS games for a competitive player.
You know what? I've seen a lot of players. I've seen a lot of Chinese players playing Kez in pubs, like every single one of them. I think it was Ame who has 2 accounts, and both of them is like 50% Kez games. So, might be.
I just want to say,
good practice.
at least they're actually playing Dota, because a few of the pro players that I have on my friends list, if they're not even playing Dota, it's all about Deadlock at the minute, and these are players that are on teams and they're just spamming out Deadlock. They're not even playing pubs anymore. As NGX, they go straight for that line, so that's gonna be their 2 supports coming out.
Yeah. I mean, no Storm. Storm is in the pool and Puck is in the pool, so obviously you want to have something to catch them. If Secret would go there for that on 18.
And it is something that they've liked to try. I know the Mortar pick comes out, but I know I've been seeing a lot of the Pugna picks coming out from Team Secret as well to go with the Storm Spirit. Obviously not this time because of that Mortar, unless they do want to play it, something like that carry. But to look at what Team Secret do still have to pick, Milan, do you think we're going to be seeing another attempt at the Phoenix this series? Because it is something that Encrad was playing in the Open qualifiers. It didn't seem to do too well in the last game, but do you think it's a case of pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and give it another go?
I think there was a conversation in Team Secret after the game, and after the game 1, and they said we're not gonna say whose fault it is, but one guy will not play a Phoenix today again.
I don't know if they were going.
Yeah, he's not even gonna do.
No, but I like the Invoker here.
Invoker is just much more stable pick, and it's a really good matchup versus both Primal and the Gyro and the Bucks. I mean, the Invoker is just one of the most stable heroes in the meta. So Secret, like, kind of going back to what is truly meta right now, what other people have had work for them. So I like this approach.
Okay, do they ban the sniper though? Is that the approach for Secret now? Are you afraid of the sniper?
So you ban 2 Sumail heroes. I mean, Sniper is one of his most played, but I think Earth Spirit for sure, and Puck.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, the Puck is already gone. On the other side, NGX. Yeah, I like that Mars ban because it does interrupt pretty much everything that NGX want to do before the BKB starts to come out. What are you looking at Team Secret pickup wise for because it's potentially the offlaner, unless you want to do something funky with the Alchemist? Is there anything that stands out for you here, Harry, that you think is a good lock for Team Secret in the offlane?
I think they need something to hold people in place. I mean, I like the Mars and the Magnus ban. Not sure what else is left to play. Like a Sand King is in the pool. I wouldn't hate that.
Would you maybe look towards potentially the Darks here as well? You're the Vacuum in for the Ice Wall with the Invoker, the Unstable Concoction Stone as well, or
no?
Is that
Shadow
something
Demon
that's...
Gyro. Shadow Demon Gyro.
Okay.
You would be shooting yourself in the foot if you would be picking up a Darkseer here.
Okay. They do ban that Sniper out, so...
Yeah, they choose the Sniper over Earth Spirit because of the more comfort, I would say, and I like the Enigma ban. They ban the Magnus. It's the BKB control versus the Gyro, and like getting out of place is something I really value against this hero, and we're gonna see just the classic Dawnbreaker. It's next on the list, Mars, Magnus. Now you go down to Dawnbreaker. It is just a very popular hero. So Secret going all out meta. And we'll see if the Earth Spirit comes out from Sumail now.
He gets it 100%, right? Because it's his most played hero in pubs. It's just so good versus the Invoker. Looks like a solid Earth Spirit game. Blade Mail is generally a good item in this one. I really think it's a good way to go.
Only other hero that's even considerable is a Void Spirit. It depends on the preference, but I just don't see the reason why not go for the Earth Spirit.
Okay, maybe. Well, we'll see. I mean, they have 57 seconds, so they are talking about this one. It's not just the instant lock coming out. And they are, just considering maybe different picks to come through. Maybe it's just, go on.
Being the coach of the team, we also, if we have a time on our hand and we know what we're going to pick and enemy doesn't know, we're just going to lock the pick and then talk about the gameplay or what we need to do, how we see the game going through. So we just use the time for ourselves. It doesn't mean that we are still discussing which hero we're going to take. but you just want to use all the time you have, because you know the strategy time or whatnot, it runs down quickly, and you don't get to to discuss all the things you want.
Yeah,
Okay,
the coach
so
has
you
to
don't
leave
think
the room.
it's yeah, you don't think it's just the coach going, how about the Monkey King pick me Earth Spirit? No, how about the Storm Spirit pick me Earth Spirit? It's just you are trying to take this time, like say for the extra. Never mind. Maybe it was a little bit of discussion going on. The Razor comes out here for NGX.
Oh, interesting.
Do you like it, Harry?
Usually I see it. I don't know, man. I like it when it's laning versus the Dawnbreaker. I don't know how much I love it in this game. I don't see a perfect target to drain the damage from.
Overall, I like the Razor hero, but it doesn't make much sense in this lineup unless he's gonna dominate the lane, because he doesn't really stack up with the other cores. It's not what he wants to do, and maybe he goes for the Ados Leipnir build and goes a little more aggressive throughout the game, but overall, I prefer the Secret lineup.
I think so as well.
Okay.
I think so as well. If Aincrad, especially this Invoker, I think there's nothing to stop him. If this Invoker plays well, if Aincrad can reset from what happened in the previous series when he played the Phoenix, he can take over this game easy.
Yeah, well, we'll find out how it's going to go. And looking at it in terms of the actual gameplay, do Secret, again, are they going to be the ones that try and force this one out? Or can they just sit back, farm up their items and say to NGX, you're going to have to be the ones that pressure us out here, Milan? Are they, setting the pace here, Team Secret, for this first game?
Hey, every time you have the Alchemist on your team, the enemy team has to pressure. Yes, the NGX kind of went to the 3-core lineup. I mean, Primal is not as big, but definitely mid carry are strong cores that can scale and like have this power to deal with the Alchemist later. But you still need to combine that with early pressure, so Alchemist doesn't get out of control. 1k GP and whatnot. So it's definitely a little bit of a pressure on Enigma Galaxy, but it doesn't mean they have to go bash their head against the wall.
Okay, well, we'll see if they are going to flourish under this pressure or if they're going to flounder here, because we have two people standing by ready to take us through the first game. Aries, Bowie, take it away.
Thank you, Rob. Here we go. Bowie, we heard what the panel had to say. A little bit of hesitation in regards to the Razor pick as a whole. How do you feel about it? Because this was the ultra last. We were looking for like an Earth Spirit or a Void Spirit as well for Sumail, going down the Razor route. What are your thoughts on this hero? Do you like it? Do you feel like it fits? Or are you kind of have a similar opinion with that?
I think as a South American, we kind of learn to respect this hero. It's not something that a lot of South American teams play. But, the hero is good. Do I like it for that matchup and as a 24th pick? I don't think so. So in general, I do agree with the panel. I think Secret's draft looks a little bit better. They are slightly on a timer, I think, like all ALK lineups are. Maybe there's a bit more scaling on the Nigma side. But as we saw from their other game, Nigma actually kind of likes to snowball. So maybe I would have liked something that could snowball a bit harder as well.
Do you really feel like they're on that much of a timer, though, considering like Dawnbreaker, depending on itemization, can scale into the later stages? I mean, the Invoker is a hero as well that we're seeing, I feel like, do a little bit better with your particular item build, and depending on the Mueta as well, we can see this hero itemized to scale.
True, it could definitely happen. It really depends on the Dawnbreaker build, right? Sometimes we see the Echo Sabers and the Sanjanyashas, but it could also just be an Eggs Rush, and then it really depends on what the plan will be here for Secret, how much they're going to be pressuring lanes, because if Nigma stomp the lanes of Liquid, we can assume they might do the same against Secret as well.
We'll have to see as we get away here for the losers series. Again, best of three, first best of three of the night. See, 423 is going to poke his head out a little bit too far. Nigma ready to go for the potential still. 423 seems aware of some of the adding in the tree. Is a natural 2-2 split.
Little Pauseroo. I've been reading a lot of people saying bugged, and I don't know what they mean. Like, what is the bug? Like some... Have you had any trouble like with your pubs recently? Because I haven't.
No, I don't know. I haven't been hearing about any bugs.
No, looking at the...
I feel some, I don't know, there's like secret bugs, and then somehow they just pop out of nowhere, and very like unique ones.
Yeah, maybe bugs like that are only for lobbies. I don't know, some weird interaction we don't know. Looking at the facets here, nothing crazy. Like literally everything according to plan. I guess Fist of Death sometimes is not the one we see for Lions, but it surprisingly has the highest win rate, and it's so weird to me that like that is the facet. Like it's so clowny.
Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely an interesting one. This is very interesting. Wetter and the Dawnbreaker actually just going to try and kill off the range creep early.
Yeah, sometimes we see the body blocks, but actually getting the range creep they just don't want the wave to push as fast.
Yeah, like you're saying, we get it, especially the body blocks down in the opposite side of the map, which I believe is what Noob and Over might have the creep pick, leave him already shoving out. But let us. You're a big thing, Nigma. Their late stage early today looked very, very good. I mean, they were in a prime position to be able to get that victory over Liquid. They just weren't able to convert it with the lead that they had. Do we feel like they have another draft that should be favored in the lanes?
I mean, I don't even think they should be favored that much in the other lanes, right? Because there was an Ugger on the Liquid side. The level 1 of Ugger is weak indeed, but afterwards I think is pretty strong. But yeah, in general, mid lane should be a win for Sumail. Not as hard as people think, just because past level 2, you can always, just tornado the Razor and away. But yeah, Razor is a lane dominator still, even if that aspect of the hero got nerfed a little.
And then top lane with the Moetra and the Dawnbreaker feels like it could be quite strong for Secret, no?
Yeah, I think it's pretty strong. I have a little bit of synergy there with both heroes. But, Gyro can never really underestimate that hero. If you get a couple of Rocket Barrage points, can actually match the aggression. It really depends on what the plan for Miracle is. Sometimes we see, that spell pretty much ignored, especially now that the cooldown facet is becoming more popular. But still, there is adaptation if they feel like they need to be more aggressive as Nigma.
I see. And is it Kizco, the Moetra? Is that the correct pronunciation?
I think so.
You sounded hesitant.
I mean, that's how I assumed it is, but yeah. I am not familiar, unfortunately.
I would double check that. That was too hesitant for me.
Kazco, I mean, there's not that many possibilities, right? It seems a bit straightforward, but maybe, yeah, I mean.
If it was like, pretend the Y is an I. Kizco, yeah, I didn't say.
Overall, pretty standard laning stage here. Super even between everyone else. Now that you get level 2 on the Ogre.
Speaking Jesus, I mean, that damage with Rocket Barrage is it's just so much.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Muerta is one of those heroes that really dissuade the Spirit heroes. I think that is the reason why Nigma decided to get the Razor instead of, an Air Spirit or Void Spirit. Just that silence is pretty annoying. But that is not a laning stage that I think Muerta really thrives. It's a fine lane for her, but, it is a fragile hero in the laning stage.
I see. Okay. And really getting bodied mid lane, though. 6-2 compared to the 17-9. I too was not expecting it to go this poorly for him, but
it should not.
Sumail is bodying him.
Ooh. Bad day for Aincrad. Not really the start you need, but I mean, Invoker can always come back, has the rotation power, but playing from this much behind is always going to be hard.
It's probably not going to help the confidence as well with the last game and then seeing his 7-5 4 minutes in.
So the one thing is that, with Phoenix, if you're losing, you're kind of primed to go for those YOLO plays because the hero is just kind of bound to it. Whereas for Invoker, you're going to sit back, you're going to farm, you're going to choose your fights. So I do like that. If you're going to lose the laning stage, Invoker is definitely a better hero than Phoenix. Oh, wow.
Have a kill top lane though. Big one onto Miracle. So Same Be able to strike back, level 3 up in the Dawnbreaker. Was that person that we both even mentioned as well, that we were very impressed with his game on the Pangolier earlier.
Very consistent, got a good diffusal blade timing. Yeah, and you talked about the build on the Dawnbreaker. I would like to see him scaling a little bit more. When you look at the draft of Secret, their siege is not that great, right? Even when you have Aegis on Alchemist, this hero is not that good at actually taking barracks. So just making sure that if like your second Aegis push doesn't work, you still have some scaling would definitely be nice for Secret.
Relatively slow start though, 5 minutes in, 2 kills, nothing crazy going on. We have our power rune up and about. I thought there was going to be a little bit more action down bottom, especially on Omar, but I guess maybe his positioning has been pretty solid. I mean, I haven't been paying attention that much to bottom. Top lane, that's where the action will continue. Miracle finds Kizco, so another kill for the boys on Nigma, and there we go. There's the action. So 4-2-3 is going to go down. It's off the rotation.
Yeah, the thing with that lane is that because there's Ignite, already level 2 on Puppy, it's hard to chase people down. You kind of have to 100 to 0, or else the Primal usually is not going to be able to keep chasing anyone. And they're very tanky on the side of Secret, Ogre and Alk. So that is not a lane that, unless you can poke a lot, which their draft with their lane doesn't really poke that well, you're probably not going to be able to kill the Secret heroes.
Where'd the 6-minute power rune go as well? So Ironcrad was at least able to get the shield rune, not very important for him, but taken away from Samael. Not the most impactful power rune regardless at this stage.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a slow game for Nigma, which I think Secret is very happy for. It means that, you know, if this Razor is just farming, it means the Alk can just get whatever he wants.
Radiant are scanning.
Speaking of the Razor, I thought he was coming down bottom to try and gank the Alchemist. He's actually still going to stick around, however. Maybe see if there's an opportunity to get a kill. He's giving some catch-up to...
Wisdom Rune trade pretty even here. Nothing too major. And yeah, that's the thing with Razor. He scales, but this hero wants to farm Ayasha. This hero wants to farm that, you know, first item. Okay. There's some poke.
Yeah, even Miracle's here.
Oh.
Miracle expecting some extra TP reinforcements, and he's going to be correct. A great movement out of the Gyrocopter, providing the damage, but they haven't killed anyone. Miracle's stuck under the tower, but the Banishment GH will keep his carry alive. And now they can look to chase down the remaining members of Secret down bottom. It's a nice attempt from the Denier 4-2-3. Got very close with the concoction, but was not perfect enough. And Nigma, I mean, they have a 3-5 lead. They've blown this game open. It's in at the early stage.
Oh, and I mean, Dark Nia there under a sentry. Gotta be careful. Really good fight. Really good connection from Miracle. Very active as they were in that other series. So, Secret, I thought that with the OT on the Razor expiring, they're not gonna go for that, but they still take the aggression, and it pays off. Very nicely done.
Guessing Teammate didn't have level 6 at that stage, unfortunately. So, I mean, that could have been potentially a big way for them to turn that fight around down bottom. Not to be. And very impressed though with Miracle's ability to show up to these fights early on. In the previous game, we saw him play the Gyrocopter, and now this one as well. So we'll have to continue to see. I mean, Falcon Blade into the Scepter is going to be his item of choice. Is this your current, like, favorite on the... We are seeing some different ones, people liking the Falcon Blade or the Crit Stick and into the Scepter. Do you have a preference?
Yeah, to me, my biggest preference is, you know, first item, I don't care that much, but I am much more of a Crystallis fan than Maelstrom. Okay. Like, I've seen some second item Maelstroms before eggs that really disappoint me. I feel like it doesn't really allow the Gyro to scale as much. So yeah, as long as it's a Crystallis, I'm fine. I'm also fine with just straight up eggs, you know, depending on the game. But I think I'm a bit of a Maelstrom hater on Gyro.
Okay. I'm going to make the attempt onto Noob. There's really good positioning from Omar.
That's a hard
Might
one.
be enough to disrupt them from going. And yeah, like you said, it's not the easiest. 4-2-3 though. Yeah, going on. Ironcrad was even sitting around in the river just in case the Invoker was needed. But this Invoker's net worth, he's not farming. And that is really showing at the moment in the graph.
Oh, that's rough, man. He might need a Midas this game. This is like... Oh, this is really rough. You need some fights to be happening. Enigma, after taking the tower, they're completely okay with farming because, you know, a lot of the pressure in the map is already applied. The Razor gets to farm his first item. Miracle, I guess they're maybe trying to go for this play. It's possible. He's kind of low.
They did see the Invoker move up to the top.
Oh, this could be a play. Can they cancel itself?
Gesco steps a little bit too far forward.
All right, there you go.
Looks like they're going to have the numbers advantage before the TPs come through, though, but they might defy it afterwards. Noob and Omar, they're going to be the old duo find Star. Meanwhile, CMA is going to be able to TP out. There's no cancel to that, so they will still... Ankrad will go down. So 2 for 1, unfortunately for Miracle, pays the price, but Enigma, regardless, are still very happy with what just happened.
Yeah, just unfortunate because to get the dead shot, the Muerta had to walk on their tower, and that gave the vision. It took a while. They had to use the Dawnbreaker ulti to initiate, which, you know, when you're behind, you really want to get the full heal value to turn fights around. But, you know, you still kill Miracle, so it's all right, I guess. The Evoker's still really sad. But the Alk is farming, which is your first objective in an Alk lineup, and the Dawnbreaker is still having an all right time.
Have to see what the build is going to be from the Dawnbreaker, but Invoker is the target once again. Ironcrad is about to have 4 heroes directly on point. Nas is really nearby. Noob's going to be the first one to start. A little bit messy though. Omar got a bit too close. It gave Ironcrad enough opportunity to be able to cast some spells, and is now thinking about using Cold Snap on Noob, but you're not going for this, man. 1900 health early on for the Primal Beast.
Yeah, really lucky that Invoker survives, but I clicked on his inventory and he has a 4-staff queued up, so that is not very reassuring. You know, it's gonna allow him to survive, but not the aggressive right-clicker Witchblade type hero we've seen win pretty much every series today.
So it's really down to the Alchemist then, who, like you're saying, is having a very good game. 4-2-3, this is the Sacred Relic already being delivered. Is he having that good of a game? Miracle is, or is Miracle just having, like, an exceptional game? Because
yeah,
he is incredibly farmed.
I think Alk's having an okay game, and as a Gyro, Miracle's having a perfect one. Even after that death, so farmed, really rivaling this Alchemist. I mean, in Alk's defense, there were not a lot of stacks, right? So much pressure from Nigma didn't really allow Secret to care about it. There's like one here in the large camp, but Miracle already getting close to that eggs. And oh, look at Nigma stacks. They are cooking.
And they made a lot of stacks in the jungle at the top. I think there was like a triple at the small and the medium at the safe lane T1 tower that Miracle was able to farm as well. So not only are they starting to make a lot now, but also back of the lane. So they're really looking to do their best to put their carry on the front foot.
Radiance done on 4-2-3. And now I'm very curious to see what the approach is going to be for Secret, because there's 2 ways to go about Alk. You get Blink right after Radiance, or you go for like a Sanjin Yasha or Manta. So do they feel like they need to increase the tempo of this game and pressure?
We'll be able to get the play off. I don't think it's going to matter in the end. Omarium with a quick finger. They are TPing in Secret with the response. Even 4-2-3 is here as well, so stopping the farm out of the Alchemist, but with no one already there set up, Nigma, they will easily step over to the right side.
Okay. Miracle just keeps on farming. But yeah, just going back to it, I think maybe the Blink Dagger on the Alk is going to be necessary, because as we can see, the Invoker really struggles to get any fights going off. He doesn't have a lot of levels, so his Ghost Walk move speed is so slow. He can't really connect to a lot of these engagements that are happening.
It's going to be a difficult game for Aincrad. Now, there may be a miracle down bottom. He's currently underneath this observer that is about to die. But he's already farmed the camp a bit too far. Aincrad will be not there in time to connect with Kizco.
Okay, and it is a Sanjin Yasha out, so Secret okay with the passiveness, and I mean Miracle is very happy with the game being passive. It just gets to farm this huge stack.
Already got a BKB on Sumail, 15 minutes into the first item to continue
Are scanning.
to put the pace up. He's going to combine with both the supports on Nigma. They're looking to sweep over the side of the map. There is still a Wisdom Rune as well, and they might even get 4-2-3.
That's the dream scenario. They find him.
He's going to try and get some TPs out. Solar Guardian there with the Chemical Rage on cooldown. Unfortunately for 4-2-3. Is he going to be able to survive long enough to play with the ultimate? He will go
look at
down.
that
Sumail,
TP.
BKB TP out. He will time it as well.
So
So
perfect.
a 1-for-1 snatch and grab. What would have been the best case scenario is they get the Wisdom Room on as well. Unfortunately, that is not the case, but you are super happy with revealing the BKB for a kill onto 4-2-3.
Dude, he TPs before the kill happens because he knows that the Razor ult is going to prioritize the low HP target, gets the kill, and like that's just beautiful from Nigma. A little bit unfortunately, obviously, for Secret, losing 4-2-3 there, as they're going to go for more aggression.
As well. Aincrad,
no.
look at the
gone.
damage from Noob. Trampling over the top, 4-2-3 after the death, comes back to the lane. If dies again, his game, you could buy. He's in a lot of trouble, getting kited in the middle of the team fight. They've been able to deal with Noob once the BKB has expired, and that's going to force Nigma back to the safety of their half of the map.
All right, they defend their side of the map, but losing Volker again, not killing Miracle. This is rough. I feel like Secret's read that they can't actually sit down and farm might be challenged here by Nigma. They have all of these early BKBs. Their Miracle is going to finish his, and I don't think they're going to stop fighting.
A triple BKB is going to be a gigantic issue.
Oh,
We got
hello,
another
puppy.
kill, Puppy.
His middle tower is under
Trying to farm this mid wave.
All right. Yeah, just ruthless aggression everywhere. We see the pressure. They find Miracle though. Wow, that's... I'm not sure how that happened, but that's huge.
Big one for Aincrad to be able to get involved as well. Might even look for GH.
Yeah, no detection.
Sumail is really far away from the Shadow Demon. GH is actually going to use the banishment aggressively.
Good that shot.
And Secret, they're going to be able to pop out with the assist into the outpost. This is a nice read for them, seeing they can take the fight.
Tornado.
Sumail will be forced to use the BKB. Will he even escape? Read for them, seeing they can take the fight.
Tornado.
Sumail will be forced to use the BKB. Will he even escape if he can TP? In fact, it's not even available. And Secret, they know this. They know they can continue to chase down the Razor.
Good stun. Yeah, that's the only reason Sumail survives there. Huge stun from Omar, covering for the Razor. And that's another problem that arises. Not a lot of siege here for Secret. They get this very convincing fight, but they don't even get the tier 1. Still 2 tier 1s up, minute 18. But, you know, the goal lead is now even, and I think that's some breathing room here. As we said, Nigma very good in the early game, and also going with... I thought they were going to scale more, but with 3 early BKBs, it definitely feels like Secret might be able to outscale them, at least in the recent future.
2-3. It's close to the tier 2 tower. Noob. I got that Solar Guardian coming through. It's really close to Radiant side of the map. They get any extra reinforcement. Are they forcing this? Like, is this really the attempt you wanted to go for? The Alchemist, where you could play with the Solar Guardian. Noob will still be able to trample down to the low ground. Is there any way to prevent the escape? Sunstrike, Noob. Oh, okay. Aincrad, little unfortunate there. Meanwhile, still another fight's breaking out simultaneously. Sumail, he's going to be chased down. And Miracle is nowhere to be seen. You don't have GH here as well. As a result, you're going to lose Omar and Nigma. I mean, what was the call from them? That was just not respecting Secret.
Yeah, I mean, they had a ward, but you're diving a tier 2 tower, and you're playing against a Dawnbreaker. They knew that the Razor BKB was on cooldown as well. They really underestimated how eager Secret was going to punish that, and Whew, yeah, that's really the problem. It feels like Nigma, they always win the laning stage so convincingly that they start making these calls expecting to be more ahead than they really are. So disrespecting Secret here. And once again, allowing the greed of Secret to pay off.
I guess Miracle now has BKB completed though, so maybe feeling a little bit more comfortable to potentially show up to some of these fights. Was wanting to farm instead of connecting to that one. Another item I want to speak about is Seime's Pipe. How do you feel about this? Because it definitely is a little bit more of an unconventional build. Is actually we may have to hold that thought. Looks like there will be a defense.
Stars are so
gonna
hard
try
to
and
get.
charge in for the right side. 4-2-3. He's had time to activate the Chemical Rager. They're going to have to burst, however, on the side of Nigma. They're going to try and dump everything they possibly can to kill the Alchemist, but it's not going to be enough. Miracle's BKB is now about to expire shortly. Can
Everyone's
Secret
still alive.
use this to the edge? Trying to chase them down, and okay, they won't go for the kills, but they're happy with the
Dire's
jet.
middle tower
So we're asking about the pipe. They took this tower because of it, right? Everyone way more sustainable. They tank through all of the Primal Beast damage, the Shadow Demon, and not only they match Nigma's aggression, they spend 0 BKBs, whereas Nigma constantly burning through those. And this is gonna come at a price here, as they are now going for a smoke.
Wow. Look at this Observer Ward inside the lane. And they're already set up as well. You've got Seimei showing, 4-2-3 even running down bottom.
Miracle.
Nice Tornado, even connects onto GH.
The
so the banishment
save.
will come through. Still, the damage has been dealt. Secret, I mean, they're doing an incredible job. The early game, the laning phase was not looking good for them at all, but the timing, it's with the Wisdom Rune as well. 4-2-3 is just going to charge straight to this area. Make sure he can take that out of the hands of Nigma.
Oh, beautiful. And Secret, now that they understand that they can take these fights, now that they see all of those BKBs on cooldown, they're gonna steal the Tormentor as well. And I feel like Nigma, they're gonna have to stop throwing, banging their heads against the wall here, or this game is going to completely get out of rails. It's already looking a bit sus.
Yeah,
6k goal lead.
And it's the goal then to the BKBs, right? As well, right?
Yeah.
Like these are items that you went triple BKB. These are supposed to win you the early to mid game fights if you go for it at this stage.
Yeah, they're supposed to, but there's a reason not everyone does this. It is very... the ceiling of execution is high. You need to be very composed. You need to know when you're going to use it, and you need to make it count. And I feel like Nigma's use of the BKBs in a lot of those fights was a little bit too... They were just way too eager to pop some of those, as they are now going for a smoke. Triple BKB available.
Oh, nice Tornado. Ironcrad have a rough start, but the spell casting so far, it's been pretty decent. They're going to try and dump everything on the Alchemist. It's not going to work.
Pipe.
It's not going to work. Seimei's in with the Solar Guardian. The Pipe protects 4-2-3. And now they're going to chase Nigma down. Again,
Miracle.
beating their head against the same wall time and time again. And Samael's going to do a drive-by, but he sees this is a fight where he can have zero involvement in. And Secret even got a glimpse of GH, who will try and TP out. There's going to be an Atos from afar. Kizko stops him at the buzzer. And they're going to have to stop trying to blow up this Alchemist because it is not working.
I mean, it was a 4 or 5k goal lead for Nigma at some point. They had all of those BKBs coming in, but ever since they started forcing those fights, it's been Secret every time. They always have the Dawn OT available. It is always Nigma collapsing on the Alk, right? Which is the tankiest hero. So you're just not gonna burst someone, especially when all of your gold is invested in BKBs rather than damage.
Bro, look at Puppy's net worth.
Oh.
Dire's
Don't say it. Don't. No one saw it. No one saw it.
How is it this farmed?
He doesn't even have a
he's got
minus,
60.
right?
No, he does. He does. Yeah.
Oh, he does?
Minus
Okay.
Parvis is.
Oh, okay.
So we got the Ag Shard, but he's got 60 last hits too. So man has been hitting creeps.
When you ignite in the fights, the creeps, they get hit.
Oh, I
I'm pretty
see.
sure they're all ignite creeps, for sure. I mean, dude, I feel like you just have to ban Invoker now, right? This hero, it got absolutely demolished by Sumeo, and it's still like you still get the Terminados, the EMPs, Alacrity obviously enabling the Alchemist. They're gonna get Roche out of it. This here's
Do we
just
really think this is the
overtuned.
Invoker though? Like, do we really think like the reason why we're in this current state of the game is because of the Invoker?
No, but I still, like in a normal game, if a mid hero gets this trashed, it's hard to find impact, and I don't think they're winning because of the Invoker, but I still feel like they're getting a lot of value despite the complete absence of items on Darknia.
Okay, sure. Okay. And definitely that's going to continue because we're seeing like you can just give the Alacrity over 4-2-3.
Yeah.
And like importantly, he has Hurricane Pike. He's going to have Puppy that can probably protect him, like Solar Crest on Puppy, and maybe Force, or we'll see what other, like he can go anything if he really wants to. And Ironcrad, it can position a little bit safer now, especially with the Scepter almost completed on Seimei. So we could get towards his next set of items, and then we could really then see maybe Invoker won't be like we saw earlier today, but it could really still be a big issue. Are they going high ground?
I think they are. I mean, they know the Enigma. They don't have the poke. They don't have the damage to stop the high ground because all of that money, you have 12,000 gold invested in BKBs, and you have Bloodlust plus Alacrity here in this Alchemist. There you go.
Well, they're going to try and cut, but unfortunately that's not going to do the job.
Oh,
Yep,
Glyph
Radiant
on Glyph.
Glyph to protect the wave.
Yeah, they're gonna have enough juice. You either give up this lane of barracks. I think they're gonna do that. Well, never mind.
Okay, they're coming back now. I guess Chemical Rage is about to expire. Noob's going to jump in aggressively. This time they're going to target someone besides the Alchemist. Let's see if this is the recipe for success for Nigma. A secret. Do they need to back away? Again, Chemical Rage on cooldown. Solar Guardian maybe is able to cover their retreat.
Okay. I mean, still, Secret's very happy. They get the tier 3. They force everyone back. They still have a lot of Aegis duration. It's probably time to just push another tier 2 and see if Nigma is going to try and stop them. If now they get another tier 2, one fight that they win is 2 lanes of barracks for Secret, which is more than you could have asked for your first Aegis, considering they got absolutely handled early game as well.
They might bait Ankrad mid lane.
Oh.
I think some TPs got cancelled actually, I think. So now Noob, Samael, and Omar, they're going to be able to get this Invoker. Puppy was a little bit too late. I don't know whose TP got cancelled, but I think that was GH with the banishment. Maybe it was, I think Seimei's on the Dawnbreaker.
I guess. I mean, it's an interesting bait because you have no Solar Guardian, right? But still, he is your second to lowest net worth. Maybe you don't care about it that much. You force some spells and you can still posture here for the tier 2. His respawn timer is very low as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, this
Walk it
game,
back down.
this game is definitely taking a turn here for Secret, and even against GG, right? They really struggled in the laning stage. They seem to be the anti-Enigma in the sense that they lose the laning stage, but in the mid and late game, I think they had really good calls. Yeah, they lost that game, but you could see how tight their calls were, and they're gonna go again. No Alacrity just yet.
Fatal is just completed for Miracle. See if this is going to be the damage that they've been lacking previously.
AC is going to be ready on Alk, though. I think he's actually sending the Courage to the Secret Shop. He has money. So for the next lane of barracks, they will definitely have. That's still a minute and a half. You can maybe squeeze... If you use the cooldown as... the Alk's OT cooldown as soon as it's back, they can still force one lane of barracks, but with the threat of losing Aegis mid-fight.
Puppy. Under the Observe Ward. Kizco not really going to be able to do a whole lot. We'll try and chuck some spells out, but damage has already been dealt. Minecraft's going to be able to slither past them. Showing currently in the lane. Try and be a bit of a nuisance there towards the Razor. Burn all his mana.
Good move by Nigma. That death means that they're not going to be able to use the Aegis to go high ground again. You don't want to force that fight too much because the Ogre can buy back. You don't really want to risk fighting to the Aegis. But at least you make sure that your barracks are going to be fine. The gold lead, though, still very in favor of Secret.
It is. But how do we feel about the gold lead? Because a lot of it is off the back of the Ogre and the Alchemist too. So I guess maybe I'll hold that question because they are trying to force it.
Okay. It's a lot of confidence.
Could have bite them in the back. 20 seconds left with the Aegis. They are stealing a lot of damage on Samael as well. Tornado is going to be able to cover Fortooth down to the low ground.
I need to get the hell out. All right. Well, just maybe forcing Nigma's hands a little bit, making sure that they know who's in control. But I know what you mean with the AUK, and that's the fear that I had for Secret's draft in general. Especially because now looking at the Dawnbreaker items, I think she went Eggs and Pipe, right? So not a lot of right-click damage.
Yep.
The Invoker still very underfarmed, as we stated multiple times. You need the second Aegis is really important for Secret. If Nigma can fight in the pit, break the Aegis in the pit, this makes Secret closing this game out really hard, even if they have a good net worth lead on Nigma.
2-3 mid lane. We've seen what's happened previously with them trying to blow up the Alchemist. It's not going to work in this time. They'll elicit a response out of the Solar Guardian and maybe look to go back in with that off cooldown. Noob's got it in the middle. It's pretty decent. It'll set up for Miracle's AoE damage. All or nothing onto Fortooth.
3 though.
Fortooth, he is shrugging it off. You're not touching this Alchemist. Noob is chased down now. The Dino will not be able to run away from Seimei. They got to buy back out of the Ogre. Puppey TP behind them to the outpost.
Oh, there we go.
Mass TPing out. But Puppey will be able to stop one. GH, unfortunately, underneath the Observer Ward, will not be able to escape. So it's 2 kills for Secret. Of course, they do have to buy back on Puppey, though.
BKBs, though, were used on the side of Nigma. I think the best moves for Secret is force a couple of buybacks, but not necessarily commit for the barracks. They still have Glyph. And you did use your BKB as well. So to me, this is a let's force buyback move and make sure we don't pay a high price. Oh. Okay, damn, so much damage. Holy crap.
He's hitting fast, dude.
Okay, maybe this is Little Barracks then. Holy moly.
Ay.
Okay. Never mind. Oh,
Try. Solar Guardian is back up. Gonna use it just yet. 4-2-3. Chucking back in concoction. We see Nigma incredibly hesitant. I mean, the resources are not good. Miracle along with Samael. BKB along with the men are pretty much drained.
the fact that they can get a Lino Barracks with no ages there, that's insane for Secret. Nigma feeling a bit scared. I thought that the move was using one buyback and actually trying to take that fight, but they were afraid of their own buyback BKB cooldowns. And that's the thing, right? If all your money invested in that, every fight needs to count, and those durations are very low now. I mean, they're going high ground again.
Yeah, hang on.
Okay. All right, just poking Enigma, forcing everyone back.
So some much needed catch up for Ironcrad. Right, boys, go high ground, give me space. Let me get my Manta. Apparently, Puppey's loving this too. Lotus Orb, great item this game. Really good item. The Lion, the potential Pulverize to cancel it, Static Link as well. It's going to make it so much easier for 4-2-3 to play in the front.
Yeah, it's huge. And it is very easy to know who you should cast it on, right? Because the Invoker is never the center of attention. The Dawnbreaker is always going to be in the back lines. So it's very easy. You just have to use it on AUK every time they go high ground, and it makes the team fighting for Nigma much harder. And we're seeing the problem of the Razor pick. Like, they always need to go on AUK because they don't have backline jump. Their backline jump is the Primal Beast, but with the build that he has, it is very hard. Oh,
Primal
does find
Seimei doesn't really have anyone behind him at the moment. Maybe this is an opportunity. Seimei pretty survivable. He's going to try and play around with the Solar Guardian, protecting himself up in the air for the moment.
All right. Not a lot of BKBs being used. Oh, there's a BKB on the board. Holy moly.
It's a decent Pulverize onto 2, but 4-2-3 is just going to be able to turn. Sands ground. Samael still a lot of damage. It's talking about it. The Alchemist. He's the ultimate boss. My God, 4-2-3. Give him every buff you got. He's going to be able to get the boys over the finish line in this team fight and put the game as well. That's 2 down without a buyback.
This game kind of feels over now. Sure, you have a buyback on the Gyrocopter, But for the past 20 minutes, it feels like Nigma cannot find a way into the formation of Secret. Yeah, they try to jump the Dawnbreaker there, but you don't have the damage. And then BKB on Kisco, he's just going ham with the Bloodlust. They have this Alchemist just tanking through everything. I don't know. I think Nigma maybe should have waited for Roche, maybe just try to fight around that area. They have decent Roche team fighting. But yeah, the game slips through their hands.
That it does indeed, in a pretty rough. It's like it will repeat itself again. Enigma's lane into a lead and into a loss unfortunately for them. Secret, I mean, 25,000 lead, mega creeps now. It's going to be the Rapier that's has to be worked on. He wanted the Satanic beforehand. Miracle is not going to have that opportunity.
Yeah, needs to go for the high value item, but the thing is, he's not going to have it for a Roche fight. So even if you have a Rapier, there's going to be 2 lives. I wonder if you give the Aegis to someone else, because this Alk is just not dying. I know he's going high ground, but you know, he's also 6 slotted, which means he would lose a slot. Maybe you give it to the Invoker or even Seimei.
Yeah, I'm fine. I mean, I guess the slot loss isn't the worst thing because he's got the Chemical Rage movement speed and the Berserk Potion. But I'm very much understand what you're saying and would be fine with the Invoker or Seimei getting it. Does look like 423 is going to pick it up though.
He's so clowny when he's right-clicking. It seems so weird. Bloodlust with the talent as well.
I've not seen many Elk Daedalus though. Okay.
Oh. Okay.
There's a Gleipnir as well, so highlighting her ability to stand her ground last fight and output a lot of damage.
Well, time to finish this one off. Sumeyo did finish his AC, still pretty late on the refresher, so that's all they have to. Oh, Darkney almost found him as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
2-3 is gonna stop. Towers we've seen, they can fall pretty quickly. So the static link pretty early on as well. How do you mount the defense if you're Nigma? We've not been able to address the Alchemist, and he's making sure he has all the support behind him. He's got to buy back at least. Miracle in some danger too as well, keep in mind. He's going to be able to utilize the BKB, but this is one where he's not right-clicking. Meanwhile, Kizcom on the backline assassinates the Shadow Demon. Sumail is gone as well. It's just a mess inside their base.
Good thing here,
you've got the buybacks, but they are lacking them on some of the important heroes. Sumail cannot rejoin. Miracle is lacking the damage at this stage, and Secret, they're going to strike first in a loser's best of 3.
Gotta give it to Secret. They were patient. They didn't really allow the laning stage to affect them. And I mean, it must feel bad for Nigma. They stomped every lane again, but really their execution in the mid-game needs some reworking. I feel like the decision of triple BKBs might have also been, you know, it can work, but it is really hard. And, you know, with some of those mistakes, they get punished. Obviously, Secret, really good team as well. They found a way to exploit all of those BKB charges. They deserve the win.
Yeah, without a doubt, they did. It was an impressive performance from the boys on Secret to be able to put themselves in a position. And hopefully we're going to see... Hopefully this gives Ironclad like you maybe some confidence as well. Like Silly had a pretty tough game, but they were able to get that victory under their belt. And we'll have to see if this trend is going to continue, where Nigma have a good lane and a good early game, and where Secret struggle in that area, in the lane and the early game. But it's another game, honestly, for me, where I was very impressed with Seimei. I mean, this Dawnbreaker for him felt like he did everything they needed. Probably the big thing is just the item build with the very impactful in my opinion.
Yeah, the drafting as well, right? Getting this Muerta, forcing Sumeyo into the Razor. I feel like they're going to have to find a way so that Sumeyo is also impactful in the team fights.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what they're going to be able to do. But game 1 done and dusted. First, let's send it back to the panel to hear what they have to say.
Early game, schmurly game. Who even needs it here? Team Secret definitely didn't, and it looks like, they are going to be taking control of this series. So, Hurry, just diving straight into it here. One of the things I think Milan pointed it out, while we were on the break, that the Invoker, not really the best start for him, but do you think it would have gone different if it was any other hero in that lane on the same net worth? Because Milan and Bao were talking about it, that Invoker felt like it was having a massive input in those fights, even though it wasn't the highest net worth.
I think the reason why it had such massive input is because Nigma Galaxy allowed it to have that massive input, right? Aincrad definitely isn't looking too good today. And the thing is, Nigma Galaxy just decided to run in like madmen all the time, just literally right-click onto the enemies, and then when you're running away from your opponents, an Invoker is going to be perfect when they're running in, right? Tornadoes, ice baths, EMPs, or ice walls, so many things to stop them in their tracks. So yeah, Invoker was a big part of their victory despite getting destroyed, but I can't help but feel that it could have been easily countered or played around as Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like...
Okay. And Milan, on the other side here, you're looking at NGX. Was there anything that you saw that gives them a ray of hope in the second game, essentially to push it to a third game? Because the later stage was good. It feels like, I think it was 10, 12 minutes in, they were 11 kills to 4 or something like that, and then Secret were able to pull it back, get those kills even in the end. But how do you kind of move from the laning stage into a good mid-game here for NGX?
I agree with most of the stuff that Harry said, and they have the similar problem, right? Back-to-back games today. So I don't think one way is to like fully go into the lanes that they kind of did this game, or maybe draft more like a teamfight centric heroes to help them with the mid game that they struggle with, help with the catch on the map. So I won't be surprised if they change their approach a little bit, especially with the mid lane hero, because I think there's a lot of good things they did today. They need to still keep doing these good things and fix the problems they have mid game. And we see this game, Sumail kind of dominated the mid lane, but still the synergy wasn't there. Still, I would always say there's the part and problem in both draft and the gameplay. So fixing only one is not gonna cut it. So they need to get better all around.
Okay. I mean, 16 assists there for Aincrad as well, so it's not like the 2 kills, but it's not like he didn't have an impact, like Harry said. He just seemed to be like a very good utility. And Seimei, I think it was Harry saying that, he was really impressed. He's been very impressed by Seimei all day. That Dawnbreaker, it felt like the ultra at the right time. He did a lot of damage though, as we just saw in the stats, picking up the kills. So if you're looking at this here, Harry, are you kind of having to worry about Seimei as well as 4-2-3 on the carry? Because that Alchemist, I don't think he had a backswing on the right click there.
No, he didn't. When you get level 20 and then you get Alacrity, right, with your BAT being reduced, it looks like X-Hero Siege. Me and Milan were looking at it and laughing throughout the game how fast he was attacking. But I'd say that the guy that you mostly focus on to ban heroes from is 4-2-3 still. I would say that he's a dangerous player to go up against because he has a weird hero pool, right? So that's why they're even thinking about picking his hero first from time to time, just because they know that a lot of those heroes that he's super confident on might get banned out.
Okay, and yeah.
I think also the part of the problem for Nigma was the secret draft. I think they got too many meta heroes, and they got this Invoker Ogre combination that seems just scales too hard. We saw it today with the Nature's Prophet for Mika and Liquid. I think there's many different carries that put in the position where the game is kind of even, and they have Alacrity and like level 20 plus the Bloodlust. Like, it's just gonna be too hard to deal with. So they need to get rid of these super combinations for Secret too.
Yeah,
okay.
Secret might have won this game, but it is they have to deal with Nigma's early game, and that is way too strong. So maybe that's something that Secret might have to think about.
Yeah, and they're going to have time to do it. We're going to have time to have a little quick think as well. We've got a quick break coming up, and it's going to be about 4 minutes, so we'll see how the second game is going to go right after this. Welcome back in, everybody, to the One Win Fall series here on Twitch and YouTube, and we're going to get back into this best of 3 to see who moves through and who's moving out here in this loser playoff. It's going to be Team Secret 1 up against NGX, and we're going to be getting ourselves into game number 2. And Hurry, Milan, you both backed NGX for this one, so Hurry Freak, apart from the actual player himself, what miracles can NGX pull out here to get themselves back in this series?
I think they have a good foundation. I mean, just before we went to the break there, I touched upon their laning phase. And I don't only talk about the matchups, you know, the 2 versus 2s and the 1 versus 1 in the mid lane. I think about their movement through the twin gates and between the mid lane to the mid lane and all of that. They've been very fast in both of the games that we've seen them today. So if they can just talk a little bit about, and I hope they did so in this short break that they had, about how they want to approach the mid game, and if that's strategy time, they have an idea of how they need to survive or do something good in the mid game. I think they've got a really good chance here.
Okay. Milan, are you agreeing with Harry? Have you got your own thoughts on how NGX can pull this one back?
I always agree with Harry. I mean, we said a lot in the post-game analysis on how they need to deal with the next game, and it starts with the draft. Draft more stable lineup for the mid game. Draft more team fight, and then go from there. But definitely still play on your strong hand. Play on this lane. Maybe it hurts you a little bit in the mid game, but still, you have to play to your comfort. You have to play to what is strong for you. And definitely, when you say Sumail, you think laning stage. And some of these players also keep them well, like Noob. But one hero I would like to see for Nigma, they already banned it out. It's a Pangolier. They get it out because it's a Aincrad signature and a Nyx Kisko signature, so they decide to get rid of the signature heroes for Secret, and Secret is just gonna go with the similar thing, banning GH, Tusker, and Clock. The TB, we're not gonna see TB today, guys. It's too strong. I know in previous tournaments and qualifiers, people thought the TB is like a meme, but he just keeps coming into these pubs and keeps being too big of a nuisance to deal with.
He has been taken away. Go on, Harry.
I wanted to see the sniper in the previous game, but now when I've seen Nigma Galaxy play 2 games in this tournament and seeing the problems that they have in the early mid-game to mid-game transition, I want to see Sumail, sure, strong laner, but then pick something like a Storm for him. Pick a Puck, right? Because I think Nigma Galaxy as a whole needs a active mid laner to work, right? We've seen the Sniper and the Razor just don't work. Dragonite, he's so and so, but most likely it is going to be Miracle who takes this hero.
Yeah. And looking at this, because both heroes already, we've seen how they get effective. You know, Dragonite being described as the scariest carry in the game at the minute, and on the other side, the Alchemist looking incredibly strong in that last game. Do you have to ban out the Invoker here? Is that, you know, just the buff up? They ban out the Ogre already, so there's no Bloodlust coming through, but is that Alacrity buff up just way too big to give away to either side?
I mean, at least not gonna be a combination of those. I think the combination is lethal, but the Invoker ban in itself depends on how your mid laner feels, how Sumail feels. Like, does he want to challenge it? Because if it doesn't get banned, more likely than not, we may see it come out for Secret again. So it just depends. I think overall Invoker is a very strong hero that it's just you cannot go wrong with a lot. So I don't mind seeing him banned.
I think so as well, but on the other hand, I think why the Invoker was picked in the previous game is because they saw a Lion and they thought, okay, we want something that is somewhat of a playmaker but is not afraid of the Lion, and the Invoker is the one that comes to mind instantly. Even though Alacrity is pretty good for both of these heroes, I think picking the Invoker into any of these 2 carries can be lethal, right? Because let's say a blink on the Alchemist jumps the Invoker, he kills him. Blink on the Dragonite can do the same. So I'm not sure that it is going to be a priority pick on the second pick for either of the teams.
Okay, well, the banner at the back right of the Timbersword goes in as well. On the other side, Broodmother being taken away. We'll see what Team Secret are feeling like for this next pick. But yeah, no, some big supports. The Shadow Demon is still there. The Pugn's still there as well. Crystal Maiden, like Milan said in the last draft, the puppy likes to play. But the Toast of the Clock both being taken away. The Ogre being taken out. Nyx. So there is maybe a lack. And yeah, it's going to be the Dark Willow that comes up first here for Team Secret. Enigma Galaxy, what are they looking at as a response here, do you think, Milan?
I think the Seeker first really stabilize their drafting in this series. They just pick a strong meta heroes that are their players and they're just strong. So having opening with the Alk and Dark Willow just already feels strong, and they have really good buns to cover it up. And now Enigma Galaxy needs to kind of do the Alk response. Will it be a Primal Beast again? I don't think so. It kind of didn't feel juicy enough. So they need to pick a strong support of themselves, which I don't think their supports are the problem last game. I didn't have any problem with it. I just think they need the cores to match with it better. And they do the Lion Ench. Lion, one of the strongest supports in the meta right now, and Ench is pretty good against Dark Willow, and also a hero that can scale throughout the mid game. Maybe fix this problem where you lack damage last game. So they already addressed, and now it's up to Secret to show another core.
They're gonna pick the Invoker now, I think, right? Now when I see the Lion, that comes to mind. I'm just hoping that if they do, that Enigma Galaxy responds with their Earth Spirit. Okay.
Was it Rob that did the AA thing last game? I think someone mentioned the AA.
Oh, Aries mentioned it. Yeah, Aries, full credit to him. He was mentioning it in one of the games. I think it was the Secret Series saying that that's something that Puppy has been playing.
Yep. And it is
I'm sure
the Alchemist, right?
I'm sure Harry thought of it. Definitely, 100%.
You can watch the video, right? And you're gonna see that Rob is lying. It was me who mentioned it, but I allowed other people to have the credit, Milan.
Aries was on the panel first, so unless you've got a time machine, I don't know how. Yeah, okay, you mentioned it in the last draft. I know you mentioned it in the last draft, but Aries was the one that brought it up. So just to make sure, because he can't stick up for himself, someone has to do it.
Yeah, that's fine. Overall, I'm not sure how to feel about this hero. I think now you can pick something like a strong offlaner, like a Dawnbreaker. Okay, they go Primal Beast again. Okay, it's similar still, but this AA is gonna be in trouble, right? The biggest weakness of this hero is the laning phase, and if with the AA, if you don't have an aggressive hero, which the Alchemist can be, you're gonna be in trouble. But Team Secret start losing their safe lane, and they're gonna be in a lot of trouble.
That's the problem. I think if A had a better lane stage, might have been picked almost every game. Might become a. Yeah. So the Lion Primal does seem a little bit scary, and the Dawnbreakers are not the meta offlaners, are just the healing power is just countered by the A. So you just have to go with what's left and what's comfort for him on noob.
So what are you looking at here, Team Secret wise, to go with that? Because I mean, he's going to be on the lane stage with the Alchemist, but with this Magnus being picked up, are you happy with this to be the offlaner, or do you want to see something like the Mars to come out, your group heroes in, or do you think the RP here, maybe with the Ice Blast combination, might be enough here, Harry?
I'm okay with the Magnus being an offlaner here. I know that Aincrad does play it as well, but the thing is, when I see the Dark Willow, I just want to see some heroes who have a repositioning tool in the lane, and Magnus is like that. You can take people through so many brambles and deal an amazing amount of damage. So I'm still fine with it being in the offlane and getting that. We mentioned the Invoker in the mid lane, something like that that's going to be holding the mid lane tower for a long time for a Magnus to get this blink. If the mid lane tower is standing and Magnus gets his blink, then it becomes even more difficult to open up the map for Enigma Galaxy.
I mean, it also depends on what Enigma will pick. Because they have the overall last pick on the Team Secret, so they will just choose to move the Magnus. They're gonna ban Earth Spirit and Invoca, so banning maybe 2 of the comfort heroes from the public for Sumail. So Sumail, will we see the puck? It's available. Huskar already banned.
What about, I'm seeing that Samael has played a couple of games of it. What about a Tiny, right? I see AA and a Dark Willow, and I see just two heroes that are going to be food for the Tiny.
I mean, Sumail Tiny is kind of legendary in a way. Goes back to that upper bracket TI game versus OG thing when he played on EG. I think it was crazy good, so I wouldn't mind it. I just want it to be a little bit more playmaking hero than a Razor, maybe a little bit more team fighty. So maybe prefer Puck over the Tiny. Yeah, it's gonna be Puck.
Okay, they go straight in for it. And what are we looking at the other side? Do you then maybe pull out the sniper against the Puck here, or is there anything that you think is
okay, guys? I'm gonna predict a hero, and it's gonna be the hero. It's gonna be a Ricky Maru.
Oh, that would
I come from a future.
I'd love to see it.
I come from a future, and it's gonna be a Ricky Maru.
Was it Secret that did that in the closed qualifiers that have just been on? Someone played the Ricky mid against the Puck.
It was not Secret. It wasn't
Okay,
Secret.
let me find this because...
But love to see it, right? Because Ricky has a problem that he cannot farm, and with a Magnus in his team, it would be amazing if they just go for the Void Spirit. I
baited you all, guys.
We just got a new fake time traveler.
Well, you know, it's one of the, if it had been right, you know, all of our minds have been blown, and Milan goes down as that legendary drafted. But it is going to be the Void Spirit coming out. So looking at these two teams again, Nigma Galaxy strong in the lane stage, but they've not been able to translate that so far today. They are one game away from elimination. Team Secret on the other side, one game away from moving on. So hurry again. Have NGX done enough here to pull this one back, or Team Secret? Do you think they take it in two?
I've seen some problems with Nigma Galaxy early mid-game. I'm gonna put my faith into them because I think with Samael being on the puck that it can be done. Depends on how well Aincrad does in the mid lane, because this is a skill matchup that pucks sometimes hate going for, but with Aincrad not performing up to the standards today, I think I'm leaning Nigma.
Okay, Milan, are you sticking with Nigma, or are you flip-flopping over to Secret?
I'm gonna back up Nigma for this game. I think the puck pick kind of sold it out for me. I think they're gonna have a better, still the same laning stage, but will be able to translate throughout the puck and the primal easier to the mid game. So, yeah. Okay, we'll see if it's going to be a little bit more comfortable this time around for the side of NGX, because this is kind of do or die time for them. They've got to get themselves into a good position and just get themselves through this game to be in with a chance to move through further in the brackets and stop themselves from going home. Team Secret, though, they want to take it into, they want to be getting themselves into that winner's position, and we're going to be able to find out how this one's going to go with Ares and Bowie to see if it is going to be a 2-0 or if it's going to be that 1-1. We'll find out as we get into the game right now.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, we're ready to go here. Game 2 right around the corner, but we heard what the panel had to say. Do we still have any criticisms, like with this draft, with the previous draft and how they're able to play it? Do we feel like they have fixed some of their previous issues that we saw in that game 1?
I think so. They're going to have really strong lanes with the rotation of the Enchantress. This Dragon Knight arguably scales even better than the Jar they had game 1, but now Sumail playing the Temple Controller. Of course, it is against a Void Spirit, which is not as hard as a Riki, but eventually with the eggs, you know, it can be a little bit problematic for the puck. But I do think Nigma won this draft, and I actually like their chances.
Okay. Well, we'll see if they can send us to a game 3 and force that decider here. Of course, the winner will have to play another series tonight. So it's still going to be a long day for them, but we'll see if we will even be put in or not.
Oh yeah, it is. It's going to be an interesting one for sure. And now Seimei playing a different hero again. The guy impressing us with every single hero, playing different heroes. Magnus is definitely one of those ones that are harder to pull off, right? I would say that Penguin, Dawnbreaker are a little bit more straightforward. Magnus, especially in this game when you're against a Lion and a Puck, it might be hard to get those mistakes.
Yes, I agree. It's definitely, a lot of it comes down to your positioning and just overall read where the enemies are. So let's see what Seimei is going to be able to do. 4-2-3 had a very good performance last game on the Alchemist as well. really for me though is I want to say mid lane. Like Aincrad, this is I think it was Harry that said it, like a skill-based matchup. I know there are teams in particular that actually really feel like the Void Spirit is favored in this matchup, but of course, you know, Puck does have your advantages. It really comes down to like who's playing from ahead. So we'll see. Aincrad, I mean, he's Grandmaster, level 30 on the Void Spirit, so he's got a comfort hero. It's still not an easy game. Like there is a lot of control for the Void Spirit. So if he's playing from behind, we could have a similar scene from him earlier, but hoping for a bit better of a game from him.
Yeah, well, regardless of what happens, we know that Puppy's not going to be ahead of him, right? AA, no chance of a Midas. So at least morally, he will be... He's going to be in a good place. But I think this is a great matchup for the Void Spirit. Maybe, you know, as the lane stage breaks, it can become a little bit more Puck favored since we don't get to see the U-Scepter Void Spirits anymore. I still feel like Aincrad, if there is a lane he's supposed to do well, I think that's the one.
Yes, 100% agree. 100% agree. And also it's buffed up by the Empower, so that's definitely going to be a factor. And I think the important thing is just the fact, like, you have two supports that you can really make a lot of plays around, like jumping in to be able to set up for the Ice Blast from the Ancient Apparition, or importantly for the Dark Willow as well. Speaking of the Dark Willow, top lane, GH. Gonna be in some danger here. Unfortunately, Secret just have the level 1. Same very close to having that skewer available if you required it, and Kisko for another round of the spells as well. But GH is going to be fine.
Can you just see how many points, GH? Oh, good. Skewer back, but I don't think they're killing Miracle, in fact.
Yeah, no way.
Yeah.
Maybe GH, actually. Kisko, yeah, sees that the Enchantress steps a bit too far. Now maybe Miracle's in trouble. They've got another Shockwave. We won't actually even go for it.
Too many creeps. I wonder how many points of healing this Enchantress is going to be picking, right? Because against this AA, you're not going to have that tankiness usually Enchantress have. So maybe this is like 1 point in the lane, but he's going to go for like a 4-4-1 maybe.
Okay. But it's definitely been like the big advantage with the Ancient Apparition, right? Just being like this hero that can really put yourself anywhere across the map and really not have much to fear. So not being able to be as survivable could be pretty frustrating. It really will change how GH plays.
Yeah, and I think I was talking, maybe it was Harry, I don't remember, that like one of the reasons that AA hasn't really seen any play is that, you know, his laning stage is so bad, and we used to see like the Wraith King AA, Sven AAs, all of those heroes are non-existent, even CK. Auk is the one hero with a stun that he can actually play together. So I'm surprised that with so much Auk being played, we were not seeing AA. I'm happy that Secret gets to pull it off. We'll see how well Puppy is gonna execute.
So is this a lane? I mean, again, we see from Nigma, like, are they going to be able to play aggressive into the Ancient Apparition? Can even Secret play aggressive and get some kills down bottom?
I don't think they're gonna get kills, but I don't think it's the same thing. Like Nigma has this primal that's supposed to be like a lane dominator. I don't think they can actually pressure. Not only you have the the double stun coming from the AA Auk, but just the slow from the AA makes the chase of trample non-existent. They can kill the AA because last time they had an ogre, so like both of the targets of the Secret lane were too tanky. So it's really on Puppy's position if he plays well.
Aincrad?
Rotation.
Omar with a pretty good rotation out. Yes, Sameo now is going to have the spells to be able to provide the damage. Really nice move from Omar.
All right, that's huge. Now Seimei is going to be alone here for a little bit. Needs to be careful. CS-wise, I mean, Aincrad's doing amazing. Like, he was struggling game 1, but this time around, will be killed.
Nice to be able to slow him down. Bottom lane, they're going to make an attempt onto Puppy. 4-2-3 will charge up the concoction to try and hold back the Primal Beast, but a little bit of chip damage.
Yeah, that's the scary part. Puppy needs to make sure he is not going to be open to the Primal Initiations, but as long as the Auk's nearby, there's always the protection of concoction. Lots of stacks here being done by Omar. Nigma, once again, being very proactive in terms of stacks. They do have heroes to invade and even steal them, though, on Secret.
Heroes to invade down bottom as well through the portal GH. Big advantage here for the Enchantress. See if they're going to be able to set up for a dive. They will have the catapult wave shortly to maybe assist with this. Probably going for a pull is not going to help. Nice read from Puppy. He's ready for this. What a D ward.
Yeah. I mean, nighttime, right? You kind of expect those moves to start coming at nighttime during the catapult wave. But even though he reads the movement, they are taking tower damage here. 423 shows himself.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This guy's going to TP down as well. So you're going to need some extra heroes. 423. Again, what is going to hold them back? Maybe even get a kill, actually. Yeah, GH falling pretty low.
A lot of tower damage. The early pressure from Nigma once again proving to be hard to deal with, but they will be able to defend the tower.
Importantly, we have the level 6s online as well between the mid laners. So it is a Invis that goes away for Ironcrad. Already got used straight away to play around with the bot, but it is a lot of kill threat now, depending on the supports rotating to help out.
Yeah, 423 taking pressure here from Omar, but not a lot of kill potential. Wisdom rune wise, I don't think there's going to be any steals, right? It doesn't feel like any of the supports is in position to steal the enemy one. Might just be an even trade.
Dire are scanning.
It is looking like that is more than likely going to be the case. So we're going to have to see how the mid laners actually get unlocked now. Is going to be the at least my big question, because again, we haven't really seen supports try and rotate to enable them, and you want to try and slow down the alchemist, whereas like slowing down the is going to be a little bit more difficult. I mean, this hero is not an easy kill at all.
Yeah.
So Magnus, like this hero kind of wants to be left.
Yeah, Sumeo's a little bit low on mana, so I don't think there's going to be any early rotation so far. He was stacking for himself, so he's playing very just committed to hitting his timings, finishing the treads. He's walking. Yeah, I don't think he can really rotate. He might be waiting for the second rune. As you said, it was Aincron that picked the first one. He just doesn't have the resources.
You're gonna try and go with noobs. As instant TPs are coming through from Radiant. 423 will be able to turn with a concoction tonight.
Wait.
Oh, I don't know how it didn't get it in the end. Super close regardless. Ironcrad. He's going to be able to find the return kill. Now we'll look over to Omar as well. Is he going to be lacking the spell as Mana is not there for the Resonant Pulse? He will now have it thanks to the Wand. Miracle is survivable, however. Tries to turn Samel's rotation. He's going to be able to respond with the coil. It'll hold both of them into place. Finally, Samel feels it necessary to be able to get involved. They won't have anything left, and in fact 423 now coming back. Lends a beautiful double concoction. GH along with Miracle stuck around for a little bit too long, and Ironcrad, well, he will make sure it is not a third game in a row where he is going to struggle.
Yeah, I mean, really clutch rotation there. He's going to get his bottle refilled by EAA, and they might be able to re-engage, although vision from Nigma makes sure that they know what's going to happen. All right, good word. Biggest winner is Seimei, though. He didn't really worry about that too much, so he was able to recover a little bit from the laning stage. He ended up being alone after the rotation of the Dark Willow.
They go just Miracle top.
Oh.
It's an easy kill, though. I mean, you got RP'd already.
If you get a cold feed into Aether Remnant,
just with these two.
Possible.
Oh, no way. It's gonna be fast enough. I mean, maybe will come around, but it's time for the TPs, and now you're fighting deep in Dire's territory. Do you commit, or do you try to escape? Nice block from Miracle. It really wouldn't mattered that much in the end.
Honestly, I think Miracle would have liked to be RP there. That was not a good play.
They're trying to get in with the RP, but the silence from Samel is going to be able to prevent that. Ironcrad, that's 5 heroes. Even Noob's going to come through from the portal as well. So this from Secret. They felt like they needed to slow down the Dragon Knight. Ironcrad, lacking the mana to be able to TP out, will be caught in the trees as well. So Noob's going to take the streak. Puppy's fine, but yeah, very forced it felt like, trying to slow down the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, I mean, they were maybe like one body block away from getting the Cody feed off, and then the RP would obviously connect, but it was a low percentage play for sure, and Secret will pay the price. With that said, though, with all those TPs and cooldowns being committed, they get to farm this stack. So it's not terrible that they forced that fight, as long as, you know, they had this plan in the beginning. There's not going to be... I mean, GH is here, but he's not going to be able to stop this.
In fact, they're going to try and force it. RP used. It's a big ultimate, but you get a kill. Secure that one. Maybe Seimei is going to be happy with that.
Very happy. He's going to have probably a slightly faster Radiance this time around, just because he actually gets stacks this time. He was just farming solo in that game, and this time around he actually gets some extra love.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower.
So this game, we do not have a team that is going to be leading
Radiant's bottom tower
at such an early stage. It is quite even. Got Alchemist on top. DK getting a decent amount of farm as well. Looks like Secret are going to try and attempt the smoke, though. It's going to be the position 2 along with the 4. Looks like they will run into Omar.
Oh, those are some big stacks that they can scout if they kill Omar.
Or run up the high ground, though.
Oh, okay. They're not gonna go there just yet, but yeah, lots of unfarmed stacks on the side of Nigma. It's probably Miracle that wants to farm them, and he already TPs. Yeah, seeing that kill, maybe feeling that their control of that area could be in jeopardy.
And he's going to be going for... I don't even remember. Did he play the DK? We're getting the Mask Commander, Sunshine Yasha again, no armlet.
I think he played as Seth in their first game, then Gyro, then DK? I think so, right? I think they lost picking SF into a DK, Nigma.
I don't remember.
Radiant are scared.
Yeah, I think so.
Regardless, like I said, he's going to be farming a lot of sacks, but no armlet is going to be the build here for the Dragon Knight. So we will have that Sanjin Yasha route. See how everyone else is going. Sumail working on the Witchblade. Nothing too crazy. Really, probably the big one for me is Noob actually going pipe on the Primal Beast.
Yeah, I mean, AA, right? It's just overwhelming magic damage alongside the Void Spirit. It doesn't feel great for the Primal, but it's one of those games where your supports can easily explode to that damage.
Oh, wait, okay.
Oh, and I'm so glad that Aincrad is going for Ags first. I've seen so many Void Spirits rushing Manta, and I've cast a fair amount of those, and I just hate it with passion. So Aghanim Scepter, much more useful. Obviously, Manta has its games, but I think it's overpurchased.
I really would like to see them start playing a little bit aggressive though in Secret. You have the Radiance online. Try and open up the map. You're really I feel like you have a lineup with the Void Spirit, Dark Will, and Ancient Apparition where you can invade a little bit more and potentially find these kills. Like this, the advantage of the Void Spirit in the early game versus the Park.
Yeah,
So-
that's what we're gonna try to do. But there is a smoke from Nigma. Little do they know that the Blink Dagger is flying to Seimei. He shows with no blink, and I think Secret could actually try and trick Nigma into a fight.
So they're gonna do a quick U-turn and go the opposite direction. So Sumail and Omar maybe looking to play around the Power Rune, potentially anticipating Aincrad to be here as well.
I feel like GH
too,
is sending that Wild Wing to scout the blink, because Magnus backpacked one item when the blink was coming, and maybe the plan was just to make sure that they scout if Seimei has a blink. They probably figured out that that's what he's going for.
You did say earlier, right, that we're not going to get the Midas on Puppy?
Oh, okay. He will try his best to get on top of Aincrad's Netroof, but it's going to be harder this game. He has no multicast, and Aincrad is doing pretty well.
We'll see. See on Mr. Puppy. I mean, it's important if they can keep this tier 1 tower alive. It's definitely a good position for the AA to be in, just spamming out Ice Vortex. Definitely probably the scariest area for anyone to be in. Quite easy for Nigma to be able to gank. So you're happy with kind of just having like a exposable support here. Disposable support, I should say. He's level 8 on Puppy.
Damn. And by the way, good ward here that the Enigma smoke allowed them to put out. They scout the same Ace Blink Dagger, which means that they will be ready here for some... I think they want to smoke with this AA, in fact. So we'll see what they're going to do.
Game continuing to very much slow down. Who do we feel like this favors with the slow pace game we have? I mean, only tier 1 tower is being claimed is bottom 15 minutes in.
I think it favors Nigma. You know, I think they understood that they were going a little bit too ham in the early game. And, you know, with Dragon Knight, we saw so many carries trying to match the late game of Dragon Knight and struggle. Sure, you have Void Spirit as a second carry with Empower, but I think Nigma is happy with this. But smoking here, are they going to be ready?
Reading this. I was going to say, TP'd bottom, Miracle maybe was going to farm around the Ancients, and Omar could be there with the instant Hex to prevent that skewer back, which is a big thing that the line is going to be able to provide you this game, but Miracle wants out. Meanwhile, top is also getting assaulted from the Enchantress creep, so this is definitely an advantage that Dire are playing with, the fact that you can take objectives much easier than Radiant.
The smokes are weird from Secret though, right? Because they didn't take those towers, as you said. It's like you're not really able to penetrate into the enemy base. Like, the two smokes that really didn't do anything, and they keep on pushing towers. They got top as Nigma, and they might just get mid here.
So hesitant to dump Puppy. Just letting the creeps just run around. Samael, finally Noob's going to look to try and cut through and find Puppy. He's got this high ground position. It looks like the tower will go down. So he's done his job though. Delayed it long enough, 16 minutes. It's about to have enough gold Midas recipe. But do you agree Secret not trying to force the issue? I guess maybe because Ironclad is accepted just yet, but would you have liked to see them defend that tower?
I think I would. Maybe their read was, if we finish the Sanjin Yasha in time, we actually throw the Alk's body so that we can set up a good RP. But without that tankiness, you know, I guess they didn't feel comfortable. I think it's completely all right. I just wanted to see them trade the tower for a tower rather than just watch it fall, you know? You could have probably set up in one of the side lanes and traded that mid tower for something. But I mean, if you're rushing a Midas on your AA, I guess that's kind of your plan. You don't really want to play too aggressive. He's not going to contribute that much just yet.
They may be forced to now, though. 1-2-3 is going to be able to scout out GH. Be able to pop the Chemical Rage. Maybe over the right side. That's an important initiation. Omar finds the blink here on Secret. Somehow Seime's going to be able to slip out. They haven't secured the kill on the Magnus just yet, and now the RP is ready and waiting to go. He's going to find the jump, holding down Noob. Still, though, Samael, he's over towards the south. If they got a little bit of control for the puck, it'll come through the form of the concoction, and the damage, it'll be plentiful. Secret somehow keeps Seimei alive. He didn't die through it all. There was a little bit of health, I think. The one, maybe a Lotus as well, and they use their ultimates, and finally we get a bit of a skirmish.
Yeah, really weird fight. Nigma, they didn't have the Dragon Knight, no TP for Miracle, but there was also no Aincrad. He was walking from, like, the depths of the earth to try and get to that fight. And Secret, they bait the Magnus perfectly. He had a Wand plus a Lotus, guessed the RP on just one, but that was enough. Very nicely done. And the heroes on Secret are very tanky, and I think that is one thing if Nigma is behind that they don't have, which is burst. Like, early on, Finger of Death is fine, and Primal has decent damage, but with all of these defensive items that the Primal is building, it's hard to isolate and kill someone.
Ironclad's got to run straight to Miracle with the double damage rune and Omar nearby, ready to go. Nice gank, Miracle. 2-1 and 3. Honestly, been quite impressed. I think his game 1 on the Gyrocopter. You know, last game he was almost able to. Again, the early game I think was looking very solid from him as well, and he's not that far behind the Alchemist.
Yeah, gets that lucky amplify damage rune, kills a juicy target, and this might just be a tier 2 tower. They don't have RP to defend this, so Secret, no trade that they can get for this tower falling.
It's gonna give a lot of
this
map
is much
control.
better from Nigma, right? Just a bit more patient. they're going for moves that involve fewer heroes. Oh, speaking of fewer heroes.
Can he be right-clicking a tier 2 tower? I mean, it's a really good terror ties from Kizco. It's going to give an opportunity for Alchemist to pop the Chemical Rage. It's ready to go from Seimei. Is it really going to be able to turn the fight? He'll be able to find the ankle onto 3, but the damage, it's just not there. Finally, the Ice Blast comes out. Puppey crushes it down onto multiple heroes, and that was the lack of damage they were missing. They were just waiting for it to come back off cooldown in secret. They strike hard.
Dude, 4-2-3, just having this tanky build, waiting Nigma to go at him. He has the Sanjin Yasha, has the Dragon Scale, just so tanky, buying time for all of those spells to connect. It looked amazing, like with the pipe appearing here, but they were patient. RP to skewer, and look at Puppey. His Hand of Midas paying off already. He's gonna get his level 12 very soon.
Literally, the Ice Blast came off cooldown as soon as that skewer landed from Puppey. Perfect timing. And this net worth lead is blown wide open. I mean, you were... maybe critique is too harsh of a word, but you were just saying, like, Secret, they weren't getting a trade out of that tier 2 tower dump on it. But now, after that fight, you take the tier 2 top, you get a lot of map control. You've got BKB coming out on 4-2-3. Seimei's almost got a BKB as well, so they are rolling.
Yeah, that's a huge bait for 4-2-3, because he knew that they left bottom. The tower had already fallen. You're an alchemist. You're not taking that tower. But Nigma is like, why is this guy hitting my tier 2? He should be punished for this. And, oh, the punishing came from the other side.
Sorry, I didn't. Kizco almost died. Just trying to
Dude,
get
Puppey
the name.
is
Okay, well, Omar died.
Puppey's gonna surpass Aincrad again. He got the shard. His Midas is paying off.
Guys? Went off the map. I thought it was going to get the pass by onto GH. Just never mind.
What else do we have here? Oh, this could be a Shadow Blade on the Void Spirit.
I used to be a really big fan of Shadow Blade Void. I thought it made his game very much easier to... Because it feels awkward to use your ultimate to have mobility to get across the map, and I think Shadow Blade and really helps out. I liked it more when the Silver's Edge was very strong.
Yeah, it was better the crit, but still, just getting the break this game is gonna be good. I think the Alk doesn't... He might not have the slot for the Silver Edge, so it's nice that Aincrad is gonna go for it. Maybe we could see Puppey building one as well. This is balling out. Smoke though.
Not gonna get anything besides the tower. They're a little bit too late for the Wisdom Rune as well. GH is just ducking into a little hole right next to the pit, where maybe they're going to consider that on Secret. Looks like that'll be the case. So we'll see if there's going to be a defense if Nigma want to actually try and force the fight inside here.
Oh, GH! They know he's here!
What? How did they know? How did Seimei literally run to that spot?
He's a god. I mean, we've been praising this guy. He knows things.
But, yeah. God, that was... I don't know what that was. And just who's dying across the map? Aincrad gonna be able to get Omar. That's a big solo kill for him. He's falling a little bit behind, so getting the experience is nice. And like you were saying, Puppey somehow is catching up as well.
Yeah, just 1,300 gold is all he needs. Maybe he can get the Roche right click here. Come on. Nah, he will. He's not gonna go for it. Dude, that's so rough, right? It's another game where Enigma, they play really well. Miracle gets all the farm, but somehow like 1 or 2 bad fights completely blow the game apart. And I mean, they still have the better carry to carry matchup, but the scaling is definitely on the side of Secret this time around.
You think so? Where are we counting the puck in that equation?
I mean, I am, but his net worth isn't super high, right? And this feels like a game that could end up pretty soon. Like, it's not an even game in a 24. It's a 19 goal lead. It feels like Secret is gonna start taking a lot of the map. So it's really on Nigma to get good team fights. But do they have better team fights than Secret? I wouldn't say so. RP into A Blast. You have Willow. It really feels like Nigma. And you can split push. That's also Mayo can do. So we'll see if he's gonna try and do that. They're gonna smoke around. Aegis on Secret. This could be risky.
But they do know the Chemical Rage is about to expire, so maybe they feel like they can quickly blow him up. It's not easy though, again, with the item build that he went for. Like you mentioned, very survivable. He also has heroes playing behind him.
Yeah.
There are some that are across the map. Ironcrad's not here. Puppy's not here as well. Look at the glimpse of the Magnus. This is a great start to the fight. And also Kizco goes down. You couldn't have asked for a better initiation. Secret, they're going to try and bring in the reinforcements. So buyback on Kizco as well. They'll lose the Aegis. But he's got BKB along with Chemical Rage for the second life. Sameo solo coiling over onto Ironcrad. Ironcrad's going to be okay. Dissimulate protects himself for the moment. Meanwhile, the Alchemist is getting soloed. 423 almost dying to Noob. 423 able to activate the ultimate finally. Now starting to turn, but he doesn't have the damage by himself. No one else is playing with 423. They've done this perfectly. Nigma, they are back in this game. They've completely wasted that Aegis advantage. And now they're going to be able to get a big kill onto the Alchemist. Some much needed golden experience is going to be given over to Dire.
Really good foresight from Nigma, predicting that someone was behind the Alk. So they killed the Magnus first. That is the most important part. But as you said, two heroes from Secret were too far apart. I'm not sure Nigma knew that. I looked at the wards and there were no Dire wards actually showcasing that, but maybe they had any insight before. Maybe someone showed in a lane. Regardless, if they knew, just perfect read and just punishing Secret, they even forced a buyback. We're back to square one here. Even game.
We are. Very, very, very even. And now we see that, I mean, the cause on Dire, I mean, that's massive. And this DK, you definitely can against the Alchemist.
Yeah.
This is, you're not that far behind. This is some very aggressive stuff. It has to continue though, right? Like you need to continue to avoid the Alchemist and go for some of the other heroes.
Yeah, and you need to avoid this Shadowblade being used. You need to prevent the Magnus RP. I think that's really the most important aspect of Secret's team fight. And that was just perfect. You kill him first, he had no buyback, and Secret... you know, they tried to buyback to stop Nigma, but with no Magnus, that fight is unwinnable.
Radiant's middle tower is under
So we are going to see them posture pretty aggressively. We do have the Wisdoms up shortly. I might be able to get the jump though. Ironcrad. Omar would be a great target. I mean, Miracle's going to be waiting in the wings, ready to go. Ooh.
Oh no.
Oh no. Save me. Again. But the Mag's going to go down without being able to play around with any spells. Oop, he can start to catch up with them. 423 was CSing. Does Secret really feel like they can win this 4v4 now?
They have BKB.
They're also trying to deal with the backline. A Miracle just beating onto 423 up on the high ground. He feels like he's going to be able to win this man fight with the BKB. Spy won't even matter. Miracle rains the crits down. And meanwhile, Noob is trying to catch up with the supports. His Primal Beast doing an exceptional job to kite them. Ooh, Ankrad.
Definitely some overconfidence from Secret there. You blink with no RP, insta-hex from the Lion, and the fight just falls apart. They also buy back the Magnus, so 2 buybacks already being used. Secret being a bit sloppy. You know, they were very calm game 1, also pretty chill so far. But these little mistakes will definitely propel Nigma forward here. That's a Daedalus already with MKB on site, so you can definitely kill this Alk. Even with BKB, we saw that he, like, by himself, he cannot stand in the fights.
Really big props have to be given to Nigma. I think, in particular, yes, we've seen the Magnus, like what happens when you get jumped, but I think Noob, just his read on how he needs to play the team fights has been very impressive. Like his Pipe BKB going Shiva's next, like he just wants to try and hunt the Ancient Apparition, stop him from getting a perfect Ice Blast off because it'll enable then the DK inside the team fights, and also if you can stop the spell casting from Kizco too.
Yeah, also clutch plays from Omar. He was the one that found the Magnus in the first fight. He's the one that stopped the RP, made animation with his hacks. So very clutch on his plays. As now, I think the game's gonna slow down for a little bit. No Roshan in sight. Feels like Nigma is alright, waiting for this MKB. And once Miracle finishes it off, that's probably when you're ready to take another fight.
AD rune, Sumail has this with the Octarine, Chanted Quiver. His counterpart, Aincrad. 6-3 and 1. KDA is looking better, but still only level 17. Really needs that 18. Heavily will help him out inside these team fights. Same's also really been hit pretty hard.
By the way, you're talking about levels. Have you seen the difference between Miracle's level and everyone else?
Yeah, wow.
He's 5 levels ahead of 423. God damn.
Yeah, Jesus. They're ready to go. Nigma.
That's a big one.
They're going to be able to scout out 423.
Oh no, he has no idea.
Down, they're going to catch him off guard. Is able to at least activate the chemical rates. Let's see if they're going to have the damage with Miracle nearby. But the Terrorize, oh my god, he is gone. Miracle showcasing the raw strength of this Dragon Eye. This hero is so goddamn stupid. Kizco? Oh, I think they did. Okay, pings are there.
Alright, yeah, it's fine. I mean, 1,000 damage crits, Finger of Death, not a lot of auras here on Secret. Magnus is a little bit underfarmed compared to game number 1. So, yeah, suddenly 6k gold lead for Enigma. They're gonna get a tier 2. Let's see how lucky they get with respawn timer, because it will be Radiant, more than likely.
Radiant's middle tower is
Gonna have to worry about something else, but the high ground getting sieged instead. If we'll send them back by the looks of it with the Elder Dragon form about to expire, so they will not take that much damage in regards to the objectives, but all their outer towers, but the top one has been claimed.
2 minutes on Roche, so still gonna be Radiant. Will allow Secret to be in position to defend. I mean, at this point, the fights are extremely hard. Like, you went from 9k gold lead on Secret 3 minutes ago to 9k for Nigma. Alk is not a hero that is happy playing from behind. They're starting to like damage. The BKBs are up, and damage is available for Nigma. This Shivas on Noob's gonna make him so tanky.
Should be able to blow him up if they land the Ice Blast, but the stunner was too slow for Minecraft. Sumail is gonna start to run them down. Let's put the Dark Willow away. Secret will re-smoke again, but this Ice Blast is pivotal to the success, and it's gonna work out if you land an RP like that. It'll connect onto the Dino. Miracle's gonna be able to turn though, raining down the crits once again. Aincrad's able to get the ultimate away, although jumps over the top, hunts him down. Now 423 is actually considering about running back into the middle, but Omar was quick on the fingers. The concoction will not come out. Stuns himself. Sumail with a triple. Look at the puck go to work. He'll catch up the same eight, the front of the base. Nothing he has to fear. This is going to be a quad kill for him. Sumail. What a fight.
All right, Nigma fans in chat rejoice. Nigma is back, and they don't even need the Aegis. No buyback for 77, and they know that was that weird buyback when they were fighting pretty much on Nigma's base. And this is one lane of barracks, potentially two, considering how fat Miracle is.
Feeling like it's in a position where there's not going to be much of a way back in. 16,000 deficit. I'm not going to be leaving anytime soon.
Yeah, you're not afraid. If there's 3 here, until the Alk is back, you're not afraid. There is a glyph, so they can maybe force something here. Not really.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has
We'll
fallen.
use it. So out they go with 2 full sets of barracks.
And if this wasn't
about
enough,
to be under siege.
they can actually get this tier 2. This will mean that Roche is on the dire side. So if Secret wants to contest it, they're going to have to be fighting against the buybacks of Nigma, which they definitely have. They got so much gold out of the last fights that they will have an advantage in that regard. Especially
They should have
consider...
seen the Tormentor hitting someone.
Radiant's
There is a gem on the Primal Beast, but he's a bit too far away. Oh, he sees the smoke on Aincrad. Breaks it.
Two, three.
Satanic on Miracle. 4,000 HP.
Up.
Radiant
To go back for
are
Roshan.
strong.
There is a lane ward that should be dewarded pretty shortly. Okay, so maybe one last attempt here, which could be a beautiful spot to take a fight. With your RP, with your Ice Blast, they need to make sure they try and force this out of the
They're gonna bait that
pit, and
Puck
they
Illusion.
will. Okay. It's fallen pretty fast, though. They've got to make a decision. Oh, it's a male. Okay. Noob standing nearby, giving them the vision, and still Roche is... It's down about a quarter left. Someone needs to scout this.
Yeah, I mean, tier 4s are taking damage. Like Nigma, they don't care. They know they're getting something out of this regardless. And they're not gonna contest Roche. They're taking tier 4 damage. This is a disaster for Secret.
Noob's gonna front Puppy too. So potentially no Ice Blast inside the team fight. Without the Ancient Apparition, how are you gonna be able to deal with the cause? 423 tries to go in. The Alchemist has popped BKB early on, and now once it's over, you're gonna have some difficulty. He's able to find the RP. Ice Blast comes flying out. They're too far behind. They don't have what it takes to go up against Nigma. You're not even gonna be able to kill them the once, let alone the second time. G's are dropped. And Nigma, they will send us to a game 3.
Yeah, very nice. A lot of resilience from Nigma. I really like this draft a bit more. It didn't start out the way they wanted. They took some bad fights, but Secret also made a little bit of a mistake. I mean, maybe too many mistakes this game. Nicely done. I think Nigma, they look much better. But I also want to give credit to Aincrad. I think he had his time. I feel like he played well. It was just some positioning mistakes that Nigma really took control over the game. In general, their read on the map this time was much better than Secret's.
Yeah, without a doubt. So we'll have to see how, honestly, I'm very intrigued on the draft with game 3 coming up on where the priority is going to be. If we're going to get the Alchemist first phase once again from Secret, and if we see the Dragon Knight now instead for Nigma. If you're looking towards this next draft, what would you like? Has any changes in the bans or the picks from the first 2 games that we've gotten?
I mean, I think Secret could have won with this draft, but if you have to change something, it's probably that Dragon Knight. I don't think there's a response for that hero that feels amazing, so might as well just ban it, you know?
Okay, well, we'll have to find out what the draft is going to be looking like. But first, of course, we're going to send it back to the panel to hear what they have to say about Game 2.
Yes, thank you very much, boys. Diving straight into this one again. Harry, looking at this game, Secret, they had some really great fights in the mid game, but just couldn't clutch it out into the late. Was that a case of specifically the Dragon Knight being too strong, or NGX as a whole playing this one amazingly and just focusing the right heroes and really strategizing these fights?
I think I wouldn't pinpoint it on one hero. Sure, the Dragon Knight was super strong later on, but I think early on in the early mid game again, Nigma Galaxy had problems forcing fights too much, and then when this game they had time to just stop and think about what they actually need to do, and then when they slowed down a little bit and understood how they need to play the game, it looked much better from their side.
Okay,
Yeah,
Milan.
definitely I agree with him. I mean, it's just like throughout the mid game, the puck was the big change. That he got to do a lot of team fighting responsibilities that as we're gonna watch on our screen, the Secret dominated like this mid game before the BKB started coming out for the Nigma. But this is where it all went to hell. Kind of for the Secret. This too long of the fight, and kind of Secret just ran out of damage this game. I think that was the biggest problem for Secret.
See, I kind of wanted you both when I said, the Dragonite for you both to go, yes, the Dragonite was a problem and he needs to be nerfed, immediately. Let's get an emergency patch out there.
For sure. I mean, this build up with the Mask of Madness, whatnot, like he farms too fast, and then like when he gets the red items, the Daedalus, whatnot, he just hits too hard. Like all the meta items just suit him way too good.
Okay, but looking at the draft overall, you were talking about the AA coming out and having like that burst from the Tiny. It feels like the Lion was able to take that place here. The fingers coming through here from the Lion, I think, onto either the Magnus or the to the AA. They were really good. So if you're looking at this next draft here, do you need something that offers a little bit more protection to these squishy supports on the side of Secret, Hurry?
I'd say they had enough protection for their squishy supports, but if you see that as an issue, if you're Secret and see your supports squishing as being an issue, then you can just pick different supports, or at least, you know, meta is still in the one melee, one range support type of deal that we see quite often. We're seeing that in this game there was no melee supports, but the Enchantress is kinda tanky, especially during the early stages of the game. So I would say that their protection was fine. So and in my mind, it wasn't sure. Enigma Galaxy had a slightly better draft, but Team Secret had opportunities to win this game.
Yeah.
Okay, and go on.
Yeah, there was definitely a way the Secret closes this game out. Like if they continued to play on the pace and like dodged fights a little bit more before they got the damage items like last game. So I don't think it's all on draft, but definitely would like to challenge a different hero than DK. Then that at the end of the day is the main point. Is the idea of it is cool. It can work. There is a place for that. I'm not like denying it 100%, but maybe challenge like a Tusker or Clockwork. The hero that doesn't farm 1,000 gold per minute no matter what.
I think that Puppy just wants to play a Midas hero.
I mean, he can play AA, just not against DK,
Okay, yeah, makes sense. But I still think that one of the reasons he picked it, apart from the Midas, was, AA should be, on paper, good versus the DK, and then you die to splash damage. It's kind of sad.
Yeah, it did feel like he was getting, went 0-6-11, I think, with the stats for Puppy. And yeah, even though the AA Blast was nice in a couple of fights, once the dive from NGX that's going the back line really couldn't stand up to. So like you were saying, Hurry, maybe they trade out one of the supports for a melee, a little bit tanky, a little bit more survivability. Overall, though, it does mean that we're at a 1-1, so we are even in terms of the games between these two teams. There is one game left here between Team Secret and Enigma Galaxy. We'll find out who's going to be able to get the win, get it in the bag and move on to the next part, who's going to be going out. And looking at these two teams now, both have had a good match so far. What are you looking at in the third game, Milan? If they're both playing at peak performance from these games you've seen already today, who are you backing going into that third one?
I'm trying to see. They still didn't select the priority. It's gonna depend a lot on the draft, who gets the first pick. I mean, both first pick teams got the victory, so maybe that's gonna be the key. Like, just take the first pick, take one of the OP cores first, and try to set up the tempo through that.
Okay. Well, I mean, we'll see how it's going to play out here, because again, I think both teams, they've had some great parts here. They've shown some great gameplay, and it's up to them to bring it into the third and final game to see who is going to be the winner here. And don't forget, everybody, if you're watching along on the Twitch, on the YouTube page, don't forget to follow along and use that QR code that's just appeared on the screen there right under Milan. It's going to bring you all the results, all the announcements, all the upcoming tournaments here from One Winner as well. And there's going to be bangers, It's not only the Dota, but there's going to be some more esports events here. One Win, they are starting to look to branch out, at least in their teams. Milan showing you exactly where to scan, and that is going to be available there for the next few seconds. Don't forget to scan that one. Follow along on the Twitch page, follow along on the YouTube page for all the esports going live. For now, we are going to take a quick break. It's going to be about 5 minutes, and then we'll be back with the final game between NGX and Secret to see who moves on, who crashes out. Let's find out who it's going to be right after this break.
But brate, kad si mi poslao onu sliku, prvo
Yeah. Yeah.
Welcome back in, everyone, to the 1-win 4 series and the last game of this series here between NGX and Secret. Both teams 1 game up, but there can only be one team to move through here. We're going to find out who it's going to be as we get ready to get into the third and final game of this series. And then the winner will move through to play up against Gaming Gladiators in a decided best of 3 to see who moves on to the playoffs and who else will be going home. So, Hurry Freak, Milan, looking at these two teams already, we've seen them year 1 good game each. And Hurry, what are you looking at for the draft for this third game? You know, is it the we've already talked about the Invoker, we've already talked about the Dragonite. Is there anything else you want to see being removed from the draft completely?
I would, if I was Secret, I would make sure to either prepare for it or ban out a lot of the mobile heroes that Sumail can play. I think that would be a recipe for success. If Enigma Galaxy do not have this mid lane playmaker, I think they get lost not only in the mid game but also later on. But if he is on one of those heroes, even if they make a couple of mistakes, he can make sure they have the right initiation, they can take the right team fight. So I would say, if I was Puppy, that would be my main concern.
Okay. And Milan, on the other side, what do you want to see in the draft? You know, is there any heroes that we could see playing around with? Because we've seen the AA, we've seen the Phoenix mid as an experiment, and it seems like it is Secret that are coming up with these heroes that are more a little bit out of the box. So is there anything else you want to see them pull out of the bag here in this draft?
I mean, so far so good. There's only adjustments I wanted to see in the first phase is just switch the Batrider ban for the DK. Or Nigma won the coin flip for the game 3 and they had chosen the first pick. So now they ban the Alchemist, they ban Super Comfort for Secret, they go with Super Comfort of their own. It's the Sumail Sniper. Now it's up to Aincrad and Secret to choose their hero as a sniper. It just I want them to go with a straight answer, whatever it is.
Okay. And is there any heroes you've seen that do well against the sniper mid that you wouldn't mind seeing Team Secret putting in here for Aincrad?
I mean, a lot of the heroes that do well against sniper in the game struggle in the lane, but one of the heroes I really personally like is... Okay, that was not the hero I want to say, but this is still a flex, keep in mind, because Kisko does play the Zeus, and Zeus was gaining a lot of popularity over the past few weeks on Pro Tracker, being played on position 4.
Do you look to, just while we're on the Zeus, facet wise, is it the what's the heavenly, does the Thunder God's Wrath one at a time?
Divine Rampage.
Let me look it up. Yeah. Divine Rampage. Yeah. It's, I mean, I've not seen any Zeuses being played, so yeah, the other one is Livewire. Which one are you leaning towards, Harry? Which one do you prefer in terms of the facet for the Zeus?
I think also depends on where it's going to be played, but the Divine Rampage is last time when I saw Zeus being played was the one people are going for. And I think generally it gives more info because it lasts longer in terms of vision. And I think that might be one of the reasons why they did pick up the Zeus, is because they want to see this sniper, right? So I'd be leaning towards that one.
I wouldn't mind the other one either, because it's just stronger for the lane. Like, especially if you are the support, so very yet to see. Nigma Galaxy will turn to ban the Morphling +1. Like, now we might see what they think are better heroes against the sniper, you know, because they have the chance to protect it even more.
Yeah.
Milan, you mentioned Reddit and the OG combos with Magnus, right? What if we see a Magnus PA? That would be a sniper counter, right? You don't have to counter him in the mid lane, but counter him like that.
Magnus sounds great for sniper. I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of reach. There's farm. If they get like, the biggest problem about all the OG carries, like the PAs, the Juggernauts, whatnot, they're just way too weak in a lane compared to all the big beefy boys coming to offlane. So if they see the lane, they can fit in these heroes, they can still be very strong.
And overall, I mean, looking at the bans for NGX, yeah, the Alchemist as well as the Morphlin, they are both comfort for 4-2-3, so he has to play something different now. The Dragon Knight being banned out, the Terrorblade being banned out here as well, the two big supports with the Clockwork, the Tusk being removed. Shadow Demon is still there. It feels like he's fallen off in a little bit in terms of the popularity, though sometimes not even being banned out. Team Secret, they've got another ban. Let's see what they want to be taking away, but the Mars for NGX here as well, so... And again, Mars, nice if you can catch a sniper in the arena, nice if you catch a sniper outside the arena, because the damage doesn't come in until the BKBs start to come in. So, Team Secret, what is it that they want to be removing here? Do they want to take away something themselves, like the Primal Beast, you know, gets a bit of a jump in? Because the Primal, it's looked quite good every time we've seen it today, even if it's not won every single match. So we'll see what it's going to be, what they want to be removing. Hurry, is there anything else you think Team Secret should be taken away in this next ban?
They could be thinking about the Dawnbreaker as well if they're targeting the offlaners themselves, right? So that could be a good one, because generally with the sniper you like to stand your ground, so anything that creates a perimeter around him that is going to protect him and dissuade the enemies from coming towards him would be a good pick for Enigma Galaxy. But also the Primal Beast does fit into that category. You jump the sniper, he goes with the onslaught through all of you, and that could be an issue. But 4-2-3's heroes, I mean, we talked about them, a lot of them are getting banned out, but you know which one isn't getting banned out, or to which Lycan would be the one that I would say is the more likely for him to pick up. But remember that Meepo, right? We still might get to see it.
Yeah, it might just come out. The Nice Iron is going to be the ban, the bar to pick up. Go on, Milan, sorry.
No, not before the classic kind of puppy bat. I feel like it's last few weeks or last few months, this has been one of his favorite heroes. So whenever he has a chance to pick it up, he will. Although it's still a hypothetical flex. And now, Pagna for Enigma Galaxy, one of the heroes we haven't seen today. I mean, Harry spoke before, it's such a strong hero. He can do so much in the team fight. He can save, he can push the towers, and above all, he's a very strong laner.
Yeah. Interesting they pick it now, right? Because you have two heroes that are generally very solid versus the Pugnas. Zeus's spells don't cost too much mana, neither do the Batriders. And interesting thing, GH has been playing, you know, mostly the Pugna in his pubs. He has 18 matches. The next one is the Coddle. I really thought that was gonna be two of the heroes that we might get to see from Enigma Galaxy, and finally he does pull it out though.
It just worries me a bit having like these three heroes together, you know.
Yeah.
Like there's a thing that people like to say, the Dota players like to say, it looks a little bit ugly, like just having the three range heroes together. But nowadays it's not as a big problem as before, because all the heroes kind of got tankier all together.
Do you still worry, though, about the frontline ability of the NGX? I mean, you look at it, they've got potentially the offlaner as well as the carry left to pick, unless they want to do something funky like shift that sniper into the safe lane. Are you looking at these next two picks from NGX both being like the tankier frontline heroes here, Hurry, do you think?
Well, they need to have something, right? Either counter initiation or frontline in general. I mean, one thing that you can rely on in this game is Enigma Galaxy is maybe vision from the sniper, but now with the bounty hunter coming out from Secret, maybe that is not going to be the case. I think Milan hit the nail on the head, right, when he said that it looks kind of ugly. These heroes are kind of squishy, and then you put in the bounty hunter in the play, right? So now you have Zeus to give vision, bounty hunter to give vision, and I think that's going to be countering the vision of the sniper, making these three heroes very easy to bring down.
Kisko bounty is really a signature hero. He plays a hero, maybe even his most played hero in the pubs. He likes that, and the Bristol, they also kind of needed a hero that can sort of be on their own. Like once you pick a bounty, you either need to follow up with like Enigma Wizard, some sort of thing, which Seimei doesn't really like, as far as I know. So if you don't pick one of these, you just pick a hero that can work on its own, such as Bristol.
Okay.
Do you heavy auras now if you're Enigma Galaxy? No, they again go for the Primal Beast. So they did get the pipe on him last time. Now versus the Zeus, you're probably gonna be needing something similar as well. But the reason for this is also, sure, he's been playing it every game, but when the time comes, if you are a farmed Primal Beast, you're a big counter to the Bristleback. So I think that also came into play when deciding their offlane hero.
And I think Rob said it really good that they need 2 melee heroes basically. Like Rob said very well, they kind of need to wrap the lineup around the sniper and the supports, and Primal does exactly that. And he did play well both games. They lost one, they won one, but it's his super signature hero here that he used to play on mid lane like a billion times. So I like this pick.
But what is Miracle gonna play, right? It's a hard one, a hard game to find a melee hero in a safe lane, right? I'm looking at some of the maybe other tanky heroes like Medusa or Razor, something along those lines, but I'm not sure if there's a melee hero that works really well here.
Think the control from the Primal Beast and the Dark Willow, would you go for something like the Monkey King? You know, melee hero, but he's got self-sustain coming out with the Jingu. He's got that area lockdown. Well, when there's area lockdown, you've got that area overlap with the Wukong's command as well. Can sustain against some of the melee heroes that come out from Team Secret.
Monkey is definitely a good choice if you ask me. Or like a Medusa that's kind of pseudo melee hero. I mean, super tanky. So I wouldn't mind a Monkey King.
They don't have the last pick though, right? So I'm not sure. Monkey King probably would do solid, but imagine if Secret just picks something that destroys you in the lane, that lanes with the Bounty Hunter. I don't know, Viper. Visage is 50-50. If you dodge his Soul Assumption, it's not going to be a problem, but something like that could be a problem if you go the Monkey King route. But generally, it's good with Enigma Galaxy. It is a counter initiation type hero. If they go for your sniper, you Wukong's command around him, and suddenly they're gonna have problems.
I mean, definitely always a problem with the flex heroes like Bristol. That you can move them around and Viper comes out, but he's just like a poison you'll have to deal with in a way. You cannot, like, if they want to Secret, they can always kind of find a hero that's gonna be super toxic in the lane.
And the Viper will be that quite literally.
Player though. So I think he's gonna be taking it anyways. I just think Seimei won't be playing the Bristle here.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that because it does seem that the Bristlebacks have shifted from the offlane to more to the carry, not exclusively, but it does seem more and more likely. They go for the Luna here onto NGX, and yeah, looking for the Primal Beast, I guess, to be the big anchor point for the fights here, the initiation point as well. So, Milan, overall, you were calling it ugly when we only had 3 heroes there, the 3 ranged heroes. You're seeing 4 in the Primal Beast. Has the beauty aesthetics on this improved at all, or do you think it's still a bit of a mishmash lineup?
Meepo. I don't know what you asked. I just saw Meepo. I'm like, my brain exploded, and I heard Harry saying it's gonna be 4-3 Bristol. And I'm thinking to myself, but it's such a good Meepo game. It's definitely gonna be Meepo versus all these noob heroes, Enigma, and then it comes out, and I'm like, bam.
Well, Harry, it was your suggestion. Talk us through the pick.
Well, I'm not a big Meepo player, or at least I used to play him a lot, but nowadays I haven't really. But overall, if you look at Enigma Galaxy, they really hate the root. Primal Beast hates the root. Luna is the only hero that is kind of okay-ish versus you, because you always get closer, so the Glazer are going to be a problem. But I think that's the idea from Team Secret. They're just going to be bursting these heroes, right? These uses the ulti. Bounty Hunter does mark them a bit. Bristleback goes in to separate them, and then Meepo just murders them from the side. So I'm not sure Team Secret how well they're going to be able to coordinate this, but if they coordinate it nicely, I think they've got a really good shot to winning this game.
Okay, and Milan, do you think then the NGX, do they need to try and shut down this Meepo in the lane? Is it all about making sure he doesn't get ahead? You're hunting him when he starts to move through his own jungle as well? Or is it looking for these early objectives and really trying to pin Secret back into their side on the map?
Hey, they just need to not get ran over on Enigma. Like they don't need, they need to not lose this game like 25, 30 minutes in, you know, let Meepo go through gates, get a kill, then Bounty gets a 6, then Bristol with the X, like just dodge these very, I don't want to say obvious timings from Secret, but strong timings. Like they're playing that, like understand them, understand the fast and speed that Secret can play with, and just not allow them to use it. And later down the line, I think they'll be fine, but it's not gonna be so easy to live through.
Okay. Well, we'll find out how it is gonna go, because we've got our caster standing by to take us through the third and final game of the series. Boys, take it away.
Thank you, Rob. Yep, we are ready to go here for our final game. Oh, we're gonna have to see a lot of comfort out of Secret. You've got a Grandmaster on the Meepo, Grandmaster on the Zeus, and we also heard Milan say that Bounty Hunter as well from Kisco is incredibly comfortable for. So Secret go for a lot of comfort, a high tempo, different strategy of a draft. Enigma, they've got some similar heroes as well. How do we feel about this draft? Do we feel like there is a team that is favored heading into this third game?
Yeah, I heavily favor Secret here. I think that they have a squishy problem on the side of Enigma, but they also have a damage problem against Secret. You know, Meepo into Mega Meepo. You have this Bristleback that is so obnoxious. Just the vision that both the Zeus and the Bounty Hunter are going to allow this Meepo to, and the Batrider to maneuver around the... I'm very sorry. Well, I ended up going on a rant, but I heavily favor Secret is basically my opinion here. I think there is a lack of damage problem on Enigma, especially in the early parts of the game, and just a tankiness issue that they have as well. Very squishy heroes. This is definitely a pipe game for the Primal Beast. I think Noob's going to have to allow everyone to be tankier through the fights. And we saw how that was important in game 2. So we'll see if Enigma can clutch this one out, but I think Secret definitely has the upper hand.
Well, what are the key heroes you feel like for Enigma to be able to prevent Secret from getting that upper hand like you're expecting?
I think Sumeo needs to destroy his laning stage. You know, after all, Sniper is not a hero that makes a lot of moves. And you could argue the supports of Enigma don't make moves that easily as well, right? Pugna, Willow is fine, but Sniper is definitely not one of those. I feel like this is also a game where Noob might struggle a little bit in the laning stage, because it's hard to really kill anyone here. And so if Sumeo isn't naturally ahead, this game, like, I think they might not be able to do anything in the mid game.
Gonna have to see if Sumeo will be able to play from ahead or not. It's not. I really can't imagine. You know, this is the Zeus hero that you don't stop anyone from farming. Usually, it's just pretty much free farm for you and the other team.
Yeah.
So that will definitely benefit you. Seimei might. Oh, it did go down in the end. I mean, they are everyone playing incredibly low up top with all the spam spellers, but it's going to be GH that finds an early first blood.
All right. That's it's really good. I think that's what you need. Having Miracle also starting with an advantage is nice, because Luna is a hero that can recover, but I think if there's like a lead on Secret, you can easily hunt the Luna, right? Before she has Manta, before she has the defensive items to protect herself. And that's really the scary moment, like from minute 9 to minute 18 maybe. The hunting power of Secret is quite scary.
2-3, nice sidesteps. Gonna miss out on the ramble down bottom from Omar. And overall, are you a Meepo believer?
I am, actually. I think there's definitely, you know, this. It's not the same Meepo that got popular in the beginning of the year that could like literally be first phase sometimes, like at some SCA tournaments where the hero was literally first phase. But in a good game like this, as a 24 pick, can definitely be super impactful.
Okay. He's going to be able to get a pull at a double stack. So I believe he denied pretty much the full wave.
Top lane.
Kisco, they're going to find one and probably won't stop there. Seimei wand a longer to replenish some of the mana that he's lacking. May even get a Courier snipe, but going to bypass that. Looking to try and drag the wave to make sure his own wave goes under the tower. Will deny a couple of creeps away from Miracle, unfortunately.
Yeah, and interesting, this is a Snot Rocket Bristle, so they're gonna be trying to amplify the Meepo right-click damage. Oh, TP cancel from his... Huh, okay. Just wants to take us troll.
Unlucky, bro. Sometimes it happens. You accidentally press S. So what you were saying about the snot rocket?
Yeah, it's gonna amplify the damage of the Meepo, and I think this kinda maybe says that he's not gonna go for Aghanim Scepter this game. Maybe this is like a pipe rush sort of thing where there's no way in hell Enigma would have enough damage to kill the Meepos if you have a pipe on top of it all. This kind of looks like a supportish type Bristle rather than the, you know, Aghanim Scepter Bloodstone Rush, as Miracle gets engaged.
Okay, both, I suppose. We'll sit with top. Miracle getting chased down. Jay's going to try and do his best as he can to hold them back. Miracle's got a pretty big wonder along with... Might actually be enough for him to get the turn kill early, leveling the orbit. Don't see that very often from the Luna at all, but potentially helping to get that second at the top side of the map. Meanwhile, we did also have Noob go down. Who got the kill in the end? Not sure who it was. Puppy got it. Okay.
All right. Yeah. Pretty huge. You lose the Bristle back, but you're slowing down the Luna. We'll see if my prediction of the supportish Bristleback is right or not. I've seen a couple, and usually when I see that type of build, it's this facet that they choose. Oh, SGH. Could be in trouble.
This goddamn Netherward is really proving to be a bit of an issue, though.
There we go. Stake it down.
Is there an argument, like, could you make an argument for 2 points in Netherward with this lane? Or are you happy with...
Maybe. Oh, I think Noob's dead.
And this Primal
Meepo.
Beast is getting destroyed by the Meepo.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Cannot forget about the 4-2-3 Meepo. I mean, that's kind of the one aspect of this secret lineup that maybe wasn't really put to test yet, is how much cheese they can actually pull off, right?
Yeah.
You have mid Phoenix, you have Meepo, 4-2-3 can play Arc Warden. Like, there's so many curveball heroes, and when you have a drafter like Puppy,
Station top lane to try and slow down. They should be able to get him in the end. Nicely done. One lane that's going not bad. The boys on Enigma looking to try and continue to enable that.
Good rotation from Omar. Do we have Zeus OT? We do now, so I think that's why he's rotating top. Yeah, Omar.
This is really forced, though.
Yeah, TP from the sniper as
Taking
well.
a long time, and Minecraft doesn't have the greatest mana pool at the moment. It's going to be able to play around with some bottle and arcane to put him full. Miracle should be in the threshold.
36
He's
HP.
not.
Tread switch,
Oh
man.
my.
He instantly tread switch his strength. That's how he survived.
Minecraft still, he has to get something out of this rotation. This is so much time wasted. Noob is getting some much needed catch up in the mid lane. Thunder Gods is usually a guaranteed kill in a majority of games as well. And
Yeah, initially I thought the plan was just to force the sniper TP and then get back to the lane, but they ended up forcing it too much, as you said, Omar. Maybe that's the one they can get.
maybe not. Oh man, Minecraft's game. Yikes.
There we go.
Up, but he's in now. Is there anyone else? Miracle feels kind of forced. We'll try and chase down with the Zeus. One more right click's going to be able to secure it. And now Miracle, unfortunately, probably not going to be able to escape. Level 6 is online with the Eclipse raining down. They'll make sure they take up, but they take up to their death. Miracle doesn't even die. Oh my.
From 2 deaths in lane to 5, 2, and 6 after this Eclipse. I mean, clutch plays. He gets 6 from the first kill. Eclipse gets 2 more. And now the Meepo is maybe under threat. Never mind. This is okay. Okay. Let's rewatch that.
I was gonna replay that shit. It was really impressive stuff. I mean, you see Samael starting to run over from afar, but level 6 just there in the nick of time for Miracle. Dude, this... It does so much damage. I cannot believe it does this much damage. I know we used for a while we're not really getting eclipses and, you know, not maxing out the beam as much, but
Yeah, I mean, now you don't need to anymore, right? You don't need to learn your aura, so you get the glaives and you get the Lucent Beam. Luna... I was surprised this hero kind of disappeared, at least from the qualifiers I've cast. I've seen very little Luna. And Miracle showing that the hero still can do quite a bit in the right hands.
Miracle did go back to top, and they are ready to go. Puppey, Kizco. Samel's going to be nearby. They'll get some TPs out. Samel's got a double damage rune. Oh my god. Again. Just going straight forward the Luna, and it's just not working for them.
Secret is cosplaying as Nigma this game around. It felt like they were the ones forcing these rotations, just being a bit awkward with how much they wanted to kill someone. And I don't think they need it. Like, this Meepo is going to hit his timings. The Zeus is global. So as long as you farm the pipe on the Bristle, which, yeah, he's going for it. I like it. They could have been in a much better position. So a bit too hasty here from Secret. I think they gotta chill. Like, it's not over. I think they still have the better draft. You just need to get the Diffusal Blade, and once 4-2-3 can rotate, I think those fights actually make more sense.
It's a big thing. We've got to see what 4-2-3 is going to be able to do here with the Meepo.
Oh, Tower falling. I mean, that's what the plugin gives you, right? This hero's so obnoxious.
It's not much easier to play now. You already see the straightaway moving to top. Samel and GH. Actually, we're going to smoke as well. Samel max out with the scatter shot. Seen him be pretty active early on. They feel like once again they're going to be able to bait Miracle. Maybe they can even think about going through the portal. On 4-2-3 early. We'll have to force one TP out. Oops, it's actually ready to try and turn it back around now. 4-2-3 in a little bit of danger.
Oh, they're pincered.
Look at the heroes from Nigma come through. Beautiful movement from them. Noob was baiting Samel. I mean, this is the sniper that was winning them those games in the qualifiers to make it over to Bangkok, and he is flying in this game 3.
Yeah, I mean, did well in the laning stage. Very smooth rotations, right? They don't force that one out. They send someone through one side. They know that the Meepo is too far forward in the lane, and they just pincer him. Very nicely done. With that said, level 6 on Kisco. I think this is the beginning here of Secret's rotations being easier. You have Diffusal Blade ready. You have level 6 on Zeus again. So probably a moment for a smoke. We'll see. I think at least they can fight. They don't have to, but they have the tools now.
Is it going to be easy though? Like, how do you really start the fights unless you're kind of on top of someone without having the blink on 4-2-3?
I mean, you just need to get this bounty hunter to aggressively ward the enemy big jungle, and then you just go for smokes, right? I think you can use 1 or 2 right now. With those kills, you get towers, and then killing people just gets more easy. Just like game number 2, the towers are taking a little bit too long to fall, and that's really what makes the game awkward here for Secret.
Take a little bit of time to put themselves in a position where they can bring down these towers. 4,000 net worth lead. It's got to change quickly for Secret.
Nigma very aggressively here with this plug now.
Dire are scanning.
Doesn't have the most mana as well to play with the Bristle up top, so just feels like Kisco has no one really to be moving around the map with. How close to Blink are we?
Yeah, I think what they're waiting here on Secret is the Kaya. Aincrad's very close. He has a Regen Rune and a Kaya flying out to him. This might be the moment to go for a play. It's going to be full mana, have that extra burst damage. There you go. I think they are ready with this TP from the Zeus.
Miracle bottom?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay. They have Lasso.
Flame break.
Oh,
Miracle
no.
turns instantly with the Eclipse.
My god. That's not what they wanted on Secret.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I don't know. Miracle today is playing some incredible Dota. Very, very impressed. Looks like they will run into Omar. Gonna be able to land the Terrorize. Omar maybe able to fight back now with Miracle nearby, but it is just a Luna, unfortunately, without Eclipse and no one else TPing down. So finally, a track kill along with an Observer.
Yeah, but 4k gold lead, 5k, even though they're trading farm, it's definitely not ideal. Like, you have this bounty hunter, you need to start using the track, or else this hero just becomes dead weight in your team. We'll see Miracle again.
Now, still held the Thunders as well.
Oh, I think they got it.
Wrap around, make sure no one's playing behind him, but he will go down by the looks of it. So Burst is going to be there. We should be able to get a return kill onto Kizco. And they will keep Omar nearby as well, just to guard the Wisdom Rune in case. Omar does run into Puppey, but I feel like Puppey's going to be more than okay.
Yeah, I mean, finally, oh, they're gonna find themselves a little GH.
Or who's finding who? Oh my.
Well, it did allow Aincrad to get the Arcane Rune. That's another timing. You probably want to wait for the God's, Thunder God's Wrath, and then go again once you have the Arcane up. But it goes to show that this Meeple not tanky enough just yet. Needs the eggs.
Radiant are scanning.
Up is actually getting somewhat close towards his own Blink Dagger too. Be multiple
It's pretty far.
positions.
Considering how behind they were, this is a really farm Batrider.
Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, this network lead, it's dropping. The 2 kills, right, that they were able to just get with the bounty. I mean, that was a dominating streak that Miracle was holding as well, so that's why there's a Kaya and Sunge already completed for Aincrad. But still, Miracle is top net worth and absolutely getting out of control here. We've seen what this Luna hero is going to be able to do.
Yeah, the timings though are gonna be super clutch. Seimei will finish his pipe in about, I don't know, 300 gold, and with the Arcane Rune, oh no, pipe's not ready.
He does have 4-2-3 nearby. Maybe if the Meepo wants to bring the other clones to jump in.
Oh, there we go.
Try and go towards the Dark Willow now. Meanwhile, he's got the control as well for the Primal Beast Secret. Some big track kills in our Kizco. He's going to be stalking Sumail. Puppey will come through for the northern side. Lasso at the ready. All right, Secret, they are back in this game.
Oh man, it felt like Seimei was gonna die, but as you said, they had some heroes nearby. Clutch jump from 4-2-3. And this could be Roche. You have a Meeple. You have this Goo Bristleback, so the Mine's Armor could be good enough. Yeah, I think they're gonna try.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Huge for Secret.
Yeah, I thought we were going to have a game where we wouldn't have actually seen like the power of the Bounty Hunter injecting a bunch of gold and the Meepo being an issue too, but looks like we might get there.
Yeah, usually most of the old Meeples were always getting the eggs first and Blink Dagger afterwards. So 4-3, different read. That's why he felt a little bit less tanky. But regardless, the Blink actually is the only reason they won that fight.
Yeah, maybe felt forced because of the status of this game.
Yeah.
So what was going on? And honestly, you can't blame him, right? I mean, what, it was up to a near a 6,000 net worth lead just after the 10-minute mark. I mean, that's a big position to be in. You know, the probability of a team winning when you have a lead at that stage of the game is very high. But Secret, they've made some good moves and they're in a pretty good position now. We see they have the Aegis on the Meepo. They're playing around bottom. I believe maybe this was scouted with how Dire are starting to set up. They're even smoking to bottom as well, so maybe going to bait Miracle.
Lasso.
See if they're going to have the damage before the supports are going to be able to keep him alive. Just forward into the middle, and yeah, Miracle is going to be okay. Might even be able to get Kizco as well. Dust is just a little bit too far. They're going to go for a secondary Dust, which will land this time. The night vision for the Miracle. They're going to see him duck into the trees. Kizco activates
so
the drums.
fast.
Miracle knows, though. I don't know if you... Okay, Dust is out. Never mind.
I mean, this guy is so fast. He's running at 550 with the track move speed. And I mean, that's like a kill from Nigma, but you TP everyone, you use your pipe, you only kill a Batrider. I think this actually opens up a window for Secret to do something. In fact, they're going for 4-2-3.
Well, they're going to be able to deal with the Aegis by the looks of it. 4-2-3 brings in the other Meatboat, but he's surrounded.
He's alone, literally alone. What the hell?
Yeah, he's gone. Noob's going to be able to try and charge up the onslaught, instant stun into the death. 4-2-3 gives that advantage right back to Nigma.
He was hitting a tier 2. I thought someone could connect, but he was absolutely alone. Oh well, that's unfortunate. That's your Aegis timing gone. It really felt like Secret was maybe seconds away from being able to put everything they had to use, but now Nigma full control of the game. Sniper going for the Gleipnir. I think in general, Sume was building eggs, but against the Meepo, just having that AoE route, always very nice.
Oh, looks like they will get the jump push. Puppy going to be nearby, ready to go. GH is showcasing how survivable. There's no damage from Aincrad. Aincrad actually needs to TP out. Omar's going to be able to prevent that Same trying to charge in the middle, but this is not the Bristleback we've seen from before. The damage is somewhat lacking at this stage from him. Aincrad's still stuck, Omar. I think they know. Why isn't he... okay.
Oh, the carrier. The healing from the Nether Ward is like, usually you don't really think about it that much, but you have a Zeus and a Bristleback, right? So the actual amount of mana being used is significant. This Pugna gets some a decent amount of juice out of all those spells.
Again, they're going to be eyeing up 4-2-3. Okay, looks like he's going to be able to get the poof away. We were starting to move to top. They TP'd Omar in as well. Meanwhile, bottom tower is going to go down.
So killing him now, it is going to be much harder.
Feels like a lot of weight is onto 4-2.
Yeah.
Round 2 onto GH. This time they will be successful. We'll have to work for it a little bit more.
All right. Omar now going to be tracked up.
Wisdom in 40. We'll see if they want to stick around on Secret to try and control the area. Tormentor as well as a potential for them to claim. Nigma could take a fight here.
Yeah, they could. There is a TP available for Miracle. He's a little bit out of mana, but there might be enough time for him to walk because the Wisdom Rune only spawns at 20.
Oh, there's a Shield Rune Primal Beast with Pipe. I don't know if he's dying.
All right. Looks like Nigma will control the Tormentor and the Wisdom Rune. Secret will get the hell out. I mean, very even game. I think for Nigma, the next timing is definitely going to be the BKB on the Primal Beast. Noob is either going for that or the Blink. He still has it queued up. There's a chance he keeps the Ogre Axe, gets the Blink if he thinks, you know, one smoke into Roche is the play that they need. But I think BKB might be the, on average, better item.
Yeah, does he need Blink now? Because aren't they just playing more reactionary? Like, I kind of just want him to be as tanky as he can and put himself in front of the 4 range heroes that he has.
Yeah, I think so. But there is an argument to be made that if you find a Zeus, the fight can be over for Secret. So I can see a world where Blink is what he gets, but... Oh, speaking of the Zeus, they're wrapping around him here.
Aincrad almost trying to go for the sidestep there. Noob's still going to be able to hold him down.
TP out.
Look for the TP. Samael.
No eggs.
But now this is going on. Clip's been pretty solid this game. 9, 3, and 10. Top net worth. Still feeling like there's a bit of a damage issue. Okay, never. Jesus Christ. Never mind. 4-2-3 in. Well, if the Meatbo is able to freely do whatever he can, then they're going to be fine. Same as well. GH going to look for the TP out. They're going to go to cancel it. They do. Another round of the Earthbind. Without the Meatbo, I feel like there's some concerns on some potential damage issues.
Yeah, the Meepo is... they're literally just enable 4-2-3, right? You're gonna go Crimson Guard on the Bristle. He's basically cosplaying as a different hero here, as Underlord. And The only problem I think for Secret is if 423 is too far up, like he was with that Aegis. When Secret is with him, I think the damage problem is really on Nigma. Maybe you need Eggs on the Primal later on. You need Sumail to get a lot of harm. Wait, what?
Yeah, behind the
Sumail's
tower,
dead.
they're going to be able to find Sumail. Instant TP cancel. Noob doesn't want anything to do with that, but it means that Omar's got no one here nearby. It's going to be two heroes that end up dropping right next to an objective where Secret will look to chain this now. And this net worth lead, it's growing. They're already spying out more. Kizco, he's got a read of Noob. They had an observer ward that was able to scout out his farming pattern. So,
Oh, they
nice
stop it.
flame break, Poppy. Well done. The stuns
There's a
were
decrepit
lacking,
available.
but he had the flame break to be able to stop him from getting back inside the base. That was beautiful play out of the captain.
Wow, they just keep chaining kills after kills. Nigma unable to defend their towers or farm, and that is the fear of the Meeple. Like, when the game is in this position, that's when things really get out of control quickly. And Secret now, they have a choice. They can poke high ground, they can poke tier 2, or they can just position around Dire Roche, because it definitely will be Dire. Yeah, there we go. I think you just need to control the left area of the map now. If you get the second Aegis, you have like 70% chance of winning this game, probably.
It's an Orchid on Kizco. Where has he got this? Where's he got this item from?
Yeah, he's a trust fund baby. All those track kills just giving him a lot.
The BKB from Zeus as well. It's
Okay.
level 18 for him. Very interesting item build.
Yeah, unorthodox, but works this game, right? So tanky with the Kaya Sanj as well.
2400 health they have to go through. Haste rune in the bottle. We're gonna see Nigma start to posture as maybe to mount the defense, but if you're gonna do it, you need to do it with all 5. Can't half-ass it. It looks like we're gonna try and have to give up the area.
I mean, they're 50 gold away from the Crimson Guard. I hope they may finish this one off, because this could be the difference maker of how this fight unfolds. It is flying, but coming from the base, I don't think Secret needs to force this. Well, they will.
He's gonna be able to get the jump on the Samantha. Will make sure Samel doesn't get dragged too far away. Miracle needs to go crazy on the Lunar inside the pulverize
Mega
from
Meepo.
Noob. It's not good enough with the Mega Meepo. It's going to be able to keep 423 alive. Sameo will make it back inside the base, so it's a nice TP. The medic from GH has kept him alive long enough. Now the turn's going to be there. 423. Oh, last second dig. One of the clones is okay,
Crimson
but
Guard?
can they get the rest out? 423 is still in danger. The spam from Nigma, it's going to favor them. The Bramble will stop the escape. They'll turn to Seimei next, as well as Nigma. They lose no one. What a beautiful fight from them. The symphony of spells just back and forth. GH keeping them alive. The spam from Omar and Miracle with the main damage source.
Clutch the Crepify on Sumail, as you said. The healing from the life drain. And more important than that, Roche is going to spawn. Secret, they started a fight with no Crimson Guard. They had full control of this game, and Nigma will benefit greatly here, giving Miracle this Aegis. Oh, this game just keeps on giving.
When do we get to the position where we really start to be concerned about a Meepo
Right now.
lineup? Okay,
Right now.
All right.
Yeah, I think this Aegis was very important for this lineup. You're playing a Bristleback that's not gonna scale whatsoever. I mean, I guess the bounty is scaling to some degree with the Orchid, but Miracle is gigantic and you have a sniper. Like this, there's a lot of control for the Meepo as well. I mean, obviously Secret can win, but, you know, second Aegis, if you get the second Aegis, the difference in win probability drops so much for the Meepo team. He's a very momentum-based hero for sure.
We saw that fight. Poppy had the decision to jump pretty much anyone. They had a really good ward at the back.
Yeah.
Do we want to see him go for the Pugner instead, or are you happy with the sniper?
I think the sniper is fine. It was more of a problem that he was very far away from everyone else, right? So the connection didn't really help that much. He got instantly exploded as he got the lasso. The target was definitely okay. I think it was just not the right time to fight,
And also a little bit far away from everyone is Nigma.
Smoke's
Breaks
gonna
the
pop,
smoke.
Miracle.
Nighttime.
Formation now, same a little bit disconnected from the team. 4-2-3,
Pipe only on
what's
him.
the call? And 4-2-3 in the pool is in a really awkward position. So is everyone else. Secret, they don't know if they want to take the fight or not. They'll do a good job to at least kite the Eclipse.
Omar's dead.
Finding Omar in the backline, potentially GH as well. If they can deal with the supports, that's what enabled them last team fight. They're having some difficulty with locking them into place though. GH will finally go down. 4-2-3 turns to Noob next. Miracle still trying to go to work here, but again, they just don't have the control. Finally, Meepo's going to go down. A big kinda hit from Miracle with the 20 talent. Assassinate is not enough to deal with Ironcrad, who will TP out in their face. So in the end, a buyback needed out of the Dark Willow. Second support as well, but another pretty decent fight from Nigma.
I think this fight would have been okay for Secret if you force the Aegis, but still 3 minutes for the Aegis means that Nigma can posture, can get tier 2 towers. This was better for Secret, definitely. They had better positioning. They were able to insta-give a hero. But those auras, the Zeus is starting to run out of juice, especially because he had to go for the BKB. So there's no Phylactery. There's no Dagon upgrade. He's going Refresher now, but it feels like it's going to take a while for Aincrad to start scaling again. It's just, Pipe is just a classic Zeus counter. Very hard for him to itemize against that.
Ooh, they got a gem.
Oh.
Straight into the vision of Nigma. Not long for the world.
Very nice. And probably a tier 2 as well.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Do they even consider poking?
I think so. I think you poke, you control triangle, start cutting the waves. Ideally, you get the tier 2 tower top as your Aegis is expiring. This is... Yeah, I guess it's going to take a while because there's still a big wave top. So even if you cut multiple waves, it might take too long.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, Eggs on Sniper. So now they have 2 ways to cancel TPs on Sumail.
Okay. Arcane Rune as well, potentially. They want to give it to him. Looks like base.
Oh,
Puppy's looking for the jump. GH isn't bad, but doesn't
that's
see the right... I mean, no one else was really there anyway.
Yeah. Maybe he thought they were smoking. I mean, he does scout them, but he might be forced to buy back here because they have a catapult wave in the mid lane, still a minute of Aegis.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Catapult will fall.
It's very difficult now with this position. Secret may be favored where they can protect the Zeus. Allow him to freely spellcast, put Seimei on the front. And it's not the great, which has to be mentioned for a long fight.
Alright. They will respect the defense of the Bristle. Bristle has a Sanjay Nyasha queued up, but I wouldn't be mad about a Halberd for him. I think it's a really good Halberd game against 2 range carries. This problem is the mana cost. Like, you're already, using Pipe plus Crimson, and Halberd's mana cost is kind of high. He doesn't have any mana items, but I think it's a good item for this game.
Like, can he scale on the Bristleback with this facet along with the Sanjay Nyasha? Like, or is this like... Because I know you're mentioning about the Halberd, but is there another item afterwards where we can see him like actually kind of transition or no?
Yeah, if he goes Halberd, you're accepting that you're not going to scale. So Sanjay Nyasha does give you a little bit of it, but honestly, even with the Sanjay Nyasha, like the eggs right now doesn't feel as impactful. I'm curious to see what he's gonna do. If he gets like a BKB, maybe. He's go find Noob. Oh, but there's a gem. Oh, wait, what?
Instant buyback.
What?
I mean, there's a DD from Aincrad, so...
What?
Yeah, okay, I didn't...
That is
Radiant
That is a choice. Yeah, I cannot explain that one. So maybe his hotkey, he has a weird hotkey for buybacks. You know, it happens.
Yeah, bro. That's definitely what it is. Unlucky, man.
There's a chance
There's a chance.
This is
If
what
they
I love in
win,
my pubs.
I'll ask what his hotkey for buyback is in the interview.
What I love is when my teammate buys back and tries to make a play across the map. I'm worried that Ironcrad just dies going through the portal with 2 of these heroes at 33 minutes in the game. No one's
There's a
here
lot
from
of
Nigma.
confidence.
There will not be. But don't go back through the portal.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Eggs ready for noob. That's pretty big.
I don't know if... Okay, well, 4-2-3's here at least.
Oh, hello.
All of Nigma are going to come through. They have the outpost. This should favor Dire, and Noob's not going to die. Like, Noob is strong enough. Miracle's going to be able to assassinate Kisco.
Die back on Kisco.
There's your dieback. Nice blink from 4-2-3. Last second before the assassinate connected. Meanwhile, Ironcrad, that could have been so much worse.
Yeah, definitely. And they're not going to lose anything, right? Maybe they lose a tier 2, but no Roche, no Tormentor. It's fine. Honestly, if he's going to die back, that's the best time for it, because when they actually need him for the next...
4-2-3. What?
Oh.
What?
Dig?
Tip into the outpost. Okay, but
Ding Blig out?
she's gone. There's no... How many people went through the gate last and no one was showing top, and you have this observer ward as well in the died north jungle? Like, that's a costly one.
It really is. I mean, again, there's no objective to be gained. The creep wave, I mean, it's 70 seconds. Yeah, they're gonna lose Lano Barracks. The creep wave is a bit far away, but with 70 seconds, no buy, I think Nigma can get at least one. And you probably want to give it up. Oh man, they're gonna posture here. This could be the end. Good flame break.
We got to really see how tanky Same is going to be into the break from Noob.
Yeah.
If he's going to get that trample out, he could die in an instant, especially with Miracle being able to jump in with the Swift Blink. He's ready to go. Eclipse just at the waiting.
There we go.
He'll be able to find the opening. Same does
Good
lay
cancel.
it down the auras.
That was an Orchid. He could have BKB for that, but maybe thought it was too much commitment. Doesn't know if the Meepo has buyback. I guess, alright, maybe we underestimated how tanky Same is. Definitely annoying to push into him. He doesn't scale aggressively, but he's still hard to go through.
They've got a really good observe ward though. 20 seconds left with it by the Radiant Triangle. Could potentially be enough to give them the information they need. Poppy's going to be able to find the D ward at least.
All right, 1 minute for Roche. So it is a Dire Roche, which heavily favors Nigma. Ever since they were able to get that one, Secret's momentum severely dropped. But they have one fight, and I think... I wonder if their read is, we have this tanky Bristle, we're going to try and defend high ground, just give them the Aegis. But they have their heroes, right? If Vision is the competition, Secret is miles ahead with the Trax and the Zeus. Just a question of how confident they are in taking the fight.
Pressure not completed for Ironcrad. See if that's going to help out with some of the damage issues.
Refresher and Whisper of the Dread. Can't
Judge
really
is in a
ask for...
great location. Pops the smoke. Still going to try and charge forward. Thunder God's used as well.
Meepo going for it.
They're going to be able to get the last
So
one.
much commitment.
Pugs are gone. Instant buyback and a hit. Meanwhile, Noob in the middle. Look at all the AoE
the
damage.
Meepos.
Miracle in as well with the Eclipse and the rain down of damage. They're all just gone. 2 of the key heroes not available now for the remainder of this team fight. And the rest of the survivors, they're going to struggle of escaping. Noob trying to catch up the same. It's a nice 4-star from Poppy, but Miracle is going to be able to jump over the top. Triple for the Luna. They may not even need Roche down. Multiple heroes without a buyback Nigma. They could look to walk it down and do some real objective damage.
I mean, when you have to Thunder Gods lasso Meepo Blink to kill a Pugna, you know that the game is in a terrible situation and they pay a heavy price to go on GH. He had buyback anyways. Seme is gone. I think this is Mega's man.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Looking like that might be the case.
Has fallen.
25 seconds still. You've got Glyph. You've got Glyph at least. Okay. It should be fine.
All right. right, so Roche still on the dire side. Nigma can probably heal and still control that area. I wonder if Secret... I guess you're so deep now that you kind of need to contest Roche anyways, but we saw how those fights are hard. Maybe your plan is to kill GH again, right? He has no buy. He's the one hero you're able to force everything out of.
Okay. I have to see. Noob's been really impactful inside these fights. A lot of AoE damage, making it very difficult for 4-2-3. Once again, playing around the same observer to pop the...
Oh no.
Oh my god, they just rained down the damage! Miracle again is going to be able to stand his ground with the break. So back 4-2-3 is trying to catch up to the Pugner over the right side, but that's not going to work. GH's game is over. They did their best, but Nigma, they're going to be able to get the Meepo. G's had dropped even before the death. Nigma, they will knock out Secret and force another series leader on tonight.
Yeah, it's amazing to see how Nigma was able to bounce back, right? They didn't really look as hot in game number 1. It felt like they were just too aggressive. And the script really flipped in game number 2 and 3. It was Secret forcing things a bit too much, especially in this game. I feel like if they just chilled and waited for the Diffusal Blade, this game could have been really different. There was also the fight close to Roche where Nigma just got away with the second one and they lost momentum completely.
I don't know what Miracle's on. I wasn't able to watch the qualifiers for Bangkok, but he's... I don't know, these guys look very good. I know... I don't remember who mentioned it, but I know they were saying that someone mentioned earlier that these guys are playing a lot of pubs. He's ranked 52. He's playing a lot. He's playing some good goddamn Dota today. I mean, 18-4 we saw earlier today looked very good as well. I think Noob looked great on the Primal Beast. I mean, KDA is like nothing crazy, but impressive with what he was able to do with the control inside some of these team fights. So overall, very solid. Any closing comments in this game?
Not really. I think Nigma is looking really convincing. Will they take GG? I'm not sure, but I think that's for the panel to decide.
Okay, we'll have to find out. Let's see what the panel has to say finally about this game 3 and this series. We'll throw it over to them.
Ares and Bowie. Yeah, that is going to be NGX moving on to play up against Gaming Gladiators here in another best of 3. They have a little bit of downtime though, so they're going to have a quick break, refresh, shake it off, get themselves ready here for another best of 3. But looking at this series that we've just seen here, Milan, starting with you, it looks like Secret, they've tried things, they experimented, but it just didn't pay off for them. Do you think there was anything they could have done there in that final game to shift it back in their favor?
I just want to say it's looking very sad for Secret. Last 2 tournaments, including this one, they just get out without winning a single series, and it's just a hell of a start for this new roster that looks talented. But in terms of last game, they need to be much more disciplined. Like it's one of the things when you bring up a whole new squad is the synergy is somewhat there, but then in the important moments they just kind of dropped the ball. They went too far or whatnot. Looked at some points of the game that had it in the bag or whatnot with all the auras and Meepo, but just the discipline, man. They need more of it.
Okay. And Hurry, how are you feeling about that Meepo pick here? Because looking at the stats, I can see that Miracle, 18 kills, 4 deaths, 21 assists. On the other side, 4-2-3, 6 kills, 7 deaths, 8 assists. So not really the impact you were expecting from a Meepo pick like that.
I don't mind the Meepo pick overall. I think when we were on the panel before the game and when all of the picks were there, Milan said something which stuck with me throughout that game, is that Secret needs to win this game early. They cannot allow Nigma Galaxy to have a long game and be ahead. And look at this 7 minutes in, what Secret are doing. Instead of waiting for their timings and then getting on top of Nigma Galaxy, they just give them such a huge lead that it didn't really matter. You can be whatever carry hero you want, have whatever farm you want. If your teammates just gave the enemies that big of a lead early on, it is gonna be turning into a problem. So I think Meepo was fine here. He destroyed the Primal Beast in the lane. Could have been a big threat. The thing is that Enigma Galaxy's heroes got too strong too fast.
It was the 24th pick, though, into a Luna. Once you see that Luna coming out, would you maybe not reconsider, shifting to a different hero? Because to me, Luna is one of the, the few heroes, again, really late game scary hero, but actually deals with a Meepo through the fights. I think we saw a few times the AoE damage coming through, the Pugna Blast, the Shrapnel from the Sniper, these glaives bounce around, like I say, in the fights, that 4-2-3 really didn't stand that much of a chance going later on in that game.
Sure. But the thing is, that's if we're talking about the old Meepo. The new Meepo has Mega Meepo, right? So he doesn't care about the bouncing glaives as much as he would before. And you have the dig. So you have all of these new ways of making the hero work. Look at it. They need some time to kill him, right? So you can be a standard hero as well with the Meepo somewhat. So overall, I don't think the last pick was a problem for Secretor. Generally, that neither of the games in this series in particular were lost in the draft. They were lost in gameplay for both of the teams, or won in gameplay for both of the teams.
Okay.
Yeah,
so that is going to be it for Team Secret. Go on, Milan, yeah.
I agree with Harry. I mean, it's just like the both teams just they're a little bit more undisciplined than usual. What we expect from the names of this team.
And take a look at the stats. Yeah, you can see overall the kills going squarely in the way of Miracle. You're racking up the double digits, nearly 20 kills there to his name, 56,000 damage there for him as well. And I think the next closest hero, what was the Zeus or the Pugna, both on 30k damage there, the Sniper as well, and he just nearly doubling up that damage of the next closest hero. So Miracle on this Luna had an absolutely fantastic game here, and it looks like Enigma Galaxy, they found that Miracle that they needed. He's right there in that position 1, and if you're looking through into the next series, that's got to give you confidence, right, Hurry? It was a good win, a great series these last 2 games. You look thoroughly in control. Surely now going to give a little bit of confidence to NGX moving up against Gaming Gladiators, who haven't looked the best in the one game that we've seen, the two games that we've seen today so far.
I don't know, man. When I saw the first game of Enigma Galaxy, I like how they moved, but there's obviously some issues. Gaming Gladiators, for me, after what I've seen in this series, are the favorites. If you go forward, like what Enigma has been doing for 3 games in a row right now, without a clear idea, without the discipline, as Milan was mentioning, a team like Gaming Gladiators, even though they're not at their peak at the moment and they're still trying to figure out how to implement Watson, they're going to demolish you.
Okay, and Milan, like Harry was saying, do you think Gaming Gladiators, is it a free series to them? Are they just going to wreck and ball through NGX, do you think?
I think they're hard favorites. I mean, they punish mistakes much more than other teams. And as Harry said, they're not at their peak, but still they're going to be doing the punishment. They're going to doing the catch if you throw the games like this.
Yeah, and we're going to be able to see just how it broke down for our talent here on the predictions that they did make for the last series. I think it was only me and Bowie there that actually backed Secret. It was. So Ares, Hurry Freak, and Milan, they move a little bit further ahead. And that's how it goes. That's why we have a little bit of fun with this. And again, I am the host, so if you finish with less points than me, just consider hanging up your analyst jacket, because there's something wrong there. I'm doing you all a favor by picking the losers.
Rob, it's not fair. It's not fair. You're always saying this. You always come in last, and then you have a way out by saying I'm the host.
Because I'm setting the benchmark, right? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying if you get less than me, then you've got to reconsider your job. You need to be. I should be the lowest.
Okay.
It's just 50-50, man.
That's what you say.
Yeah, that's what it's. It's just guesswork.
It truly
right?
felt like that. I don't know. Last game, last series really truly felt like 50-50. Like I thought I was watching like a tournament play. I was like, nobody knows what's gonna happen, and we turned out to be right, and you turned out to be wrong. But I don't think there was any skill involved in this.
Yeah,
no, obviously it was skill.
Absolutely, yeah. It's the big brain plays. That's why we have you on the panel, because you can make the predictions like that. You know exactly who's gonna win, and you're not afraid of calling it out. But yeah, looking forward. So Gaming Gladiators, after having a little bit of a break, they've been able to watch this series, see how NGX wanted to play. What are you expecting from them here in terms of, when we get into this next draft? Harry, what are you looking at them to be taken away? Because we've seen the Invoker, the Dragonite coming through being massive issues. Is that something you think they need to be worried about, or is it just them playing their own game coming into this next draft?
I'd say playing your own game is the most important thing, but if you don't want to risk it, I would get rid of the very late game heroes for Miracle. So yeah, the Dragonite definitely fits into that category. Luna, you can maybe get rid of that as well, because I think if they're winning on Enigma Galaxy, it's going to be in the later portions of the game.
Okay, we can see that next match coming up. Gaming Gladiators versus NGX. It is going to be another best of 3. And again, another decider to see who moves on and who goes home. The winner of this will join Team Liquid in the playoffs. The loser, that is it. There are no third chances. You are done for the day. You are done for the event. And this is going to be the last one. So, I'm looking forward to getting into this one, seeing how we're going to go. And again, it's another day of marathoning. I think the teams, they're coming off qualifiers, so they're going to have, they're going to be used to this. Pro players, they're going to be used to it anyway, but it is, it's getting to a long day now. We started, 7-ish hours ago?
Yep.
Yeah, so, even if you're not playing, you still have to pay attention, you still have to look out at your opponents are playing. And Milan, how does that affect you as a team? Coming through, the player role, the coaching role, how do you keep your team spirits up? How do you keep the energy up as a team when you've got a long day like this?
I mean, the fatigue definitely comes in, but these players are playing so many games over so many days that eventually you kind of get used to it, and you don't play too many pubs in a day that you expect to be playing so late. So you kind of conserve your energy. You'll be healthy overall, and like come into this series, like maybe drink a coffee or whatever right before this exact game to get yourself a bit high, and that's it.
Okay, well, we're going to be able to take a look at more predictions now to see who else is going to be right moving forward, because is it going to be a little bit of a split? Is there anyone going for... Okay, there's Ares and Bowie going for NGX here, so it's going to be another 3-2, but Gaming Gladiators the favorite. And, well, Harry, Milan, I'd be, you see me back in Gaming Gladiators, does that not worry you a little bit?
No, because you just this time around decided to copy the homework of the kids that get A's. That makes sense.
That's smart. I think that's what you should do, Rob. You should just every time. That's what I do actually. Nobody knows. Every time I wait for Harry to put out his prediction, I just say the same. I just get it right all the time.
Yeah, okay. That's what I'll start doing. I'll start to see what Harry's predicting, and then I'll just call the same thing. So then, at least if I'm wrong, he's gonna be wrong as well, and then we'll just end up on the same points. So it's gonna be. I have a chance then. I have a chance. I'm looking forward, NGX, they have a chance to move on. But Gaming Gladiators, a big gatekeeper coming through here. There's a reason, going back, was it 2022? I think it was 2023, where they just won everything. I've been watching so much Dota now that, but yeah, they just ran through. They started for one of the Christmas events, and they just won every single LAN for like the entire year until TI. But they looked really strong moving through. So we'll see if Gaming Gladiators, even though they are still trying to adapt, if they can adjust to that one. And yeah, what the draft is going to be moving through into this third and final. And again, for the other side, I mean, I've asked about Gaming Gladiators, but what do Enigma kind of have to worry about here? What are they going to be looking to ban out, Milan? Is there any picks that you think Gaming Gladiators shouldn't be allowed to have coming into the third and final series?
I think mostly you focus down onto Watson and maybe a little bit on Quinn, but Quinn just has these signature heroes that I think it's easier to focus on other people than Quinn. When it comes to last pick, you can ban the Monkey Kings and Huskar, but just don't allow Watson to play his super comfort hero.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking Magnus. I wouldn't want to let them play the Magnus, because first of all, it's such a nice flex pick between Watson and Ace, and both of them are incredibly strong on the hero. So maybe I'd like for them to consider maybe not banning it, but preparing for Magnus in some way. Having some instant stun like a lion when he blinks in is a good way to go, maybe.
Okay, and we
I
did
think
see
that's the strength about gaming. They just have this 1-3 flex. Even the last lineup, they always find a hero. Like in last tournament, it was a DK. In this tournament, it's a Magnus. In some other tournaments, a Broodmother. They always find this way to enable the last pick. I think that's maybe what Nigma should pay attention to.
Yeah.
Okay.
It probably has something to do with Ace used to be a carry player, right? So then a flex between a 1 and a 3 for him isn't that big of a problem. Even he can play all of the offlane heroes as well, but also he can pick up some of the more greedier heroes if they see it's not a good match for a position 1.
Well, we do see the draft on the board already, and the Doom, as well as the Enchantress, the Broodmother, all being banned out by NGX. On the other side, Cayman, they take away that Sniper, as well as the Dragon Knight, the Terrorblade there, as well as the Naga Siren. Alchemist, the first pick for Nigma Galaxy. So both teams here doing the homework, making sure that they have those heroes, those big threats being taken away from either side. And going to be the first pick Alchemist. We've seen that first pick Alchemist today already, Hurry. What are you looking to pair with it in the lane? What makes this really comfortable for the Alchemist to play alongside?
I mean, there's a ton of nice heroes that can go with him, like Crystal Maiden, like we saw an AA as well. But now with the Tusk, which was kind of obvious that Gaming Gladiators would want to maybe go for that, a lot of those squishy supports, aggressive supports, are gonna be scratched off. So we touched upon GH and some of the heroes that he has been playing quite a lot of, and Pugna, like in the previous one. I wouldn't mind it, right? It gets a lot of right clicks off, it is speedy, so the acid spray it will benefit from it slightly.
Okay. Gyrocopter ban coming through. Milan, anything you want to see from either team? Is there any heroes you think that just can't be ignored coming into this draft?
I think it's going to be interesting to see where this task ends up, because previously today in their first series against Secret, Gaming did pick the task for Tofu and then they laned it in safe lane. I think heroes like Luna and SF are what Gaming will be coming out with in the second phase, and then it's going to be up to Noob to show us what he can do against it.
Okay. And
this is when Reddit again asked about this OG combos. This is one of the combos I remember. Like a few years ago, this used to be like a go-to every single game. You just pick Tusk and Dawnbreaker. You cannot go wrong. It's such a strong lane, so good enabling other heroes in the team fight. They both have saves this way or another, and I really like this from Gaming.
What about a Phoenix now? When you see these two, I kind of feel like a Phoenix could slow them down a little bit. Yeah, it doesn't slow down the Starbreaker, but it's not half bad in that regard. I wouldn't mind it. It's one of the heroes that GH does play. Okay, they just go for the Pugna.
Hey, you mentioned Pugna before. I think it's just more stable route, but still, I do really like Phoenix against this duo, because it allows for a lot of damage. It's a fine laner against it. It cannot get bursted down, but they're gonna choose for like a more stronger lanes. I think this is like the strongest lane support duo that you can pick in Dota right now. It's just Batrider, Pugna.
Yep, but it is also a squishy support duo if you can find the backline. So Gaming Gladiators, I wouldn't be surprised if Quinn just goes for a mobile hero to catch them in the backlines. You know, your Earth Spirits, your Pangos, your Storms, something along those lines.
I think I would expect them to still go for the Luna or SF over the Quinn hero, because there's not much to worry about. Like some Mars will come out from Nigma, but with the current lineup of SD, Tusk, and Dawnbreaker, you're just gonna be fine to play into it. But this is a long shot.
Morphling maybe better than the Luna SF in this particular game?
I mean, it's just a preference. I think Morphling is also great, maybe better, but depends how you feel. I think, yeah, good job. Will we see
because of the Pugna?
Will we see the Mars that I mentioned, or we gonna go back to some more traditional counters to more of like a Beastmaster? What is Noob playing?
I just don't want to see a Primal Beast again, right? Because Morphling is so good versus the Primal Beast. You have the Shadow Demon. It would just suck so much.
not the Primal. Does he play Beast? One Beast game, but I saw him spam it the other time. Also, one other hero is the Pango, which is sort of a flex, although you don't have a last pick, but I think I would like Pango or Beast.
I like Pango as well. I think that's a good way to go. Sand King is not great, and as you mentioned, he doesn't play it much, but they go for the Quap, so a little bit more damage for Enigma Galaxy. I think they're gonna have maybe some issues with lockdown, especially inside of a big team fight.
They secure the mid lane pick. They feel like this is the most important pick for this position, so they don't want this queen to get banned. I agree there's a lot of problem like in between these three heroes, but Alchemist covers for it, and the queen is like a hero that you just pick blind and you don't kind of lose mid. And Sumail wants to have a really strong laner against the queen. You can't blame him, you know.
Yeah, they ban out the Huskar. Maybe the Invoker would be another hero that you would want to get rid of if you're Enigma Galaxy. We'll see if that's something that they want. But still, there's so many heroes that Quinn can pick up. There's the Pango ban. What else did you mention? The Beastmaster. If they're afraid of it, they're gonna get rid of it as well. But Sand King would be another pick that you get rid of if you want to ban out comfort picks. But I still think Morphling is way too good versus that hero.
Could you, it's not ban right, I was just thinking about the heroes that could be able to get on top. So maybe something like the Timbersaw in the lane coming out for NGX. Is that something you'll be able to get to the backline dive? You're doing a lot of the damage coming out onto the Morphin as well, or is that not something you think that you want to be playing up here, NGX, into this lineup for Gaming Gladiators?
Need lockdown. They need lockdown.
I don't like the Timber. I think it's too YOLO. And they banned the Beast and Pango, so what's the third left? I'm sure they did a count when they picked this co-op and they had the third hero in the mind for Noob.
Magnus?
Yeah, Magnus is not too bad, but it's kind of, it doesn't feel as juicy as two others.
Thunderlord?
You know what feels good? Shaker. I would love to see a Shaker. I know he doesn't play it too much. I know it's not a standard offlaner, but versus a Morphling, a long-range stun as well, you don't have to commit sometimes to find out where the safe supports are. I wouldn't mind that.
Okay, and they've still got a ban left. I mean, Gaming Gladiators here looking for their own mid lane. You're talking about the Invoker ban. I mean, they're taking some time over this one to see if that's what they want to be taking out. But is there anything apart from the Invoker that you like here, Milan, that you could see Gaming Gladiators going for Quinn? Because the Pangos have been banned out. Like I said, that Invoker might be on the chopping block next.
And I like maybe something like the good old Ember too. Maybe something like the Viper. Depends how Quinn is feeling today. But it's not so easy to pick into the co-op to like punish in the lane. So it's gonna feel like if either you go something like Ember to just like have a little bit of a weaker lane but stronger impact in the game, or you maybe go like something like a Viper to fully counter it. But still, Puck is in the pool. I would be very surprised if I don't see the Puck ban coming from Enigma. It's the hero against Queen of Pain, right?
Yeah, I think Puck and Invoker, right, are the two that Gaming Gladiators are gonna be eyeing. So yeah, they get rid of the Puck.
And they did burn through a lot of the reserve time there, thinking about that. I mean, maybe talking about the next pick as well, but not all that to actually time left for this actual lock-in on the pick. So let's see if they have anything up their sleeve, if they're really talking about that one during the reserve time there for that final ban as well. Because coming down to just above, it's going to be the Sand King coming out. And looking at this Sand King, there is a few builds that you can either go for the Bloodstone. I'm seeing Shiva's builds comes out, Yule Scepter builds comes out, Spirit Vessel builds coming out as well. So if you're playing the Sand King here in the lane, Hurry, what are you like? What's the optimal build in your eyes for the Sand King?
Bloodstone Blink is always gonna be like the way to go. It just depends on how the game is going. If you really need to get the Blink early, you're gonna do it, and if you see that you can defend the towers, which for now would be the case, the side of Gaming Gladiators aren't amazing in taking early towers, you could go for the Bloodstone, defend the towers, and then be a little bit greedier and get the Blink at the time where the Alchemist is gonna be hitting his stride.
Yeah, I agree with Harry. It's just like it's the build. I don't think there's much to go about when it comes to Sand King it. It's just a hero that's very comfortable for Noob.
and he's just like maybe not gonna pressure the Morphling as much, but he's gonna get his own stuff, and he thinks his own stuff is gonna be enough, and he plays a great Sand King.
Yep. And every single game he buys a Bloodstone. I'm looking at it. The only game he didn't buy a Bloodstone is when he lost miserably and had to like buy a 4-staff first item, which is pretty sad. So it's probably going to be on the greedier route for him.
Okay, and overall, for Nigma, looking at this matchup against the Morphling, do you think they've done enough to be able to answer back to? I know Gaming Gladiators, they still have the pick, but looking at this, because Morphling to me, again, is up there with the Luna, up there with the Dragonite in terms of these very late game carry heroes. So, do you like the Nigma lineup so far from what they picked? You know, the 5 heroes. Do you think they are going to be able to go late with them all, or are they on a little bit of a clock here, Milan, to try and take Gaming Gladiators down before the match kind of swings in favor of Gaming Gladiators?
I think they definitely can go late game with their heroes, like the supports, what they have, they scale very much, but can they get there? It's a very big question, because once again, their draft is not really well synergized throughout the mid game. You know, there's gonna be a lot on having a good game. Ember's gonna come out as we call, but it's gonna have a lot of like on the lanes to get quickly to this blink timings on the Alchemist and Sand King to carry throughout mid game. And before that, you're gonna be relying on like, I don't know, just getting a power runes on this co-op and maybe her dominating the lane. So once again, for Nigma, it's not very clear mid game gameplay, and that's what scares me about it.
Yeah, I think that's the case as well, because they didn't find a good way to deal with the supports, right? With these 2 safe supports that you have. That's why I was leaning towards Magnus as a pick, because he can reposition people, and then those safe supports are not going to be as effective. This way, you have to commit, you have to be all in, which means that all of your timings need to be hit perfectly, and then by just running at the enemies, you need to break their formation. That is not an easy gameplay to go for.
Do you think then you're looking at something maybe like the Queen of Pain going for like the quick orchid, you know, be able to dive back line, silence out the Shadow Demon and get the kill before those saves really start to come through?
Dagon is too good. Dagon is too good.
Yeah.
So I doubt it.
Okay. And overall, in terms of the actual gameplay that you've seen, you know, the matches you've seen so far from these 2 teams, Harry, you know, looking at this first game, are you confident that Gaming Gladiators, like say with your prediction, going to be able to lock this first game in, or are you starting to, you know, slide maybe towards the side of Nigma?
I'm pretty confident in Gaming Gladiators. I think Nigma, they have this early game that they're really good at, and unless they capitalize on it super hard, they're probably not going to win. Plus, Gaming Gladiators are pretty good at laning themselves, so I don't think they're going to be caught off guard that easily.
Okay. And Milan, in one word, do you agree, do you disagree with Harry here?
Always agree.
Okay. Well, I know 2 people that don't agree with what we've been saying on the panel here. Aries, Bowie, what made you back Nigma? You know, what are you thinking? Are we going to be able to get your thoughts as we jump into the game? So, boys, just why? What is it?
Thank you, Rob. Yeah, Bowie, I'll let you take the floor first. You tell us all your reasonings why behind you've gone Nigma, and then I can give mine afterwards. Let's see what you have to say.
I think first of all, momentum. I feel like Nigma is coming out of a win, out of BO3 win, by the way. I didn't know that when I give my confirmation, but they have this Pugna again, which GH played flawlessly. So at least for this game 1, I want to say that despite the fact that I like GG's draft a little bit more, I think Nigma's going to take it.
Okay, you're trying to stay with your prediction, or you just this Pugna is you feel like something?
I just love this Pugna. I feel like GH has been really stepping it up, and also another thing, I'm not a believer in Ember. I feel like this hero's kind of dead. A lot of the performances I've seen are a bit mediocre, but you know, I think it's all about Mage Layer this game. Quinn gets a good timing with the Mage Layer, like 70% of Nigma's damage is magical, and it's definitely going to be reduced heavily by Quinn.
Okay. Let's see how the Ember is going to perform and how GG are going to perform up against Nigma as well. A deciding series to see who will join Liquid from Group A in the playoffs. Of course, we'll have Group B tomorrow. Watson be in a position to pop the smoke, and he's going to be okay. Not the greatest person to run into.
The battle
Gonna
begins.
get ourselves underway here by the looks of it. So it should be a... We're gonna get a 2-2 split. We are not actually. Watson's able to snipe one of them. They might get a kill instead though. They'd be happy with a kill if they're gonna give up one of the runes. Celery, they'll need some body blocks. A blood grenade's gonna come out. And Samel is gonna find first blood. So already a hero that is very much a lane dominator. Samel now has some extra gold to play with. Pretty much bottle rune. So pretty much bottle, I should say, is now completed.
Yeah, huge for Sameo. This is already a co-op advantageous matchup, I would say. You know, Ember can definitely hold his own, but I think Pop's going to be pretty happy. A lot of action bottom. And, you know, I think I know the panel talked a lot about Bloodstone on the Sand King. I hope we get to see an early Blink on Noob. Because if you have Blink plus this co-op, you can actually kill this Morphling over and over again. Same for the Ember. He already started with Burrow Strike to get that kill. You know, maybe get 2-3 points of Burrow Strike. Actually get the Blink. In general, everyone gets the Bloodstone, but I would love to see Blink this time.
Just to go back and answer Rob's question, for me, I think the big thing why I've favored Nigma is just I think yes, we've seen them have really good lanes and really good early games, so I'm just hoping that there has been some communication on what has been going wrong and for them to fix their mid game. But I don't know. I've seen Miracle have some like 3 out of 4 like incredible games today. So, and not just like mediocre or like good games. Like he's carried them. So I'm been very impressed with what I'm seeing, and I don't want to not back a Miracle that's performing like that.
So you're saying the GOAT's back, Miracle's
I'm
ready.
saying like there's something going on, and he's looking pretty good right now. So.
I mean, he definitely is. Like, his performances have been really good. Ever since he started playing, I think I mentioned it, you know, MMR-wise, he definitely grinded so many games. From TI, I think on average he's been playing like 9 games every day. So some games, some days way more than 9. And, you know, that's what you need to play the highest level. You gotta match these kids, and they're just drinking energy drinks all the time. You just need to find a way to keep up with them.
Yeah, some grinders out there.
Are you an energy drink kind of guy?
No, I'm not.
Coffee?
Yeah, sometimes, but I drink. I'm not gonna get into. I was gonna say I drink black coffee. I don't drink it for the taste, but I feel like there's some bad connotation top lane. Miracle.
Okay.
Little bit of brawl going on. Looks like they should be able to fight back. Tofu, Snowball sorted already. They'll chase down Miracle and Ace. He can also push away GH, so that'll be able to keep the Tusk alive. It's not going to tick out to the Acid Spray.
Really clutch Snowball dodge on the Nether Blast. I think that was actually a Q on Tofu, and then maybe you don't have damage to Q the Alk. Very nicely done. And, you know, if there is one team that can probably match this aggression and the skill that Nigma has in the laning stage, it's probably GG, right? I think alongside Nigma, known for being very aggressive and just straight up good in the laning stage.
Yeah, always been one of the best laning stage teams. So I can't imagine that's really going to be any different with Watson. I mean, it's definitely not a crazy laner, but he's very stable inside the laning phase. Celery putting a decent amount of damage into Omar, but only has... Never mind, he does have the second point in the Shadow Poison, but not enough stacks. I'm really intrigued at what the build's going to be for Ace this game. I think, I know Dawnbreaker is back in the meta at the moment, but when this hero wasn't getting played a lot, I think Ace was the one to still pick it up a decent amount, and I was always very impressed with the playstyle that he had around it. Kind of had a very unique build where he was going for more of the aura utility scepter compared to some people that were... if they were playing it, it was the different route, maybe a little bit more scaling. So I'm intrigued to see on what the decision's going to be for Ace this game.
Yeah, there's a huge argument for Pipe this game. I wonder if they feel like the Mage Layer plus Pipe is too much defensiveness as GH.
Man, I forgot the damage with the tag team and Starbreaker. Miracle now is going to be chased down as well. This combo from GG really put a big dent into the health pool of Miracle and Cole, and that's going to give them another kill here. They are having a really good time.
Yeah, just way too tanky with the Tusk and the Dawnbreaker. People forget, but this hero, literally no items beside branches and 1000 HP, level 4. It's just, she's a thick hero. And like, even when they take these long fights, the Pugna just cannot stand his ground, unfortunately. So I think they're gonna need some stacks, and that's what GH is doing.
Bottom lane Omar should end up going down. Noob's actually going to be able to return fire though onto Celerin. Omar is not going to tick out by the looks of it. Yeah. Top lane again, we go on to Miracle.
Oh no.
Nice timing of the decrypt though, so it doesn't get the full amount of damage out of the Starbreaker, but we are seeing this lane start to get really out of control, and somehow they've triple waved them. I don't know what happened, but Miracle is going to completely lose lane control, and he might have to go play jungle soon.
Yeah, man. I think you stack again. Like, ideally, when you get level 5, that's when jungling becomes a little bit less of a problem.
Mid lane,
But-
Sumail? Guess he's got one, he should be fine, but Tofu's...
Huh.
He didn't what?
I think he maybe didn't proc. He felt like he had more than enough time to press very far and won, right?
Radiant
Yeah, he had
That was
so
a
much time.
full second, maybe? That's weird.
I don't know how they got that kill with... I mean, oh, okay, Quinn had 1 point in chains, but
And
he
he
must
gets
have
a
used it at the very
regen
start.
now.
Like, he... Yeah, I don't know.
Feels bad, man.
Yes, love a good regen.
All right, so Noob's having maybe the best time of everyone else, which is crazy. I thought that the Quap was gonna be doing a bit better with the first blood, but even networks wise, Quinn just owning.
Do you agree with the no points dagger build in the
Yeah.
Queen of Pain?
Yeah, I think in general it's already better against Ember. Like, you cannot afford to land those. As GH once again being chased, but
been killed.
will survive.
Perfect timing of the concoction, I think, even half a second later than Miracle would have stunned himself, but got a good amount of damage and stun control over on the opposite side. Meanwhile, Noob. Alright.
So they have a big small camp stack and level 5 on Miracle. This might be the time to leave the lane, you know, especially with level 6 on Ace, level 6 on the Ember. There's chances of rotations. Yeah, Miracle already working on the stack. He does give away that he's there because he dragged the creep, but no movements from GG to stop that.
That's a nice creep next to the camp as well with the Sador, so should be able to do a decent amount to that. Quinn might be able to solo kill GH2 inside the jungle. This Ember's going to be a pretty big issue this game. Not a lot that he has to really be worried about. I mean, we have seen in the past, like, the Queen of Pain can be a little bit frustrating the lane to play into, but I imagine, you know, we don't get Orchid anymore from this hero, so you're going to offer no control versus the Ember.
And there you
Sumail
go.
again. I mean, you got Tofu waiting on the high ground, just anticipating his blink location. He actually wants to fight instead, aggressively jumping for the rune. Illusion's going to be pretty nice to get rid of the chains.
Okay. He gets lucky. If by any chance it is not an actual rune, there's a chance he dies there. The Ember is very strong at the moment. But as you said, good to have the Dispel. Alka got level 6, so it feels like despite all of those small problems in the safe lane, Nigma stabilize every lane. As I say that, Sumail will be heavily pressured.
I really like what Miracle's doing in the lane is dragging the wave around and then farming the double camp with the acid spray. So seems like he's very comfortable to be able to catch up. Meanwhile, we see Gaming, their duo supports aggressively invading into the outpost area. They're going to be able to de-ward, so making this area much scarier to play because it looks like Noob's trying to stack and also farm at the same time.
Yeah, there you go. They're going to block
Dire's
the
middle tower
camp as
is under
well.
attack.
And I mean, the Sand King is going for Bloodstone, so a lot of greed from Nigma. Just an insane amount of greed.
Radiant's
And GG, I feel like they're primed to try and
middle tower is
punish that a lot. You have this Dawnbreaker Revoltee ready. The Ember Spirit is going Maelstrom instead of the Maze Layer. So feeling comfortable to just get the farming item instead. Pretty cool.
GH does have some heroes playing behind him. Might be able to secure the kill onto Tofu. Let's see if they need the Sonic Wave or not. Sumail's very hesitant about using this Blink Dagger. Dagger, just the Blink. Let's see, he's going to get a bottle now. Refilled thanks to the bounty. We will have the power runes up shortly as well.
All right. Sand King still, I mean, Noob has some juicy stacks, even though GG kind of stopped the farming. They didn't really clear the stacks because they don't have the heroes for that. So they're still trying to be greedy, as Omar might be the price.
Looks like he will be, without a doubt, especially with the Solar Guardian in from Ace. Quinn's got an Arcane Rune, keep in mind, so Enigma have to be a little bit cautious. Looks like they will respect this, but this tower is going to be under a lot of threat here with the 4 heroes along with the Catapult Wave.
Yeah, I think you need to give this up. This is a really hard defense. Your Sand King, and he's literally a Sandstorm bot. He's walking towards the fight, but I don't think he brings that much to the table here. Well, they will respect him.
Importantly, defends the tower as well. So we'll keep this live a little bit longer. Helps defend your triangle, which is important for Noob as well. They can unblock the camp. Yeah, Noob's going to ping it out like, oh, Omar. A little bit. Oh, can Noob? Oh, he got it. Okay. It was off camera, but he got the D ward just before the minute mark. Samel mid lane. Cautious. Quinn really playing on an edge there. Samel as well. It's a nice battle between these two at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Sumeyo is getting the worst end of the stick here, but I think that's actually the best case scenario for Enigma, because the hero, their pressure is not a hero that can really farm or be greedy, and Sumeyo's not dying. Like, he's still getting experience from the wave and just holding his tower. While that happens, the Sand King farmed some juicy stacks. The Alk already has gold for the Sacred Relic. Will finish Radiance. Overall, I expected the GG to be able to punish this a bit more, but Enigma, I think they played their cards quite well, and are in a good position as Miracle gets found.
Should be fine. Gets the Chemical Rage off. I really think this isn't a kill, right? Maybe they're just trying to force some TPs out, which they will get one from Noob. And Tofu's actually going to start running in the opposite direction, so they'll make it work for the kill. Watson actually comes through the portal, though. Noob now off the mark with the Burrow Strike. Watson turns around with a Sand King, and wow! It's just stupid amount of damage. It wasn't even with the tag team activated from Tofu as well. It's a big ultimate from Samel. I mean, everyone showcasing some of the burst potential, but Samel, he committed. He's stuck in the middle of the fight, and he did not get enough out of it. And now Omar, another remnant for Quinn to work with. Watson still sticking around as well. This is going to be a 5-man wipe by the looks of it. So Gaming Gladiators bring every single member, and I mean, that's going to pay off for them in the end.
I mean, that is the clutch Watson that people want to see. Perfect Burrow Strike. And I think Nigma, they brought that upon themselves a little bit. Like, once you protect the Alchemist, maybe you can just disengage from that. Once you commit the Burrow Strike on your Sand King and he doesn't have Blink, well, you're kind of doomed, as now Miracle under threat again.
It's a stun over holding back Ace, who is down to half health. Miracle. Man, Quinn is doing so much damage with the double impact facet. He slides with the Maelstrom early on 5-0 and 3, and it has to be incredibly concerning when you take a look at the net worth. 4,000 lead. Alchemist is only a couple hundred ahead of every single other core on Radiant.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the grid of Nigma. They're going to be pretty close to the Bloodstone. Sand King needs about, let's say 900 to finish it off. And then taking towers becomes a little bit harder for GG. Morphling obviously very good at taking towers. But the Sand King makes it very annoying.
It's been a while since I've seen a Quinn Ember. I mean, very much takes it back to that year Gaming had when they won a lot of the tournaments.
Yeah.
His Ember, his Pango, just with what he was able to do across the map, this style of heroes, and definitely one of the better Ember spirits out there.
I was a non-believer. I didn't believe in the Queen Ember. That's
Miracle.
Lots of TPs forced. That's already a win.
Is he trouble actually? Even Quinn's coming over.
Oh, he might be. Quinn.
They just completed Bloodzone on Sand King. Radiance was just completed as well for Miracle. Hasn't been delivered just yet, unfortunately. He's going to die without it. It's an okay epicenter, but the Sonic Wave actually just clips onto Ace. It bypassed some of the other members. It's still a double kill for Noob nonetheless, though, and you're going to be pretty happy with that for Nigma.
Yeah, it's fine, but this Miracle Alk is really struggling, and that's not a hero that likes to play from behind. Sand King is, loves to scale, but his healing will be reduced by the Skadi that the Morphling will build eventually, the Shivas that I'm assuming Quinn will get. You have a kind of a short timing here where the Sand King feels unkillable. You might have like 10 minutes until some of those items start to pop off.
One of the nice things is the fact that Omar didn't show up to that fight, so he was working on the Blink Dagger, which is pretty close to. They're going to look for the Burrow Strike into the last.
Oh, wow.
Okay, they don't even need it. Sameo has got the burst there with the Dagon. That's a big kill. It's a much-needed gold given over to the Queen of Pain. See what she wants to go for as her next item. They can now do some damage into the tower as well.
Okay. I didn't think that was possible. Maybe if he had the mage layer, would have just enough to survive that initiation. But regardless, they get the kill. And will they take the tower? It looks like GG don't want to give this one for free.
They won't have to. Bring some heroes over. Will be a double damage rune that's some. Okay, it looks like Noob's going to pick it up.
Good
Might be in
shards.
trouble now, yeah. Nice shards, but still, it's a pretty difficult kill.
Okay. So Omar working on that Blink Dagger we're talking about. I think once that's up, we're going to see some action because the Blink Dagger on Sand King is also pretty close. This might be the
Miracle has his
first.
too.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot of proactiveness that Nigma will have. Maybe too much, right? We saw the triple BKB, triple Blink. Maybe only need 2, and Omar will die, but he did buy his Blink.
GH might be able to waste some time here. I'm actually going to look for the life drain, so just playing around with the decrep. Does buy the Blink at least before he dies, so spent his gold. Meanwhile, Watson is kind of getting hunted down. Let's see if they're going to be able to blow him up. Samael is nearby with the combo. They're going to start with the stun. Miracle's follow-up, and they didn't even need Samael. Nice reveal with the extra concoction stun, and that is the first death of the game for Watson.
Yeah, that's what the Blink gives you. The Morphling is notoriously greedy, 890 HP, minute 17. There's no way he can survive all of that. Even if the Dawnbreaker instantly ults, like, you're just not going to survive.
They've kind of clawed their way back, Enigma. Still, the fact that it is this current position in the net worth is a little bit concerning with the Alchemist lineup, but let's see. The stars potentially are aligning at least for a position for them to continue to play aggressive. I mean, Quinn down bottom has got to be a bit cautious because there are other heroes nearby. Still not an easy kill, though.
Yeah, pretty hard. Queen?
Oh, they're actually playing on the Remnant. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Wasn't even
Alright.
paying attention to that. I was just watching him. They were ready to go, and now they're going to catch up the Celery too. Gamma Gladiators are bringing some other heroes over.
He's gonna be picked up as well.
Swing.
But they're not going to force it. Yeah,
Ace is
towers
so
still
far.
remain, right? That's the big problem. They're getting kills, but GG is still able to hold the towers. But feels like Nigma is slowly getting more comfortable around the map, and it looks like bottom's going to be the first one that they will take.
Ace is huge, dude. Holy crap. Like you said, I didn't notice the scepter was complete until you mentioned it. It's halfway towards the Sanchi Yasha, over halfway.
Holy moly. Okay. I guess the thing is, I wonder, maybe if the Morphling starts playing at like 1800 HP.
Quinn making it go on to Noob, but a little bit too early.
Okay. Yeah, by the way, the Sand King didn't go for that Blink. He's just going straight up Shivas to try and counter the Morphling, which I really like. They don't have a Skadi hero, so Shivas really is the only option they have.
He needs the armor too, I think. We saw what the Dawnbreaker was able to do in that fight up top. I mean, it's been a while now, but that Starbreaker, if you can get the tag team combo, like there is still a lot of physical damage from gaming, so I like the decision.
Yeah.
Scanning.
Scan from the Radiant. Very close to Omar, but doesn't clip him. They will try and poke here, Enigma, but that's a smoke gank, and they do not have any vision here. This is a kind of a Hail Mary play.
So we're coming from the north, Tofu with the high ground.
Oh,
Have the
very lucky for
advantage,
Enigma.
GG has that ward there. If you took that fight, just asking for trouble.
Power rune. Omar could have. Oh man, the timing of the slide. Still going to be able to find the light, so it's not going to matter. Doesn't drag him back far enough. And Omar will go down in the end. GH is still stuck on the high ground as well. And now the rest of Nigma got to hope they don't lose any more members. Miracle.
They're going for Miracle.
He hung around.
Okay, has the OT, so had the Dispel. But it still feels like they're going to be able to control this area. Maybe still the Wisdom Rune if they want. Nah, TP back to the mid lane. GG. They want to defend this mid tier 1 tower more than they want to steal the Tormentor. Just goes to show how much they value these tier 1 towers to stop the Alk from growing.
I think we're going to see that as this game continues, Omar's going to have a really difficult time of playing with that Blink Lasso initiation. You've got the Banishment save, you have the Blink Snowball save as well, so I'm a little concerned on how much value we're actually going to see out of the Batrider.
Yeah, the Snowball doesn't work on Lasso at least, but everything else is super annoying. The healing by itself is crazy. And even like it feels like he joins the fight. Oh, Omar, so close to dying the Tormentor. He just dies, right? So I guess you lock someone from a little bit, but if you don't have the follow-up damage of the Alk, the follow-up stun, sorry, you probably are not killing this Ember because no blink on the Sand King. It's hard to really make sure that all of the stars align to kill, especially now that the Mage Slayer is done. BKB is going to be next for Quinn. He's going to be much tankier.
Would you like to see Gaming consider Roche, consider him as a Morphling with a task? I feel like you could bring it down incredibly easy.
Yeah, I think if you win one fight, especially because it's Radiant side, you can. But looks like maybe Nigma has... Oh, at least they are around Roche Pit, but... They're just going to lose the tier 2 tower top. Those Morph Illusions, they do so much.
The damage at least. Unfortunately, they were smoking up bottom to try and get Quinn. TP it away to the mid lane, picks up the power rune. Little break in the action, but of course, I mean, there's an upward lead back in Enigma's favor, but still, that it's not high enough for an Alchemist lineup, which is definitely going to be the big concern.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Yeah.
Who for Gaming do we feel like they need to be jumping first? Like with this lineup, they can play incredibly aggressive, but who do we want to see them try and prioritize in these fights?
I think because they have that much burst, they can kill pretty much anyone but the Dawnbreaker. Like if you have Burrow Concoction, I really feel like they can kill anyone if there's no formation. If it is a fight where GG is already posturing, then you need to find the Shadow Demon, right? He's really the most impactful save that is the easiest to kill. But Nigma just getting Roche for free here. It is going to be scanned, but GG is very far away. Okay, afraid of the Shiva's Sandstorm. Not bad.
Guess maybe they'll find a tier 2 trade potentially.
Yeah, they will. Look at those illusions. Close.
Very close. Okay, so what are we close to, I suppose? I mean, Quinn's still trying to find the remaining goal for the BKB. You have... Has Ace finished an item? Or am I missing? Maybe he bought the shard?
He got the Sei. He got the Sanjin Yasha, right? It's been a while, but he bought the shard later.
Okay, and also the BKB as well for Watson. So you're looking for double BKB. Again, we're going to be able to go back and get their Tormentor, so Tofu has the shard now to work with. Let's see if they want to avoid this fight up top, though. So potential tier 1 into tier 2 defense. We'll see if they try and force the issue on Gaming still without the BKBs.
We'll get this tier 1 here. 24 minutes in.
top tower has fallen.
Kind of hard here for Nigma to get all of the towers, but they will... Yeah, I think this is going to be 2 tier 1s. Not bad. GG, they are getting farm around the map. Okay, they will TP someone.
For defense, Noob's ready to go with the counter, but Quinn's going to make sure he holds him into place for the Solar Guardian. Noob is not an easy kill. We'll see what GH going to be able to do to keep him alive. It's a nice burst strike again,
moly.
Watson. His use of the replicate this game has been really on point.
Yeah, really got to give it to him. This burrow strikes with the Stinger. And, you know, we forget, because have you seen the whole Daedalus?
Yes.
Yeah, so, you know, Morphling, he's doing some damage through the Stinger. Really got to respect that.
In the past as well, it's been an okay morph target too, just to play around with the burrow strike just itself. So
Yeah.
we've seen, if we don't even include this thing, what he's been able to do with that stun. So Watson looking good so far. 5-1-5, only one death in this game. Your BKB already 1,000 gold as well in the bank. They are setting up a kill into Ace up top. Let's see if they're gonna have the damage though. It is taking quite a while. The rest of the game, they're coming over. Ace will not be able to stay alive, but can they get anyone else? It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, they read that Nigma is pincering them, so very good that Watson doesn't get carried away, but Celery. Oh, good shards.
Has Quinn got a remnant? Yes, he does. The Tier 1 tower is probably going to fall as a result of those 2 casualties, and GH will be able to snipe that.
All right, so still 2 minutes of Aegis time. Especially because the Aegis on Sumail, I feel like tier 2s are not really the focus of Nigma. They just want to get good fights going. But they're still struggling to get deep vision around the side of GG. There's literally no wards. There's like one in the Twin Gate, and that's the only vision they're working with right now. Hopefully the
They
supports
just
are
buy
gonna...
gem? Celery has one. I don't know if they just bought.
Oh, yeah. True. Even harder now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, Celery already just circling around the triangle, expecting vision, but they don't. I guess they don't have the heroes to place those wards at the moment.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So again, should we be naturally concerned like we are with Alchemist lineups when we're 27 minutes in and they do not have the lead, or
Yeah.
do we feel like this is a little bit different where still there is some potential for them to fight back as the game goes on?
I mean, Descent King is humongous, and there's still no region reduction on the side of GG, but I feel like ideally, like if you want to be having a good time as Nigma, you would like to be more ahead. It's not over, but like the next Aegis really needs to count for a lot, and I feel like Nigma, they have past second Aegis, you're gonna need this co-op to also scale a lot, and Sumail is not very farmed. In fact, he is the lowest net worth of all cores.
It's about an okay game, 4-2-3, but the last hits is really the big thing for him. Lowest last hits out of all the cores. Omar gonna be able to find the initiation onto the Tusk. Actually gonna try and protect him with the Solar Guardian.
Oh.
So a heavy commitment here, and Tofu will actually be able to stay alive unless Sumail can cut him down.
Oh my God.
Miracle's got to look for maybe the Radiance burn if he can get close enough.
Glimmer.
They have gone really far into Radiance territory. Tofu picks up the Wisdom Room, tries to escape. He's not going to be able to.
They
But
gotta
Miracle's
punish this.
stuck.
Oh
my God, dude. Watson. Kinda revealing the burst potential once again. Watson's damage is ridiculous. Look at Noob though. Looking for the turnaround. They're gonna have to burst potential. Sumail in with the combo,
Soul
but it's not enough. The
disruption.
banishment from Celery. Perfect position. And now they're gonna showcase the damage once again. Noob is trying to play around with the spell lifesteal, but it's just not enough. 4 heroes are gone. Sole survivor is Omar, but man, gaming again. They do such a good job to be able to keep Tofu alive long enough.
It was perfect, right? The Solar Guardian, he gets the Snowball off, the Glimmer Cape, and Nigma, as they chase, they get more and more out of position, and GG just cleaned them out. Beautifully done. This Morphling, dude, this Morphling is getting out of control. I mean, this is a perfect game from Watson, right? He had that one death when they debuted the Blink Dagger on the bat, I guess, but after that, it's just smooth sailing.
Structures are fortified.
Dude, Ace is going satanic. That's so crazy. Okay. These guys doing so much damage and may not be killed off. And then I don't even know what Miracle can do to itemize against the enemy team this game because he's just dying. Like he had I'm like, okay, maybe you need AC. He's got AC. He's got Elven Tunic as well for a little bit of evasion. Like I don't know.
I think the itemization is giving people eggs at this point as they get
Playing
Quinn,
around
but
with
the
the Remnant
healing.
location. It's again, they are instantly ready to counter initiate shit. Now everyone else
Good
is going
barrel.
through. That's a massive Burrow Strike. Noob connects onto 3, but it's just never enough.
Oh my
It's
lord.
just never enough. They're gonna get Noob as well, and the teleport out. Just, oh man, this Dawnbreaker hero, when you're ready to go with the Scepter, you can itemize otherwise to scale, but Gaming always bring the numbers, and they continue to convert on these team fights.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yeah, I'm not sure what Nigma expected though, right? You know Solar Guardian is up. You know it's an Ags, level 18 Solar. He even has the talent. So it's going to be up every fight. What you want to do is maybe bait the Solar Guardian, but you need to like instantly disengage. It didn't feel like they wanted to bait. It felt like they thought they could kill Quinn, and I don't think that's possible. Look at the Morphling go. This is Elena Barracks, no buybacks on anyone.
Without a doubt, they might go top 2. Let's see. Look at the refresh of the glyph.
Yeah, I think you're forcing to get out. That's probably the safest option.
Just a 17,000 net worth lead now for Gaming. 5% probability as well for Nigma. This is a terrible position to be in.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, the Sand King is ignorable now. They have so much reach with the other heroes that, yeah, sure, he's healing, he's doing his thing, but he's not doing enough damage. And then it just collapsed on him and kill him. Tormentor for Nigma. I mean, that's a decent shard, I guess. It's fine.
It's not bad. Nothing crazy, but it's not like it's unfortunately going to bring you back into this game. And again, looking to go for the finishing blow. They're smoking across the map. They do see Miracle currently farming underneath this observer ward, and he's potentially about to run back into him and farm this next camp. No BKB and Chemical Rage. It's over. So this is a dead Miracle. I mean, you're trying to bring GH over, but it's not going to matter. They're even just going to be able to get some free kills as a result of this. Quinn, no hesitation.
1 minute for Roshan, so GG. We saw them actually dropping the ball a little bit against Secret, going high ground without the Aegis. I'm curious to see if they're going to be a bit more just patient here. Wait for Aegis to make sure that they're going to cleanly... I mean, ideally they want to cleanly end this game. But they are posturing here. Looks like they want to go high ground again.
Tower is under attack. Radiant's
Well, they're looking to finally try and deal with Ace, but they're going to be able to cancel the Solar Guardian. Now, let's see if he's tanky enough, because they're starting to TP in.
Oh.
Unfortunately, there's no tier 1 tower, and
No
that's going to take
Satanic.
quite a while, and it was just actually Tofu that was TPing in as well.
Well, they lose Barracks. Definitely worth losing your Dawnbreaker there. I think if he had Satanic, he probably heals to 100% with that
I thought he had it.
Dawnbreaker.
I know.
Yeah.
That's why I was kind of that's why I was angling like that. I thought maybe he would have been able to stay
200 gold.
alive long enough.
Very close to it.
Matter in the end. Like you said, full set of barracks, so happy with the trade. Go back. You got Roche up in 5 seconds. Will be a spawn down bottom. Celery is continuing to scout it out with the Shadow Poison. This is probably going to be a last fight here for Nigma. I do not believe you can give this one up.
Yeah, they bought a gem, so I wonder
tower is under attack.
what the plan is here, because you either got a smoke now or...
Dire
Yeah, I guess you already gave away Roche. The stack team Morphling. Way too strong.
It is indeed. So we're going to have second Ages along with Bernard to be able to go up and secure the Mega Creeps.
Amplify damage for Sumeru. That's good.
Radiant are scanning.
Alright. See how much she's going to be able to do with it, unfortunately. How do they want to go for the smoke? Is it a cross map? Potentially sweeping through the triangle. No one is currently there, but Nigma may be setting up for a fight in this location with the Observer getting dropped.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Sumail is so close. Like, he's 300 gold away from his Octarine and a quarter of a level to his level 20 talent. Like, if he actually gets the fight with all of that and the amplify damage, it could be huge. I think he's sending his courier to sell the wand in the secret shop so he can get the Octarine at least.
Oh, Enigma, look at the positioning. Far north as you can possibly get. Essentially anticipating this smoke maneuver inside the base. Make sure they don't give them that opportunity. So we'll see how different it's going to be with the Octarine. Noob is like very close, well, close to it, 1,000k away from the BKB. Quinn's gonna find Miracle outside the base. I mean, he's trying to juke, but
he has no buy, by the way.
It's not gonna work.
Oh, Miracle.
And they're just giving him up. No one else is even coming. There's no hope of doing anything to keep him alive.
80 seconds. That's plenty time for GG.
Did he buy out?
I think so. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Okay, level 20 and Octarine.
Oh, they're gonna go
amplify
in.
damage.
Oh, nothing to try and blow him up. They might be able to, but it's just ages. Cool. Everything used for the first life. What do you got on the second? It's gonna be absolutely nothing. Okay, you got some buybacks. There's one left, but it's a 3v5 now. You're going to try and jump on Watson. Watson turns. He's fine with this. He's ready to go. There will be no fight that's had, and that's going to be Megas now.
They have the glyph. They got to go now, or it's over.
Oh, not bad from Noob. Sonic Wave full off as well. It's a decent amount of damage, but again, it's just not enough with how survivable they are on gaming. It's going to be first game going their way in our deciding series, our last one of the night. Watson's going to be able to end it with a godlike streak. They will take game one.
Okay, there we go. GG gets called. I think Nigma... The thing with the Nigma draft is that they got away with being greedy, but their greed doesn't last long, right? It's different if you're being greedy and you have this like faceless void getting free farm. Like, doesn't matter how long the game goes, it's still going to be impactful. The Elk has a very narrow window to work, and it's the type of draft where you cannot afford a lot of mistakes. And I think, unfortunately, for them, they made a couple. GG was very good at like saving people with the Dawnbreaker. I think you need to account that. Maybe you need to ban the Dawnbreaker base. He played really well.
Yeah, potentially something that needs to be considered when you look at this upcoming draft. And I think Ace looked good, and I feel like everyone on Gaming Gladiators as well. We saw what Quinn was able to do in the early game. Definitely felt like the old gaming that we saw from him on the Ember Spirit, which is a hero we don't get a lot at the moment. And in a lane where you had First Blood as well for Sumail, but unfortunately wasn't able to do enough with it to be able to slow down the Ember. And for gaming, they're going to be able to strike first here in our game one. So we'll see what the adaptation is going to be. Of course, for Nigma, they've got a little bit of time to try and work things out, but we're going to have to see really what those questions or what the answers are going to be. But first, of course, we're going to send it back to a panel. We'll hear what they have to say and what their suggestions are for Nigma to try and work out heading into game two.
Yes, thank you, Aries and Bowie. And Milan, what are your suggestions here for Nigma heading into game number 2? What do you think they need to do here to get themselves back on the horse and maybe push it to a game number 3?
I think similar adaptations towards what they did against Team Seeker game 2. Like, just get a bit more better scaling lineup. So going into the mid game, you don't feel so much pressure to just run your heads into this gaming lineup or into this Dawnbreaker that RS or Bowie said. Like they need to switch up things in draft a little bit.
Yeah, okay. And Hurry, is there any gameplay? Because for me, I was seeing a couple of overextensions there from Nigma. I was seeing just a couple of sloppy executions on ganks. Do you think it's also a case of them tightening up the actual gameplay as well going into the second game?
Yeah, for sure. I think in this game in particular, there was a draft problem and an execution problem. With the draft problem, you can deal with the execution one, well, it's obviously going to lose you the game. So what ended up happening is, we talked about it in the draft, so many defensive heroes on the side of Gaming Gladiators. And one thing that we have all had a problem with Nigma today is that they don't go back, right? And when you're playing versus so many defensive supports, so many chances to re-engage, in a fight, that kind of a draft that stops you, the defense. Are the first team today that win a lane versus Liquid Galaxy. I think that's the strongest part of their gameplay. So I'd say that they're pretty outmatched.
Okay, so yeah, just knock them off tilt and then just kept them there on the edge of it. We're going to be able to see the highlights coming through as well, and you can see that already 12 minutes in, Gaming Gladiators going to be up to the 10 kills ahead. I think that was a near full team wipe there as well, and again, they just really didn't slow down. You can see the damage coming through here. So Milan, we've focused on NGX, but again, for Gaming Gladiators, is it just more of the same, keeping that high tempo pressure on and just keeping the foot on the gas here for Gaming Gladiators?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. The draft synergy was definitely there. A lot of aggressive heroes backed by defensive supports. And Watson, alongside the Queen, I mean, Queen Ember really did the Queen Ember things. He was shining with few overextensions. But the Watson was the key part. Like all these morphs into Sand as we see here, into Barrow Strike, like he was just dominating the game. So get him this favorable matchup, the hero that he really likes. He's a Grandmaster, and he's probably gonna carry the game. This is what he used to do in Entity last season. Later down Cloud9, right?
Yeah, that's why we were talking about it in the draft. Like, I don't know, Sand King is good for Nigma, but you pick a Sand King into a Watson Morphling and it's going to be a problem. Any mobile hero, any mobility hero is great for the Morphling to turn into, and he had two to choose from in this game, and he used both of them quite perfectly. Both the Sand King and the Queen of Pain were great for him, especially when he got the shard, and then with the Queen of Pain just jumping in, silencing everybody. It was just a beautiful performance, especially the spell usage wise from the Morphling. He did everything right.
Yeah, and you can see that last fight there as well on the screen that I think Aries was saying that they blew everything to pop that Aegis of Watson, and then it was kind of like, well, what do you have left in the tank? How are you really going to try and push us out? So Nigma Galaxy maybe just need to, again, the target priority coming through, but Gaming Gladiators, amazing first game for them, and they do need to keep it up in the second. You can see Watson there, 11-1-13, just being able to, like you say, taking some great replicates there. And on the other side, Nigma Galaxy not really hitting the big damage threshold on Miracle that we saw in the last series. Sumail, decent amount of damage coming through, but couldn't do it on his own. So again, Hurry, if you look at this, how do you try and buy space for Miracle? Buy time, or do you even try that? Do you just go for a carry that's going to get involved early on? Being able to apply that pressure that Gaming Gladiators want to be putting on to Nigma?
You have to have this one move. It's not so much about the hero which is being played, but this one move that Liquid did perfectly versus Nigma over and over again is poke to force out reaction and go back. Poke to force out reaction and go back. And with that, you're going to be creating space for anybody. That is like the move that you go for when the game is going badly for you, when the timings are not right for you. And I just haven't seen Nigma Galaxy go for that for the entirety of the day.
Yeah, like you say, it was a bit of maybe an overextension coming out for them, and they, like I say, just being able to learn to rubber band like that, get themselves back into position, might just do them well in the second game of this series. But again, it is going to be last chance saloon coming out for NGX here. They are one game away from going out. Gaming Gladiators one game away from moving on to join Team Liquid in the semi-finals of the playoffs. And if we're looking at this again, overall as a series, it is a marathon, not a sprint. So we'll see if NGX, they're going to be able to get, with this break time, a bit of a breather come through and be recovered for the second game. Gaming Gladiators looking to secure this one out, in two. We'll see if they're going to be able to get a 2-0, because that would do wonders for their confidence. Overall, if you're looking at this, for Group A, Milan, has this kind of broken down how you were expecting it to go?
I think everybody today kind of expected GG and Liquid to come through, but maybe a little bit more of a fight, because this game one was maybe not stompy for the first part of it, but it felt like for the longest part of it, gaming was really in control. So maybe that's a surprise.
Okay, and we are going to take a quick break. It's going to be about 2 or 3 minutes, and we'll be back with the second game of this final series. We'll see you after this. Welcome back in, everybody, to the one-win fall series, and we're going to start with what could potentially be the final game of the day. Gaming Gladiators one game up against NGX. Enigma, they need this win to keep them in the event overall, not even to keep them in the series, to keep them in the event, because if they lose this, they will be knocked out, and we will see Gaming Gladiators move through into the playoffs happening in a couple of days. So looking at this, Milan, how are the nerves? You know, you've been on teams, you've been coaching. If you're a team looking at this one game from do or die situation, how do you kind of handle that mental side of it?
I mean, you just get out of that pressure that you're putting on yourself. It's just another game. Like, you don't go into a game, oh my God, if we lose, we're going to die. If we lose, we're going to go have a dinner and, like, go to sleep. And tomorrow we're going to play some more Dota. So, like, you just don't want to put yourself in the situation. You try to reset, try to think what you can control. Like Enigma is thinking right now, and they're gonna choose the second pick. That's what I like. I like them to switch the things a little bit up and maybe get the last pick for Sumail against Quinn. What do you think, Harry?
I think that you are a wrong person to ask that question from Rob because you are way too chill, right? I'm looking at some of these Dota players. They look hella anxious, and Milan is always like, I'm fine. It's okay. Let's go next game. So I'm not sure that it's that.
It's all a
easy
mask.
Yeah. Oh, you.
So,
are you shaking from the inside? Okay.
Is that it, Milan? You're when the cameras pan through and you see these players that are like leaning all the way back, you know, with their eyes closed. It looks like they're a bit of asleep. Is it because, you know, you're just kind of you're getting that mental, you're reining yourself back in?
And you should actually, I remember, you should ask Boxy about this question if we ever get a win into, like, how to reset mentally, because he really seems like he doesn't give a damn about anything, including the games. Like, he just puts the hoodie on and the shades, and he's just like, I don't care. So I think he's you need the shades. The shades are made, but
my head is too big. Or my
definitely,
too small.
definitely.
I don't know which one is the problem.
Yeah, I mean, it could have something to do with the headset there as well. But yeah, I mean, Boxy is just the epitome of cool when you watch, you know, the drafts coming through. It's like he's just so focused. He's just he's so in on it. There's nothing that can break that. But we'll see Yo coming back to Gaming Gladiators and Enigma. If there's anything that can break this series for Gaming Gladiators by the side of Enigma, because again, that one game away from going down. So Gaming Gladiators, again, they're going to be in the driver's seat. They're going to be comfortable, and looking through into that next draft, we'll see, you know, if they're going to be going into something like we saw last game. You know, you just get the Morphin up, who is that late game hero that Watson likes to play. You know, you give him the heroes, the saves with the Tusk, the Shadow Demon, the Dawnbreaker coming through, the Ember Spirit that's going to be able to make space. And you just say, yeah, Watson, you play your own game. You know, you go as long as you want. You know, 35, 40 minutes, then we can look to win the game. And it's up to Enigma to kind of disrupt that. So, Hurry, if you're looking at it draft-wise, can you afford to give them both saves like that once again? Because that Shadow Demon Tusk combo, it felt really costly for Enigma to give away.
Not only the two support saves, but there was also an offlaner save. I think with the way that you are playing, that cannot be the case. If I was Enigma, my approach would be, sure, this mobile high damage hero on Sumail, that's fine, but have something that can burst that initial hero. Sure, it's not the exact way the Dota is being played right now, but, you know, it can work out. And with the way that they're playing, at least try to make your draft in sync with how you are playing Dota. If you cannot change the gameplay at the moment, if you don't think that you as a team are capable of doing that, then at least change your whole approach to the draft, and it might make your gameplay a little bit easier.
Okay. We'll see if they're going to be able to come through with this, as we are going to be able to get ourselves into the draft and see how it is going to break down, whether they ban any of those heroes. So it's going to be similar to the last game, the Broodmother, the Terrorblade so far, the Sniper, and the Dragon Knight being removed. So maybe that Dragon Knight's going to be one of those heroes, you know, that gets through for the first couple of games, and then teams go, oh yeah, we should really ban this hero. And surprising, because what was it, last month when we were in Serbia, up until the final couple of days, we were barely seeing the Dragon Knight, and all of a sudden teams have remembered, yeah, this is a very scary hero. So going to be seeing that Nagasaren ban out. And again, Milan, anything else you want to be seeing removed here in this first phase from either side?
I think maybe Enigma could think of the Tusk ban maybe a Dawnbreaker, maybe something that they faced off last game, and that was so annoying to deal with. Okay, we're back. We're cool.
Yeah, we're back.
I
Just
like that.
quick blip.
Yeah, they put us over there just to get rid of our faces for a second, but we cannot be erased, boys. We cannot be erased. Let's see, Enigma Galaxy, I really hope they do erase that Tusk, because Gaming Gladiators are most likely just gonna pick it up first, and I mean, there's absolutely no reason not to do it. Okay, now we're definitely
we're good
than before. Thank you, Milan, for coming back.
So they banned the Shadow Demon. They choose that 1 out of 3, and today, before this game, Niga lost both of the second pick games they played against the Liquid and Secret, and they did ban similar heroes. This time around, they have chosen to leave like heroes like more signature like Ench and the Nyx. I think maybe gaming will not go for the Nyx, but we might see the Enchantress come out.
The Shadow Demon ban could be showing us a potential for Enigma Galaxy wanting to go for a Primal Beast again, right? Because that is one of the heroes that they've played so many times today, and Shadow Demon is like the counter, so it only makes sense that you're gonna go that route.
Yeah. Could also be potentially be setting up. It's going to be the champ pick for Game Gladiators, damn dude. But yeah, potentially setting up the Doom pick here for Enigma if they want that up against the Alchemist, the Morphlin. Both really popular picks, not only today but in the pro games in general. But Harry, talk to me about this Chen pick. How much do you like this? It's going to be the first one of the day. Game Gladiators, bit of a surprise coming through, but do you like this pickup here for GG?
I mean, it's a standard salary hero, right? If there were times where people would never allow this hero to be picked up by them in certain metas, they would just end the game in 20 minutes. So that is the case. It is a little bit of a save coming into the play, but overall, if you're a better team and you have a Chen player on your side, you're gonna overtake the map so freaking much.
And it's just a G class. They might be hungry or like they want to go have a dinner and go to sleep, so just pick a Chen, not the Ench, and get it over it. And Enigma Galaxy is gonna go with the Pango, which is a flex, but I think Harry had a good point that the offlane pool was kind of scuffed till the end of the last game, so they kind of had to go with Sankey into more whatnot. So picking up a hero that can go offlane early, it's gonna benefit their draft.
Yeah, so Melee isn't playing it much in pubs though, so I would assume that it is Noob's hero today. They were first picking his hero quite a lot, and then in the previous game, as you mentioned, they were just left with one choice or two choices, which isn't ideal. So now they just open with it from what I see. And what you want to do, you see a Chen, he wants to be pushing towers. Sometimes the way that you defend towers isn't a tanky frontliner, but rather a strong teamfight hero, and Pango ticks those boxes with Rolling Thunder.
And also, some Pangos build up the vessel. I know Amar famously said in the last interview the vessel is an ultra support item, and he never ever actually thought of buying it. I mean, that's okay, that's his playstyle, but a lot of other like different players like maybe try to counter this healing. Or maybe down the line, maybe pick up the Doom that you asked for. But for now, I think we are gonna be definitely seeing the Miracle Hero second phase. Like we're gonna see something like maybe a Monkey for gaming to like flex the flex from Enigma. But I like the Luna ban. That's the hero I actually want to see for Miracle. They're gonna.
One thing that Noob always buys a Pango, he never goes Auras, he always buys a Diffusal, man. He's like, I'm looking at every single one of his games, it is a Diffusal blade.
And if you're looking at this from an offlane perspective, is that something that's going to play into his favor? It's a bit detrimental, you think, if he's so rigid on the build?
Depends on what the enemies pick up, but I guess Diffusal did make a comeback, so it is a standard, but still there should be some chances to switch it around. As Milan mentioned, a Spirit Vessel doesn't seem half bad.
Okay, well, we'll see if he's going to take the words of ATF to heart here and, yeah, leave that one up to one of his supports as the Bite Rider pick comes out from Enigma Galaxy as well. We'll see how Gaming Gladiators, how they will respond. And if you're looking at the actual bans, so the Shadow Fiend gets taken away, the Tusk actually gets taken out by Gaming Gladiators. Yeah, the Shadow Demon and the Luna both going to be going through in terms of bans in that next phase. Primal Beast comes out for Gaming Gladiators. This hero, again, has seen a bit of a resurgence that the top teams just like it in the big disruption. You know, it's a big tanky boy as well. So it's a hero that we're not really seeing the pull-throughs. You know, it's one of those heroes like the Axe, you can just pull through onto the back lines and you take 2-3 creep waves at a time. And I'm surprised we've not seen that at least once today. You know, you go for the trample level 1, you get the creeps before they even hit the tier 2 tower. But teams not wanting to play it that way. The Muerta does come through though. So Milan, is this a flex? Or do you just like the Muerta 4? Is that kind of where the hero sits now?
I mean, Muerta is like 95% 4, unless there's like a Bristol carry against you or offlane, that something that really gives you a big reason to put it 1. So, and the Primal is just, we saw Liquid pick it up. We saw actually the Saberlight try to creep skip, but whichever team was playing as them, they were heads up and didn't allow it. And it's like just a very stable hero, right?
Oh,
like
well,
you
I
just
think we're
pick
losing
it.
you just a little bit, but just getting a little bit rub. But I think it's maybe the Discord call going a little bit wonky.
Yeah, the Discord is acting up for us.
Oh, I'm gone. So we are just dealing with technical difficulties. Yeah, it's...
Is everything okay with Discord? We're back. Test.
Okay, yeah, it looks like we're having technical difficulties in the Discord, so hopefully we'll be able to get ourselves right back in on that in the next couple of minutes. But yeah, we are getting through the draft. It's going to be the Morphin coming out, and
Test, 1, 2, 3.
We'll see if it is going to be, again, another easy game. Oh, it's going to be Enigma Galaxy to get the Morphin, so we can see just how they're going to be able to respond, and hopefully everything is okay once again with the Discord call. Yeah, I can hear you, Hurry, now, and I think Milan's just reconnected in as well. Milan, are you there, bud? He's not there. Okay, Hurry. The Doom comes out, and Enigma Galaxy, they've already got that Morphlin pick on board, so not something you can really flex out of that big position 1. How much impact is that going to have here, do you think, for Enigma Galaxy in the second game?
Oh, quite a lot. Quite a lot. I really like the Doom here. I mean, you have now the Morphling countered with the Doom. You have the Pango countered with the Primal Beast. You also have this Primal Beast as a flex pick. I mean, it's most likely gonna be Ace, but Quinn can take it as well. I'm really liking what... oh no, actually, sorry, it's gonna be a mid lane Primal Beast and an offlane Doom. I'm crazy, but either way, it does look like a pretty decent response to everything that Enigma Galaxy have showed us thus far.
Okay, and hopefully Milan's back now.
I'm back. I didn't hear anything what you said last 2 minutes, but I'm sure Harry was guessing all the picks. And I'm sure you guys really like this Doom pick. It does really feel like a juicer. It feels like a got-you pick. I can't believe Nigma kind of. You must say they kind of forgot about it, right? Maybe they thought Quinn is not gonna play this Primal or is definitely Ace, and now they're a really tough position in draft.
Yeah, because we have been seeing the offlane Pango all day coming out, so, you know, like you say, and they did them a favor, they're banning out the Shadow Demon. Gaming Gladiators took out the Tusk as well. TA and the Meepo are going to be the final 2 bans coming out for Enigma Galaxy. Gaming Gladiators, we'll see what their final ban is going to be. What are they looking for here, Harry? Are you still looking at that Pango as a flex, or do you not want to play that into the potential Primal Beast mid lane?
I think it's gonna be an offlane Pango. They're gonna get something else for Sumail, but of course it's still somewhat flexible when you see the last pick and think about if you can get a mid laner or an offlaner that is gonna be dealing with that, because Gaming Gladiators, they don't have the last pick, so they're gonna have to reveal their carry. So because of that, I think there is still a chance that Nigma move it to the mid lane. But overall, I'd say a very good chance, over 90%, that it is going to be in the off lane.
Do you think there's a chance we see a draw ranger for Watson? I know it's with the Chen, but against the Morph and Pango, does strike me like a really good draw game.
Looks solid. I wouldn't hate it.
You wouldn't hate it? That's
A ringing endorsement there from Harry. Yeah, I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd rather see like a Magnus or an Ursa, even though Ursa is not super popular in the current meta. I'd rather see those heroes.
I really like the Monkey Bomb from gaming. I feel like that's the hero I would definitely go to if I want to punish this primal mid. And there's not much lockdown early between Chen and Muerta, so you could just freely roam on the monkey. So it's also going to be interesting to see what Sumail going to pick up to punish this primal in the lane. If it's going to be a mid pick. Medusa, much more stable than the draw, must say. But similar vibe.
Yeah, you stand your ground. You're not afraid of the Pango Rolling Thunder, but now it does make that Diffusal Blade even juicier for Noob if he goes that route.
Is this where we get something crazy from Enigma Galaxy, the offlane Morphlin into that final pick anti-mage?
That would be very crazy. I would love that, but I think we're gonna see something much more conventional as Ember or Queen of Pain. You know, just either punishing primal mid or just being like a good in the game against them. But maybe, I mean, even the offlane anti-mage, well, I wouldn't be against it, you know. Back to Razor we go.
Well, this is a good Razor pick, though. I don't hate it here for sure, right? Because it's good versus the Medusa, it's good versus the Primal Beast as well. There is no burst damage on Gaming Gladiators, so if you just get the static link off, even if you get doomed, it is kind of fine for you. So a much better Razor pick than what we saw earlier in the day from them.
And overall, Gaming Gladiators, like say that one game ahead. Do you look at this for Enigma Galaxy? What's the actual game plan for them here, Milan? Is it a case of trying to get to that late game of the Morphin, or is it, you know, we're going to go, and we're going to put Gaming Gladiators under pressure now?
I mean, they're definitely are supposed to do okay in the lanes, but going late game versus the heroes of gaming, it's not gonna be easy. They have the scaling of their own, but every time you go late game against something like a Doom and Medusa, it's not gonna be easy. So more scaling onto them, but still they need to kind of figure out this mid game, like how they scale with pressuring enemy.
Okay, well, we'll see how it is going to go potentially for the final time tonight. We've got our casters standing by to take you through the game. So, Aries, Bowie, take it away, boys.
Thank you, Rob. We are ready to go for our second game. Bowie, how are we feeling about this draft? Because I don't know about you, but I feel like this is maybe one of the more the drafts where I think it's clear out draft, at least in my opinion, than what we've had so far today. So how do you feel about this one?
Yeah, I unfortunately agree with you because, you know, my prediction was for Enigma to take this series, but I'm very surprised that Enigma picked Morphling 17 when Doom was open. I thought that this was some weird, we're gonna play mid Morphling with Flow and pick a different hero for Miracle. But no, they go back to this Razor, which, you know, is fine. I think they did okay with, but as the panel said, if they don't absolutely crush this game and the game early, it becomes pretty hard for Enigma, in my opinion.
Yeah, 100% agree. You're picking Morph with the Doom still in the pool, and like, they go like Quinn can play this Primal. Yes, I know it is mainly Ace, but he's happy to play. He's done it in the past, especially if it's going to be a game where you have a Doom into the Morph. Like that's you're so happy to flex it. So let's see. I mean, I don't mind the Razor though. So how do you feel about the Razor? Because it definitely is like some role in the game, like traditionally with how you're able to do versus the Medusa. But like, do you like this hero? I'll hold that thought, because Tofu, if we get into the game, we might be able to see our first blood. I'll do a radio cast because Tofu does look like he's going to go down inside the river. Miracle is going to be able to find first blood. And so that'll be how we start our second game off.
Well, that's definitely what you want when you're playing Morphling into a Doom. You want that first blood, want every edge you can. I think the Razor, going back to your question, is fine. I think what the problem in the draft that we didn't talk about is actually this Chen from Celery. Because not only you have all of that pushing power that Dusa can bring at around 20 minutes, but the early pushing power of the Chen is also going to be annoying. And we saw when Nigma was playing this Razor lineup that taking towers can be pretty hard. So how do you push? If Morphling has a bad game, you have no heroes that can do it.
Oh, not the creep. So they get first blood, triple bounties, and also one of the satyrs. Oh, we got a replay. Cool. So enough. Yeah. Just I don't know. Tofu walked up, tried to claim the Watcher. And yeah, that's what happens when you do that, and there's 4 people nearby.
4-man blood grenade though. That was pretty cool. Don't get to see those every day.
Sick. Should we replay that one too?
Oh man, I didn't want to say anything because it was radio cast, but I was pretty hyped. The blood grenade.
Yeah, I was so close to mentioning 4-man blood grenade, but I had to control myself.
Those intrusive thoughts. Well, looking at the lanes here, I think it's a pretty solid lane for Nigma in the side lanes. This Dusa is a strong laner, but you don't really expect her to get any kills. Batrider and Chen are gonna be fighting each other. He actually cliffed a creep on the bottom side. But I don't expect a lot of kills. Probably just a lot of poke.
Maybe top lanes where we get some kills. Tofu. Dude, it's got a... Okay, never mind. It's GH with a fairy fight. Tofu may not matter with him ducking into the trees. Nicely done. Somehow limps away.
All right. Very calculated plays. Yeah, I think this game's going to be a bit boring. Not going to lie. I don't want to be Debbie Downer, but just looking at the heroes and looking at these lanes, I don't expect to see a lot of kills.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, maybe the kills may come through eventually when Celery starts to make some plays through the portal, but mid's pretty boring. Maybe Quinn, I guess, I don't know, it's not entirely exciting, but maybe you'll cut the wave.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. If that's exciting, it may gank as well early on playing into the Razor, but yes, no, I agree. I think these are some incredibly boring lanes.
Oh, come on, Nigma. I still can't shake off that game number 1 against Liquid. They had 9 kills, minute 4. I wanted to see a bit more of that, but yeah, I mean, it is potentially their last game, so they ended up going for the heroes they feel most comfortable, and so far it is looking really good. Miracle with the first blood, 12 CS, and maybe if you snowball really hard, that Lincoln Sphere could come early enough that Ace is not that big of a problem to Miracle.
Sure, because they do have some difficult ways to be able to pop the Lincolns. I mean, Ace would then have to play with one of the neutral creeps.
Yeah.
To enable that. Miracle's actually going to waveform in aggressively, looking to try and play around against Tofu. Looks like they should be able to find a kill as well. So, I mean, they're doing very well inside the lane. GH's clockwork, his positioning so far has been great. A nuisance against Ace and making sure this Muerto, if she steps over the boundary, is always looking to try and give Miracle an opportunity to get a kill.
Yeah, this Muerta, once again, it didn't do that well in the lane when GG played it. I think it was a different team that played against Nigma that forced them into the Razor. It was the same thing. Whenever they see Muerta, they don't play a Spirit Hero or this aggressive hero for Sumail. They give him the Razor, they give him a Sniper. And sure, the lane can struggle, but it also means that Sumail can't really play the way we're used to, right? Just running at people, creating space. So they're going to have to find a way to enable Sumail, or Sumail to enable the rest of the team, even though he's playing the static type hero on the Razor. No pun intended.
You've got playmakers though, right? With Aya, Omar, we've seen him get pretty good timings out of the blink. You're going to be relying on level 6 from GH. We see what the noob can do on the Pangli. I mean, Grandmaster as well. So we'll see what the build is going to be. I know the panel was mentioning about the diffuser blade, if he wants to go blink as well afterwards.
Yeah, I think the support levels are going to be the important part, right? Because if they don't get those level 6s, obviously Bat cares more about the blink than level 6, but Clockwork definitely cares about it. It is very good for that GH and Miracle are winning this lane, because unless they get their Wisdom Rune stolen, they should have very good timings of the hook shot.
Seems like pretty much the only place where we have kill threat is really up top, where that will continue. Noob is not CSing the greatest because of the Chen by the looks of it. And very shortly we're probably going to be able to see Watson be self-sufficient in this bottom lane. See when Celery wants to feel comfortable then to be able to make his way through the portal. I'm a little bit surprised they don't have a ward at the Twin Gate actually from GH. Like, they are scanning, so they're very aware that this is probably going to happen.
Yeah.
Wouldn't mind them warding.
They don't see the Chen showing, but they might be bringing a ward now. So usually that ward gets placed around 5 minutes for exactly that purpose. So do you want to guess here? Do you want to guess who actually gets the next kill or who dies? Because there's not that much happening right now.
I think Tofu will die.
Good guess. Has 2 deaths.
Yeah, it's not a bad guess. Yeah, I think Tofu. I'm expecting something to happen around top with the Chen rotation, and then maybe like Sameo will TP in, or maybe they won't even need the TP. But I think maybe Sameo will TP in with the dive. We've seen a lot today where the safe lane tower, the hero there, has been dive from the opposition, and then we've seen responses out of people TPing in and a big fight there early on. So I think that might be the case.
All right, I'm gonna go for Miracle kill Celery.
I mean, they're trying mid. Okay, well, I guess it's mid.
Okay, we're still down.
Dire's middle tower is under
And apparently also bottom at the same time. So Watson dies as well.
Okay, huge for Nigma. They do get the Snake Lady. No catapult wave from GG, so even though they get that kill, it's not gonna matter that much for the status quo, although Illusion Rune is picked up by Quinn.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Let's see how they're going to continue to play around the map. I thought Watson was going to be a little bit more safe down bottom by himself. See if still going to be some concerns, because they're bringing GH and Omar down. So maybe pretty vulnerable. I mean, of course, gaming, they're going for their own setup onto Miracle at the moment.
So close, but so far. Yeah, you know, going back to the noob thing with his Blink Dagger, I mean, the Diffusal Blade timing could be very problematic for Dusa. Usually, you don't see Dusas being picked into Pangolier that much. So that is one thing I'm a bit afraid if the Pango gets a free game, as they find Watson again. Lots of
Forcing keepers.
TPs.
There's no way.
Yeah.
No way these two. I mean, someone's coming through the portal, I suppose. So maybe they felt like with the assistance of Miracle, but Quinn's going to be able to get the kill onto GH's. Early use of the replicate from
Watson
Miracle.
might be
They
dead.
really want Medusa, and Watson's got a stick. It's probably not going to be enough. Even Sameo beelines down to bottom, and Nigma playing aggressive early on with the heroes, getting the carry involved, getting the mid lane involved as well.
Is under attack.
All right. It did not look promising at all, but this Miracle rotation, I mean, we saw in game 2 how Watson absolutely shredded with Morphling, and same thing here. Your best transformation is definitely the Primal Beast. I think we're going to see, maybe later on you can become the Dusa, but overall this Primal Beast for these skirmishes is so valuable.
Sameo? Okay, forces out a TP from Ace, wow.
Dire's middle
Okay.
tower is under attack.
Rune is again going to be Quinn's. That's a Juicer. Amplify damage, probably the best one on Primal alongside Haste.
And that's another good laning stage, though, from Nigma. 2,000 net worth lead. Tier 1 tower's going to go down bottom. They've completely nullified what the Chen is usually able to do at this stage. Like, the lanes have now dissolved thanks to the tower going down bottom and some of the early rotations we've seen out of them.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Celery just getting back to farm into the... Okay, never mind. as Rolling Thunder.
Kind of forcing the issue again.
Yeah,
Enigma looking good.
very nice. They use some spells. Yeah, I think that Chen, he just wants to get his level 6 and farm into the catapult wave, because that's when we might see GG trying to go aggressive. Right now, it feels like there's just not enough resources for GG to take those fights. You need the Primal Beast to get something, but Queen is actually really poor. He was having a good laning stage, but him and Watson need some love.
Yeah, I mean, they got to stack the Ancients. We'll hold that, though. Maybe a fight. Celery is going to bring over some of his army. They've got the Doom at the ready, so look at them try and take a fight around Ace. Will be their strongest hero at this stage. Maybe very close to the Primal Beast as well. He's got drums now getting delivered on the Chorus, so potential for them to lead this into a tower. They are just going to chuck out the Doom early on to the Pangolier. Are they actually going to be able to secure the kill? Okay, Quinn and Tofu will also come around. And it looks like Nigma this time, they are not going to bring their cores as well. Noob is still alive, though. Nicely done from GH. I really have to wonder, like, how different this would be if the cores were actually here. Samael will finally TP top. And still, Quinn, I mean, the cogs from GH have been incredible. And Ace is going to try and TP out. Oh, the dead shot. Oh my god, the dead shot timing. GH probably would have been able to get the cogs to stop the TP, but...
Yeah.
And Tofu to the rescue.
Okay, I mean, they get the Pango, and arguably the Pango is the most important kill they can get right now, just because of how the Diffusal Blade will be just a nightmare for Watson to deal with. But hookshot top, I mean, Tofu, he cannot catch a break this game.
Quinn might actually chase him down. Battery Sword's about to expire. Quinn holds the Pulverize as well. They're going to try and look for the Razor next. A little bit more of a difficult kill by the looks of it. They're still going to be able to bring him down. So Samael, second death of the game. Yeah, they got him. Ace able to catch up to him.
Maybe
and
Omar
now they
as
might
well.
even turn their attention over to Omar. For the
Tries to
TP out up on the
TP
high
out.
ground. Quinn will not get him.
Okay. Very nicely done. Nigma still with the advantage, as you said, but bleeding a couple of unnecessary kills. With that said, Miracle, he's going to have his Lincoln Sphere in 300 gold. This is one of the
Jesus.
fastest Lincolns I've seen.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And he's so incredibly farm. 3-0-1. 105 last hits compared to the second highest, which is 66 on the Medusa.
Wow, yeah, that's
This
definitely
is-
a lot. And he's been part of half of the kills of his team, right? I mean, he actually has been a part of more than half, yeah.
Gonna look to smoke as well from Nigma. So Rolling Thunder is still on cooldown for another 10 seconds, however. But importantly, you have your ultimates online from the supports.
No Hand of
He's
God.
gonna pop on the high ground, so a little bit awkward of a positioning. We'll get the power in though, importantly.
Okay. Another smoke from GG this time. Little do they know, Miracle finished his Lincoln Sphere. So if this connects
Radiant's
Jesus,
middle
man.
tower is under attack.
before the courier, it's not gonna happen. Oh.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, you're not killing him. Like, if you get super lucky with the Silence of the Muerta into, like, the Primal, but Queen is mid, like, without... You need both the Muerta and the Primal to get that kill, and even then it's really hard.
See, still what they want to continue to do. It's the auras that gaming have, they're actually going to make a jump on a Celery. Celery puts himself on a platter for Nigma, and even Miracle is not going to hesitate to try and take the team fight. Noob will disrupt the backline as well. They're going to be able to get the lasso, dragging Doom down to the low ground. Ace in a little bit of danger. Still, this Rolling Thunder has enough duration left to be able to bounce off the wall, and they will prevent the ultimate from coming out at the last second. Nigma, really good spellcasting, and again, you know, when they see an opportunity and they take a fight around an objective, they are making sure they bring almost everyone to this fight.
Yeah, there was no Hand of God as well. It maybe if you had it, you buy enough time for GG to connect, and now they get the kills, they get the tower, and it's reset time here for Nigma. You still want to have the Manta. After Manta is done on Miracle, he will feel unkillable this game. There's really no other hero that can easily kill him. You're gonna need like Blink plus, as you said, a neutral, just a neutral spell on the Doom to break the Linken's.
Now, where do you go from here if you're Nigma? Like, you've taken bot tower, mid tower. Do you continue to play pretty aggressive with the net worth lead, or do you try and slow it down a bit?
I think once you got, you know, mid and bottom, wait a second, a Celery does have Hand of God.
I mean, the team's coming over, but they're not going to get here fast enough to at least keep him alive.
Oh, wow. He was trying to lift his hands, but the battery assault's very annoying. Doesn't get... it's probably for the better that he doesn't pop Hand of God there. It wouldn't have mattered. But going back to the Enigma question, I think their next stop is probably Roche, because you're going to get some lucky shot points, and with the Mimes Armor of the Pangolier and just this Morphling, you can actually get an early Roche, and taking that away from the Dusa means quite a bit.
Omar?
Oh, hello.
I don't know about this one. Maybe giving them an
Tower
opportunity to
falls.
actually defend or
Deny.
take a fight once the tower dies.
Quick fingers on Tofu. He's actually getting pretty close to his Atos. That is one way to pop the Linken's and also lock down Razor.
True. One of the better ways, especially. Importantly against Razor, who's got Sundin Yasha, though, from Sameo. Nice item burst to Doom. Pulverize as well. It's a cool item this game.
Blade May already.
Noob is
Noob
also
might be
showing in the
dead.
lane still. Let's see if they're going to need the ultimate. Yep, Ace is going to be forced to commit it, but Samael is here for the turnaround. We'll expend it.
Yeah.
Ace's TP. And they're probably going to be able to catch up to Tofu next as well. So yeah, Gaming get a pretty big kill onto the Pangolier, but they're going to have to lose some heroes. They want to try and fight though.
Oh.
Quinn ready to charge in, but GH does a really good job to prevent the Dino from finding a good angle in the middle of the team fight. Now Miracle's going to be able to play around with the Replicant as well. A defensive Stone Gaze, but it doesn't really keep Quinn alive. And Ace is just going to have to watch idly by as his mid laner goes down as well. So Nigma continuing with the tempo, and Miracle is never hesitating to show up to these early fights.
Yeah, man, this transformations on the Primal Beast, he's just doing so much damage. He gets to waveform with Trample turned on. And, I mean, obviously Morphling has a lot of base damage, so the amount that he can dish during these fights is crazy. I'm surprised that they tried to save Tofu there. Like, the mech is fine, but now without Hand of God, feels like GG is forced to get back to farming, which, you know, maybe it doesn't matter because their timings are going to be ready a bit later anyways. But it means that Enigma, they have no fears. Like, if they want to get skirmishes going, they know that there's not going to be anything really left for GG to do. No Doom as well.
So how does this one go, like, if we get to the ultra late stages? Like, would we want to see GG trying to slow down this game? Because it does seem like they are happy with forcing fights even though they are behind. Would you like to see them just trying to maybe avoid the Nigma aggression?
I think you probably should slow down. I feel like the big timing is going to be the Medusa Butterfly. That's when you're eager to take a fight into Roche. It's obviously going to be very delayed. Like, the good timing is like 20 minutes Butterfly, and it doesn't look like that's what Watson's going to be hitting. So yeah, you probably need BKB on Quinn, which, I mean, he's so under-farmed at the moment. And you need maybe BKB on Doom as well, which he is actually a bit closer to finish.
Shot in,
hook
GH.
shot.
Eyeing up Quinn down bottom. Is he going to be able to get there in range? Looks like he should. Radiant is starting to move bottom. Hand of God still on cooldown for another 10 seconds. Quinn gets some separation. Now feels ready to turn. And Dire hesitates. GH and Sumail, they want to go back in, but once they see Tofu and Ace, this is something they're going to have to think twice about.
Okay. Nicely done.
They do have Hand of God now and Doom. So this could be the first time here GG will be comfortable hitting a tower
Nice
in a
headshot.
while. Yeah, that's a dead GH as well. Okay. A little bit of an overextension, thinking that they could kill Quinn. He never popped his Blade Mail, so baiting Nigma a little bit as if he was not going to have enough damage to survive.
Structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, we see what's happening across the map. Though Noob has got enough gold for the blink if he wants to complete it. Looking maybe a little bit hesitant. Go down the Scepter route potentially. And Miracle is getting very close towards the Manta as well. Almost has enough gold for his recipe. So still they're holding a pretty good net worth lead. Even after that tower going down. But it's a little bit of momentum for Gaming Gladiators. We'll see if they can really do anything with it.
Yeah, they did finish. They are getting close to the Greaves on Chen, and the BKB is done for Ace. Next fight could be a bit more problematic for Nigma.
Again, dude, they are so unlucky. This is back-to-back times where they've just gotten over towards the left Ancients as soon as Watson leaves.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
just
So close.
a centimeter away there. But it does mean that they can steal the Tormentor if they want to. And it looks like they have a good position for that.
Under attack.
Yeah, so it's going to be a Tormentor for a double damage rune on Quinn and the T1 tower going down as well. Now have, let's see who's going to get the Aghanim Shard. Okay, it'll be GH.
Definitely better than the Bat Trader. I hate when that happens. Is there a worse shard than the Bat Trader? I don't think so for supports.
I don't know. There's definitely some bad ones. I can't.
I don't know, man. The Bat Trader one is
It's not good. I'm not saying it's good at all. I'm not trying to make a case for it to be good.
So they are still in position here, maybe fishing for that Wisdom Rune, fishing for the Dusa to come back to the Ancients, which Watson is relatively close to. Blink on Omar.
How easy is it to kill though with Tofu nearby and Hand of God? It's only level 1 Hand of God. Look at the ward zone die, like all the way on the left side of the map. They're so aware of the position for the Medusa. Really not looking to leave this side of the map.
All right. Things are going to be fine here. I mean, GG, they are maintaining the net worth lead at an acceptable point. Watson did lose his career, but he's also getting closer to Butterfly. They're going to hit a big timing, and, you know, I'm surprised that Nigma didn't try to force Roshan, for instance. I think GG
I was just
really...
going to ask that. I was just going to ask.
They're really bad at contesting Roche. Their heroes are not great. You need to send the Chen. It's kind of awkward. No Blink Daggers yet. So if you allow the Dusa to get Butterfly, I could see GG just trying to force it as they fight.
Quinn might need
again.
some help. See if the Cog's going to prove to be a bit more of an issue. Nice use of the Tornado.
Okay, last so
Miracle
he's up.
actually got a glimpse of Celery. Okay, watching the Chin actually die by the outpost. Celery will go down solo to Miracle. Now back inside the lane, another fight's breaking out. Quinn able to make it closer back towards the tower. They don't have the damage just yet with Noob by himself. Quinn's going to have an opportunity to be able to turn, and the Primal will stay alive long enough. Miracle has turned his attention over. Great use of the dead shot. It's going to push Tofu in a position where Miracle can go for that final kill. So in the end, I mean, really, dude, I'm going to keep saying it. I'm glazing Miracle, but he is playing so incredibly well today.
Here it is. Like, this has been one of the... I mean, he had so many good performances, but I want to say one of the best. Like, he's playing Morphling into a Doom, and he has no fear whatsoever. They will also get Roshan out of this unless GG does something, and with Doom and, I mean, the mid lane Hand of God on cooldown, it's just going to be a 3-1 for Nigma.
It's a big second life, especially against the Doom. We're already see how difficult it is to be able to land that ultimate onto the Morphling, and now you give Miracle the ages 8, 0, and 2.
Yeah, he is owning hard. Dusa, though, will finish the Butterfly, and I think that's when the damage of Watson, there you go,
starts to ramp up a little bit. Got the split shot damage penalty talent as well. We'll see how much Nigma will be able to pressure. This has been the moments where they struggle a little bit, right? They get the lead, they get the Aegis. Ace will fall. But closing the game out has been sometimes a struggle for Nigma. So, I mean, Morphling is one hero that's very good at that. So, very curious to see if Nigma will be able to actually take this one.
See, that's going to be the question. Like you said, the mid game for them has been sometimes pretty difficult. But they're putting themselves in a really good position. Like, you don't have a Razor that's falling behind. Maybe you'd like the Pango to be a little bit higher net worth, but it's really not the end of the world.
Yeah, I mean, he is going to have Diffusal Eggs. That's like exactly what you want against the Dusa. They also have a Linken's on the Razor. So you're going to have some plays with the Linkens. Even if they don't try to break it, you can reapply the Linkens mid-fight. I've seen this movie.
Right? Should be okay. Eads too can BKB TP out really with going to be able to... What?
Oh, what? How is that not...
What did I just see?
I don't understand what happened there. I guess his model, maybe like his hitbox is smaller than his model seems to indicate. Especially with this set, right? He looks a bit bulkier than normal. I don't know. I don't have
Isn't the hitbox the same actually? Because wasn't that the thing about the Primal? Is that you could stand on top of the creep wave and like when you're laning and make it really difficult to last it?
No, but they changed that. They changed that.
Okay.
It's not the same anymore. Because it was so obnoxious. It's still obnoxious, but it's better.
Watson, okay. Cute little ring around the rosy there with the tree. Lucky Observer that scouted at GH, and if they got the catch there, Radiant may have been too late to get in time, so Watson's even going to try and bait with the illusion.
Radiant's top tower
Okay.
is under attack.
So Aegis expiring. Not that much action from Nigma just yet, but with the Aghanim, I think it's really the Aghanim Scepter they're waiting. But until the Pango finishes it, I think the Aegis is gonna be gone. So Nigma looks like they are very comfortable with the position of the game right now, which I think they should. It would be better to have forced more tier 2 towers, but I don't think they're on a timer just yet.
Yeah. It really feels like the late game success is going to solely come down to if Ace can get Doom onto the Morphling.
Literally.
We'll see. I mean, he's going for the Sanjin Yasha build, so I believe this is the Amar build, right? Sanjin Yasha. And so, okay, he's the first person I saw. I don't know if other people were doing it beforehand, but...
No, it really
is. It's interesting then, without a blink, like maybe it's going to minimize your chance of being able to get the Doom onto Miracle. So what do we make of the Sanjin Yasha?
Literally everyone goes for it. I kind of lost my mind for 10 games and now I just accepted that this is the meta now. But it basically like you have only Scorcher of Talents that are good.
Win?
And so...
How is that not again hitting? What's going on? He's got a hook shot, but it's a bit difficult if Samael's going to be playing in front of him. Gaming are kind of forced to take a fight in this location underneath the Dire Observer. It's not going to be easy. Over the left side, Miracle tries to deal with the backline. Waveforms over the top onto Watson. They go. Watson's in some danger. It's a defensive Stone Gaze to get them back to the safety of the tower, but unfortunately, Celery, the Lamb away, getting slaughtered by the Wolves. 1 for 1.
I mean, not bad for GG. The Creep Equilibrium still a little bit far away from the tower. If Nigma wants to take this tower, the Aegis will be pretty much expiring. So I wonder if GG will try to take this fight. Doom's still available, but Ace is... Okay, he wants the Wisdom Rune. All right.
You were saying about the Sanjin Yasha? Sorry.
Yeah, so you only have good Scorcher talents. And basically what you do is you get all of those talents, you get your shard, and you're just walking. And because Doom has Devil's Bargain and he can keep rebuying drums, you're just walking at 500 move speed, like literally 24/7. So it's just a combination of all those things where
Good opportunity for them to maybe deal with Watson. Samel is soaking a lot of damage. Watson tries to TP, but GH is there at the last second.
Oh, Watson
won't make it out. Ice won't make it out as well. Omar forced after Doom into the cogs to cancel his TP. Oh my god, Nigma. They are on one this game.
Yeah, the Miracle Show. Picking Morphling into Doom. We all made fun of that, and I mean, he's here to prove us all wrong. Doesn't matter when you're good enough. It's just, I mean, an absolute show of a performance. Stellar. Sure, they fed him first blood. Sure, I don't think picking Chen and Medusa is the best combination, because again, it's a hero that doesn't really benefit from the healings. So a lot of those fights, it felt like you couldn't really back up the Medusa as well. But you gotta give it to Miracle. He just had a stellar performance, perfect game, and Nigma, 2 lanes of barracks here, no response from GG. Well, 1.5.
1.5 and lead potentially with a kill or forcing another fight. They're going to push Celery out of the base. Very impressive showing. Now they can look to go back in if they really want to. GH has got hookshot if they want to force it. They can just put Samael or Miracle up on the high ground.
Yeah, just double Lincolns. Like, how do you even begin to find a way to do Miracle? He is going Blink now on Ace, but yeah, it does feel pretty late. And yes, I'm not sure I agree with the whole Sinjin Yashin thing, but
I'm trying to pop the BKB, but the damage has been dealt. Okay, so able to step out. Miracle not there. We'll come towards a tail end. That's both BKBs wasted for gaming. Watson's going to try and give them an opportunity to lead him through the Stone Gaze. A little bit of control into the Pain Glow at the moment, but it means that Miracle's going to have a free fight. They pop the Lincolns, get the Doom. Now they're going to try and turn. He tries to get out of range, but I think he's going to tick out to the damage.
It'll
be a couple of heroes.
Let's keep an eye on him. I think it's fine.
Oh, the dead shot was close. It is fine.
Oh my god. 200 HP.
Oh, all right. Could have been a big turning point. Get the Pain Go, get the kill into the Morphling, which would have been a godlike streak.
Yeah, that could have been huge. And I mean, that's a Dusa that doesn't have level 20, doesn't have even a Daedalus, and you could still see how much damage Watson does. But the fights have been kind of over the place. The Dusa...
Samael, are you really going to go for this by yourself?
Oh, he has to cancel TP.
Seller is here, Tofu's here, nice cogs. They've completely stolen all the damage from Watson. The Mena's gone as well, surviving on a little bit of health at the moment. Samael got super close to getting that kill, but now is he the one that's actually in trouble? Cogs again to GH. Great use of the spells, and now look at the wraparound Miracle. He's going to come from out of nowhere. The Morphling from the west, they were not expecting it. Now they're going to be able to slow down Tofu as well. This is really getting out of control. Miracle's going to play around with a replicate. Still onto Watson. They go hunting their primary target. He gets back to the base, but it's not going to matter in the end. They do their best to turn, but it is the Miracle Show indeed, and all of Nigma. They are showcasing their talent as well.
All right, tier 4 time. There are creeps coming from the bottom lane, but they will just go for the barracks. Yeah, I mean, this looks pretty over. GG. They struggled, right? The Queen Primal Beast got stomped by the Razor, which I think he should. But to me, the biggest problem was that this Muerta died way too many times. So we didn't really see that much contribution from the Muerta. Celery was trying to farm. Every time they tried to use Hand of God for a fight, they were outnumbered. Nigma was always bringing pretty much everyone for those fights, including Miracle. And, you know, that's the thing. Morphling is, by nature, a more active hero than the Medusa. And maybe GG's draft was a bit too greedy with both the Doom and Medusa in the same draft.
Yeah. Very impressive. Honestly, this Nigma team is fun to watch. I know we've had some heartbreaking games or some tough games at least, where they've had the lead and then unfortunately haven't been able to capitalize. But I really like the early game. They seem to put a big commitment on rotating like everyone to fight. Miracle will come through the portal, Samael will rotate and secure their side lane. So they're really brawl heavy early, which I think a big reason is why they get this advantage. And then it's just a question if they are they able to convert. And this game they were able to without a doubt. The team's looking good, and now we got a game 3. So both of our series get to go the distance here. We're going to find out if Nigma like have what it takes to be able to knock Gaming Gladiators out and make it into the playoffs and join Team Liquid as the 2 representatives in Group A. But I hope this puts us in a really exciting position for our final game of the night, because we have a 1-1 tie. I thought it was a draft that was very much favoring gaming, and I want to hear what the panel has to say and what their opinion is of this game and why Nigma were able to win.
Down but not out here for Nigma. They pull it back to a 1-1 in the series. They got themselves started in that laning stage. Like they say, it's just, that is Nigma's bread and butter here, being able to play that one out. And then they just did not stop. They didn't take their foot off the pedal here. And Hurry, just being able to get aggressive like that up against one of the teams who kind of minted that aggression over the last couple of years, that's got to feel good for Nigma coming into the final game, right?
For sure. I mean, they crushed the early stages of the game, or the laning phase in particular, and then you had this Gaming Gladiator lineup that needed to be strong in the early mid game, just not do anything. And then as the game was going on further and further, they were just more and more of their heroes were becoming useless. It was just very hard for them to play. Nigma Galaxy, all power to them. They really did a great job in the first 10 minutes, and then it was I don't want to say easy work, but definitely easier than what they were used to in this tournament.
Yeah, and Milan, do you think that Chen pick, is it, in hindsight, going to be looking a little bit greedy here for Gaming Gladiators, trying to play that one out here up against Nigma?
I don't think it was the Chen problem. Mostly it was the... I don't want to put anyone down from Nigma, but that was definitely an M show. It was the Miracle show, 10-0-13. I must praise Miracle every time I get a chance. He was really dominating the game from the beginning to start, into this duel matchup, into whatnot. 10-0-3, not the 13, 20,000 damage. He was really doing the work. And as Harry said, the mid game went good for Nigma. You know, they did the early game, like in previous couple of the games, dominating the early stage, and then stayed disciplined, didn't overextend. Like, just got the items they needed and finished the Gladiators off. Very, very impressive by Nigma.
Yeah,
Yep. Their support's also doing a great job, right? Because they were the initiators. They were the ones that were starting off the fights. And I think this was the first game where I saw that Nigma Galaxy would leave after an initiation didn't go well. Given a lot of their initiations did go well, but if it would be their clockwork going way too deep, they would just back out. But most of the times it was GH just setting up for Miracle and Sumail to go ham.
Yeah, and that was something I was going to touch on. You know, Milan talking about it was the M-God show, but GH with the clockwork, the cogs kicks coming through, those hook shots coming in, you know, the setup, the Batrider lockdown. It looked good for the entire roster of Nigma Galaxy. You know, everybody playing their role there, and it just felt like they neutralized a lot of what Gaming Gladiators have picked into this one. You know, the Chen really never did too much, you know, in terms of the push potential. That Primal Beast on Quinn, it was every single time it felt like it was running away more than it was trying to run in. You know, the control coming through, it was a scary match here for Quinn, and just wasn't able to... We saw it on the stats. Only a couple of deaths there, but what was it? 2, 2, and 9? And really, that's not what you want from the Primal Beast. You know, you want those early rotations coming out, just not coming through. And Nigma Galaxy, yeah, again, we've kind of, you know, called them the king of the lane stage here, but all the way through they felt so consistent, and something they may have been missing in a couple of the early games, but they've done it once. Do you think they're going to be able to pull it back here, Harry? Go for a 2-1 reverse sweep?
I wouldn't bet on it. I would still favor Gaming Gladiators quite a decent amount, I'd say. I think that if they put their mind to it, to just drafting and playing versus what Nigma Galaxy are good or / bad at, that they should find a solution quite easily with the amount of heroes that they have in their hero pool. So I'm still in the GG corner.
Okay, and Milan, are you thinking the same thing? You know, are you looking for some of these more comfort picks? Is it time to break glass, pull out the Lesh for Quinn going into this third and final game?
I agree. The game is still a favorite in the series. Maybe not as heavily as in the beginning of it because of the last game, but yeah, it's always similar story when it comes to Quinn. I just like to see him playing his comfort hero, the Primal Beast, every year, and won 2 out of 4 games. Now he's 2 out of 5. So it's just not something he's particularly excellent on like the other things, right? He just excels at playing the heroes he's very good at, and I would just like to have him on a more comfort hero. But then again, I understand why they did it. They just got this juicy Doom pick and it didn't work out for this or that reason. The devil is in the details, but just give the Queen a signature. That's it.
Yeah, we'll see if that's something they're going to be able to pick up in the next game. And if you want to pick up something juicy, you can use the QR code that's just about to appear on screen there underneath Milan. And don't forget, if you follow along, you're going to be able to see all of the one-win series coming up, the match results, the announcements of events, tournaments going on, and it's going to be, going on even more. We've had 3 events this year for Dota. There's going to be even more coming up for one-win in the next couple of months, next couple of years, and I'm sure it's going to be absolutely fantastic, well worth a watch. So use that QR code that's on the screen right there and make sure you keep up to date with all the information coming out from the one-win series. And hurry, if you're looking at this overall for the series, for the event, 4 days, you're quick in and out. There's nothing more enjoyable, right? Because it's just that quick Dota keeps you going. So what's better than these pop-up events that come up every so often?
Well, there's not many things better. Enjoying the one-win series throughout the year. I mean, we had the spring, summer, fall. I'm expecting the winter as well. Though, considering how cold it is right now where I'm at, I'm hoping the temperature starts rising at that point.
What are you actually at? Because when I was in Belgrade last month, you were going, oh, it's cold. And I was walking around in shorts and t-shirts. So what are you actually at temperature-wise now over there?
I mean, it's around 0, -2 in the night. So now it's actually quite hot, but tomorrow is going to be like 2 degrees, 3 degrees max.
Okay, well, yeah, we've been at 0 degrees all day and dipped below, I think, during the night. So that's us. So I'm kind of jealous of your weather. But that is going to be it for this game. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the third and final game, the final game of the entire night, to see who goes through here. Is it going to be Nigma Galaxy or is it going to be Game of Gladiators? Find out after this break. For the final time tonight, everybody, welcome back into the One Win Fall series. It's going to be the final game coming up between Nigma and Gaming Gladiators. We are one game away from finding out who goes through to the playoffs and who is going to be going home empty-handed here. And this is the thing, that if you get through, you're in the money. You know, you're in the top 4. You are walking away with at least $5,000 to your name, and then it only goes up from there. And I can see Milan, he's getting right in on that. So Milan, are you itching to play actually? Because I know you've as a pro player coming off these teams, talking to LeBron, he was saying, yeah, I like the analyst stuff, but he wants to get right back in and play. So are you itching to get back on a team?
I wouldn't say itching, but I wouldn't mind playing on a good team. I mean, depends. I don't mind either. Like, I really enjoy just doing the Dota thing, so that's fun. You should ask Harry. His Nyx assassin is in Pudge are legendary. I wish to see more of it.
Yeah, but I could never get my hands on a Pudge when I get into a game with Milan because he spams the right click. I think he actually had like a script for his right click to for his left click to be so fast that that he always
The right
gets
click or left click, man.
Left click.
Make your
left
choice.
Click, yeah.
Yeah, he has the auto clicker going to make sure he can lock it in before you're able to pick it up there, Hurry.
Yep. That's what
Back
he
to
did.
the game,
That's what
guys.
he did every single
Back
time.
to this game, and I think one important thing that I always wanted to know as a viewer is that who had the priority choice in the picker side, and this time around, Nigma again wins the third game coin flip and chooses a second pick. The thing that worked for them last game. So gaming will be put in position to choose, do they want to go back with the Chen or do they want to try something else? Because I think many other things will be the same as they are so far.
Yeah, looking very similar to the last game. The Broodmother, the Terrorblade ban, that Sniper, and the Dragonite Nagasarian being taken away. We'll see if they, like I say, if they want to opt to that first pick because, they've got the first pick. They want to go back to the Chen because, to me, it felt like that was something that didn't really work out for them. Nigma Galaxy, they just picked heroes that could go from the very get-go. You're getting, I think, what was that rotation from the Morphlin, 7-8 minutes into the game to pressure out the Medusa. So maybe Gaming Gladiators going to pick an even quicker lineup here for themselves in this third game.
Get a Tusk. If again Nigma Galaxy ban out the Shadow Demon, just pick a Tusk if you're Gaming Gladiators. I think it's undoubtedly one of the best, if not the best, openings currently in the meta. But okay, Nigma Galaxy, they banned it out. Very smart, very smart. In the previous game I thought they were gonna get rid of the Tusk rather than the Shadow Demon. They decided to go for the Shadow Demon, and Gaming Gladiators didn't pick it up. But this time around, they 99% would have done it. The Nigma Galaxy, very nice approach.
Do you think they're baiting the Shadow Demon pick this way?
With what though? I feel like
Wait,
Shadow Demon is. What are they gonna pick? What are they gonna pick if Gaming Gladiators get a Shadow Demon?
I mean, probably a Pangolier again, right? It worked well
Yeah.
last game. It's good against the Shadow Demon. Was the flex till the end. And this is overall a nice opening because of the flex part. So, gaming taking their time to think here. More than 40 seconds into the reserve time. It's a big decision. And they're gonna ban the Pango and probably go to Shadow Demon.
On.
Okay.
Oh.
They're not instantly locking it in. Interesting.
No. Yeah, this was, again, I think it was LeBron that was talking about it, saying that, if you don't have your first pick ready to go, this is where it feels like a bit of panic stations for the drafting teams. So, do you think that is the case? Do you think they're maybe flapping just a little bit on this first pick, or is it just a case of discussing the game plan overall here?
I think they probably thought they were gonna get the Tusk, and yeah, it could be a little bit of panic, but they go for the Enchantress. So similar to the Chen, but still slightly different. I think Gaming Gladiators recently, at least, they've had a lot more success with the Enchantress, and it is a hero that looks better nowadays.
Omar didn't really play Nyx in last 8 days, so that usually is the response for someone like Ari or Sweden Strong or whatever, the position 4 players that I usually play, and he's gonna take it too. So
interesting. So choosing like a comfort or a real counter, I would say. So they ban the Pango as a super comfort for Noob, and they allow Nyx for Omar, which is a good counter, but it is maybe something that he didn't play much, at least not in last 8 days, not a single time. So interesting route for Gaming Gladiator.
I like this from Nigma, though. We talked about it that, I mean, at least I mentioned that I wanted to see them have a decent amount of burst, and Nyx Assassin brings that. With any lineup, Nyx Assassin is going to be able to burst people down with the Vendetta hit Mind Flare. So I think it's a solid way to go. Of course, the laning phase wise versus an Enchantress is great, but throughout the game, if you open up the towers, you're going to be able to burst people down before they can do anything, and I think that's something Enigma Galaxy were lacking in some of their drafts.
Yeah, and just trying to look through to see if he's played it, in any of the... I'm not seeing any Nyx picks at all, even through his Dota buff, so whether that's a hero, again, he's just playing in the scrims. They're keeping it up the sleeve here, but it does... Oh no, there he is. 22 days ago was the last one, so overall 33 games, 57% win rate here for the Nyx Assassin on Omar. So it is a hero he's done okay with, it seems like. He's over the 50% win rate 22 days ago, so not recent, but it is there for him. And yeah, we'll see if this is going to be a good response, because like I say, it is a nice answer back to the Enchantress. I wonder then if Gaming Gladiator is going to ban these heroes, like the Nature's Prophet, like that the Dawnbreaker already banned out there. I didn't see it while I was looking for the stats on the Nyx, but yeah, I like these bans already coming out for Gaming Gladiators.
For sure. I mean, the Nyx, when you see it, you know that you're not going to be picking up the Dawnbreaker, and then obviously it would be great for them. I'm not sure what Nigma want to go for now. Okay, so we've been calling for the Magnus in the series for quite some time, and finally somebody has stepped up and got it.
I mean, mostly for gaming we'll be calling for, because of the 1-3 flex, whatnot, but sure, it's still a flex for Sumail and Noob. Sumail played 4 games in his pubs with 50% win rate, and Noob played 4-2, so they're ready to switch this Magnus around.
Yep.
And is there any here, because we've talked about the the Invokers, the coming out, being able to buff up heroes, the Bloodlust coming out as well. Do you think this is going to be again, are they looking to buff up one of the core heroes? The Alchemist is already banned out there as well. Yeah, Gaming Gladiators banned out. The Dragon Knight's gone as well. So do you think we're going to see another Juggernaut today, maybe, Milan?
A Juggernaut, I mean, maybe. We'll see if Miracle wants to go that route. This is the important pick for the gaming. Like, could this actually be an Ench 4? I feel like I saw Tofu play Ench before, so just try to dodge a lane.
It does look like they're dodging it. Maybe it is going to be Celery playing it anyways. I mean, Gaming Gladiators
or like that. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And
we'll
see what the response is going to be. Are you looking then for Gaming Gladiators, further on the lineup, something like the Mars then, to be able to lane with that Ench and kind of capitalize on the Shadow Fiend's ult there as well with the arena?
It doesn't necessarily have to be only like Mars, but some melee hero that has a teamfight presence for sure.
Yeah, one hero that has been, somewhat coming back and then again being taken out of the meta is a Tidehunter. When I see a lot of stuns, and Nyx Assassin plus the Magnus definitely bringing a lot of stuns, the Tidehunter comes to mind. Would be cool to see. Has always been considered like the counter to the Magnus, especially if we see something like a melee hero going with the Magnus, then a Tidehunter actually makes a lot of sense.
Okay, well, we'll see. On the other side, Enigma Galaxy, like talking about the Magnus potentially being a flex here. So are you just looking to lock in, it's going to be the Gyrocopter, so can be flex 1 and 4, though I'm not seeing a whole lot of 4s nowadays. It does seem to be more of the core Gyro.
It's been rising in popularity in the pubs recently, most notably 9 class is pumping this Gyro with
with a lot of success, I think. Yeah, 19 games with over the 63% win rate is doing very well. So there's still potential, but the next pick will tell it. I wonder if Nigma is also considering flexing Nyx, to position 5, if Anch is 4 and whatnot. Like, it's really a little bit of a nice mind games throughout this draft from both sides.
Yep, it is a flex. I mean, with the Bat Rider that can go 4 and 5, and the Nyx Assassin can go 4 and 5, especially when laning with the gyro. I think it actually makes sense that we see musical lanes when it comes to supports.
and we'll see what the Gaming Gladiator response is going to be. Go on, Lad, sorry.
With the gyro kind of being locked into a core role for the most part to this carry, like, I wonder if we're gonna see Ace pick up maybe a Doom again, or we're just gonna see the Sumail get something like Invoker, I mean, not Sumail, Quinn, sorry, just buff up the SF. Like, these are 2 picks that I'm expecting from the Gaming Gladiators.
Well, finally we see a Sumail Earth Spirit.
It's Quinn Earth Spirit. Yeah,
it's a Quinn Earth Spirit. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. The Quinn Expert. Yeah, I'm definitely. It's been what has it been? 9.5 hours.
It's a long day. It's yeah.
It's been a long day. I mean,
it's been a good day. Yeah.
It's Earth Spirit. Notably, 63% win rate in the Bangkok qualifier. It did really well, and Quinn just feels like he wants to step it up a little bit. I feel like make some plays coming around, because at the primal he really struggled, and Earth Spirit is definitely a hero to do so.
Okay. And what are you looking at then for Sumail here? What's his final pick going to be? You're going to be coming up against the Earth Spirit. Are you comfortable playing that Magnus into it, or is there do you want to put that in the offlane now? Look for something else that's going to be able to have a bit of a better matchup here up against the Earth Spirit in the mid lane.
I think Magnus would be okay. Magnus generally doesn't really lose lanes all that much, but I'd be fine with an offlane Magnus as well. I think since Nigma Galaxy have a last pick, they're still gonna see what they're gonna be up against overall, and then make a conscious decision what they would want to do. At the moment, Gaming Gladiators other than the Enchantress aren't that good at taking down towers, so I would either really want maybe a mid laner that can stand his ground, defend the tower until the Magnus gets his Blink Dagger. I'm always a big fan of a Magnus Blink while the mid lane tier 1 is still standing.
Okay, we'll see if that's how it's going to go. You're looking at the heroes that are still in. The heroes that we do see a little bit more. The puck is still there as well. Sniper is been banned out, so he's not going to be able to get that. But in terms of just being able to stand your ground, you defend that tower, is there anyone specific you want to see for? I mean, let's see what Gaming Gladiators want to go for, because we're looking at offlane. It is going to be that Tidehunter that you were talking about. So big pickup here, like I say, it's in and out. What's the benefits coming up in overall for Gaming Gladiators to pick up the Watermelon?
I mean, Watermelon he can just live through this burst, right? He doesn't die through chain lockdown and can reset the fight. A hero, I think it's very underrated. I don't think it's the best matchup versus the gyro because of the mix of the early damage. He can get run down in the lane, but overall, a very underrated hero.
Are we gonna see Razor again? Is there a chance that they just pick it once more? I mean, you're versus a melee hero in the mid lane. You're good versus the Tidehunter. Build the BKB early on. I wouldn't hate it.
I mean, other hero I like is the Timber, but we're gonna see the Sumail Storm bring back the old classic game 3 elimination on the line, life on the line. Just pick the Sumail Storm. Go on. That's it.
And there's not really a lot of lockdown for this Storm, right? If you use the Ravage and then the Silence from the Earth Spirit, sure, you can take him down, but overall, he's gonna be able to dance around these fights. And he does have the Nyx to help him with the damage to bring some of these tankier supports down. I really like it.
Yeah, okay. Do you like it enough here to back Nigma Galaxy going into the third and final game? Is that something you think the lineup is a little bit more impressive, or are you sticking to Gaming Gladiators? Are you sticking to your initial prediction there, Hurry?
I think I'm gonna stick to Gaming Gladiators. Their lineup is still very easy to play. This time around, you always have somebody to make plays with. Their lanes do look slightly stronger than in the previous game, and I would be surprised if they get demolished like they did in the previous one. At least in the side lanes, mid lane is gonna be kind of tricky for Quinn.
Okay. Milan, are you agreeing? Are you sticking with Harry? Are you finally going to disagree? You finally going to break away and maybe just just politely disagree with Harry Freak?
Never, ever, ever doubt Harry Freak. Agree with everything he said. It's 100% right. I mean, jokes aside, I think the lineup is well rounded against SF, as he said, and the SF will be able to prevail in this game. Although Nigma definitely has their chances. Never doubt, like never leave no hope for the Maelstrom. Like we saw greatness from him, and every now and then he reminds us of it.
Okay, well, we'll see if it is going to be great here for Nigma Galaxy. Are they going to be able to progress through to the playoffs, or are Gaming Gladiators going to be the ones to spoil the party and move themselves through? We'll find out with our casters, Aries and Bowie.
Thank you, Rob. Yes, we get a deciding match here in our final series of the night to determine who will join Liquid to play off in the playoffs. It's going to be a battle between these two teams, and we've seen they've had success so far today. We get some new heroes as well, Bowie, which is always very exciting. The Tidehunter in particular is one we have not seen so far. We haven't seen the Earth Spirit, at least today for us. I know, of course, that's very popular at the moment, but what is your opinion about the draft from either side?
So, I think the Titans make a lot of sense, as Milan talked about. The series is underrated, but he needs to be picking the right game, which I think they did. What surprised me for Nigma is, the Storm. Even though this year is actually, a Sumail Classic, I wouldn't say this is the best Storm game. You have the Silence of the Earth Spirit, yes, but what a lot of people forget is the Shard. That in the water is super annoying for Storm, and once there's Blink on Ace, I think you can actually hunt Sumail easily. If you're forcing BKB out of Dead in the Water, the fights could be pretty good here for GG, as we might have one right now.
Little brawl for the rune, nothing too crazy though.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 for 2. Celery unfortunately is not going to make it up to snag that one, so even start, not like we saw previously. What I think it was first blood, triple bounty, and a kill onto one of the Chen creeps for Nigma last game. So
Yeah.
no wonder they won.
Definitely really hard for GG to come back from that. And yeah, as Milan said, even though it is a relatively good Tidehunter game, the rundown of the Gyrocopter is annoying. Some Gyros don't like getting that many points in Rocket Barrage, so I'm curious to see what Mirko's going to do. If he's just gonna play for himself, or maybe they want to pressure Ace a little bit more, because if he gets an early pipe, this could really change the outcome of the fights.
So far from what we've seen today, I'm pretty sure this is his third Gyrocopter game, and he's been at least going for like a 2-0-1 build, so he's pretty happy to go for that. I don't know if he's going for any more afterwards, but again, this is definitely the person to look out for me, with how strong he's looked today. How do we feel like the bottom lane is going to go though for Nigma? Like, Nyx Assassin, not the strongest laner. We see they've dodged the Enchantress as well, so you don't at least have the Nyx into the Enchantress to be able to kill the creeps. So do we like what they're doing on Omar, like dragging the wave? Do you feel like this is required with the double melee into the Clockwork Shadow Fiend?
I think so, right? Nyx is notoriously a weak laner, and he doesn't even get the drag. Really good from Watson there. He gets the range creep and then the small neutrals get the aggro. It's a really tough lane. Oh.
It's the rundown potential. Ace isn't going to die just yet though, lacking a little bit of the damage.
I feel like I cast the finals for Bangkok qualifiers in South America, and I saw a Magnus being absolutely destroyed by Shadow Fiend Chen. Sure, this is Shadow Fiend Enchantress, but still very similar. You get enough souls and the Magnus, he can get trashed. So I think Nigma, they might need to send this Nyx Assassin somewhere past minute 5 with the Twin Gates. For now, try to drag the waves. Make sure you zap some creeps to get all the levels you need. But I don't think this is going to be an easy game for Omar or the Magnus.
Definitely not Omar. First blood solo for Tofu as well.
Yeah.
Very nicely done for him. Maybe a chunk of change. Wonder what do you want him to go item wise? Like a boot necessary to no for the clockwork with the gold to help in the lane.
I think this is a lane like you can easily just rush Tranquil Boots, right? You just want to run down this guy's force. If you force a skewer point on the Magnus, it's going to slow down his farm even more. And it just forces the Nyx Assassin to be on his toes the whole time. He is getting the wand first, but I think just getting Tranquils. I think you can be pretty greedy here with your item build. That's Watson. A lot of zoning here.
Looks like I was gonna say just other side lane. Miracle did go for the 201 build. They with that damage as well. Celery might end up going down. Wow, last little bit of damage from GH. Ace was almost in a position to be able to tank some of the rocket barrage damage, but actually not enough. They got the hard camp pull as well, which is going to be quite nice to help with the equilibrium. Very important for the gyrocopter to be able to chase down his enemies.
Yeah, the Tide's still getting decent farm, so kudos to Ace. As a role in the mid lane does steal the water room from Sumail.
Looks like Sumail is going to have his bottom one secured though from Omar rotating.
Yeah, I mean this Magnus is really the loser of the laning stage so far, and yeah, I think that the panel was talking a little bit about this Nyx, and I think Nyx is fine by itself, but when you combine it with a sort of a weak laner...
Okay.
Oh, okay, well, if you can get a kill like that, I'm not gonna say anything bad about Nyx. Nyx is great.
I didn't see how it started. I'm not sure, so... Big kill for them to find though. Very nicely done.
I mean, our Spirit is a super tanky hero. You don't see this hero die in the laning stage at all, but good rotation from that, which means Sumail will get level 6 before Quinn if things continue the way they are.
Celery getting chased down. Miracle gonna take a little bit of time, especially with the enchanted creep staying on top of him, soaking up some of the damage from the rocket barrage, but once that is killed off, they will finally be able to deal with the Enchantress. A little bit of time wasted, but it's still a kill.
Yeah, Ace does get to farm quite a bit because of it. We'll get his phase boots, so chasing him down in the lane is going to be much harder. But what really matters is Watson absolutely free to do whatever he wants. And this Magnus 11 creeps. They do not have stacks. There's like one large camp stack in Enigma's Triangle. They need to enable Noob, and honestly, I'm not sure how you do that.
Maybe looking to try and get more kills onto Quinn. Instead of enabling Noob, look to enable someone else. Sumail, he's going to get the kill as well somehow. Meanwhile, Noob is here. So forced to leave bottom. There's some crazy stuff going on with the Magnus, but at least your mid laner is off to a hell of a start. Sumail killing spree.
Has been killed.
Yeah, 6 galvanized stacks minute 6. That feels pretty good. Gets an amplify damage rune as well. And yeah, if you can actually force the supports to be middle, that is one way to enable the Magnus. The Shadow Fiend can still zone him by himself though. So it's really on Noob to farm some camps as well. I don't think this is going to fully solve the problem. But if Sumail is enabled like this, then, you know, the early control of Gaming Gladiators is very weak. And GH trying to maybe steal a Wisdom Rune here?
Yeah, I don't know. He can try, but
yeah,
I wonder if he's going to make it out with his life. And he's actually just going to give up.
He forces 3 heroes here. Yeah, it's nice. Tofu though.
Did he get it?
No. It was picked up by... Wait.
Omar, yeah. Omar.
Yeah.
Another kill for Sumail. Had to use the double damage rune. Looks like he will be able to farm some stacks. So does he want to farm these instead of the Magnus?
Oh,
looks like he will.
Noob. It's still level 4.
Unlucky.
No love for him. It's okay.
Like,
The king will carry him.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Maybe like Sumail can, with the extra golden experience given over the Storm Spirit, could just look to make some space across the map. I mean, there's always that argument, but very, very tough game for Noob, unfortunately. And his opposition, Ace, is beating into a tier 1 tower. I mean, this is a cloak already on the Tidehunter, going to be going Mage Slayer, actually, for him. And so this is a very old build that we saw from the Tide.
Yeah, I mean, used to be better when Mage Slayer was completely broken, but it's still very good this game. Not a lot of range on every core of Enigma. Storm wants to be on top of you. Same for the Gyro. So I do like it. I think it gives him some scaling as well. If you just rush pipe, sometimes this here can feel a little bit one-dimensional. So I do like what Ace is going for.
Going on, there's a couple of fights breaking out across the map. It's like, keep watching Seller and GH. GH gonna try and TP up. Ace is gonna drop Ravage for it. Okay, over inside the river, Quinn, his use of the Magnetize as well is able to secure with a kill. He'll try and roll over towards Sumail. Sumail 8 of mana now, which is gonna be a bit of an issue. Call down, preventing Quinn from continuing on forward.
Okay, so stays alive. 8 galvanized stacks. He's very close to a Kaya. This Storm, if he can keep playing perfectly, is going to be a thorn on GG's shoes, but pushing is here. One tower is already down, and they want more.
Looks like they're going to get more Tofu as well, swinging over.
No Ravage.
Try and play for the wraparound. Miracle's even going to get involved as well. Some ultimates are on cooldown. Proved to be a bit of a lack of damage here as Quinn. They're going to try and dump everything in the Earth Spirit. Even Watson's here as well. Why not? Shadowfin, considering about charging up the Requiem. Nigma will respect that. We got 10 heroes mid lane, apparently. Not even 10 minutes in.
Yeah, the classic 10 heroes in the mid lane. A bit of, some misspells by Quinn. He didn't get the roll in the Storm, so the clock ends up dying. And
don't run up the
look at that one!
Oh my god!
Oh my, yeah, that was satisfying. Watson, beautiful Requiem.
So, mid lane as well. They're even going to try and chase down GH. So, Gaming Gladiators. I mean, we haven't seen Ace play this Tidehunter in a long time, but when he was playing it, I always thought this was one of his best heroes. You've got, of course, Celery on the Enchantress, and this time Quinn. It's very much on a hero that is able to get incredibly active early on. So these towers are dropping, and now with the map control, you're going to start to see the jungle shrinking, which is really not what you want for Nigma. Like, you need time for Noob, who is going to get to play with Sumail, potentially offering up another kill onto Tofu by the looks of it, but they're going to have a really tough time with no map to play with.
Yeah, a bit of an overextension there. They got the tower, and Quinn still staying in the dire big jungle. Ends up falling alongside the Clockwork, as you said. But, as you said, the map's already open here, which means Watson is still absolutely uncontested. And we've seen what a hero like Shadowfiend can do when you pair that with just one Alpha Wolf and level 15. Like, it's gonna demolish towers, and this Magnus needs to be ready. He needs the Blink, needs to have points in Skewer so that you can make it uncomfortable for Watson to start chipping at the tier 2 towers. GH finds the Batrider.
Just being annoying with the body blocks. I mean, this is not a kill, right? Like, what's going?
They're trying really hard. They're gonna find this one stack. It's not that much, so GG doesn't even bother. They want to get the tower, which they should get. Catapult wave up.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Do you like how they're playing on gaming? Like bringing everyone to take this tower? You do? Okay.
Yeah, I do. They do find Tofu. Not level 6 just yet.
Block the roll. Omar will look for the TP out. Roll is back up though from Quinn with the low cooldown.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, you know, they're going for these towers, but they're using catapult waves. They're using engagements that already happened to get to them. I don't think they're really losing that much net worth. In fact, they are ahead. even though they don't have the Q advantage. So I think that's exactly what GG wants to do. They're gonna chill a bit more now, probably waiting for Mina 15 plus the pipe on Ace. And I'm curious to see how Nigma is going to try and play this game, because no Blink Dagger still for Noob, and you're getting into a position where now they can kill the Storm. Ravage is back up. The Silence is not up for the Earth Spirit, but you have Hook Shot in maybe 30 seconds. Sumeo's gonna have to play very clean.
He is indeed. One of these going to be able to continue to play with Omar. Don't think you're getting Ace. Maybe Tofu, but the issue is they can always try and turn with the Ravage. No one else is really nearby, though, for the follow-up, so they're going to have to lose Tofu, unfortunately. And you're not touching Ace, though.
Yeah, he's pretty much unkillable this game. Unless everyone else dies, you're going to have to burn through so much. Besides the gyro, everyone is spell damage. As they find a gyro. Miracle.
Yeah, speaking of him, this is going to be a really big kill if they can find it. Nice kick back into the Requiem. Gigantic kill. Watson was top net worth, and Miracle was keeping even with the Shadow Fiend, but that is going to separate them a little bit.
Yeah, he was really close to his eggs as well. He was 200 gold before he died. Very unfortunate for Nigma. Wisdom Rune, though, will be denied, maybe? No. Noob gets it.
Omar's going to die up top as well.
Yeah, no chance for him.
And an Ace together. Do you like... When do we want to see Ace go for the Dead in the Water?
Probably right after Pipe, I think. Or right after Blink. Maybe he gets lucky if the supports buy shards. Ench definitely not going to buy it, but, you know, there's a world where Tofu buys his, and he gets it from the Tormentor. But, yeah, I wouldn't hate it as a... after Pipe or after Blink. Because you do need that gap close to find Sumeo. He's going to rush BKB, though. So at least you're going to force BKBs with that, or you're going to be able to kill or set up kills on everyone else. Smoke again from GG. Nighttime.
Up the high ground.
They find Sumeo.
And they're going to have the chain control, though. Tofu attempts
silence.
it, but... Maybe it would have been a different story if they were able to find the hookshot, but I believe the Enchantress Creep was blocking. Even then, it would have been very tough.
Yeah. He ends up getting the level 10 talent. I think that's maybe a game where the silence point would be more worth than the level 10 talent. But regardless, they will be able to disengage here. Enigma, the Aghanim Scepter is now done for Miracle, so he still farms at a rapid pace. But it's hard not to compare Ace and Magnus, you know? The you versus the guy she tells you not to worry about.
Mid lane, Quinn, another potential big kill, and Omar's doing a really good job to set up. CGH as well is on his cutting shenanigans here with the Bat Rider. Will finally be caught.
No Firefly. Okay.
Are we getting close to a position though where we'd like to see gaming start to force some objectives? Like you've almost got your BKB being worked on for the Shadow Fiend. You can kind of group up and start to walk down, or do you feel like you need the Ages to even forge tier 2 towers?
I think it's the pipe, right? With the pipe and the right positioning, you can force tier 2s. Technically, they could force Roche pre-blink on Magnus, but that is a little bit too late. Noob finally did finish it off. As Nigma, it is really on them to start picking GG apart. They are not fully grouping up just yet, but the pipe is 100 gold away from Ace, and I think that's when we're going to see GG. Do they even have a catapult waving any lanes? I think they're mostly all gone. They're just slightly late with the timings on GG.
Okay. Continue to hold steady with the 3,000 net worth lead. They've done relatively solid though over the past couple of minutes, but we will see these items start to be completed very shortly. So this game should break open just a little bit more.
Yeah.
Watson's 15 is also a big one, right? You probably can try and force towers once that is up, but they're gonna scout Noob here. He blinks out.
blink. Sounds just a little bit too late as well. They have the outpost if they want to TP into. Already Omar is here for a fight. Got to block the hook shot as well, but damn, the damage from Watson is crazy.
Guess the
They're going to
15
get
as
one
well.
into a second, which could you... Okay, they're not going to think about forcing Roche. Maybe on the wave. I was just thinking with the...
I think they're gonna force the
minus
tower
armor
though.
that you're getting. All right,
2 points of
that.
lasting presence with the Alpha Wolf. Wait, oh no, that's Rally. Sorry, I thought it was Alpha Wolf aura.
Is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Still a lot of damage.
Dire's structures
Yeah, without a doubt.
Radiant structures
Did
are fortified.
Watson win the game earlier today when he was playing the Shadow Fiend?
Tower is under attack.
I don't think he did. I don't think we saw a lot of Shadow Fiends winning, honestly. But I could be wrong. It's been
I
kind
think that
of
was
a long
first
day.
liquid.
Yeah.
I think that was a liquid. I think he had a pretty good game though, in that if I remember correctly, where he was getting active early on. So
And they're gonna Roche, I think. They have Pipe Aura on the Tide, which I think is gonna go through the Twin Gates. Ravage is up as well. For Nigma to take this fight, they're gonna need a clutch RP from Noob.
well, they do scan it, but they are probably a little bit too far away to actually contest this by the looks of it. So they're going to give this one up for free.
Yeah.
Gaming Gladiators have this ages to work with now.
I mean, it's the dream. You have Pipe ready. You're gonna have Aegis, level 15 on Shadow Fiend. Tier 2 already down. It's really kind of a methodical playstyle now. Just push the waves, group up in the one you wanna get things done, which seems to be mid. Watson is there.
Okay.
We do
We
draw
do have a
around the area.
see a very important location to look to control. You've already taken the top tier 2 tower, so if you can get Dice Triangle, gives you access to both the remaining towers that are left. Tofu attempting for the hook shot onto Noob. Noob's still going to try and skew over to the northern side, but that will not really do much. Even RP from Noob. I mean, Sameo is going to be here with the follow-up. It doesn't really help out that much. They'll try and dump everything onto Quinn, and they'll be successful at getting the kill. Sameo sticking nearby, and in the end, the RP actually providing them a decent amount of value, getting them 2 kills.
Yeah, I mean, 14 galvanized stacks, only that 1 death on Sumail. This finishes BKB. So the fights are not going to be easy here for GG, but they still have the Aegis. They still have Ravage. I'm surprised that... Oh, Omar. Should be fine. Oh, nope, not at all.
Oh, never mind. Yep.
There you go.
Dance, that rocket flare. Stoppable streak for Watson, 6-0. They're going to push out mid lane as well with RP on cooldown. There should be some objectives now for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, if they are very confident, they could even poke high ground. Because you have Pipe, 60 seconds for RP, and this Shadow Fiend right clicks for 340 damage right now. But looks like it's only going to be a tier 2. They have the Tide securing the catapult wave.
Fortunately, they had mid pushed in instead of bottom. If bottom was pushed in, maybe we could have seen them look to try and contest the Tormentor along with the Wisdom Broom timing. But Enigma will make sure they grab that straight away. They
Omar
are
gets
not...
it pretty nice on the Tide, right?
Bottom tower is under attack.
On who, sorry? Who got it?
There's a break now for the Nyx, so maybe
yep.
there's a chance you can kill the Tide through his Kraken Shell.
See.
Sorry, Blubber Kraken Shell is the facet.
We will have to see from Mr. Omar. Like you said, it does give them a bit of a window now. And they're actually going to look to try and take a fight into this. So Quinn is currently not with the team. Everyone else is in the same half, so to say, of the map.
They do have the outpost though, so there's a chance for some TPs from Gaming if they do collapse, which they will.
RP back up as well from Noob. Seller in a pretty good position to be able to give them some information, be that first point of contact, protecting his Shadow Fiend. Sameli is currently not with the team as well, so trying to make something happen without the full 5-man from Nigma. They only see Watson, but if you
Yeah, I
go
don't
on
want
the
that
Aegis
target.
carrier-
Way too hard of a target.
Radiant are scanning.
They're going to smoke themselves as well. Ace.
Dire
He's got the blink at the ready, unfortunately. Still no Aghanim Shard. Maybe could feel the potential to drop the Ravage onto Sumail. Sumail's going to make sure there's not even an opportunity. Zips all the way back to base. Now, can we see Gaming really try and force the issue, maybe with a minute left on the Ace this Aegis and poke high ground, or they just don't have enough of a lead to be able to do so?
It felt like they wanted to do that. They were baiting Nigma into them. So just poke high ground with nothing happening. It's possible, but I think you need to go now. Like, you need at least 1 minute of Aegis, and they do have a catapult wave somehow. Not even sure how. It's still alive, minute 23, but it seems to be what they're gonna do. All right, everyone's here. Batrider does have a TP, so GH coming back. Magnus cutting the wave. All right, they might have bought enough time.
Still going to glyph aggressively, so Gaming even walking up the high ground. So let's see what the Magnus is able to do. Currently not in the base, Noob. Will now TP back, but you've already lost your tier 3 tower. There's sentry on the ground as well.
20 seconds for Aegis. This is getting a little bit too close for comfort.
Oh, Ace
Ravage.
actually the first one to initiate with the Ravage. They're going to be able to find the Magnus in the tree line. That's a big kill. Noob is gone. No RP. He's got a buyback. He's going to be forced to use it. H is out in 5 seconds as well. There's still a BKB potential for the Shadowfin to play with. They're going to try and lasso drag him under the T4 tower. They won't get close enough. Noob still holding the RP. Watson's going to try and charge up the Requiem. Smell protected with the BKB. He is okay. Seller is doing a great job to prevent the blink from Noob, and Seller's just running at the Magnus, making sure the rest of the team can escape. Again, Noob actually doesn't commit with the RP just yet. Sees that that's not going to connect on any target.
I mean, that was just ruthless initiation from Ace. He understands that without RP, the team fighting of Nigma is just not good enough to kill the Shadow Queen twice. And he insta gets the Ravage. They use everything on the Magnus, but it doesn't matter. When he comes back, the melee barracks are already down, and this puts his blink, that his BKB, in a terrible timing here. They're gonna try and smoke knowing that GG used a lot, but if this fight backfires, they can just lose out of this one fight.
Can they blow up Ace? Potentially. Oh, they should see the shockwave in the mid lane. The pings are going to come out.
The smoke, perfect position.
He's going to try and zip over the top. Watson gets some separation. Got to keep in mind his BKB is on Kudak. Great cogs. Disrupts the combo. They're going to lose the Magnus without RP. Noob doesn't get it off for a single time. Back-to-back fights. Yeah, you're going to kill Ace, but it doesn't matter. Ace has got no Ravage. His involvement in the team fights, that's not the important target you wanted to bring down. You wanted Watson or even Quinn as well. And with them still alive, we see the impact they were able to provide.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's rough. You know, the Storm didn't have BKB, so he can't fully commit to that fight. You needed to land a blind RP at nighttime. Sure, you have the Nyx Assassin. He's supposed to give you that little bit of vision. But GG, they were ready. Great positioning from Watson and Quinn. They break the smoke, and the fight's over when Watson can get the separation.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under
So,
attack.
no... Okay, they still have RP, but the BKBs are back for GG. How much do they want to force this? Apparently... Okay.
Apparently a lot. You have to get the lasso drag back if they got the damage, so currently it's looking pretty close. Watson, it's a big kill for them to find without even needing the RP. And now they're going to be able to TP in the gyrocopter as well. Miracle for the chase down, but AC with the counter initiation. Ravage, it's only good for one, and that's all. They now have to get out. GH should be able to catch up to Celery. Gaming Gladiators are actually still sticking nearby, but there is no fight to be had. They need to reevaluate if they actually really want to go in. It looks like that's not the case. Sumail with a longer zip might be able to find Tofu, but Vortex just a little bit too far away.
Is under attack.
Yeah, Sumail, he's been clinical with his performance. 19 galvanized stacks is definitely scaling. And they need it, you know. Noob is just having a terrible time. They need more punch out of their cores. So
We'll see if Sume is going to be able to pick up the slack here as 20 seconds for the Aegis. Let's see if Nigma can scout it out. The Nyx Assassin is already going to be there. Oh, I thought he was going to check Roche, but not there just yet.
Well, importantly, it's a top spawn.
Yeah.
So Dai will have this advantage, and Ravage is still on cooldown for another 75 seconds.
They get a shard for Celery. That's all right. Omar trying to get some vision here on the left side.
The wisdom that they left.
Ooh, juicy. Daedal is going to be up for Miracle. That's, you know, we're kind of talking about the lack of damage on Nigma. If they can have the Daedalus for the Roshan fight, that could be a huge difference maker.
Omar is going to see a couple of heroes around this top side of the map.
Dire's
Ravage still on cooldown for 30 seconds. Ace isn't
Oh,
there.
RP on Quinn.
Look for the RP to start onto Quinn. If they got the
Glimmer
burst potential, but the Glimmer Cape, it looks like they do. Quinn is gone. Oh, Watson still been able to fight back. Noob's got to go down, but he's done his job. And now with the lasso controlling up Watson, they're going to get a second. This is an opportunity to try and find more, put more members into the grave. They're going to be able to do just that. Their one Ace or Celery should be able to chase down the Tide Hunter. Jed's going to be able to push him closer to Miracle, and a grave fight for Nigma. Break is there. 4 members are going to end up going down.
Celery.
Make it a... Oh, okay.
Okay. That's his shard right there. That fight, dude, Noob,
Radiant's top tower
just
is under attack.
clutching that fight out. DRP on the Air Spirit. He has BKB Sanj Blade Mail. You would expect him to be able to survive that. But the damage of Nigma is starting to ramp up. So Mail with that shard doing a lot of damage. And this is going to be a free Roche. I don't think GG has any saying on who gets the Aegis. And now their momentum is going to be slowed down greatly.
They are coming, though. It's not that fast of a Roshan. DD on Quinn. He might actually look to try and force the issue.
Okay.
He's going to free up an item slot, though. I think GH scouted out Quinn. And they're going to be forced to leave the pit. This could be disastrous with the Tide Hunter spawning. They have a tier 1 tower. They're actually going to come through the portal instead.
GH, so close.
Zip in. Samael looking to try and catch the clockwork over to the south. Samael, that's a free
Ravage on 3.
Ace, that's a great Ravage. Clipping multiple members. Quinn's going to be in with the combo as well.
Ripple's BKB.
The amplified damage is going to tear them apart. Quinn is doing way too much inside the team fight. Nigma, I mean, they tried to make the play around Roshan, just lacking the damage. Gaming respawn. And now they're going to be able to go bottom and find the second Roche.
You know, I think the play was right. I don't think the play was wrong. Maybe they just needed everyone to be there because, you know, 4 heroes are dead on GG. The Storm was pushing in one wave and they needed like one hero, and they get that Roshan. And, you know, it's all right that everyone's in the pit because most of GG was dead or too far away from the base. Sure, they have a tier 1 tower top, but this is so costly. It felt like Nigma was fully coming back, and with these Aegis and a catapult wave, looks like GG wants to force this one out. RP is ready though. You gotta respect that RP.
You do, but it's very difficult to get this kill though. Because
Yeah.
how much do you want to use for the first life?
They have BKBs on both Miracle and Sumail. Oh, Ace with the shard.
Okay. Doesn't really have too much to fear by the looks of it.
There is buy available.
Now they're all high ground hitting.
I mean, you're gonna have to buy the Batrider or else I don't think they're gonna be afraid of you.
Nice stun onto 2. Oh, the silence!
Oh no!
Quinn actually stops the RP, but the quick fingers out of the silence, the RP. It's there at the last second. Miracle's gonna try and be in with the damage. It's not enough though. Requiem from Watson at the last timing. The BKB expires. And he just doesn't have the raw net worth to be able to go up against the Shadow Fiend. Samael can try his best with the buyback. He'll get Tofu, but it's just not going to matter in the end. They didn't even deal with the Aegis. It's Megas.
Oh, such a quick silence from Quinn. No BKB on this Magnus, you know, it all comes back to that terrible
Oh no, they're dead in the water now.
Oh,
They
no.
all need to go
He's
hit
dead.
it. It's not going to matter. Watson, these crits are huge. Die back out of the Storm Spirit. Omar's gone as well. And the hopes of making it to the playoffs. It's going to stop here with this push for Gaming Gladiators. They will knock Nigma out. They had to work. Okay, cool. You get him in the base. He's just going to kill you all by the looks of it. Ace is even... All right.
Well, that was unnecessary, but still. There we go. GG flies out. It was, it was very close. I think Nigma showed that they can actually play with the big boys, but in the end, I feel like the GG's draft was better. Their plan was simpler. The lanes were so strong. Omar, this Magnus Nyx assassin lane got punished so hard. And I gotta say, the Nyx did a lot, considering how few resources he had. But, Death Ball is just GG's bread and butter, and they executed it perfectly.
That they did in the end. For Nigma though, like what are the key takeaways for you for them? Of course, we saw a couple of games from them in this tournament. Unfortunately, they're not going to move forward, but we will be seeing them in different tournaments in the future. Bangkok in particular. Are there any quick takeaways that you have of this roster?
I feel like they have a lot of potential. They can be very strong in the laning stage, and I think as long as they understand how to leverage their advantage a bit better, I can see them looking pretty good in Bangkok. It's mostly, I think it's mostly about just getting that advantage that they usually do. This was a kind of an outlier in terms of draft. They didn't really do that well in the laning stage, but overall, as long as they can improve on that, they're looking much better than they were a couple of months ago.
Okay. Unfortunately for Nigma though, like we said, they're going to be knocked out of the run here, the one series. So it was a good showing. It was exciting to be able to see them today, but they won't be moving over into the playoffs. It's going to be Liquid and Gaming Gladiators moving from Group A. And that being said, we are done for our day one. But first, we still need to hear what the panel has to say and maybe a potential interview as well. So let's send it over to them.
Yes, thank you very much, Aries and Bowie. That is going to wrap us up for the night in terms of the games. And looking at it, it's something that I think that we touched on earlier on. This is how we thought the Group A was going to go, roughly. But Nigma, they put on a lot of a hell of a lot better show than I thought they were going to do, taking it to all three games. I thought maybe they were going to fall short here. It was going to be 2-0, but they looked really good. They looked absolutely amazing coming through. And I got to give them props. I'm not taking anything away from them because they did game 2, game 3. They looked absolutely amazing. Just couldn't close it out. Maybe that last Roshan fight a step too far for them. But Hurry, what are your final thoughts on the series overall?
Well, Nigma Galaxy looked better than expected, but there's still some work to do. I think that's something that people need to take away from this one, because we all know that Nigma Galaxy have a ton of fans and everybody would like to see them succeed after years of really not doing well. But this is a solid start.
Yeah, and we can see, again, the fights, the grabs coming through here as well. Maybe, again, what I saw in this third game, just a little bit unlucky. I don't want to say unlucky, but, they've got to rein in these overextensions, right, Milan? Just, I don't want to call them mistakes, but just, getting a little bit too gung-ho when it feels like they are winning the fights and just, taking the wins and going home, right?
You're talking about gaming
Nigma.
overextending?
Yeah.
I mean, they're just like a little bit undisciplined, but also kind of has to take with playing it against, you can say, a little bit of weaker opponents. Of course, they're all great players, but gaming is used to playing like TI finals and whatnot, and this is an online tournament after all, so they're a little bit undisciplined or playing a little bit unclean here. But overall, I think biggest takeaway for me from gaming this tournament, it's Watson, and he's like showing signs of why they took him in this team, right? Like he's just basically carrying the games. He's a carry after all. He carried the freaking games, and that's why he's doing this tournament.
Yeah,
we see him here right click away.
I think Milan was. Did you tweet like at the start of 2024 or the end of 2023 season that Gaming Gladiators should pick up Pure And was that you? I think it was. So how do you like in general this addition of Watson instead of Jirachi?
I don't think that Watson is exactly good fit. I hope we get him for an interview. We're still waiting for the info, but I don't think he's the best fit so far. I think he's a very good player and adaptive, and maybe throughout the season it will show out as an improvement. But someone like a pure, that's why I said it. I would like it more because he's more a versatile player in a way, which doesn't mean that Watson cannot get there throughout the season. I mean, he's like what, 20,000 MMR or something. I'm sure he can learn a few heroes.
We'll see, Rob. I know every single one of Milan's tweets, right?
Thank you.
Follow him. It's very fun to watch his Twitter.
Yeah, definitely go check that one out. And looking at it, I mean, you are right. I think he's top 3 at the minute in EU. So he's got the skill, he's got the MMR to back himself up, and maybe we do see this next step coming out for Watson, because I remember watching him 3 years ago. What are we talking, Harry? It was me and you on one of the smaller Eastern European events. One of the leagues where he was carrying on bait. He was carrying them to wins that they really didn't deserve to get, and he was just solo winning them games. So he's been doing it for. It's not just a flash in the pan here for Watson. He has impressed for a long time now, and I'm glad he's been able to. He's stepping up and he's showing. Why he deserves to be talked about in one of the top 3 players in Europe.
For sure. I mean, you mentioned his positioning on the leaderboard. I think when Watson wants to be rank 1, he is going to be rank 1. Out of all the people I've ever seen at the top of the leaderboard, he's been there for the longest. I think last 5 years, he's been at the very top. So just overall an awesome player, and in every single team that I watched him play, he's been doing well. This is I think the worst he's been doing on a team, but maybe he just needs some time.
Yeah, and again, I go back to Lyle. We're going to be able to take a look at the predictions, see while we're doing a bit of back patting, we're going to be able to pat ourselves on the back as well, just to see the prediction contest coming through. The 3 of us, we got that one right. But yeah, I was saying it this morning, it feels like an age ago, but it was the same thing with Lyle when Lyle moved over to Team Spirit. A lot of people didn't want to give him time and space to adapt to the new role, because he was playing more of a carry from the mid, and Watson obviously still playing the carry position, but it's new team. Even I still think he's a great looking, to adapt and looking great when he does play, but sometimes it just takes time for him to adapt around the team that he's trying to fit into, and I think he's doing a great job of it so far.
Yeah, I think that's a great comparison. I think Lar was getting a lot of flack for that season, and they ended up winning both Riyadh and the International, which is kind of a I don't think any team has repeated it, right? The gaming has won the Riyadh, but was second at the TI. I think winning both premier events during a year, it's a hell of achievement, and a lot of people just doubted them for a very long time. They're like, this guy sucks, but and he ended up doing that. I'm not saying that Watson and gaming will win Riyadh and TI, but anything can change through a course of season. I think it's a very good point from you.
Yeah, and we'll see as the season goes on, because again, we're only just past TI. We've only had a couple of events. This is still coming into the new season effectively. This is kind of where teams kind of get that synergy going. They play these events, you get that teamwork going, and even if you're one player adapting to 4, it's still something that you have to adapt around. It's not you just slot straight in. So we'll see how they do improve going forward, and they are moving through, so we're going to be seeing them, even more of them here in the 1-win full series. They are going to be on the playoffs. So again, Team Liquid, Gaming Gladiators, they both got through in that at least 4th place here in the playoffs. So they both secure at least $5,000 for their teams, and we'll see if they're going to be able to get any more. 15,000 for 3rd, 30,000 for 2nd, 50,000 for 1st place for a 4-day online event. Not too bad. We'll see how they're going to be able to do. Looking through tomorrow though, because we have another group coming up. We've got 1win themselves, OG, Pyrovision, and Team Spirit. Just a quick preview on this one. Hurry, who are you looking to be the top 2 teams in that group?
I'd say Paravision and Team Spirit are my top two, but the wild card is OG. I would like for our hosts One Win to do better, but I think last year they would have had a shot versus these teams, but just recently they haven't been looking as good.
And yeah, that's kind of we'll see how they do. They do have a standing coming in, or a short-term mid laner here for in the Squadix. So we'll see how they're going to be able to adapt it. If they've been scrimming as a team with Squadix, or if it's going to be that last-minute standing. Because I know it was only announced a couple of days ago, and how long he's been with the team, I'm not too sure overall. But yeah, it would be nice to see, I think people coming into this group, we're calling it the group of death. Not sure how it's going to mix up. But Milan, is there anyone you're favouring? Are you sticking with Paravision Spirit, or are you maybe leaning towards the Dark Horse in OG or One Win?
I think that group is much more competitive than the other one. I think all of the teams can surprise, either positively or negatively. We'll see. I play with a lot of players from One Win, and I play with some from OG. So I would really like for both of these teams to go through. Although I agree with Harry, of course, that the Paravision and Spirit are clear favorites considering latest results, right?
Yeah, and I think from what I've seen of Paravision, I am looking forward to see a lot more of them and how they are going to adapt. And again, I think it's the same kind of thing, right? They were being as just players, not as a team, but on players on different teams, they were being talked down about, and then they've formed this team, this kind of I don't want to call it a super team, but they've got themselves together, and they are starting to they hit the ground running, to qualify to events, to get themselves into good positions, a couple of second places in there as well. At least one second place that we know of. But yeah, it's going to be fun to see how they're going to be playing, and say how they do up against teams when they are facing instant elimination, day one elimination, whether they're going to let that pressure get to them, or if they're going to be able to evolve and kind of push themselves through it. And Hurry, you're looking at the other side, OG there as well. Speaking about them, 23 Savage is back now, X-Nova on the team. What are you expecting from them in terms of moving forward in gameplay wise? Do you think they're going to be going back to that old OG, just full vibe, run at them kind of Dota, or do you think it's going to be a little more tempered for this OG that we might be seeing tomorrow?
I mean, to be honest, there is a chance that they're going to be very aggressive as a team. I think 23 Savage maybe can sometimes slow it down, but 5 players who all have a potential to be very aggressive. I mean, they recently didn't qualify in the new qualifier, but that's just because the Western European qualifier was stacked. But these guys did put up a fight versus some of the best teams in the world. Gaming Gladiators, Tundra did manage to beat both of them, so I'm having faith in OG. And when a team starts looking that good, if their motivation didn't go down after losing that qualifier, I can expect them to rise even stronger. And they're probably hungry to win something, so I wouldn't make it past them to go through the groups. It is very much possible.
Yeah, and we'll see how they are going to respond tomorrow. But that is going to be it for today. Thank you very much for tuning in. It's been a long day, but it's been a great day of Dota, and we're going to be doing it again at the same time tomorrow. So make sure you're following along on the YouTube page or the Twitch page to see exactly when we go live for Group B coming up for the One Win Fall series. But for now, thank you very much for tuning in. Bye bye. We'll see you tomorrow.